A rookie, know nothing. Originally, Ye Bufan thought that he had enough knowledge about the battlefield and the war department, but now he realized that his understanding was far from enough. Master, look. At this time, Tan Tai Tien Yi pointed to a location in the northwest of the map and said, this is where we are now. There is a valley about 300 meters away from here, Qingfeng Valley. However, there is also a small divine pond in Qingfeng Valley. I don't know which party occupies it now. As Tan Tai Tien Yi was talking, Ye Bufan looked in the direction he pointed, then frowned and said, let's go take a look first. Okay. Tan Tai Tien Yi responded and immediately put away the map. He looked at Ye Bufan curiously and asked, but, Master, what are you looking for in a valley? Ye Bufan smiled evilly, you will know when the time comes. The entrance to Qingfeng Valley. This was originally a barren mountain more than 200 meters high, but there was a naturally formed aisle nearly 7 meters wide in the middle of the mountain. It looked as if the entire mountain was split in half by a sword, with cliffs on both sides. At the end of the corridor is Qingfeng Valley marked on the map. At this moment, Ye Bufan and Tan Tai Tien Yi were standing at the entrance of Qingfeng Valley, looking at everything in front of them. The sound of wind whirring past their ears and blowing into the valley was like the roar of a wild beast. Suddenly, Tan Tai Tien Yi retracted his gaze, looked at Ye Bufan, and asked, Master, is this okay? Ye Bufan frowned and said, let's check it out first. Shall we go in then? No. After Tan Tai Tien Yi finished speaking, Ye Bufan denied it, and then took another look at the barren mountain in front of him and said, let's go up the mountain. Go up the mountain. Tan Tai Tien Yi looked suspicious. Ye Bufan took a step forward. Tan Tai Tien Yi was stunned for a moment, then followed closely. For ordinary people, climbing a barren mountain of more than 200 meters may require some energy, but Ye Bufan and Tan Tai Tien Yi are both warriors at the peak of the transcendent realm. Although they are not considered strong, climbing a barren mountain of less than 300 meters is no problem at all for them. On top of the mountain. Huff, huff, huff. There were gusts of wind blowing past their ears, but Ye Bufan and Tan Tai Tien Yi didn't care at all. They stood proudly on the top of the mountain, overlooking the entire barren mountain. In front of me, the entire barren mountain is in sight. From the bottom of the mountain, the whole barren mountain looked normal except for the 7-meter wide passage. But standing on the top of the mountain, it was not difficult to find that there was a huge space in the middle of the whole barren mountain, as if the whole mountain was hollowed out, and this space was surrounded by cliffs. Moreover, apart from the 7-meter wide corridor, there are no other entrances. This place is somewhat similar to Luoxian town. At the bottom of the space, in the center, there is a small sacred pool. At this moment, many monsters are lurking here. There is no doubt that this is also the sacred pool of the demon clan. Master, is this place okay? Tan Tai Tien Yi retracted his gaze and looked at Ye Bufan and couldn't help asking, with a hint of anxiety in his expression. Ye Bufan smiled and said, okay. Very good. Tan Tai Tien Yi was immediately extremely excited, and asked eagerly with a fiery look on his face, Master, can you tell me why you were looking for this valley now? Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. What do you think would happen if we gathered a large number of demons here, and then destroyed the cliffs on both sides of the passage to block the only entrance? Forehead. Hearing this, Tan Tai Tien Yi was stunned. Master, are you planning to trap a large number of monsters here? As soon as the words fell, without waiting for Ye Bufan to speak, Tan Tai Tien Yi asked suspiciously, but, what's the point of just trapping the monsters here? If they can't come up, we can't go down either. Starve them to death. That will take a long time. Besides, even if they starve to death, it has nothing to do with us, and you won't get any credit, Master. Hee. As Tan Tai Tien Yi was speaking, Ye Bufan smiled evilly. What if we pour a lot of kerosene into this valley and light a fire? Forehead. Tan Tai Tien Yi was stunned. Hiss. Then, he took another breath and his body shuddered violently. Pour kerosene and light another fire. Needless to say, once the fire started and the only entrance and exit were blocked, these monsters gathered here would have no way out and would be burned to death. Etc. Thinking about it, Tan Tai Tien Yi was stunned again, looking at Ye Bufan speechlessly and said, Master, the idea is good, but where is the kerosene? We don't have kerosene. Bang. As soon as Tan Tai Tien Yi finished speaking, a muffled sound suddenly rang out. Tan Tai Tien Yi was stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. In an instant, he became confused and dazed. I saw that at this moment, an iron barrel had appeared in front of him, and the iron barrel was emitting a strong, pungent smell of kerosene. Kerosene. Tan Tai Tianyi couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. That's right. Before I entered the battlefield, I prepared 100,000 barrels of kerosene. Do you think it's enough? Looking at Tan Tai Tianyi's shocked expression, Ye Bufan said with an evil smile. Suddenly, the corner of Tan Tai Tianyi's mouth twitched. Ye Bufan did not say anything more to him, but instead shifted his gaze to the valley in front of him. He stood facing the wind, overlooking the 22 monsters at the foot of the mountain, and said sternly, Qingfang Valley will be renamed the Monster Burial Ground from now on. Tan Tai Tianyi was shocked and bowed down in admiration. Chapter 180, Shocking Change, the Demon King appears. Qingfang Valley, Divine Pond. 2 demon generals and 20 demon soldiers were stationed here, guarding the sacred pond as usual. Suddenly, 2 people walked slowly in the passage of Qingfang Valley. Ye Bufan and Tan Tai Tianyi stepped into the valley and faced the 22 demon clan members. Seeing this scene, the 22 demon clan members were shocked. Led by the 2 demon generals, they stood up instantly, their cold eyes locked onto the 2 men. One of the demon generals even had a look of surprise in his eyes. The human race in the transcendent realm. What are 2 humans in the transcendent realm doing here? Are you looking for death? Ye Bufan and the other man smiled at each other, looking fearless. Then, Ye Bufan pointed at the demon general who had spoken and said, You, come here. Forehead. The demon general was stunned, and so were the other demons. What's going on? What do these 2 humans want to do? Are they mentally ill? One idea after another emerged in the minds of the 22 demon clan members. The demon general named by Ye Bufan was even more furious. A human dared to order him. Immediately, he roared, Human boy, you are looking for death. Kill him for me. Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a monster was heard. Tan Tai Tianyi did not hesitate at all. He raised his right hand and presented the Monster King order in his hand directly in front of all the monsters. He said coldly, Kill, kill, kill. Try killing me. Damn it, I am a special envoy sent by His Majesty the Monster King. Do you understand what a special envoy is? How dare you kill me? Suddenly, all the monsters were shocked. The 20 demon soldier level monsters that were rushing forward suddenly stopped, and the eyes of the 2 demon generals fell on the Demon King order in Tan Tai Tianyi's hand. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Demon King's order. How come the Demon King's order is in the hands of the human race? Fake. Immediately, the leading demon general roared, Human boy, you want to deceive us with a fake Demon King order. Do you think that all of my demon race are as stupid as you humans? Kill him. Stupid. Tan Tai Tianyi sneered, and then said, You are not stupid, but are we stupid? If this Demon King order is fake, why did the 2 of us who are in the transcendent realm come here? Are you looking for death? Forehead. Upon hearing this, the demon general was stunned. Whoosh. Tan Tai Tianyi did not hesitate at all, and threw the Monster King order directly in front of the monster general, sneering, Open your monster eyes and see clearly, and then tell Envoy Ben whether this Monster King order is real or fake. Kindness. The demon general looked at Tan Tai Tianyi with cold eyes, a hint of suspicion flashed across his face, and then he looked at the Demon King's order on the ground in front of him. How about it, is this true or false? After a moment, Tan Tai Tianyi looked at the demon general again and sneered. You. The demon general suddenly raised his head, looked at Tan Tai Tianyi, and said in shock, How can a human like you have the Demon King's order? There is no doubt that the Demon King's order is real. In an instant, the other demon general and the other 22 bright demon soldier level monsters present were all shocked, looking at Tan Tai Tianyi with eyes full of astonishment. Human race, Demon King's order. What's going on now? Tan Tai Tianyi sneered and said, Didn't you just say that you are not stupid, but very smart? Without waiting for the demon general to answer, Tan Tai Tianyi continued, Since you are so smart, why can't you figure out such a simple question? Then, he shouted angrily, I am a special envoy sent by His Majesty the Demon King. Tell me, why do I have the Demon King's order in my hand? Forehead. The demon general was stunned. Fart. Then, he was furious again. You are just a human, how could His Majesty the Demon King send you as a special envoy? Oh. Tan Tai Tianyi smiled calmly, why do you say that? Afterwards, he reiterated what Ye Bufan had said to fool the monsters. The humans were surrounding them, and the Monster King and Emperor were planning a counterattack. It was well reasoned and powerful, if for no other reason than to scare the monsters. In an instant, all the monsters in front of them were completely stunned. Do you have anything else to ask? Suddenly, Tantai Tianyi shouted. Then, without giving the demons in front of him a chance to think or question, he angrily said again, if you delay the military intelligence and destroy the counterattack plan of His Highness the Demon King and the Demon Emperor, and cause our demon race to be defeated by the human race, can you bear the consequences? Buzz. Suddenly, the demon general's body trembled. He can't afford to offend. Bang. The next second, the demon general knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, Your subordinate, I admit my crime. Please punish me, sir. Bang, bang, bang. The other 21 members of the demon clan saw this scene, and they knelt down without hesitation, saying, Please give us your instructions, special envoy. Hee. Tantai Tianyi looked at Ye Bufan, and the two smiled at each other. Tantai Tianyi looked at the 22 monsters again and said in a cold voice, The military situation is urgent. This special envoy will not bother with you about the previous matter. Now, you must leave here immediately and notify the nearby demon clan members to gather here immediately. You only have 1 day. And, for the sake of secrecy, during this period, you must not disclose the matter of the Demon King's order to anyone, and you must not tell them what they are here for. You only need to let them know that the Demon King has ordered that Qingfeng Valley must gather secretly within 1 day. Understand? Yes. The 22 demons responded in unison instantly. But, at this time, the leading demon general couldn't help but secretly glance at Tantai Tianyi, and said weakly, Master Special Envoy, what should we do with this divine pond? Your uncle. Hearing this, Tantai Tianyi angrily cursed, it's just a small divine pond. Compared to the counterattack plan of His Majesty the Demon King and the Demon Emperor against the human race, what does it count as? Hearing this, the demon general hesitated slightly. Yes, I understand. Then he responded again. However, your original duty was to guard the god's pond. It is indeed a bit unreasonable to ask you to leave rashly and carry out a secret mission now. How about this, I have some yuanxi here and I will give them to you. In this way, even if there is an accident in the god's pond, you can hand them in without any punishment. If there is no accident in the god's pond during this period, these yuanxi will be regarded as a reward for you. As he spoke, Tantai Tianyi directly threw 30 yuan stones in front of the demon general. Looking at the yuanxi in front of him, the demon general was stunned. The small god pond only produced 5 yuanxi a day, and 30 yuanxi was enough for 6 days. In this way, even if the god pond was lost, he would not be punished. What's more, there is only 1 day left, what problem can happen to the divine pool? By then, these 30 yuan stones will be theirs. Immediately, the demon general was overjoyed. He put away the yuan stone and looked at Tantai Tianyi and said, Thank you, special envoy. I will definitely complete the mission. Kindness. Tantai Tianyi nodded and said in a deep voice, Remember, you don't have much time, only 1 day, so you must act quickly. After 1 day, no matter what happens, you must rush back here, and before that, everything must be kept absolutely confidential. In addition, after you gather here, you just need to wait patiently. When the time comes, the 2 of us will show up. Understand? Clear. Go ahead. Immediately, Tantai Tianyi waved his hand and said, Yes. The demon general responded and left instantly with a demon general and 20 demon soldier level monsters under his command. Hee. Looking at the monster leaving, Ye Bufan and the other smiled at each other, and Tantai Tianyi asked again, Master, what should we do now? Wait. Okay. Tantai Tianyi responded, then frowned again, but Master, isn't 1 day too short? How many demons can be fooled by this? 1 day is enough, otherwise things will change. Ye Bufan smiled and said, Besides, this is just the beginning. Why are you in such a hurry? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hee. Tantai Tianyi smiled evilly and said nothing more. Then, he collected the yuanxi in the god pond. There were not many, only 7 pieces. No wonder those monsters left so easily. However, it was just yuanxi, and Tantai Tianyi didn't care at all. After collecting the yuan stone, the 2 left the valley. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Bufan and Tantai Tianyi were lying and lurking on the top of the mountain, staring at the situation in the valley intently. There was dead silence in the valley. The number of demons has exceeded 2,000. Undoubtedly, these are the demons guarding the nearby god pond. Among them, there are 160 to 170 demon generals alone. If you add the other demon soldiers, if you exchange them all for merits, the number will definitely exceed 20,000. At this moment, neither the demon soldiers nor the demon generals made any sound, but just waited quietly. Although they didn't know what was going on with the sudden order, who would dare to question the order of the Demon King? And they would not question the monster that delivered the order. The Monster Clan had a strict hierarchy, and no Monster Clan member dared to question the Monster King's order. Similarly, no Monster Clan member was bold enough to spread the Monster King's order privately. If you spread the Demon King's order randomly, there will be only one result: death. Looking at these members of the Demon Clan and thinking about them struggling and roaring in the sea of fire, Tantai Tianyi felt infinitely excited. Immediately, he rubbed his hands together, looked at Ye Bufan, and said softly, "Master, it's almost time, let's get started." Ye Bufan frowned and said, "No." Tantai Tianyi was stunned when he heard this. Why? Ye Bufan glanced at the monsters in the valley and said in a deep voice, "Among the 22 monsters that previously guarded this sacred pond, one monster general has not returned yet. If we take action now, I'm afraid there will be hidden dangers." What? Hearing this, Tantai Tianyi was shocked. There is still one that hasn't come back. Wait, Master, there are so many monsters, how do you know there is still one that hasn't come back? When these monsters were brought back here, I observed them. There were 21 waves in total. Moreover, when each wave of monsters entered Qingfeng Valley, I checked and found that there was indeed one monster general who had not returned. This. As Ye Bufan spoke, Tantai Tianyi was speechless. If that demon general doesn't come back, will we not take action? Master, it's just a Demon King token. Even if the demons really know about it, it will take them some time to find out. Besides, even if they find out, what's the use? At worst, we can just get another one. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Tantai Tianyi finished speaking, a dull sound suddenly rang out. The two of them lying on the top of the mountain could feel the earth shaking. What's going on? Suddenly, both of them were stunned. Swipe. Then, they looked in the direction where the vibration came from, where a black mass of monsters were running towards them. The earth trembled and the dust flew. The scene before them stunned Ye Bufan and the other man. In the blink of an eye, the demon army had arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng Valley. The team suddenly stopped. Leading them was a 5-meter-tall purple lightning dragon that looked somewhat similar to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, his small eyes, with a chilling look, glanced at the entrance of Qingfeng Valley and asked in a cold voice, "Is this the place you are talking about?" Yes, Your Highness the Demon King." Beside the purple lightning barbarian dragon, a demon beast's body kept trembling and said in a trembling voice. He was one of the 2 demon generals who had guarded the Qingfeng Valley Divine Pool before. "Your Highness the Demon King." Ye Bufan and Tantai Tianyi looked at each other immediately. My breathing stopped, I was shocked. Chapter 181, What about the Demon King? Kill him. Demon King. Guiyuan Realm. Ye Bufan and Tantai Tianyi were lying on the top of the mountain. They looked at each other and their breathing stagnated. They didn't even dare to breathe, as if they were afraid that the Guiyuan Realm Demon King at the foot of the mountain would discover their presence. Idiot. At the foot of the mountain, at the entrance of Qingfeng Valley, the purple lightning barbarian dragon Demon King stared at the trembling demon general with his cold eyes. He roared angrily and then said in a cold voice, "What a bullshit envoy. How can I give the Demon King order of my demon race to a human? You are just a bunch of idiots." The purple lightning barbarian dragon Demon King roared, and the demon general was stunned on the spot, with his mind going blank. It is impossible for the Demon King's order to be handed over to the human race. There is such a rule in the tribe, how come I don't know about it? Naturally, there is no such rule among the Demon Clan. Only when the Demon King gives orders can the Demon King act on his behalf. Moreover, it has always been impossible for the Demon King's order or other military orders to fall into the hands of hostile races, let alone appear in the hands of outsiders without the permission of the holder. Therefore, the demon race has no such hard and fast rules at all. Because there is no need. The appearance of the Demon King order now was a complete accident, and only a weirdo like Tantai Tianyi could create such an accident. It is only natural for the Demon Clan members to be deceived. But the Demon King is different. Staring at the trembling demon general, the purple lightning barbarian dragon Demon King snorted coldly and continued angrily, "Besides, I just came in from the periphery. Where is the human army? Where is the human encirclement? You've been deceived, idiots. Bang! Upon hearing this, the demon general's limbs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Got cheated. But why did those two humans lie to him? Also, where did they get the Demon King order? Snort. The purple lightning savage dragon Demon King snorted coldly. Without giving the demon general a chance to think, he kicked the demon general's huge body directly to the entrance of Qingfang Valley and said angrily, "Lead the way. I want to see what these two humans are up to." When the demon general heard this, his body trembled and he immediately got up. He did not dare to hesitate or be negligent at all and walked towards Qingfang Valley trembling with fear. The purple lightning barbarian dragon Demon King took a step forward. "Your Highness, no." At this time, a demon beast beside the purple lightning barbarian dragon Demon King immediately blocked his way and said anxiously, "The human race is gathering members of my demon race, and their behavior is strange. I'm afraid there must be a trick. Call." On the top of the mountain, when Ye Bufan and the other man heard this, their breathing quickened, their hearts rose to their throats, and they were extremely nervous. Bang! At the foot of the mountain, just as the monster finished speaking, the purple lightning savage dragon monster king kicked him directly on the body, knocking him to the ground, and angrily said, "I'm lying to you. Did the human race know that I was coming? If they didn't know, how could there be an ambush? Besides, even if there is an ambush, would I be afraid? Also, you better open your eyes and see clearly. This is a barren mountain. It's okay to hide a few people here, but can the human race ambush a large number of troops here? You are scared like this by just two humans in the transcendent realm. After you go back this time, you don't have to follow me anymore. You don't deserve it." The same goes for the other members. The human race holds the Demon King's order, and this is a matter of great importance. Today is my first trip after my advancement. If you are willing to follow me and make achievements for my demon race, then follow me. If you are afraid of death and cowardly, then you can wait outside. After this return, you don't need to follow me anymore. You are a bunch of cowards, you are not qualified to follow me, let alone be my personal guards. I want to see what these two humans in the transcendent realm can do." Saying this, the purple lightning barbarian dragon Demon King stepped out. "Lead the way." He angrily scolded the demon general in front of him. "Yes, Your Highness." The demon general responded and walked towards the Qingfang Valley tremblingly. The purple lightning barbarian dragon Demon King didn't even bother to look at him and just followed. Behind him, 5,000 demon soldiers followed closely without any hesitation or delay. "Choose." The purple lightning savage dragon Demon King had already said this, and they had no chance of choice at all. One had to know that among the entire demon clan, there were countless members who were willing to follow the purple lightning savage dragon Demon King. Opportunity is fleeting. A 7-meter corridor is considered relatively spacious for humans, but it is nothing for monsters. The 5,000 demon clan members could only pass slowly. At the entrance of Qingfang Valley, the monster that had previously reminded the purple lightning savage dragon Demon King and was kicked by the purple lightning savage dragon Demon King, looked at the monster team slowly entering the Qingfang Valley in front of him. He hesitated slightly and glanced at the surrounding situation again. Barren mountains and wasteland. Here, at a glance, it was clear that even the invisible mountaintop could not be used to ambush the human army. If there was an ambush, it would only be a few humans at most, and they could not do anything to their 5,000-strong army. Why? Then, the monster sighed helplessly, and without any hesitation, joined the team entering Qingfang Valley. Hee hee. On the top of the mountain, Ye Bufan and the other man couldn't help but smile when they saw this scene, but they still didn't dare to make any noise or make any sound. In Qingfang Valley, the purple lightning barbarian dragon Demon King entered first. He glanced at the more than 2,000 demon members gathered in front of him, his eyes sank, and the Demon King's pressure burst out instantly. He asked in a cold voice, "Where are the two humans?" Feeling the terrifying pressure from the Demon King, all the demon clan members were stunned. The other demon general who was guarding the Qingfang Valley Divine Pond did not hesitate at all and directly replied, reporting to the Demon King, "The two envoys have not arrived yet." Brush. As soon as the demon general finished speaking, the atmosphere around him suddenly dropped. Bang! The purple lightning savage dragon Demon King raised his foot and kicked the demon general, instantly sending his huge body flying. With a bang, he fell directly into a group of demon clan members, causing screams. The purple lightning savage dragon Demon King shouted angrily, Special Envoy, you still don't know that you have been deceived by those two despicable humans, you fool. Snort. Then, the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King snorted again and said, when the two humans come, I want to see what the two Transcendent Realm humans are up to by gathering so many members of my demon race. On the top of the mountain, Ye Bufan and Tantai Tieni listened to the roar of the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King coming from the valley, but they didn't care at all. They still lay quietly at the entrance of the valley, staring at the demon army slowly passing by below. The atmosphere was dead silent. Time passes. Half an hour later, the 5,000 demon tribe soldiers all passed through the corridor and entered Qingfang Valley. At this moment, the number of demon tribe members gathered in Qingfang Valley exceeded 7,000. Among them was a mighty and domineering demon king. As a demon king, although Ye Bufan and the others did not know the cultivation level of the demon beasts under his command, it must be not bad. After all, the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King just said that these will be his personal guards in the future. Can the personal guard be simple? Call. Seeing that all the monsters had entered Qingfang Valley, Ye Bufan and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and their originally tense mood instantly relaxed a lot. Qingfang Valley is located in the center of the barren mountain, surrounded by cliffs that are more than 200 meters high, like a cage. Even if it is a demon king, once the passage is blocked, it is difficult to leave. After all, with the cultivation of the demon king's Guiyuan realm, it is not possible to jump out of the valley of more than 200 meters in one leap, let alone climb. How to climb cliffs? It is difficult for humans to do this, let alone the demons. Moreover, whether it was the more than 2,000 monsters before or the 5,000 troops that came later, there were no flying monsters among them. After all, flying monsters formed their own army among the monster clan, which made Ye Bufan and the others even more unscrupulous. Once they entered Qingfang Valley, they were like turtles in a jar. Demon King. The Demon King must die too. Swipe. Suddenly, the two looked at each other. Master. Tantai Tieni smiled evilly. Do it. Ye Bufan shouted sternly. Call out. He suddenly jumped up, holding the Xuanbing spear in his hand, and instantly used the martial arts skill Shenwu Bawangjian, increasing his strength to over 1,000 pounds. Then, he used the crazy magic, and the spear in his hand turned into a silver light, frantically attacking the cliff above the entrance of the valley. Bang, bang, bang. Shots were fired one after another. Fast, fierce and violent. Suddenly, under the powerful and intensive attack, the cliff cracked, and then huge rocks fell from the top of the mountain. Moan. A dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. Although Tantai Tiani's previous purple Xuanbing spear had been destroyed, he now directly replaced it with a silver spear, which was also of the Xuanbing level. 18 dragon roar shots. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 18 silver gun shadows shot out instantly, hitting the cliffs on both sides. In an instant, the entire mountain seemed to be collapsing, and huge rocks rolled down from the cliffs with the force of a landslide. Boom, 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 boom. A thunderous roar sounded, and everything seemed to last long, but it was only a moment. With the crazy attacks of Ye Bufan and Tantai Tieni, the cliffs on both sides of the entrance to Qingfang Valley collapsed instantly. Qingfang Valley, blocked. What's going on? The sudden and huge commotion startled the more than 7,000 demon clan members in Qingfang Valley. They looked at each other, seemingly not knowing what had happened. Suddenly, a demon beast at the end of the Qingfang Valley corridor roared, Your Highness, it's bad, the front half of this corridor has collapsed, and it is impossible to pass through now. We are trapped in this Qingfang Valley. What? Suddenly, the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King exclaimed, How is it possible? Nothing is impossible. As soon as the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King finished speaking, a mocking voice suddenly sounded above the valley. After Ye Bufan and Tantai Tieni blocked the passage, they ran to the edge of the cliff at the top of Qingfang Valley. The two stood facing the wind, looking at the more than 7,000 demon clan members in Qingfang Valley. Tantai Tieni sneered, Dear Demon King, unfortunately, I have to tell you that your subordinate guessed correctly. There is indeed an ambush here. What? In Qingfang Valley, all the demon clan members were shocked. Swish, swish, swish. They all looked towards Ye Bufan and Tantai Tieni following the sound. Your Highness, it's them. They are the two humans holding the Demon King's order. Seeing Ye Bufan and the other person, the previous demon general exclaimed instantly. What? The Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King cried out in surprise, but only for a moment. He then glared at Ye Bufan and the other man, sneered and said, "You two humans want to ambush us. You are courting death. Kill them for me." Suddenly, everyone in Qingfang Valley was speechless. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Tan Tai Tianyi rolled his eyes and said, "Your Highness the Demon King, are you an idiot? You can't even get out of Qingfang Valley, and you still want to kill us. Tisk tisk, I'm really worried about your IQ. You." The Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King was stunned for a moment, and said angrily, "Human, if you have the guts, come down and fight me in a duel." Tan Tai Tianyi was completely speechless. Bang! Ye Bufan was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly took out a bucket of kerosene. Demon King. Fuck him. Chapter 182, The Roaring Sea of Fire and the Pile of Corpses of the Demons. Human, are you afraid? You dare not fight me. Seeing Ye Bufan taking out a bucket of kerosene, the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King was slightly stunned. A trace of surprise and suspicion flashed in his eyes, and then he roared angrily. "Get down, asshole. You cowardly human being, you are so afraid of death, yet you dare to compete with my great demon clan. Sooner or later, my great demon clan will flatten your human territory, and all humans will become servants of the great demon clan. Ha ha ha. You two, get off my feet now, and I will consider not killing you, but taking you as my servants. Hurry up." The roars of the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King resounded throughout the Qingfang Valley and echoed in the minds of Ye Bufan, Tan Tai Tianyi, and the more than 7,000 demon clan members present. At this moment, he was the only voice in the whole place. All the demons were silent, and their cold eyes were fixed on Ye Bufan and the others. Although they were trapped in the Qingfang Valley and could not do anything to the two human race members in front of them, the human race could not do anything to them either. Everything seemed to be at a stalemate. "Master, this guy, is he okay in the head?" Looking at the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King who kept roaring in Qingfang Valley, Tan Tai Tianyi curled his lips and said. At this moment, this guy actually dared to shout like this. And even let the two of us become his servants. It's ridiculous. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Bufan did not answer Tan Tai Tianyi, nor did he pay any attention to the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King. He continuously took out barrels of kerosene from the artifact space and placed them on the cliff of Qingfang Valley in front of him. In just a few moments, 2,000 barrels of kerosene were taken out. Human, what are these? Are you going to give them to me? Ha ha ha, it is said that humans are cunning. I did not believe it before, but now I do. You have not even become my slave, but you have already started to please me. Okay, I like it. Looking at the kerosene on the cliff from afar, the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King shouted again. Tan Tai Tianyi was speechless. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched as well. Tianyi, take action. Then, Ye Bufan shouted again. Brush. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he chopped at the iron barrel filled with kerosene in front of him. With a swoosh, the top of the iron barrel was split open, splashing drops of kerosene. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all. After cutting with the knife, he kicked the barrel of kerosene in front of him fiercely. Bang! With a dull thud, the oil barrel was kicked out. Crash! In midair, kerosene spilled from a broken oil barrel, like a heavy rain, pouring down on some of the demon members of Qingfang Valley. With a bang, the oil barrel fell to the ground, and a pungent smell filled the entire valley. What is this? In Qingfang Valley, the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King was the one that Ye Bufan focused his attention on. At this moment, his huge body was stained with countless kerosene. He was stunned when he smelled the pungent smell. Then, the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King raised his head and glared at Ye Bufan. Human, how dare you make fun of me? Kerosene, Your Highness, this is human kerosene. At this time, the monster beside the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King, who had previously reminded him not to enter the valley, trembled its huge body and a cry of surprise sounded instantly. Boom! Countless monsters around trembled. However, most of the monsters looked stunned and confused, as they had no idea what kerosene was. Kerosene. The Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King looked at the demon beast that spoke with a suspicious look. What is that? What does it do? The monster was completely speechless. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Above the valley, on the top of the cliff, barrels of kerosene fell from the sky. The kerosene filled the sky like a heavy rain, pouring over the entire Qingfang Valley and sprinkling on every monster. Tan Tai Tianyi looked at the purple lightning barbarian dragon monster king with interest and said with a smile, "Respected your highness the monster king, it turns out that you don't know what kerosene is used for. In that case, let me tell you, this kerosene is specially used to roast you monsters. In a while, you will all be roasted to death. Do you understand?" Bang! As Tan Tai Tianyi spoke, he kicked a bucket of kerosene directly into Qingfang Valley. What? The purple lightning savage dragon demon king was shocked when he heard this. His huge body trembled violently. His cold eyes looked directly at Ye Bufan and the other man. "Assholes, you despicable human race, you actually want to burn me to death." Roar, roar, roar. As soon as the purple lightning savage dragon demon king finished speaking, the roars of more than 7,000 monsters in Qingfang Valley suddenly rang out. That sound was uneasy, tense and fearful. The sounds were continuous and sounded like a loud thunder, making Ye Bufan and the other person's ears buzz. "Shut up." The purple lightning savage dragon demon king roared angrily, and then said angrily, "A bunch of idiots, what are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, get out of here." Rushing out, all the demon clan members were stunned. How to charge when there are cliffs on all sides? Bang! The purple lightning savage dragon demon king kicked a demon beast in front of him and flew away. He said angrily, "Idiot, break the mountain for me." All members of the demon clan were speechless. They did not dare to disobey the order of the purple lightning barbarian dragon monster king, and began to charge and hit the mountain cliffs one by one. More than 7,000 monsters, collectively colliding, what kind of terrifying power is that? Even if their power is dispersed, it is still extremely terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. The mountain began to shake violently. Crumbling. It seems like it will collapse at any time. Master. Seeing this scene and feeling the intense commotion in the mountain, Tan Tai Tianyi was slightly startled. He looked at Ye Bufan and said with a fearful expression, "If this continues, this cliff may really be broken open by them." Break through the mountain. Ye Bufan sneered and said, "If there is a demon king in the divine origin realm among them, or if they are given enough time, then maybe it is possible, but..." After a pause, Ye Bufan smiled evilly and said, "Is there a demon king among them? Will I give them time?" At some point, the 2,000 barrels of kerosene that Ye Bufan took out had disappeared, and he was left with a torch in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the torch in Ye Bufan's hand fell slightly to the ground. At his feet, a pool of kerosene accumulated. This pool of kerosene extended along the cliffs of Qingfang Valley to the bottom of Qingfang Valley. Moreover, at this moment, a pool of kerosene had also accumulated at the bottom of Qingfang Valley. Boom! The moment the flame touched the kerosene on the ground, a raging fire instantly broke out. Call out! The raging fire was like a sharp arrow, sweeping across the cliff and instantly reaching the bottom of the Qingfang Valley. Boom! In an instant, a raging fire started at the bottom of the Qingfang Valley. A heat wave rushed over, causing the temperature of the entire space to rise sharply. Ye Bufan and the other person took a few steps back, as if they were unable to adapt to the scorching heat. Roar! Roar, roar. Suddenly, in Qingfang Valley, shrill and painful roars of monsters were heard. The originally crazy collision stopped instantly. One monster after another fell to the ground, roaring in pain and struggling violently. In Qingfang Valley, a raging fire broke out. Huff, huff, huff. In the valley, amidst the raging fire, fire dragons were rolling and roaring violently, as if they were going to devour everything between heaven and earth. Roar. With a roar, feeling the miserable state of the demon clan members in the sea of fire, the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king roared angrily, "Despicable human, I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, his huge body shook. Suddenly, the burning kerosene that was originally stained on his body was instantly shaken away by him, revealing patches of burned fur. However, the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king ignored it, and his cold eyes stared directly at Ye Bufan and the others. It made the two of them feel creepy. Bang! The next second, the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king pushed the ground with its two strong hind legs, and leapt up towards the raging fire. With one leap, it was more than 80 meters. Call out! In midair, the huge body of the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king suddenly paused, and then fell rapidly. Bang! With a dull thud, the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king's 2 feet instantly landed on the ground, and cracks appeared on the ground. Asshole! The purple lightning savage dragon demon king cursed angrily. Ye Bufan and Tan Tai Tianyi looked at each other and smiled. It was impossible to jump up from the bottom of Qingfang Valley. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. At this time, 3 demon beasts came to the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King, a bear, a tiger, and a wolf who had previously warned the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King not to easily enter the Qingfang Valley. The fur on their bodies had been burned clean, but the raging fire seemed to be unable to threaten their bodies. This scene made Ye Bufan and the other person stunned and shocked. Swipe. They looked at each other. Demon King. Demon King. Suddenly, they both said in unison. In the entire Qingfang Valley, among the more than 7,000 monsters, there are probably hundreds of monster generals alone. However, even those monster generals can only struggle painfully in the face of the Sea of Fire. However, these 3 monsters were just like the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King, as if they were not affected by the raging fire at all. Only the Demon King. Compared to humans, the bodies of monsters are much stronger. Of course, whether it is the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King or the 3 Demon Kings, their immunity to the flames is only temporary. Over time, they will be burned to death. Hiss. Even so, Ye Bufan and the other man gasped. 4 Demon Kings. Who would have thought that among the mere 5,000 demon army, there were 3 other Demon Kings besides the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King? If they had not been led into the Qingfang Valley before, and if the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King had not insisted on having his own way, even if 1 Demon King was left outside the Qingfang Valley, both of them would probably have died at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. Thinking of this, their hearts began beating rapidly again. That was a close call. In Qingfang Valley, the wolf demon looked at the furious Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King and sighed in his heart, wondering if he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. However, now that he was in the Sea of Fire, he knew that this was not the time to worry about these things, and he was even more aware that he was not qualified to comment on the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King. Immediately, he looked at the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King and said, Your Highness, I have a plan that may help us escape. Swipe. As soon as the wolf demon finished speaking, the 3 Demon Kings all looked at him. Explain. The Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King said angrily. The wolf demon took a look at the situation in Qingfang Valley, and looked at the monsters struggling in the Sea of Fire and then falling down and dying. He said in a cold voice. A pile of corpses. Chapter 183 Humans, you're in trouble. A pile of corpses. When the word, wolf demon sounded, the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King and the other 2 Demon Kings were stunned. They looked at him and said in astonishment, a pile of corpses. That's right. The wolf demon responded, Your Highness, there are more than 7,000 members of my demon clan here. They can't survive anyway, so why not help us and Your Highness? As long as we pile them together against the cliff, this valley of just over 200 meters will not be able to trap us. As long as we leave the valley, the 2 humans will surely die. Brush. As he spoke, the wolf demon raised his head and looked directly at Ye Bufan and the other person. There was a mixture of anger and murderous intent in his eyes. Ye Bufan and the other man were shocked. The Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King and the other 2 Demon Kings were stunned, and then their eyes lit up. Good plan. But Your Highness, you have to be quick. Otherwise, even with our Demon King's body, we can't withstand the burning of this Sea of Fire for a long time. At this time, the wolf demon added. Then what are you waiting for? Suddenly, the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King shouted loudly, and roared to all the demon members in the entire Qingfang Valley. All members, gather here on the cliff for me, quickly. The voice of the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King shook the entire Qingfang Valley and resounded in the minds of all the Demon Clan members. They did not dare to disobey the orders of the Demon King. However, at this moment, these demon beasts were struggling in the Sea of Fire, and their bodies could not be controlled by themselves. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King became furious. Kill. Then, he said in a cold voice. It is better for you to die than for me to die. As soon as the word came down, the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King did not hesitate at all. He took a step forward, and his sharp claws directly slapped down on a struggling monster. With a puff, a blood mist bloomed. Kill a monster with 1 strike. Bang. Then, the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King kicked the monster directly under the cliff and continued to rush towards another monster. Kill, kill, kill. Wherever the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Monster King passed, any dead monsters would be kicked down the cliff by him, and the living ones would be killed instantly and kicked down the cliff as well. There was no hesitation at all, and even less mercy. Seeing this, the 3 demon kings no longer hesitated. Get started. On the cliff. Master, let's run. Looking at the 4 demon kings madly attacking and killing their own kind, piling up corpses and trying to rush into Qingfang Valley, Tantai Tianyi swallowed and said. Run. Why are you running? Ye Bufan sneered, looked at the scene in front of him and said coldly, pile up corpses. It's a good idea, but it's a pity that I won't give you a chance. Forehead. Tantai Tianyi was slightly stunned. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He immediately took out a bucket of kerosene and placed it in front of him, then took out a spear. Puff! The spear pierced the iron barrel, and the kerosene in the barrel gurgled out. In the confused eyes of Tantai Tianyi, Ye Bufan kicked the iron barrel in front of him, which was full of kerosene but had a hole in it, into the valley. Bang! With a dull thud, the bucket of kerosene instantly fell on the nearly 10-meter-high mountain of corpses piled up by the 4 demon kings. Gurgle gurgle. At this moment, kerosene was still flowing out from that small hole. The flowing kerosene was ignited the instant it met the fire, and the fire rushed towards the small hole in the oil barrel. Boom! The next second, a loud bang was heard. The oil drum exploded. The terrifying energy dissipated and impacted the surrounding space. Its power was no less than the self-detonation of a Guiyuan realm warrior, sweeping away everything around. In an instant, the nearly 10-meter-high pile of corpses collapsed, and the corpses of the monsters were blown away with blood and flesh. Not only that, the surrounding space within nearly 100 meters was also strongly impacted. Bang, bang, bang. The monsters that were still alive and struggling were instantly knocked away, and even the 4 demon kings, including the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king, took several steps back. The mountain shook violently. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. Looking at this scene, Tantai Tianyi was completely dumbfounded. Gurgle. Then he swallowed again. Can kerosene be used like this? But after just a moment, Tantai Tianyi came back to his senses, looked at Ye Bufan excitedly and said, Master, come on, let me play too. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and refused. No. Tantai Tianyi was stunned. Why? I want to accumulate merits. Tantai Tianyi was speechless for a moment, he curled his lips but said no more. However, looking at Qingfang Valley and thinking about the previous scene, he did not feel any loss in his heart, only endless excitement. Now that you have mastered the method, are you still afraid of not having any chance? When there's a chance in the future, I'll also prepare millions of barrels of kerosene, and then go to the Wangyao Mountains to blow them up. At this moment, the residual power of the explosion had dissipated, and the raging fire once again engulfed Qingfang Valley. The purple lightning savage dragon demon king and the 3 demon kings stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the scene in front of them, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Your Highness, what should we do? At this time, the wolf demon looked at the purple lightning savage dragon demon king and said anxiously, I can't hold on any longer. Can't hold on. The wolf demon is like this, and the 3 demons, the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king, are also like this. Sizzle, sizzle. Strange sounds were heard from the skin and flesh of the 4 demon kings, and wisps of black smoke rose up. Their bodies seemed to be corroded and melted. Each of them was gritting their teeth, with a look of pain on their faces. Immediately, the purple lightning savage dragon demon king raised his head, his eyes full of anger and murderous intent stared directly at Ye Bufan and the others, and said, Human, are you really not going to give me a chance to live? Ye Bufan simply ignored the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king, took out another bucket of kerosene, and poked a hole in the iron bucket as before. Bang! Then, he kicked into Qingfang Valley. Seeing this scene, the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king became furious. Boom! With a loud bang, the oil barrel exploded. The terrifying power swept everything around, causing the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king and the 4 demon kings to retreat slightly. Roar! The purple lightning savage dragon demon king roared, looking panicked, and asked anxiously, Human, do you know who I am? Who are you, young master? Ye Bufan sneered. The 3 tribes of humans, demons and barbarians have been fighting each other for more than 100,000 years, and the 2 sides have long been at war to the death. What's more, you are all meritorious and powerful. Even if you are a demon god, I will kill you without hesitation. Bang! The next second, Ye Bufan kicked another bucket of kerosene into Qingfeng Valley, and without any words, he kicked in one bucket after another. Boom boom boom. In Qingfeng Valley, huge roars continued to sound, and the terrifying power swept through, causing the earth to shake and screams to be heard, as if the world was being destroyed. Sea of fire, explosions, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Lives perished, corpses and blood were everywhere. 7,000 monsters all died. Roar. Suddenly, a shrill roar was heard. Human, my father will not let you go then. In the sea of fire, the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king roared. Call out. A ray of purple light so tiny that it could not be seen or detected by the naked eye suddenly burst out from the body of the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king and then broke through the air. Bang! The next second, the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king fell to the ground. A generation of demon king fell. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! Seeing this scene, the other three demon kings who were struggling to hold on and resist the erosion of the flames all exclaimed. Bang! 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 The next second, they all collapsed to the ground. Human, you are in trouble. Suddenly, the bear demon raised his head, looked at Ye Bufan and the others, and said in a trembling voice. Forehead. Ye Bufan and Tan Tai Tianyi were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other again. In trouble. Isn't it just killing a few of your demon kings? All wait, death penalty. Suddenly, the three demon kings shouted in unison. Boom 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 boom. The next second, in Qingfeng Valley, without waiting for the raging fire to corrode their bodies, the three demon kings all chose to self-destruct. The sudden scene made Ye Bufan and the other person stunned. What's going on? Capital crime. Suicide. The two of them were stunned for a moment. In Qingfeng Valley, the sea of fire was still raging and boiling, but there were no more painful howls, cries, or struggles from the demon clan members. The world was in dead silence. Qingfeng Valley, the place where demons are buried. This place has become a purgatory for demons. Tianyi, we seem to be in real trouble. At this time, Ye Bufan suddenly looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and said weakly. Forehead. Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned, looked at Ye Bufan with a suspicious look, and said, Master, what do you mean? Do you know how many merits I have gained? Ye Bufan did not answer, but looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and asked back. How many? 249,183 points of merit. Fuck, how much? Upon hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi was shocked. He took a step back, stared at Ye Bufan with wide eyes, and asked in surprise. Ye Bufan said again, 249,183 points of merit. How is that possible? I also think it's impossible, but it's true. Ye Bufan smiled bitterly and continued, the more than 2,000 demon tribe members who were lured here earlier should all be guarding the divine pond nearby. According to the situation of the demon tribe guarding the divine pond, these more than 2,000 monsters can provide about 20,000 merits. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, that is to say, the 5,000 demon clan members brought by the purple lightning savage dragon demon king have provided me with nearly 230,000 merits. What does this mean? Gurgle. As Ye Bufan spoke, Tan Tai Tianyi couldn't help swallowing. 5,000 monsters and 230,000 merits. Excluding those monsters that were previously killed by the 4 demon kings, on average, each of these monsters is worth about 50 merits. What does 50 merits mean? A demon general in the Ningyuan realm. In other words, of the 5,000 demon clan members brought by the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king, except for the 3 demon kings, the others are all at the level of demon generals. Damn, is this the demon king? The 3 demon kings were their guards and 5,000 demon generals were accompanying them. Among the demon race, I'm afraid that even the demon emperors did not have such a formation when they traveled. Next to the raging fire, under the high temperature, it was as if a cold wind blew, and Ye Bufan and Tan Tai Tianyi only felt a chill all over their bodies. Chapter 184 Master, run. There is a strict hierarchy among the demon race. Under the same circumstances, one demon king could not command the other 3 demon kings. However, the 3 demon kings beside the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king were very respectful to him, and who would have thought that the 5,000 demon beasts accompanying him were all at the demon general level. The demon king's travels are probably no more than this. Now, whether it is the 3 demon kings or the 5,000 demon generals, they all demonstrate the extraordinary identity of the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king. Thinking back to the past, The three demon kings have always addressed the purple lightning savage dragon demon king as, Your Highness. Previously, Ye Bufan and the others did not know that the three demon beasts were all at the demon king level, so they naturally thought that the word, Your Highness referred to His Highness the demon king. But now, will demon kings of the same level address other demon kings as, Your Highness? Won't. The word, Your Highness may not simply mean His Highness the demon king, but has a deeper meaning. It may be a symbol of identity, the true His Highness of the demon clan. What is the demon prince? Son of the demon emperor. There is a sacred pond 500 meters away from Qingfang Valley. Ye Bufan is staying here and collecting the yuanxi in the sacred pond. Previously, all the demon clan members who were guarding the god ponds around Qingfang Valley were transferred away and buried in Qingfang Valley. Now, there were no demon clan members guarding these god ponds at all, so Ye Bufan would naturally not miss the opportunity to collect yuanxi. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Tan Tai Tian Yi stood aside, looking speechless. Master, it's just a few yuanxi, is it that serious? If you want, I have plenty of them, let's get down to business. Ye Bufan ignored Tan Tai Tianyi and collected the yuan stones in the divine pond. There were not many, only 27 pieces. After putting the yuanxi into the artifact space, Ye Bufan came to Tan Tai Tianyi, glanced at him, and said, This is not a question of quantity, this is a matter of principle. Since this is a trophy, why don't you take it? If this divine pond could be moved, I would have dug it away too. Tan Tai Tianyi's mouth twitched suddenly. Speechless, in admiration. It would have been fine if they had not spared the corpses of the burnt monsters in Qingfang Valley, but now they even want to dig up the divine pond. Master, you are worse than a bandit. Ye Bufan ignored it and took out the map that Tan Tai Tianyi had, took a look at it, locked onto another divine pond nearby, and said, Next one. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan put away the map and rushed towards a nearby sacred pond. The corner of Tan Tai Tianyi's mouth twitched and he followed closely. Obviously, although the two were shocked and frightened by the identity of the purple lightning barbarian dragon demon king, it was only for a moment. Now, the two did not take this matter to heart at all, and did not even care. Be he heartless or fearless, in short, he is just the son of the demon emperor, so just kill him. Dang dang dang. As the two were running, a clear bell sound suddenly rang out. Tan Tai Tianyi paused for a moment. What's wrong? Ye Bufan also stopped and looked at him curiously and asked. Master, did you hear any sound? Tan Tai Tianyi asked nervously, scanning the surrounding space with alert eyes. At the same time, he pricked up his ears, as if listening to something. What sound? Ye Bufan looked stunned and suspicious. Why didn't I hear anything? Did I hear it wrongly? A hint of suspicion flashed across Tan Tai Tianyi's eyes. Ken. Dang dang dang. As soon as Ye Bufan uttered a word, suddenly, a clear ringing sound was heard. The sound was very strange, as if it came from all directions. Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, and stopped talking. He listened to the clear ringing sound and said, There really is a sound, it sounds like a bell. Fuck. Tan Tai Tianyi jumped up and exclaimed, It's the fantasy purple gold bell, master, run. Forehead. Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Dreamy purple gold bell. What? Why run? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Tan Tai Tianyi had already grabbed his right hand and said urgently, Flying sky shuttle, show up. The next second, a palm-sized golden boat appeared in front of Tan Tai Tianyi, floating in the air. In an instant, a golden light emerged from the boat, and in a flash, it enveloped Ye Bufan and the other person. Ye Bufan was stunned and shocked. Tan Tai Tianyi said anxiously, 100,000 meters, shuttle freely. Suddenly, the golden light that originally enveloped Ye Bufan and the other person flashed and instantly left the ground. With a swoosh, the golden light enveloped the two people and rushed straight into the sky. The speed was so fast that it did not give Ye Bufan any chance to think. Call out. At this time, a purple light rushed over from afar, rushed towards the sky, and went straight to the golden light where Ye Bufan and the other person were escaping. Seal the sky. Suddenly, two words were heard in the distance. Bang! In an instant, the purple light in front of them seemed to explode, and a huge purple net appeared instantly, covering the sky and the sun, blocking Ye Bufan and the other man. Buzz! The golden light carried Ye Bufan and the other person and crashed into the purple net, causing ripples on the purple net, like mist, and the golden light could no longer move forward. At the same time, the purple net suddenly shrank, instantly trapping Ye Bufan and the other person. The golden light disappeared. Call out. Ye Bufan and the other person, along with the purple net that trapped them, instantly fell from midair, with the sound of wind whistling in their ears. With a bang, the two fell to the ground. Everything seemed to take a long time, but it was only a brief moment. Ye Bufan hadn't even reacted to what had happened. Dead, dead, he's dead now. Tantai Tianyi's messy voice continued to ring out in the purple net. What's going on? Ye Bufan asked with a frown. He wanted to pull away the purple net that trapped the two people, but found that he couldn't do it at all. It's Zhuge Zilling, it's that vicious woman Zhuge Zilling who's here. It's all over, it's all over. Master, you have to save me. Suddenly, Tantai Tianyi hugged Ye Bufan and cried with a messy and painful look on his face. Zhuge Zilling. He seemed to have heard Tantai Tianyi say these 4 words once. It was when the two met for the first time, outside Zhexian Tower. Tantai Tianyi seemed to have said that even if he recognized Zhuge Zilling wrongly, he would not recognize Ye Bufan wrongly. Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask, who is Zhuge Zilling? You seem to be afraid of her. I'm his fiancé. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in the distance. The voice was like a silver bell, but with a hint of anger. Fiancé. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Following the sound, I saw a girl of about 16 or 17 about 20 meters away. The girl was dressed in a plain green dress, without a speck of dust on her face. Her bun and long hair set off her stunning beauty. Her thin eyebrows should have been gentle, but at this moment they were slightly wrinkled, making her look stubborn and a little dissatisfied. There was no ripple in her indifferent eyes, no emotion in her graceful face. Her lips were rosy and tender, but there was no smile that could captivate the whole country, only a cold embellishment on her cold face. Her cold temperament undoubtedly told her that no strangers should approach her. Undoubtedly, this was the vicious woman Zhuge Zilling mentioned by Tantai Tianyi, and on her right wrist was a purple bell. There was no doubt that the sound just now came from this bell. At this moment, 2 men in blue were following behind her. In just a moment, Zhuge Zilling had already arrived in front of Ye Bufan and the others. She lowered her head and looked directly at Tantai Tianyi, frowning and saying with a hint of dissatisfaction, Tantai Tianyi, you've had enough of the trouble, it's time to go back. Snort. Tantai Tianyi snorted. He ignored Zhuge Zilling and looked at the 2 men in blue behind her. He shouted angrily, Qin Zong, Chen Hai, you 2 bastards are rebelling. Hurry up and let me go. The 2 men laughed bitterly, and one of them said, Master, before we set out, the master ordered us to fully cooperate with the young mistress. This time, we must bring the young master back no matter what, so we can't let him go. Son of a bitch. As the man spoke, Tantai Tianyi immediately said angrily, what young lady? Did I, the young master, agree to marry her? Whoever marries such a vicious woman will be unlucky. Whether you agree or not, in this life you are my husband and I am your wife. This cannot be changed. We will get married in 1 month. Without waiting for the man in green to speak, Zhuge Zilling spoke in a deep voice. What? Hearing this, Tantai Tianyi was shocked, and stared at Zhuge Zilling with wide eyes in disbelief. Get married in a month. Zhuge Zilling, you I won't agree. This is a joint decision made by the Zhuge and Tantai families. It is also my decision. You have no right to refuse. You, take away. As Zhuge Zilling spoke, she stretched out her right hand, and the purple net instantly turned into a purple light and returned to her hand. Ye Bufan and the other man thus regained their freedom. Whoosh! A man in blue clothes instantly appeared beside Tantai Tianyi and placed a hand on his shoulder. Tantai Tianyi's body trembled. Chen Hai, let go. Young master, please come back with us. The man in green said with a wry smile. You. Tantai Tianyi glared at the man in green, furious, but he did not continue to pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Zhuge Zilling and said angrily. Zhuge Zilling, I've told you 1,000 times, 10,000 times, I don't like you, I don't want to and won't marry you, but you still want to pester me, do you have any shame? The atmosphere suddenly became dead silent. Chapter 185. Men, do not let the women you love cry. Zhuge Zilling, I've told you 1,000 times, 10,000 times, I don't like you, I don't want to and won't marry you, but you still want to pester me, do you have any shame? The atmosphere suddenly became dead silent. The 2 men in blue looked at Zhuge Zilling with awkward eyes. Ye Bufan was also slightly stunned. He glanced at Tantai Tianyi, and his eyes fell on Zhuge Zilling, and his brows frowned slightly. At this moment, Ye Bufan seemed to understand some of the situation. Zhuge Zilling was going to marry Tan Tai Tianyi, and even their respective families had agreed to this. Unfortunately, Tan Tai Tianyi himself was unwilling. One forced marriage, the other escaped. Did Tan Tai Tianyi run away from home? Ye Bufan was instantly confused. Run away from marriage. Normally, shouldn't the woman be the one to run away from marriage? Moreover, with Zhuge Zilling's looks, 11 out of 10 men in this world would be willing to marry her and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives, but Tan Tai Tianyi just. Ye Bufan couldn't understand, but Zhuge Zilling was neither angry nor happy. She glanced at Tan Tai Tianyi and said calmly, "Just think of me, Zhuge Zilling, as shameless, but I'm determined to marry you, and no one can change that." "You." Tan Tai Tianyi was immediately furious, and then he shouted again, "You have no shame, but I still have some." As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Tai Tianyi slapped away the hand that the man in green had placed on his shoulder, pointed at Zhuge Zilling, and said, "Zhuge Zilling, who are you? You are one of the candidates for the goddess of heaven, destined to stand at the top and overlook all living beings in the future. And me, I am just a useless person, a poor creature who can never set foot in the realm of concentration. Between you and me, one is heaven and the other is earth. Do you think it is appropriate? You don't dislike me, but I am ashamed of myself. Although I am a useless person, I don't need your sympathy, and I don't need your pity." The hoarse roar, like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, shook the entire space and echoed in the minds of Ye Bufan and the others present. Ye Bufan's heart couldn't help but tremble, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes when he looked at Tan Tai Tianyi. Waste. Can never set foot in the state of concentration. Is it because of this reason that Tan Tai Tianyi has reached the peak of transcendent realm but has not advanced to condensation realm? But why can't he advance to condensation realm? Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, Zhuge Zilling looked at Tan Tai Tianyi, and her body trembled slightly. There was a hint of strangeness in her clear eyes, and she whispered, "You have been avoiding it, is it because you care about these things?" "Yes, that's what I care about. I care a lot, very much." Without any hesitation, Tan Tai Tianyi said with a ferocious look, "I can give up my position as a goddess." Zhuge Zilling suddenly said in a calm but resolute voice. Tan Tai Tianyi's body trembled. He. Soon, he smiled calmly again and said, "Give up. Can you give up the position of a goddess just because you want to? I can destroy my own martial arts foundation." Boom. Zhuge Zilling's simple words made Tan Tai Tianyi's soul tremble. Even Ye Bufan looked at Zhuge Zilling with infinite shock. The 2 men in blue were also shocked. "Are you crazy?" Suddenly, Tan Tai Tianyi roared again. "I'm not crazy." Zhuge Zilling's calm voice sounded, and she looked at Tan Tai Tianyi with a determined look on her face. "Don't you care about the gap between you and me? Then I will cut off my martial arts foundation, and from now on I will be a useless person, and you and I." "That's enough. That's enough." Before Zhuge Zilling finished speaking, she was interrupted by Tan Tai Tianyi, "Abandoning your own martial arts foundation. Zhuge Zilling, do you want me to feel guilty for the rest of my life? I am a useless person, and a dying person, with a body of ice and fire and yin and yang. Even I don't know how long I can live. I just want to live out the rest of my life happily. Why do you have to force me?" Tan Tai Tianyi roared, and Zhuge Zilling's delicate body trembled. She took a step forward and said with tears in her eyes, "Tianyi, no matter how much time you have left, I am willing to accompany you. 10 years, I will accompany you for 10 years, 20 years, I will accompany you for 20 years, I just hope that I will have no regrets in this life." "Shut up!" Tan Tai Tianyi shouted, and took a step back. A sharp dagger was instantly placed on his neck, and blood oozed out. "Zhuge Zilling, if you force me again, I will kill myself in front of you today." "Tianyi." Zhuge Zilling's delicate body trembled, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. "Master, no. Master, no." The 2 men in blue were even more shocked and took a step forward. "Don't come over here." Seeing this, Tan Tai Tianyi stepped back and shouted, "I want to live, there is no way. But if I want to die, who can stop me?" Buzz. Suddenly, Zhuge Zilling and the other 2 all trembled. "He wants to die, who can stop him?" Yes, Tan Tai Tianyi has a yin-yang body of ice and fire. Ice and fire cannot coexist. When yin and yang collide, the Yuan force moves and even a saint cannot save him. Call out. At this moment, a figure burst out and attacked Tan Tai Tianyi directly. It came suddenly and extremely fast. Bang! Ye Bufan kicked Tan Tai Tianyi directly. Call out. Tan Tai Tianyi's body flew backwards instantly. Bang! A few meters away, he landed heavily on the ground. Tianyi. Master. The sudden scene shocked Zhuge Zilling and the other two. They had never expected that the young man, whom they had always ignored, would suddenly take action. Immediately, the two men in blue became furious. Boy, you are looking for death. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from the two people, and the entire space trembled, as if the heaven and earth were about to shatter. Puff! Ye Bufan's breathing stagnated and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Call out! The man in blue attacked Ye Bufan with a killing move. Stop! Stop! Suddenly, two surprised voices were heard, Tan Tai Tianyi and Zhuge Zilling. The man in blue paused. Ahem. Ye Bufan coughed lightly, ignored the two men in blue, and even ignored Zhuge Zilling, but looked directly at Tan Tai Tianyi. Master. Tan Tai Tianyi got up from the ground and looked at Ye Bufan in surprise. Ye Bufan ignored him and walked towards Tan Tai Tianyi step by step. The atmosphere around him was dead silent and everyone looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment. Paw! In front of Tan Tai Tianyi, Ye Bufan slapped him directly on the head. Boy, you are looking for death. Seeing this, the man in green was furious and wanted to attack again, but was stopped by Zhuge Zilling. Zhuge Zilling frowned and looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan ignored him, stared at Tan Tai Tianyi, and angrily said, "You are such an idiot, leaving such a beautiful wife behind and trying to commit suicide." Suddenly, the four people present were stunned and their mouths twitched. Brush. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He pointed at Zhuge Zilling and looked at Tan Tai Tianyi solemnly and said, "Tell me, do you like her?" Buzz. Tan Tai Tianyi's body trembled suddenly. Zhuge Zilling was also slightly stunned, and looked at Tan Tai Tianyi with clear eyes. Tan Tai Tianyi hesitated slightly. Answer me. Ye Bufan shouted, "If you like her, then you like her. If you don't like her, then you don't like her. Just follow your heart. Why do you need to think so much? If you don't like her, I will help you kill her right now and put an end to it." Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the four people present trembled again. Kill Zhuge Zilling. Just you, a transcendent realm warrior. The four of them looked at Ye Bufan with astonishment in their eyes, but for some reason, at this moment, they did not doubt Ye Bufan's words. They all had a feeling in their hearts that he could do it. This feeling made the four of them extremely frightened. Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned. Answer me. Ye Bufan shouted again. Like. Tan Tai Tianyi said instinctively. Bang. Ye Bufan kicked Tan Tai Tianyi in the face again. Tan Tai Tianyi was caught off guard and took Ye Bufan's kick head on, and his body flew backwards 3 meters away again. Ye Bufan said sternly, "Since you like her, why the hell do you care so much? If you like her, pursue her and possess her. You just need to remember that in this world, no one can make her happy except you. They can't, and they don't deserve it. You should also remember that a man should not and cannot make the woman he loves cry. This is a man's shame." Buzz. Hearing this, the other four were stunned again. Master, Tan Tai Tianyi stood up and looked at Ye Bufan, seeming to want to say something but stopped himself. Ye Bufan ignored him and turned to look at Zhuge Zilling. His deep eyes were like a magic weapon, which made Zhuge Zilling stunned. Ye Bufan pointed at Tan Tai Tianyi and asked in a deep voice, "Do you like him?" Zhuge Zilling was stunned again, and said instinctively, "I like it." 3 years. Suddenly, Ye Bufan turned around and looked at Tan Tai Tianyi, uttering 2 words. Forehead. The 4 people present, including Zhuge Zilling and Tan Tai Tianyi, were all stunned. They looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment, with bewilderment on their faces. 3 years. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan continued, 3 years later, when you come to Beidou Martial Arts Academy, I will give you a freshman. Boom. Ye Bufan's casual words made the souls of the 3 people present tremble. They all stood there in a daze, as if they were possessed by a demon. After a moment, Tan Tai Tianyi was the first to come back to his senses. He stood up from the ground, looked at Ye Bufan with a confused expression and said, "Master, what do you mean?" Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said, "It's not difficult to dissolve a mere yin-yang body of ice and fire." Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. Suddenly, the whole place fell into dead silence. Chapter 186 The Only Request. It's just a yin-yang body of ice and fire. Is it easy to dissolve it? Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned. Zhuge Zilling was stunned. The 2 men in blue were also stunned. The four of them stared at Ye Bufan in a daze, as if they were possessed by a demon. Their minds were blank, with only Ye Bufan's words remaining. The yin-yang body of ice and fire is a fatal body, and death is inevitable after the age of 30. The two families, Tantai and Zug, tried their best and spent all their efforts, but they could not change Tantai Tianyi's fate. However, Ye Bufan said casually that he could resolve it, which shocked the four people. This is what it means to survive a desperate situation. Suddenly, Zug Zilling came back to her senses first, looked at Ye Bufan, and asked excitedly, "Senior, are you serious?" Although Ye Bufan was only a transcendent realm warrior, in Zug Zilling's eyes, he was a senior and a master. Even if the chance was only 1 in a million, she, Zug Zilling, did not want to let it go. If it can be saved, who would be willing to give up? Tantai, Tianyi and the other two all stared at Ye Bufan with expectant eyes, even their breathing became extremely subtle. He. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. "I will lie to men, not women, I will lie to my enemies, not my own people. What's more, this guy is my chief disciple, my future brother-in-law. If I say I can save him, I can save him." Forehead. Ye Bufan's words startled the two men in blue. They looked at Tantai Tianyi in surprise. "Master. Brother-in-law." Tantai Tianyi ignored it. At this moment, he only cared about whether his ice and fire yin and yang body could be dissolved. This is true for Tantai Tianyi and Zug Zilling as well. Bang! Suddenly, Zug Zilling knelt down on both knees in front of Ye Bufan, and said with an extremely sincere look, "In this case, please help me, Senior. Zilling will be grateful. If you have any request, my Zug and Tantai families will do their best to meet it with all their strength and will never break your promise. Even if the chance is 1 in a million, I will never miss it." Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned, and immediately said anxiously, "What are you doing? Get up quickly." Bang! Without waiting for Zug Zilling to respond, the two men in green also knelt on the ground, clasped their fists, and said respectfully, "Senior, please help save our young master's life. Although we have nothing, we are willing to serve you without any complaints." Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Serve me? You two grown men, I don't want you to serve me at all." Ye Bufan said in a deep voice, "I don't need you, and there is no reward from Tantai or Zug family. It's just a small favor, just because of the word, fate. You can stand up. If you continue to do this, I will change my mind." Upon hearing this, Zug Zilling and the other two were stunned. Yes, get up quickly, what are you doing?" At this time, Tantai Tianyi on the side suddenly said. Then, he threw himself at Ye Bufan's feet again, crying, "Master, I have a keen eye and have long seen that you are a peerless master. You must save me. You don't know that I have been dependent on my poor sister since I was a child. Over the years, my sister has suffered a lot for me. If I die one day, my sister will be heartbroken." Although Tantai Tianyi looked like a scoundrel, his eyes were clear and contained a hint of determination. He wanted to dissolve the yin-yang body of ice and fire more than anyone else. Zug Zilling and the other two suddenly twitched their lips. "What does this have to do with your sister Tantai Shiyu? Also, when did you two become lonely and dependent on each other?" Bang! Ye Bufan kicked Tantai Tianyi away. "Your uncle." A curse rang out. "How dare you use your sister to threaten me? Am I the kind of person who is controlled by beauty?" Then, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice, "All of you get up. I will rescue you if I say so. It's just a piece of cake." This. Zug Zilling and the other two hesitated slightly, but they all stood up. Tantai Tianyi is no exception. "Senior, why don't you take action now, but wait until 3 years later to help Tianyi resolve the yin-yang body of ice and fire?" After standing up, Zug Zilling looked at Ye Bufan and asked in surprise. Forehead. The other three were also stunned. "Yeah, why not now, but 3 years later?" Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "Now, I would like to, but unfortunately I don't have the ability now." Thinking about it, Ye Bufan said without hesitation, "I am only at the peak of Transcendent Realm now. I have the will but not the strength. If you want to dissolve this yin-yang body of ice and fire, you have to wait until I reach the Return to Origin Realm." According to Qin Shen, in order to dissolve or cure this yin-yang body of ice and fire, it is actually the same as curing Old Man Yi. One must rely on the peculiarities of Ye Bufan's martial arts practice, and one's own cultivation cannot be too weak. Zug Zilling and the other three were suddenly awakened. Only then did they remember that the young man in front of them, whom they called their senior, was just an ordinary person and had not even reached the Nengyuan stage. Immediately, a hint of suspicion, even doubt, flashed in the eyes of Zhuge Zilling and the other two. Can he really dissolve the yin-yang body of ice and fire? He. Seeing the reactions of the three people, Ye Bufan immediately smiled and said, I know what you are thinking. However, you are worrying too much. I don't want anything, so why should I deceive you? The three of them were stunned. Yes, the other party didn't put forward any conditions, his side wouldn't suffer any losses, and he wouldn't get any benefits either, so why lie? Immediately, Zhuge Zilling smiled awkwardly. Senior, we are overthinking, please don't blame me. However, if you want to step into Guiyuan or even Shenyuan, Zilling can help you. After all, this is also helping ourselves. No. Zhuge Zilling said this, but Ye Bufan refused. Zhuge Zilling was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, my path to martial arts depends solely on myself. I don't need to rely on others. As he spoke, his mind was filled with confusion and madness. At this moment, Ye Bufan could see that Tantai Tianyi's origin must be extraordinary. The Tantai family and the Zhuge family were probably also giants in the world. With their help, his cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. But that was someone else, not him, Ye Bufan. The artifact seals and restricts everything. Now, even if Ye Bufan was given countless natural treasures, miraculous pills and elixirs, it would be meaningless. Without merit, the seal could not be unlocked, and without unlocking the seal, his cultivation could not be improved. Merit is everything. He could ask the two major families to help him capture the demons and wild beasts, and then let him kill them, but that would inevitably arouse other people's suspicion. Ye Bufan didn't want the fact that he was carrying a divine weapon to be leaked. A man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. Ye Bufan's words made Zhuge Zilling and the other three stunned again. The road of martial arts depends on oneself, without relying on others. This sentence instantly made Ye Bufan's image in the hearts of the four of them taller. However, since Ye Bufan had said so, Zhuge Zilling naturally couldn't say anything more. But Tantai Tianyi, although he didn't say anything from beginning to end, his eyes were rolling around, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this time, Ye Bufan suddenly said, however, although I don't have any requirements for your Tantai family and Zhuge family, I do have a small request for the two of you, Zhuge Zilling and Tantai Tianyi. Kindness. Hearing this, the four of them were stunned. Tantai Tianyi immediately looked at Ye Bufan and said, Master, why are you being so polite to me? Whatever you ask for, your words are like the emperor's decree to me. I will serve you at your service without any complaints. Ye Bufan ignored Tantai Tianyi and looked at Zhuge Zilling. Zhuge Zilling was stunned. Senior, if you have any request, please feel free to tell me. After you bring Tianyi back this time, do you plan to get married within a month? Ye Bufan didn't say much, just asked. Forehead. Zhuge Zilling was stunned, and Tantai Tianyi and the two men in green also looked suspicious. Then, Zhuge Zilling said, Senior, our two families did plan this originally, but if you ask, it is not impossible to postpone it. Postponed? Why postponed? So what does Senior mean? Hey. Ye Bufan smiled wickedly, glanced at Zhuge Zilling, and then looked at Tantai Tianyi. His expression was as despicable as it could be. Suddenly, Tantai Tianyi's body trembled. He took a step back and looked at Ye Bufan warily and said, Master, brother, I don't like men. Get lost. Hearing this, Ye Bufan cursed angrily and said, I don't like men even more. I only like beautiful women, and peerless beauties. But since you originally planned to get married within a month, it can't be considered as me forcing you. So, my request to you is, 3 years, at least one son or one daughter. What? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tantai Tianyi's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Master, what is your request? A blush also appeared on Zhuge Zilling's face. Although she was eager to marry Tantai Tianyi, and this was her intention, but now it was proposed by an outsider, Ye Bufan, and it was a mandatory request, which naturally made her feel extremely shy. What, you don't want to? After glaring at Tantai Tianyi fiercely, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice. Tantai Tianyi was completely speechless. What the hell is this request? Ye Bufan ignored him and continued, 3 years later, at Beidou Martial Arts Academy, you two will bring a son or a daughter to find me. If you come, I will save you. If you don't come, Haha, I will watch you die without saving you. It's up to you how to choose. Tantai Tianyi's face suddenly looked bitter. 3 years, 1 son or 1 daughter. Originally, because his cheap master was able to dissolve his ice and fire yin and yang body, Tantai Tianyi thought that he didn't have to go back with Zhuge Zilling and could continue to do big things with his master. Now, not only does he still have to go back and get married with Zhuge Zilling, but there is even an even more terrifying requirement, a son or a daughter within 3 years. Damn, I'm only 17 now. That mood, that gap, from heaven to hell, it's just like this. Chapter 187 Return to the Origin of Murder. 3 years, 1 son or 1 daughter. Tantai Tianyi was almost crying. He could even imagine what his fate would be after returning to the Tantai family. Master, can we change the conditions? Tantai Tianyi looked at Ye Bufan and cried. No. Ye Bufan's 2 words were extremely firm, and he added, this is my only request. Of course, you can refuse. Anyway, you have already said it yourself. If you want to die, no one can stop you. Tantai Tianyi was speechless. Just now was just now, and now is now, how can it be the same? Just now I was doomed, but now you have given me hope, haven't you? Tantai Tianyi wanted to cry but had no tears, while Zhuge Zilling and the other 2 men in blue looked at each other and smiled indifferently. Get married and have children. This was originally a joint decision by the Tantai and Zhuge families, and was also Zhuge Zilling's own request. It can be said that even if Ye Bufan didn't say it, they would have done it. In fact, the 3 of them now have a feeling that Ye Bufan's so-called ability to save Tantai Tianyi is just a white lie, just to help the Tantai and Zhuge families. Of course, no matter which situation it is what the 2 families hope and expect to see. As for the result, we will know it in 3 years. Even if Ye Bufan is unable to save Tantai Tianyi 3 years later, there will be no loss to either family. Zhuge Zilling immediately looked at Ye Bufan and thanked him. Thank you for your help, senior. 3 years later, Tianyi and I will definitely bring our children to Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Is that right? Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then looked at Tantai Tianyi again, glared at him and said, what the hell, what's with that expression? Such a beautiful girl is willing to marry you and give birth to children for you, so you should be happy. I want to have children, but no one has done it for me. If she wasn't your wife, I would have snatched her away long ago. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Zilling and the other 2 couldn't help but twitch their lips. Now they believed even more that Ye Bufan's so-called treatment was just a white lie. After all, how could a senior master be like this? This guy was more like a gangster, a bandit and a bully. Ye Bufan ignored it and looked at one of the men in blue and said, who is that? What's your name? Reply senior. Stop. The man in green was speaking, but Ye Bufan raised his hand to stop him. My surname is Yi, so just call me Master Yi. Senior, you make me sound like a 1,000-year-old monster. I am only 16 and I haven't married yet. Zhuge Zilling and the other 2 twitched their lips again. Yes, Mr. Yi. The man in green responded and said, my name is Qin Zong. Qin Zong, right. After taking a look at the man in green, Ye Bufan's expression suddenly changed. A chill flashed across his eyes, and he said angrily, find out the bastard hiding nearby. He has been following me all the way. I want to see what exactly this thing is. Forehead. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Zhuge Zilling and the other 2 were stunned. Even Tantai Tianyi, who originally had a bitter face, looked at Ye Bufan in surprise. Is there anyone else around here? Brush. Suddenly, the expressions of Zhuge Zilling and the other 2 changed, becoming gloomy and cold. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 men in green instantly released their spiritual consciousness. More than 200 meters away, a man in black was hiding in an extremely secret bush. His deep eyes were fixed on Ye Bufan and the other 3. At this moment, his body trembled violently. Run. A word instantly emerged in the mind of the man in black. Call out. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran away in an instant, his speed reaching the extreme. Call out. Qin Zong suddenly disappeared in front of Ye Bufan. Call out. In less than a breath, Qin Zong appeared again, but there was an extra man in his hand. With a bang, Qin Zong threw him directly in front of Ye Bufan and stepped on him to the ground. He was stunned and said, 7 stars returned to Origin Realm, we didn't find him before, how did ye shall find him? Swipe. As Qin Zong spoke, Zhuge Zilling and the others immediately looked at Ye Bufan. Even the man in black who was stepped on by Qin Zong looked at Ye Bufan. His expression was full of surprise. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Of course I know, because this guy has been following me since I left Luoxian town. What? Hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi exclaimed, and he looked at Ye Bufan with wide eyes in disbelief. Master, this guy has been following you all the time. How is it possible? Why didn't I notice it at all? Also, how did you find him, master? Murderous look. Ye Bufan said in 2 words. As the former king of China's underground world, Ye Bufan had no idea how many times he had hovered on the brink of life and death, and his perception of murderous intent was absolutely terrifying. Murderous look. Tan Tai, Tianyi and the other 3 were slightly stunned, but the man in black was startled. Ye Bufan lowered his head, looked at the man in black and sneered, "You are in the Guiyuan realm, but I am only in the Tufan realm. My spiritual sense is not yet open, so naturally I cannot detect your existence. However, murderous aura is different. I am extremely sensitive to murderous aura. I am afraid that even the strong men in the Shenyuan and Zhoutian realms cannot compare with me. From the time you followed me till now, you have attempted to kill me 3 times. The first time was when I left the War Department camp in Luoxian town. The second time was almost half a day after I left Luoxian town. You should have been ready to take action at that time, but unfortunately you happened to run into a team from the War Department, so you gave up. Perhaps it was because of the appearance of this combat team that you changed your mind and planned to wait until I was far away from Luoxian town before taking action. That's why you didn't choose to take action for nearly half a day. The third time was also the last time. It was almost a day after I left Luoxian town. At the first God Pond, you were ready to take action. Unfortunately Tan Tai Tianyi's appearance made you give up the action again. Since then, you have never planned to take action. I thought you had left, but I didn't expect you were still here. A qualified killer should know how to restrain his murderous intent, but you haha, every time you haven't made a move, your murderous intent has already been exposed. I have to say that you are not a qualified killer. Ye Bufan looked at the man in black, smiled evilly, and said, Mr. Killer, how is my analysis? You. The man in black was shocked and even more furious. You have already discovered me and know that I want to kill you, so why did you leave Luoxian town? Why can't I leave? Ye Bufan said with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? You. Killed me. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, shook his head and said, I am not trying to attack you. Not to mention that you are just a Guiyuan realm, even if you are a Shenyuan, Zhoutian can't kill me unless the Shenwu Reverend personally takes action. What? Impossible. Hearing this, the man in black exclaimed. On the side, even Zhuge Zilling and the 2 men in green were slightly stunned. A Guiyuan realm couldn't kill a Tufan realm. They were a little bit unconvinced, but Ye Bufan's confidence didn't seem to be joking. This made them very surprised. Tan Tai Tianyi sneered and said, Stupid, do you think master is teasing you? You, a Guiyuan realm master, want to kill my master. Do you know what master was doing when I first met him? What? The man in black asked instinctively. What are you doing? You are only at the Guiyuan realm, and I'm afraid you will be scared to death if I tell you about it. Although Tan Tai Tianyi said this, he did not hide anything. I remember the first time I met Master. It was in the ancient forest. At that time, Master was blackmailing Man Shang, one of the 10 great barbarian kings in the ancient forest. You know Man Shang, right? In addition, there were 2 other barbarian kings, as well as several beast kings and demon kings present. But so what? Master still blackmailed those barbarian beasts, and in the end, Master got away safely. Dozens of beast kings and demon kings can't do anything to Master, and you, a Guiyuan realm master, want to kill Master. Tell me, are you an idiot? For a moment, the whole place was dead silent. A warrior in the transcendent realm went deep into the ancient forest and blackmailed Man Shang, one of the 10 barbarian kings, in front of dozens of beast kings and demon kings, and finally escaped safely. How is that possible? Whether it was Zhuge Zilling and the others, or the man in black, the first thought in their minds was disbelief. But Ye Bufan didn't care about these, and didn't need to explain anything. Instead, he looked at the man in black, frowned, and asked in a deep voice, Tell me, who asked you to kill me? The man in black trembled, a trace of fear appeared on his face, and he said in a trembling voice, I said, will you let me go? Kindness. Ye Bufan frowned. The man in black continued, I have no grudge against you. I am just doing this for money. As long as you promise to let me go, I will tell you the name of the employer and give you all the commission. Can. Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said. It's Kumahara. Fuck, that centurion. As soon as the man in black finished speaking, Tantai Tianyi exclaimed. He had heard about Ye Bufan and Shang Yuan in the war camp a long time ago, so he naturally knew about it. He immediately looked at Ye Bufan and said, Master, you shouldn't have let him go so easily. Bang! Ye Bufan kicked the black-clothed man in the face and angrily said, This is the first and last time. I'll give you one more chance. If you lie again, I'll search your soul. Chapter 188 The day we meet again is the day he dies. This is the first and last time. I'll give you one more chance. If you lie again, I'll search your soul. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. However, Tantai Tianyi looked at Ye Bufan and asked suspiciously, Master, how do you know he is lying? And you are so sure? As Tantai Tianyi asked, Zhuge Zilling and the other two couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan, even the man in black. It's simple. Shang Yuan doesn't deserve it. Ye Bufan sneered and said, a warrior at the 7-star return to Origin realm is probably one of the best in Luoxian town. How much would it cost to ask him to help? I am only at the transcendent realm. Is Shang Yuan that important? If Shang Yuan takes action, a high-level condensation realm cultivator would be enough, and at best he would be a 1-star or 2-star return to Origin realm cultivator. 7-star. Unless Shang Yuan has too much money and has nowhere to spend it. But do you think he is such a person? Forehead. As Ye Bufan spoke, Tantai Tianyi was slightly stunned. Indeed, Shang Yuan doesn't look like that. Ye Bufan continued, besides, Shang Yuan is at least a captain of 1,000 men. To be able to become a captain of 1,000 men in the War Department, he must not be a reckless man. What is the crime of attacking and killing members of the War Department? It's good that we haven't been discovered. Once we are discovered, we will definitely die. As a captain of 1,000 men, Shang Yuan has the power of 1,000 soldiers, among whom there must be his trusted loyalists. These people can all be used by him. Even if he does not take action himself, he can let them take action. Is it necessary to spend such a huge price to hire an outsider? What's more, this is a 7-star return to Origin realm. Shang Yuan himself is only at the Guiyuan realm, not yet at the 7-star level. He has no control over a 7-star Guiyuan realm warrior. What should he do if the matter is exposed? Or, if this 7-star Guiyuan realm warrior uses this to threaten him later, what should he do? Ye Bufan spoke slowly. Be it Tantai Tianyi or Zhuge Zilling, they did not refute at all because they could not refute. What do you think, Mr. Killer, do you think what I said is right? Then, Ye Bufan looked at the man in black and sneered. Snort. The man in black snorted coldly and said, what I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, it seems you still don't give up. The man in black didn't speak. Ye Bufan smiled and said, if I am not mistaken, you do not belong to this demon battlefield at all, and you have a great background. You even know Tantai Tianyi and know his identity, right? Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the man in black suddenly trembled violently. His pupils shrank suddenly. You. Hee hee. Looking at him, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. However, Zhuge Zilling, Tantai Tianyi and the other three present were slightly shocked. They looked at each other with a hint of horror in their eyes, then glanced at the man in black and then looked at Ye Bufan. Is this killer related to them? Immediately, Zhuge Zilling asked, Senior, you said he knows Tianyi. And does he know who Tianyi is? Certainly. Why are you so sure, Senior? It's very simple. Ye Bufan shrugged and continued, he originally came to kill me, so he would not let me go if he had the chance. But after Tianyi showed up, he never made a move again, and he even missed such a good opportunity in Qingfeng Valley. What does this mean? It means he is afraid of Tianyi. What is he afraid of? He can only be afraid of Tianyi's identity. If he doesn't know him, why would he be afraid of him? The four of them woke up suddenly. Swish, swish, swish. A series of strange looks instantly fell on the man in black. Tell me, who are you? Zhuge Zilling shouted loudly, with a chill in her voice. Who is Ye Bufan? That person might be able to dissolve Tantai Tianyi's yin-yang body of ice and fire, and now he is the only hope of the Tantai and Zhuge families. What should they do if Ye Bufan holds a grudge and gives up on saving Tantai Tianyi because of such a small matter? As Zhuge Zilling spoke, the man in black trembled. Then, He gritted his teeth and looked as if he would never tell the truth even if beaten to death. Senior, please search his soul. Seeing this, Zhuge Zilling turned his head and looked at Ye Bufan and said, Buzz. When the man in black heard this, his pupils shrank and his body trembled. Tan Tai, Tian Yi and the other two also looked at Ye Bufan. Forehead. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned, then he spread his hands and said, Soul search. I don't know how to search souls at all. What? Suddenly, Zhuge Zilling and the other three cried out in surprise. Tan Tai Tianyi looked even more confused. Master, you don't know how to search souls. Then you just said. Ye Bufan laughed and said, I was just bluffing him. Tan Tai Tianyi, Zhuge Zilling and the other three twitched their lips and were speechless for a moment. The man in black breathed a sigh of relief. But Ye Bufan suddenly said, it doesn't matter whether you search the soul or not, because I already have the answer I want. Without waiting for the people present to react, Ye Bufan looked at the man in black and said with a wicked smile, if my guess is correct, you should be someone sent by the Lu family of the Xian Empire, right? Forehead. Hearing this, the man in black was stunned, and a trace of suspicion and confusion flashed in his eyes. But after just a moment, he regained his ferocious look and gritted his teeth and said, how did you know? Bang! As soon as the man in black finished speaking, Ye Bufan kicked him in the face again and said angrily, you are lying again. Zhuge Zilling and the other three present were suddenly speechless. Did he lie? Didn't you say that he was sent by the Lu family from the Xian Empire? The man in black looked at Ye Bufan with an angry expression. Ye Bufan ignored him and smiled calmly, but thank you for your lie. Now I really know who sent you. Everyone was speechless again. You know again. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Tan Tai Tianyi, saying, Tianyi, have you ever been to the martial arts academy? Forehead. Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned instinctively, and then said, Master, how do you know? I am the honorary instructor of Kangchong Martial Academy. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched suddenly. Tan Tai Tianyi has many identities. He is an empire official and a war official, but now he is even an honorary instructor in the martial arts academy. There is no doubt that he is another person with a name only. However, Ye Bufan didn't care, because, as he said, he already knew the answer he wanted. Then, he looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and said with a smile, it's very simple, because this guy is from the martial academy. If I'm not mistaken, you are not only an honorary instructor of the Kangchong Martial Academy, but when you were in the martial academy, those instructors, deans, and the like should have been very polite to you, right? Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned again. Master, how do you know this? He. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, because I already know who sent him. If I work backwards, it's not difficult to guess. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked at the man in black again and said, in fact, from just now until now, I have been bluffing and deceiving you. Because I know very well that you can't tell the truth, and I can't make you tell the truth, so I can only ask you to cooperate with me to eliminate possible people one by one. Hearing this, the man in black suddenly became furious. Ye Bufan ignored him and continued, you may not know that I have been pretending to be stupid for the past 16 years, so it is impossible for me to offend anyone before this. If I had to, it would be within 1 or 2 months. There are not many people who want my life, only 4 in total. It is not difficult to eliminate them one by one. Ye Bufan said this lightly, but Zhuge Zilling and the two men in blue couldn't help but twitch their lips. If you offend 4 groups of people in a month or 2, and they all want to kill you, isn't that too much? Then how much is too much? It's only been a month or 2. What if it's been a year or 2? The 3 of them were completely speechless. The guy in front of them was simply a troublemaker. Etc. Suddenly, the 3 of them were stunned again, looked at each other, and then looked at Ye Bufan, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Playing dumb. And you've been pretending for 16 years. Why? Zhuge Zilling and the other 2 were shocked and stunned, but Tan Tai Tianyi didn't think much about it. He looked at Ye Bufan with excitement on his face. What does it mean to offend many people? There are many big things to do. Ye Bufan ignored the thoughts of Tan Tai Tianyi and the others. He looked at the man in black and continued, the first one is the Lu family of Xian Empire. However, your instinctive expression and reaction before have already explained everything. You don't even know what the Lu family is, so it's impossible that you were sent by them. Second, the barbarian king and his beast kings in the ancient forest. In addition, there is the purple flame black eagle demon king. However, whether it is the Demon King or the Barbarian King, they should not need to send a human like you to attack and kill me, right? If they know where I am, they can do it themselves, so the second one can also be ruled out. The third one is the Captain Shang Yuan. Shang Yuan is actually the biggest suspect in my mind, because the feud between us happened within the past 1 or 2 days, and he was right next to me. So, he was the first person I targeted, but you have already denied it yourself. Then there's only one left. As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at the man in black and smiled evilly, saying, "You should be sent by Han Nuo, right?" Buzz. Suddenly, the man in black trembled. I made an appointment with him to fight in 3 years, but he couldn't help but want to fight. Is he afraid or anxious? Or does he have no confidence in himself? Ignoring the man in black, Ye Bufan chuckled and said. Then, his voice sank again, "However, since he can't help but take action, I don't need to show mercy to him anymore. If you want to save my life, you must be prepared to die. The day we meet again will be the day he dies." As he spoke, a murderous intent flashed in Ye Bufan's eyes, and he whispered, "Qin Zong, kill him." Chapter 189 The Truth About Apprenticeship. Kill him. These 3 casual words determined the fate of the man in black. Even though he was a strong man in the Guiyuan realm, he would die at this moment. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Ye Bufan's principle, never let go of someone if you can kill him. The man in black, in the Guiyuan realm, died. In front of Qin Zong, he, a 7-star return to origin realm cultivator, didn't even have the chance to resist or struggle, and was destined to become a dried corpse in the wilderness. Although it was an order issued by Ye Bufan, it made him feel deeply touched and he desired more and more strength. This is Shenwu, not Earth. Here the strong dominate their fate, while the weak linger on. Right or wrong, good or evil, bullshit. Strength determines destiny. Today, if I were to switch identities with the man in black, I would be the one to die. In this world where life is worthless, it's either you or me. If you want to live, you can only constantly improve your strength and become stronger. Being in Shenwu, there is no choice. Either you linger on and let others slaughter you. Or stand on the top and look down on everyone. Ye Bufan chose the latter. After taking a look at the corpse on the ground and then looking at Ye Bufan, Zhuge Zilling had a strange look on her face. From his forbearance when he discovered the man in black to his thunderous counterattack after his group arrived, Zhuge Zilling knew in her heart that the young man in front of her, who was of the same age as her, was definitely not a kind-hearted person. If there is no opportunity, he will endure it. If there is a chance, he will take action. The force of thunder destroys everything, with absolute and decisive killing. However, these were nothing to Zhuge Zilling. What she cared about was the interrogation of the man in black after he was captured. The entire interrogation process seemed simple, but it was extremely complicated. Ye Bufan had taken into account everyone's psychology and instinctive reactions. Not only the man in black, but also several of them were included. He was like a king, controlling everything in the world, making everyone fall into his trap unknowingly, and then using them for his own purposes. Everything seemed disorganized, even full of lies, but it was the most effective way to achieve his goal. The most important thing is that these were not planned in advance. After all, Ye Bufan didn't know that his group was coming, so he had no time to plan. This scheming and calculation made Zhuge Zilling feel extremely frightened. She couldn't even imagine that the boy in front of her was only 16 years old. Now that the matter has been resolved, I still have things to do. It's time for you to leave. Let's say goodbye now. Ye Bufan suddenly spoke, and Zhuge Zilling came back to his senses. Senior. Zhuge Zilling was about to speak, but Ye Bufan interrupted her with a raised hand. There is no need to say anything else. Just bring your Tianyi's son or daughter to Beidou Martial Arts Academy in 3 years. Zhuge Zilling was stunned, and a blush appeared on her face, but she didn't say anything more. Instead, she looked at Ye Bufan and clasped her fists and said, "Thank you, Senior. In 3 years, Tianyi and I will go to Beidou Martial Arts Academy in person. Take care." Master. Tantai Tianyi was anxious, and he grabbed Ye Bufan's arm, saying bitterly, "Master, you really pushed your disciple into the fire pit like this. Get lost." Hearing this, Ye Bufan kicked out, and Tantai Tianyi immediately retreated. Ye Bufan glared at him and angrily shouted, "Say it again, I'm only 16 this year." 16, understand. If you dare to call me old man again, I'll tear your mouth apart. The corner of Tan Tai Tianyi's mouth twitched. Ye Bufan calmed down and said, also, whether you go back or not is your business, whether you want to live or not is also your business, I won't force you. Anyway, I only recognize one thing, bring your son or daughter to Beidou Martial Academy in 3 years. If you are there, I will save you. If not, then you can just wait to die. Goodbye. Having said that, Ye Bufan turned around and left. Tan Tai Tianyi was suddenly confused. If you go back with Zhuge Zilling, your carefree days will definitely be gone, and he knows exactly what will be waiting for him when he returns. But what if I don't go back? He was really worried that his cheap master would not help him. If that happened, wouldn't his life be in danger? It's an extremely difficult decision, and there is no choice. Suddenly, Ye Bufan had just walked about 5 or 6 meters when he stopped and turned back. Tan Tai Tianyi was immediately overjoyed. Master, no, it's you, have you changed your mind and are planning to take your disciple with you to do something big? Ye Bufan rolled his eyes at Tan Tai Tianyi and ignored him. Instead, he came to the side of the man in black, squatted down, took off the Zumi ring from his finger, and said, I almost forgot about the spoils of war. Tan Tai Tianyi's mouth twitched, and he said weakly, Master, it seems that Qin Zong killed that man, right? Shouldn't this trophy belong to Qin Zong? Hearing this, Ye Bufan immediately looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and asked, who discovered this person? You. Who is he coming for? You. Who ordered this killing? You again. Then what are you talking about? Ye Bufan shouted angrily, the man came for me, I found him, and I had him killed. If this trophy doesn't belong to me, who else should it belong to? Tan Tai Tianyi was speechless for a moment. By the way, remember to keep an eye on your master's wife. If she marries someone else within 3 years, I will break your legs and expel you from the sect. After leaving these words, Ye Bufan did not stay and turned around and left. Expelled from the sect, Tan Tai Tianyi's body trembled suddenly, and he looked at Ye Bufan's receding figure and asked anxiously, Master, which master's wife is this? Where is she? Ye Bufan kept walking and just said, it's your poor sister. I will rescue her in 3 years. Tan Tai Tianyi was speechless for a moment. My sister. My master's wife. Nima. Tianyi, does he know Sister Shui? At this time, Zhuge Zilling looked at Ye Bufan with a suspicious look, then looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and asked. I don't know shit, Tan Tai Tianyi said instinctively. What about him and Sister Shui? Tan Tai Tianyi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. I will tell you, when I was in Luoxian town, I had no luck in becoming an apprentice. All the gifts I gave could not impress the master to accept me as his disciple. In desperation, I could only take out my sister's portrait and give it a try. I threatened that as long as the master accepted me as a disciple, I would introduce my sister to him and help him get her. Definitely not. If my sister knew about this, I would be seriously injured. Moreover, this was originally just a stopgap measure. After all, the probability of the master and my sister meeting was very small, even 0. But now, thinking of the scene after Tan Tai Tianyi and Ye Bufan met, Tan Tai Tianyi felt a chill down his spine. Zhuge Zilling frowned at the look on Tan Tai Tianyi's face, fearing that Tan Tai Tianyi had done something excessive again. However, she did not ask any more questions, but looked at Ye Bufan's receding back. White clothes, young man. Ye Bufan always gave her a very strange feeling. Mysterious and unfathomable. I hope you can really dissolve the ice and fire yin and yang body, and not just do it to help us. Then, Zhuge Zilling frowned again and murmured in his heart. Ye Bufan didn't know what was in Tan Tai Tianyi's mind, nor did he want to know. Now, Ye Bufan had only one idea in mind, which was to find a slightly hidden place, and then, unlock the artifact and advance to condensation. Previously in Tianwang City, Ye Bufan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the transcendent realm. The reason why he did not advance was because he was restricted by the seal of the artifact. Without a large amount of essence and blood, there was no way he could unlock the artifact and advance to the condensation realm. But now it's different. After entering the War Department, the essence and blood are transformed into merits, the 6th level of seal, and the advancement from the transcendent realm to the condensation realm only requires 100,000 merits. In the previous battle of Qingfeng Valley, the appearance of the purple lightning barbarian dragon allowed Ye Bufan to gain more than 200,000 merits, which was enough to unlock and advance. After leaving the site of Tan Tai Tianyi and his group, Ye Bufan ran all the way. He wanted to find a slightly secret place to unlock the artifact. Half a day later, Ye Bufan climbed a mountain that was 500 meters high. The top of the mountain was sparsely populated, and there were no monsters or wild beasts around. After confirming that there was no threat, Ye Bufan sat cross-legged. Qin Shin, unseal the artifact. Chapter 190, Urgent report from the War Department, the demon tribe is moving. Qin Shin, unseal the artifact. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a purple barrier appeared around him. This was the exclusive protective barrier for the inheritor of the artifact. According to Qin Shin, even the divine martial lord couldn't break it. That was why Ye Bufan dared to unlock the divine weapon directly in the wilderness and look for a secret place. He simply didn't want to be discovered. After the barrier appeared, Ye Bufan immediately checked the War Soul Ring. 149,183 249,183. A number instantly caught Ye Bufan's eyes, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he was worried that the unlocking of the artifact would consume his accumulated merits. If that was the case, with this gluttonous artifact around, he might not be able to reach the rank of general in his lifetime. However, now it is just consuming the merits that can be used, so it is not a problem for Ye Bufan. Now he has nearly 250,000 merits. A 1-star general only needs 300,000. Within a month and a half, it is not difficult to get 50,000 merits. The moment his merit was consumed, a ray of colorful light instantly emerged from the Gukan Emperor Jade and instantly enveloped his body. The artifact is unlocked, the power of inheritance. Rays of colorful light continuously poured into Ye Bufan's body, merging into his flesh, blood, and bone marrow, and also allowing Ye Bufan's strength to continue to increase. In just a moment, he increased his strength by another 20 kilograms, allowing Ye Bufan's total strength to reach 700, truly reaching the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Transcendental Realm, the foundation of martial arts. The entire Tuifan realm is the accumulation of one's own strength, and the subsequent Ningxian realm, Zhodian, and Shenwu all utilize Yuanli to increase one's own strength. The greater the power accumulated in the Transcendent Realm, the greater the increase in strength of warriors of the same level, and the stronger their strength will be. That is why every warrior is very concerned about basic strength. After all, the 5 transformations of the mortal world have a total of 500 kilograms of strength, which is the same for everyone. The only difference is the basic strength. The stronger the basic strength, the greater the increase in the future. But Ye Bufan was different. His basic strength was originally full of 100, and then the artifact inheritance increased it by another 100. It can be said that even compared to geniuses with the same basic strength, Ye Bufan has a full 100 kilograms more strength than them. Geniuses with full basic strength cannot be compared with Ye Bufan, let alone others. What's more, in this world, apart from Ye Bufan who obtained the full basic strength because of the artifact, can other people really reach the full basic strength? This is an unknown. But no matter what, Ye Bufan's transcendent realm strength of 700 kilograms is absolutely terrifying. In the future, warriors of the same level, regardless of their martial arts or their own strength, will definitely not be able to compete with Ye Bufan. The colorful light dissipated instantly, and the transcendent realm reached its peak. At this time, another unfamiliar memory and unfamiliar formula flooded into Ye Bufan's mind. There are 50 great ways, 99 in the heavens, and one is hidden. One is outside the heavenly way and inside the great way. The way gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. The heavens give birth to one, and all things are shaped. Returning to one breaks the way, the secret of the heavenly way returning to one. Boom. In an instant, Ye Bufan's body shook. Advanced, condense the essence. The Tianyan Gai Ju operates autonomously. Huff, huff, huff. Between heaven and earth, the countless vital energies of heaven and earth seemed to have found their home and began to flow into Ye Bufan's body madly and uncontrollably. Not ingestion, but plunder. Within the body and in the meridians, a trace of vital energy flowed and instantly transformed into one's own energy. That feeling made Ye Bufan feel ecstatic. Ye Bufan was alone on the top of a high mountain, unlocking his magic weapon, advancing to the condensation stage, and enjoying the pleasure of cultivation. However, he was unaware that the entire Tianfeng War Division was in chaos at this time, or rather, the sudden action of the Demon Clan shocked the entire Tianfeng War Division. Tianfeng War Department, Sky Fortress. In a stone room, a scholar in a white robe sat cross-legged like an old monk in meditation. Traces of the vital energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body. There was no doubt that the scholar in the white robe was also practicing at this moment. "General, urgent news." Outside the stone door of the stone chamber, an urgent voice suddenly sounded. "Kindness." The white-robed scholar frowned suddenly. "Brush." His eyes suddenly opened, 2 rays of light shot out, and a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from his body. But it was only for a moment, and everything returned to calm again, and the heaven and earth energy that originally permeated around the scholar also dissipated instantly. Then the scholar waved his hand. Bang! The stone door of the stone chamber opened in response. A group of soldiers ran in instantly, knelt on one knee in front of the white-robed scholar with a thud, clasped his fists, and said anxiously, "General, the scouts ahead have sent news that the demon tribe has made unusual movements. 10 minutes ago, the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King personally led 100,000 demon troops to leave the garrison." Oh. Hearing this, the white-robed scholar frowned slightly. This Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King has always been restless. The last time he went out secretly, one of his wings was broken. He is going out again so soon and in a big way. Have you found out what he wants to do? Reporting to the general, the soldier responded, saying, "The scouts sent us news. For now, we only know that the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King is leading 100,000 demons on a rapid march toward the northern part of the battlefield." Northern part of the battlefield. The white-robed scholar frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he murmured in a deep voice, "From the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King's base all the way north, apart from the Luoxian town of our human race, there are only mountains in the north. Luoxian town is just a small border town of our human race, and it is extremely secretive. There are only 10,000 soldiers stationed there. It is impossible for the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King to lead a 100,000 strong demon army to head for Luoxian town. His destination should be the northern mountains. Apart from some sacred pools of the demon race, there are no settlements of our human race in the northern mountains, let alone wild beasts. What is he doing there?" The whereabouts of the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King made the white-robed scholar extremely confused, but he did not slack off. He just looked at the soldiers and said sternly, "Let the scouts continue to monitor the demon army's every move. If there is any news, report it as soon as possible. In addition, report." The white-robed scholar wanted to say something when another voice suddenly rang out from outside the stone chamber. Then a soldier ran in, knelt on one knee in front of the white-robed scholar with a bang, raised his fists, and said anxiously, "General, the scouts ahead have sent news that the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King has personally led a 100,000 strong demon army to leave their base and march northward. Their destination is not yet clear, and the scouts are following and monitoring them. Kindness." Hearing this, the white-robed scholar frowned immediately. Not only the scholar in white robe, but also the soldier who came earlier couldn't help but take a look at the soldier who came later beside him. The Demon King is out again. Another 100,000 strong army marching northward. Report. Before the white-robed scholar could think any more, another voice rang out. Bang! A soldier hurriedly ran in from outside, knelt on one knee in front of the white-robed scholar, clasped his fists, and said anxiously, "General, the scouts ahead have sent news that the Golden Winged Dapeng Monster King has personally led a 100,000 strong monster army to leave the station and march north quickly." As soon as the soldier finished speaking, several more soldiers ran in, and each of them looked nervous. Report. General, the scouts ahead have sent news that the 9 Sky Black Turtle Demon King has personally led a 100,000 strong demon army out of their base and is marching northwards. Their destination is not yet clear. Report. General, the scouts ahead have sent news that the Purple Lightning Leopard Demon King has personally led a 100,000 strong demon army out of their base and is marching northward. Report. 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 In the stone chamber, soldiers came to report one after another. There were 10 people in total, and without exception, all of the news they conveyed were related to the demon clan. All of them were about the Demon King personally leading the demon army and marching quickly to the northern part of the battlefield. For a moment, there was dead silence in the stone chamber, and every soldier had an expression of surprise and solemnity on his face. Their eyes all fell on the white-robed scholar. The white-robed scholar stood up suddenly. The demon clan is making unusual movements. The 10 demon kings and a 1,000,000-strong army are marching together, rushing to the northern part of the battlefield. There must be a reason for this unusual behavior. Something is happening in the northern mountains. Big news. Chapter 191. 2 Humans, Transcendent Realm. 10 Demon Kings and a million-strong army. The Purple Demon Emperor only had more than 40 Demon Kings and about 2.5 million demon army under his command. Now he dispatched a quarter of the Demon Kings and 2/5 of the demon army at once, which was really abnormal. Or rather, weird. Under normal circumstances, even if something earth-shattering really happened in the northern mountains, the Purple Emperor Demon King would only need to dispatch the demon army near the northern mountains, rather than withdrawing troops from various garrisons in a high-profile manner like he is doing now. Isn't he afraid that the defense will be weak and thus lead to a sneak attack by humans? Furthermore, the human race would certainly react to the demon race's high-profile actions. Among the 10 Demon King teams, even the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King, which was closest to the northern mountains, would probably take several hours to enter the northern mountains. Not to mention the other Demon King's armies. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The Demon King team that is farthest from the northern mountains will probably need at least a week to enter the northern mountains. Speed is of the essence in war. In this case, what is the meaning of the unusual movement of the demon army? It would be better to directly mobilize several Demon Kings such as the Purple Flame Black Eagle in the mountains near the north and let them lead their troops out in full force, which would be much more reasonable than what is happening now. Suddenly, the white-robed scholar shouted, "Wait, stay where you are." Call out. The next second, the white-robed scholar disappeared from the spot. Stay where you are. The 10 soldiers present were stunned when they heard this and watched the white-robed scholar suddenly leave. They looked at each other with surprise and confusion on their faces. Bang, bang, bang. On the boundless plain, an army of hundreds of thousands of demons, led by a demon king, were galloping towards the northern mountains. 1,000 meters in the sky, the white-robed scholar stood in the air, the breeze blew around him, and his white robe rustled. But he didn't care at all, just lowered his head and watched the 100,000 demon army marching forward. His brows were furrowed and his face looked thoughtful. Call out. The next second, the white-robed scholar was once again rushing towards the base of the demon army at an altitude of 1,000 meters. In the demon tribe's settlement, demon beasts gathered in 2s and 3s, lax and lazy. There was nothing unusual about them, but the white-robed scholar felt something strange in his heart, as if something was wrong. However, the white-robed scholar did not think much about it, nor did he stay for long. After checking the demon tribe's residence, he immediately got up and left. Continue to investigate personally. The second demon army and the second demon base were still the same. Even the white-robed scholar checked the conditions of 3 bases in a row and found them to be the same. An hour later, the white-robed scholar got up and returned to the Sky Fortress. Outside the Sky Fortress, a man in a purple robe stood proudly in the void. The purple robe completely covered his entire body and even his head, making it impossible to see his face clearly. At this moment, the purple-robed man roared at several soldiers at the outermost gate of the fortress, "Where on earth is your general doing? Why hasn't he come back yet? I have something urgent to deal with." There was a deep sense of urgency in his voice. "Senior, we really don't know." "Then where did your general go? You should know this, right?" "This senior, we don't know either." "You." The man in purple robe suddenly became extremely angry. Before he could say anything more, a white shadow in the distance was already rushing towards the Sky Fortress, and appeared in front of the man in purple robe in just a moment. The person who came was none other than the scholar in white robe. Seeing the purple-robed man in front of him, the white-robed scholar was slightly stunned, and then asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" "General, it's inconvenient to talk here." The man in purple robe glanced at the scholar in white robe and said, "Come with me." As the white-robed scholar spoke, he flew into the fortress, and the purple-robed man followed him without any hesitation. At the city gate, a group of soldiers from the War Department looked at each other in bewilderment. Stone chamber. At this moment, although the white-robed scholar had been gone for nearly an hour, the 10 soldiers here still did not leave, waiting in on standby. A scholar in a white robe walked out from outside the stone chamber. "General." Seeing this, the soldier said, "You guys please withdraw for now." The white-robed scholar waved his hand and said, "Also, without my order, no one is allowed to approach the stone chamber. This is a military order." "Military order?" The two words casually written by the white-robed scholar made all the soldiers stunned, but they did not hesitate at all. Yes, General. After responding, the 10 soldiers left immediately. However, before leaving, they couldn't help but take a look at the man in purple robe, only because they had never seen this man in purple robe before, and they sensed a hint of demonic aura from the man in purple robe. Although it is extremely faint, it does exist. Bang! The next second, the stone door of the stone chamber closed instantly. Bang! Instantly, the purple-robed man knelt on one knee in front of the white-robed scholar, clasped his fists and said, "Bai Yan, hello to the master. Bai Yan, get up. There's no need for this between you and me." The white-robed scholar immediately said softly, "Yes, master." The purple-robed man stood up, and the white-robed scholar looked at him and said, "Bai Yan, you are going to our human fortress in person. This is very disadvantageous for you and there will be danger. Be careful next time." "Master, Blue Eyes understands." The purple-robed man responded and said, "But master, this time the matter is urgent, and Bai Yan has to go there in person." The white-robed scholar frowned immediately, because of the unusual movement of the demon race this time. "Yes." The purple-robed man responded, "The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's only offspring, the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon Demon King, is dead. Kindness." Suddenly, the white-robed scholar frowned. The purple-robed man continued, "In fact, he had already left the fortress secretly a few days ago, but the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor didn't care too much at the time. First, he is a demon king himself, and he also took 3 demon kings and 5,000 demon generals with him. He can escape even if he encounters a human Jodian realm. Second, there are almost no major battles on the demon battlefield now. But, after a pause, the purple-robed man said in a deep voice, "A few hours ago, the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King's life plate shattered, and almost at the same time, the 3 demon kings and 5,000 demon generals accompanying the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon Demon King also died at the same time." "What?" Hearing this, the white-robed scholar exclaimed, "How is this possible? There were 4 demon kings and 5,000 demon generals. Even if he took action personally, it would be impossible for him to kill them all, let alone at the same time. Even if he faced this team, the outcome was still unknown." Suddenly, the white-robed scholar's voice sank. "The Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon died in the mountains in the north of the battlefield." "Yes. So, the Purple Emperor suddenly mobilized the demon army in order to enter the northern mountains and avenge his son." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed scholar frowned again. No, if the Purple Emperor really wanted to avenge his son, he could have mobilized the demon garrison in the northern mountains. Why would he do this now? "Master, this is why I came here in person," the purple-robed man said, his voice suddenly sinking. "It's true that the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor wants revenge, but this action is more of a trap." "Trap?" "Yes." The purple-robed man responded and continued, "Among the 10 demon kings, except for the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King, the other 9 demon kings are not going to the northern mountains. They are just baits released by the Purple Emperor Demon King. Moreover, the demon clan members led by the 10 demon kings are all 2-star and 3-star demon soldiers. All the elite are still in the demon clan station. Once you, master, attack them, all the elite troops in the demon tribe's base will attack the human race's base and fortress. This time, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor intends to sacrifice these 900,000 demon army for revenge, in exchange for heavy damage to the human race, injuring 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own." Buzz. As the purple-robed man spoke, the white-robed scholar's pupils couldn't help but shrink. "Hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of your own." At this moment, he finally understood why he had felt a strange feeling in his heart when he checked the demon tribe's base just now. Because of cultivation. Who could have thought that in the entire demon clan's base, all the low-level demon soldiers were sent out, and only the elite demon clan members were left? Lazy and lazy. Perhaps the old rival, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, had known for a long time that I would go to check out the demon clan's base, so he created this illusion to confuse me. The scholar in white robe could not imagine what a tragic scene it would be if his side fell into the trap and launched a surprise attack on the million-strong army. Etc. Suddenly, the scholar in white robe was stunned again. "You said that among the 10 demon emperors sent by the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, 9 of them were just baits, and the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor is really going to the northern mountains to avenge the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon." Then, he looked at the purple-robed man and asked in a deep voice, It's for revenge, but also to catch the murderer. Capture the murderer. Yes. Can we rely on the crippled demon king Xian Xuanying and the 100,000 demon army? The white-robed scholar frowned and asked in confusion, as you said, since the other party was able to kill the 4 demon kings and 5,000 demon generals in such a short time, he must be at least at the Jodian level. Do you think he can capture them alive with this 100,000-man army? What's more, won't the other party leave? Master, before the purple lightning savage dragon died, he used the secret method of the demon race to transmit the information of the murderer back. After a pause, the purple-robed man continued, and I believe no one can guess who this murderer is. Who? 2 humans, in the transcendent realm. What? The white-robed scholar suddenly exclaimed, how is it possible? 2 humans in the transcendent realm killed the 4 demon kings and the 5,000 demon generals who accompanied them at the same time. It's simply a fantasy. Bullshit. Chapter 192, Terrifying Martial Arts, Heaven's Evolution Returns to Oneness. It was simply a fantasy that 2 humans in the transcendent realm killed the 4 demon kings and 5,000 demon generals almost at the same time. In the eyes of the white-robed scholar, this was simply impossible and unrealistic. However, the scholar in white had absolute trust in the purple-robed man, and he believed that the information he got from the demon clan could definitely not be wrong. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. Since 2 humans in the transcendent realm were able to kill the 4 demon kings and 5,000 demon generals, something unknown must have happened in between. But none of this matters anymore. What matters is how to deal with the current situation. The purple-robed man did not stay for too long. He left immediately after delivering the message. From beginning to end, in the entire Sky Fortress, no one knew who he was or where he came from except the white-robed scholar. After the purple-robed man left, the white-robed scholar stayed alone in the stone chamber quietly, frowning, as if thinking about something. A scholar in white robe, a warrior in Jodian realm, one of the 3 great generals of Tianfeng War Department, a jade-faced Shira, Zi Qinhao. As a general of the War Department, commanding 1/3 of the Tianfeng War Department's forces, Zi Qinhao would naturally not miss the opportunity to suppress and weaken the strength of the demon clan. A trap of the demon clan. This is even more of an opportunity, so why not take advantage of it? After a moment, Zi Qinhao's frown relaxed, his face became solemn and stern, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he shouted. Someone come. The demon battlefield, the northern mountains. At this moment, because of the death of the demon emperor's son, the purple lightning barbarian dragon, the demon emperor was furious and the demon army was dispatched. A shocking war between the 2 camps of the human race and the demon race was about to break out, but Ye Bufan, the culprit, knew nothing about it. On the top of the mountain, practicing selflessly. The advantage of inheriting a magic weapon is that any martial arts skills that are inherited will be controlled by the magic weapon to help Ye Bufan practice them. This was true for previous martial arts, and it is also true for today's martial arts. The Tianyan Gai Ju was autonomously transformed, and endless vitality of heaven and earth poured into Ye Bufan's body and meridians, and was finally transformed into his own vitality. In Dantian, as more and more heaven and earth energy was refined, 2 strands of energy as big as hair took shape and lingered inside. Every time when one advances to the condensation realm, 1 more Yuan force will be added to the Dantian. 10-star condensation means 10 more Yuan force. Now that Ye Bufan has formed 2 Yuan forces in his Dantian, he has undoubtedly advanced to the 2-star condensation realm. Call. A breath of foul air came out of Ye Bufan's mouth, and at the same time, the Tianyan Gai Ju was instantly stopped. Feeling the majestic energy filling his meridians, as well as the 2 extremely pure energy in his Dantian, Ye Bufan was filled with shock and disbelief. 2-star condensation. So fast. Call. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the majestic Yuan force in his meridians disappeared instantly, and the same happened to the 2 pure Yuan forces in his Dantian. It was as if Ye Bufan had never practiced before and was still a transcendental realm warrior. Boom! The sudden scene shocked Ye Bufan. He opened his eyes suddenly, with a look of astonishment and confusion on his face, and asked anxiously, Qin Shin, what's going on? Why did all the energy I cultivated earlier disappear? Forehead. Without waiting for Qin Shin to answer, Ye Bufan was stunned again. Fuck. He stood up suddenly, looked around, and exclaimed again, where is this place? Why am I here? Ye Bufan clearly remembered that he was on the top of a high mountain when he unlocked the artifact and accepted the inheritance. But now, he found himself in a deep pit, and the surrounding stone walls were round and smooth, obviously man-made. This scene made Ye Bufan's heart tremble. Got caught. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Qin Shin's disdainful voice sounded, "What's the big deal? You are my master's successor, but you have such a low psychological endurance. How are you going to survive in the future?" Ye Bufan's mouth twitched suddenly. However, Ye Bufan already knew Qin Shin's character, so he didn't care and said directly, "Stop talking so much nonsense, answer my question quickly. The first or the second?" "Your uncle." Ye Bufan cursed angrily, but compared to the disappearance of his energy, he was more concerned about his own safety. He immediately asked, "Second, why am I here?" "You were already here." Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned instinctively. "What do you mean?" "This is the place where you unlocked the artifact just now." Qin Shin heard this and could only add helplessly, "Fart." Ye Bufan was furious. "Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think I'm blind? This is a fucking deep pit. I was almost buried. You did this yourself," Qin Shin said suddenly. Ye Bufan was stunned. "I did it myself." "That's right." Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, Qin Shin continued, "Think about the general outline of the Tianyan Gaiju and you will understand. The secret of heaven's evolution returning to one." Ye Bufan had a look of astonishment on his face, but he did not hesitate at all. He immediately recalled the general outline of the heaven's evolution and return to one art, and murmured, "The great Tao has 50, the heaven's evolution has 99, and one is hidden. The one is outside the heaven's Tao, but inside the great Tao. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. The heaven's evolution returns to one, and all things are shaped. Returning to one breaks the Tao, the heaven's evolution and return to one art." Ye Bufan recalled the outline of the Tianyan Gaiju in his mind and recited it again, but he still looked confused. "What does this have to do with the Tianyan Gaiju? Why don't I understand it?" "Fool," Qin Shin said with contempt, "when the heaven's evolution returns to one, all things are shaped. Isn't that clear enough? The practice of the heaven's evolution returns to one technique can absorb and refine everything in the world, transforming it into only for the practitioner's use. No matter whether it is living or dead things, there is no exception. Because you practiced the heaven's evolution returns to one technique before, all the rocks under you were refined, and naturally became what you are now." "What?" Ye Bufan suddenly cried out in surprise, and said in astonishment, "Have all these stones and soil been absorbed and refined by me? What's the problem?" Ye Bufan was instantly confused. Qin Shin continued, "Of course, this is because of the inheritance of the artifact, and the reason why the martial arts operate autonomously. If you practice on your own in the future, you can completely control it and only plunder the vitality of the weather without refining the myriad things in the world." Call. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If such a deep pit appeared on the ground every time he practiced, wouldn't he be scared to death? Moreover, if this was true, how could he dare to practice in front of others? Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned again and said, "You just said that dead things can be directly refined and absorbed, and so can living things." "That's right, everything in the world can be refined." Hiss. Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He had long known that the martial arts passed down by his beautiful master would not be simple. But now it seems that this is not only not simple, but also terrifying. Ye Bufan immediately said, "So, once I practice the heaven's evolution return to oneness technique, I can directly refine even living people, monsters, and wild beasts." "In theory, yes." "In theory. What do you mean? In practice?" "The truth is, you can't refine a living being. If you want to refine it, you can only kill it. Of course, although you can't refine a living being directly, you can still plunder a portion of its energy." "Plundering energy." "That's right. For example, during a battle, you can directly plunder the energy in the opponent's body and use it for your own benefit." "Fuck." Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan exclaimed. The reason why warriors in the Transcendent Realm are not as strong as warriors after the Condensation Realm is that after the Condensation Realm, they start to cultivate their Yuan force, which increases their Yuan force and greatly improves their strength. However, no matter whether it is Condensation Realm, Return to Yuan force, Divine Yuan force, or Circulation Realm, the Yuan force that can be contained is limited, and it will be consumed continuously during the battle. Once one's own energy is exhausted, one needs to practice to recover. During this period, warriors of any level are no different from warriors in the transcendent realm. Plundering energy. That would undoubtedly accelerate the consumption of the opponent's internal energy, while constantly recovering the consumption of one's own energy. Hurt the enemy and benefit yourself. Is this a martial arts secret? This is a terrifying martial art. Ye Bufan was shocked and even more excited. The art of returning to oneness with the heaven is the nemesis of warriors who have achieved transformation from the ordinary world, and is the nightmare of all of them. After being excited, Ye Bufan was stunned again and said, "You said before that as long as I practice martial arts, I can save the old man. Is that because of this?" Yes. Qin Shin did not deny. The soul-devouring Gu poison is fatal to others, but it is a great tonic for you. You only need to absorb the poison in the other person's body into your own body and refine it. However, this also requires your own cultivation. If your own cultivation is too low, you will not be able to control the soul-devouring Gu poison at all. Once the poison is introduced into your body, you will not be able to refine it in time because your cultivation is too weak, and you will eventually be killed by the backlash of the poison. The same is true of Tantai Tianyi's yin-yang body of ice and fire. The heaven's evolution returns to one art can refine all things in the world for your use. Any existence that makes warriors extremely fearful is of little use to you. It depends on whether you have enough cultivation and whether you have the strength to refine it. If you are strong enough, the entire Shenwu continent can refine it. Ye Bufan was stunned. Refine the Shenwu continent. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched again. The secret of returning to oneness from the heavens. This is a heaven-defying existence. Call. Taking a deep breath, Ye Bufan tried to calm himself down and not think about these things for the time being. After all, although the Tianyan Gai Ju was terrifying, it also had a huge limitation, and that was his own strength. If you are strong enough, you can refine everything. If you don't have enough strength, you'd better practice hard. Then, Ye Bufan asked again, "What is my current situation? Why did all the energy I gained from previous cultivation disappear?" Yuanli is the foundation of a warrior. No Yuanli, just transcendence. Chapter 193, Reversal of Martial Arts, Yuanli into Pill. Why does the Yuanli disappear? Facing Ye Bufan's question, Qin Shin explained directly, "After practicing the Tianyan Gai Ju, your body is like a furnace that can melt everything in the world. But in order to melt everything in the world, this furnace must be strong enough. So, the energy in your body has not disappeared. It has just automatically merged into your flesh, blood, bone marrow, tendons and veins to nourish your body, increase your physical strength and your compatibility with the universe. Once you start practicing or enter a combat state, the Yuanli will naturally return to its place and appear." Hearing this, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and directly activated the Tianyan Gai Ju. Sure enough, the Yuanli that had disappeared appeared again in the meridians and Dantian. However, Ye Bufan's Yuanli was now saturated and he could not continue to absorb the Yuanqi of heaven and earth. If he forced himself to absorb it, he would probably explode and die. Unless you advance to the 3-star condensation stage. Immediately, Ye Bufan stopped practicing the Tianyan Gai Ju. All the Yuan force in his body automatically dissipated and merged into his flesh and blood. Not even the slightest fluctuation of Yuan force could be felt on Ye Bufan's body. He was no different from the transcendental realm. Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask, "Can others see my cultivation level now? For example, Guiyuan, Shenyuan, Zhodian, Shenwu." "Cannot," Qin Shin said with great determination. "In the eyes of everyone, if you don't use your energy, you are just a transcendent realm warrior." Ye Bufan was delighted. "Eternal transformation. Are you asking me to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger?" "Shameless." Qin Shin immediately expressed her contempt. Ye Bufan was speechless. "This martial art is so special. What does it have to do with me? If there is anything shameless, then it is this Tian Yang Gui Yi art that is shameless." However, Ye Bufan would not argue with Qin Shin about this, but asked again, "Qin Shin, what does the last paragraph of this martial arts outline mean? What does it mean to reverse the martial arts and transform the essence into a pill?" "You'll know if you try it," Qin Shin said softly. "Will it be dangerous?" Ye Bufan frowned and asked with a little fear. After all, in Ye Bufan's opinion, martial arts techniques were similar to the internal energy techniques in those novels on Earth. Reversing the techniques would inevitably lead to obsession. Qin Shin smiled calmly. "There is no danger, only surprises." "Surprise?" Ye Bufan's eyes lit up immediately, but soon he frowned again and said fearfully, "Are you sure you are not trying to trick me? Do you really have a surprise?" Snort. Hearing this, Qin Shin snorted, "Believe it or not." Ye Bufan's mouth twitched suddenly. This tone, "Are you angry?" However, Ye Bufan had no choice. He was really scared of Qin Shin's trick. Who knew if Qin Shin was fooling him again this time? After hesitating for a moment, Ye Bufan decided to give it a try. After all, this passage was in the general outline of martial arts. Since it existed, it must have its meaning. Moreover, the surprise in Qin Shin's mouth also had a great impact on Ye Bufan. Immediately, Ye Bufan sat cross-legged with his hands flat on his legs and slowly closed his eyes. The heavens return to one, and martial arts techniques are reversed. Suddenly, the Yuan force that had been integrated into the body reappeared, and the Yuan force flowed through the tendons and veins. However, as Ye Bufan reversed the martial arts, these Yuan forces were no longer as peaceful as before, but seemed to be stimulated by something and became abnormally violent. Like a surging river, waves suddenly appear. Swish. Then, the violent energy in the tendons and veins gathered towards the hands frantically, as if being pulled by something. It is just like this when the river flows upstream. Ye Bufan was shocked. "Don't worry, there is really no danger, just continue." Just when Ye Bufan was about to stop reversing the martial arts technique, Qin Shin's voice suddenly sounded, unusually calm, but with a sense of relief. "Kindness." Ye Bufan closed his eyes and frowned. However, since Qin Shin said so, he no longer hesitated. After all, Qin Shin's tone did not sound like a joke. Continue to reverse the martial arts tactics. The energy in the tendons and veins is constantly being consumed. Time passed by minute, and Ye Bufan himself didn't know how much time had passed. His body trembled violently, and the reversal of martial arts came to an abrupt stop, only because the energy in his tendons and veins had been exhausted. Brush. Ye Bufan opened his eyes suddenly and said with a little dissatisfaction, "Qin Shin, surprise, where is the surprise you mentioned?" All his energy was exhausted, but Ye Bufan didn't see any so-called surprise at all, only empty veins. "Look at your hands," Qin Shin said calmly. "On your hands." Ye Bufan was stunned and looked at his hands instantly. Suddenly, a milky white particle the size of a soybean appeared in his sight on the palm of each of his left and right hands. Ye Bufan picked one up, put it in front of his eyes, looked at it and asked, "What is this?" "Essence pill." "Essence pill. What's it for?" "This is your own energy transformed from your reversed martial arts. It is just like the pills made by human pharmacists and can be taken directly. In fact, this essence pill is even better, because after taking the pill, you need to practice martial arts to slowly absorb and refine it, but this essence pill does not need it. Once taken, it will directly turn into energy and merge into the tendons and veins. However, you are currently only a 2-star condensation yuan, and your own energy is limited. Naturally, the effect of this essence pill cannot be compared with those pills." "Fuck, is this even possible?" Ye Bufan exclaimed immediately, looking at the 2 milky white essence pills in his hand with an incredible look on his face. "Doesn't that mean that practicing this Tianyan Gai Ju is equivalent to becoming a pharmacist? Being able to refine pills at will without failure. Most importantly, this essence pill can improve cultivation without refining it." "Yes. Crazy. Warriors start practicing martial arts at the condensation stage, absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth and converting it into their own energy to increase their strength. This is the most basic practice. In addition to this, you can also take elixirs, magic pills, natural treasures and other auxiliary methods for practice. Regardless of whether it is normal practice or practicing with elixirs, or natural treasures, there is only one purpose, to fill the meridians and improve the level of cultivation. Take Ye Bufan for example. Previously, when the martial arts were passed on, his cultivation had reached the 2-star condensation yuan realm, and the yuan force in his tendons and veins was saturated. In this case, he could no longer absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth from the outside world, otherwise he would explode and die. So the only choice is to break through. Using martial arts techniques, one can absorb all the energy in the body into dantian and condense it into one. At the 3-star condensation stage, 2 forces had already been condensed in the dantian, but those were the forces condensed at the 2-star condensation stage, which could not be compared with the 3-star condensation stage. Therefore, When the third force was condensed, the previous two forces also needed to absorb a large amount of heaven and earth energy to strengthen themselves and be equal to the third force. At this time, the speed at which the warrior absorbs the vital energy of heaven and earth will increase dramatically, and as a large amount of vital energy of heaven and earth flows into the meridians, it will also strengthen the meridians. When the third force condenses and forms, and the previous two forces are equal to it, it means that it has advanced to the 3-star condensation level. At this time, the tendons and veins will be able to accommodate more force due to the strong impact of the previous heaven and earth energy, reaching the 3-star condensation level. At the same time, for those who have just advanced to the 3-star condensation realm, their tendons and veins are completely dry and have no energy. What the warrior needs to do is to continue to absorb the energy of heaven and earth, transform the energy, and fill the meridians until they are saturated before making the next advancement. This is true for 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars. Repeat the cycle and keep improving. But this all takes time. Whether it is the essence of heaven and earth, miraculous elixirs, or natural treasures, these cannot be directly absorbed into the tendons and veins. They all need to be refined using martial arts techniques before they can be used by martial artists. But what about the essence pill? After taking it, it transforms the energy and directly integrates it into the meridians. No need to absorb, no need to refine. What does that mean? As long as a warrior has enough essence pills, he only needs to break through the bottleneck in his practice. Then his practice speed will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, so fast that it is unimaginable. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that Ye Bufan practiced the Tianyan Gai Ju, which can refine all things in the world. Take the corpses of the 7,000 monsters in Qingfeng Valley as an example. Ye Bufan can directly refine them and then refine them into Jingyuan Dan. How many Jingyuan pills can be refined by 7,000 monsters? With these essence pills, to what realm can Ye Bufan reach? Unimaginable. Young man, it's dawn, it's time to wake up from the dream. At this time, Qin Shin's voice sounded in Ye Bufan's heart, waking him up suddenly. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan asked instinctively. Qin Shin said disdainfully, you don't even think about it. Essence pills can be directly transformed into cultivation. But, have you forgotten? These essence pills are transformed from your own energy. If you want to improve your cultivation, why bother with this? You are still planning to refine those 7,000 monsters into essence pills and then slowly cultivate. Are you crazy? Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned. Then the corner of his mouth twitched again. Yes, the essence pill is originally transformed from one's own yuanli. If that's the case, why should I go through so much trouble? Can't I just advance directly? Damn, what is this? Essence pill. What the hell is the use? Chapter 194 The Demon Emperor has ordered. Although the essence pill cannot be used for one's own cultivation, in Ye Bufan's opinion, it is not meaningless, at least it can be used for others to cultivate, such as Ye Fu, Ye Wang and others. Although this will have some impact on himself, he can completely rely on the essence pill to cultivate a large number of masters. After all, one person's power is limited. However, for now, Ye Bufan would definitely not consider these things. Improving his own strength is the top priority now. As for the rest, if I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, it's my fate. After figuring this out, Ye Bufan simply put away the 2 essence pills and stopped thinking about them. Instead, he walked to the stone wall. Brush. He placed his hands directly on the stone wall. The secret of returning to oneness from heaven. As the martial arts formula was put into practice, Ye Bufan could instantly feel that the rocks on the stone wall where his hands touched were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a warm current flowed through his palms into his body and merged into his meridians. It really works. Feeling this scene, Ye Bufan was immediately delighted. Nonsense. Qin Shin said with contempt. Ye Bufan ignored Qin Shin completely and continued to practice martial arts to refine the stone wall in front of him. What are you doing? Feeling Ye Bufan's behavior, Qin Shin was stunned and couldn't help asking, although rocks can also be refined and cultivated, they can't be compared with the vitality of heaven and earth at all. Dig a hole. Ye Bufan replied with 2 words. Dig a hole. Qin Shin was stunned for a moment, and after coming to her senses, she spat out 2 words. You are sick. You are sick. Qin Shin was furious. Why are you digging a hole if you are not sick? Of course it's for training. Practice. Qin Shin was stunned and confused. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Don't you think it's safe to practice in this mountain?" Safety. That's right. This is the demon tribe's territory after all. Although most of the demon beasts around here are dead, there is no guarantee that other demon beasts will not come. If you practice in other places, it is only a matter of time before you encounter the demon tribe. But it's different here. Who would have thought that there is another space in this mountain? Who would have thought that I, a human, would practice here? Now that I have accumulated enough merits, I naturally want to practice martial arts well. I don't want to be disturbed by the demon tribe. Hearing this, Qin Shin was speechless. Digging out the mountain for cultivation. I'm afraid only Ye Bufan could think of this kind of idea, and only someone like him who possesses the Tianyan Gaiju can do it. However, as he said, there is really no need to worry about being disturbed by people or monsters when practicing here. Seeing this, Qin Shin said no more. It was unknown how long it had passed, but a large space appeared around Ye Bufan. The surrounding rocks had been refined for the most part, and the entire mountain was almost hollowed out. However, Ye Bufan had not recovered even 1% of the energy he had consumed previously. It must be said that although rocks could be refined for cultivation, it was absolutely not advisable. Seeing that the space was large enough, Ye Bufan stopped refining the surrounding stone walls and prepared to practice. The divine consciousness enters the artifact space. The 4 martial arts inheritance tablets, namely, Crazy Demon, Divine Martial Power, Tenglong 9 Steps and Lingshu Battle Armor, instantly appeared in Ye Bufan's sight. Now, Ye Bufan has advanced to the condensation realm. According to what Shi Feishuan said before, from now on, even if Ye Bufan does nothing, the artifact space will begin to consume merit. A martial arts inheritance monument consumes 100 merits, and now it consumes 400 merits every day, but for Ye Bufan, this merit is nothing. Of course, this is only temporary. Once he mastered more martial arts in the future, the daily merit consumption would inevitably increase. Moreover, if the merit was insufficient, the artifact space would be automatically closed. If he wanted to open it again, Ye Bufan didn't even dare to think about it. It's scary how many there are. Ye Bufan looked at the 4 martial arts inheritance tablets in front of him. Ye Bufan had already started practicing the 2 martial arts, Crazy Demon and Divine 8 Desolate Power, and had already mastered them. Madness requires speed. Shenwu Bawangjian increases strength. Both martial arts are very practical, and as divine-level martial arts, even if they are just entry-level martial arts, the power of these 2 martial arts is considerable. The 9 Steps of the Soaring Dragon, a divine-level, body movement martial art. Lingshu Armor, God-level, defensive martial arts. The 4 martial arts that Ye Bufan obtained in the Transcendent Realm are very comprehensive, including speed, strength, body movement, and defense, which can be said to be an integrated offense and defense. However, Lingshu Battle Armor is different from the other 3 martial arts because it requires Yuanli to use. Martial artists in the Transcendent Realm have no Yuanli at all, so they cannot practice and use Lingshu Battle Armor. But now it's different. Ye Bufan has advanced to the Condensation Yuan Realm and can fully practice the Lingshu Battle Armor. He can use his own Yuan power to condense the battle armor and protect himself. As long as the energy is not exhausted, the armor will not fall off. However, Ye Bufan has no plans to practice the Lingshu armor now, only because he is only at the 2-star condensation Yuan realm now, and the Yuan power in his meridians is limited. Even if he practices the Lingshu armor, the pitiful amount of Yuan power will not play a big role. Therefore, Ye Bufan directly locked onto the Tenglong 9 Steps. Divine-level martial arts skills. As early as when he was in Tianwang City, Ye Bufan had wanted to practice the 9 Steps of Tenglong, because although madness could increase attack speed, but most of the time it gave Ye Bufan a feeling of being powerless. Although the attack was fast, the footsteps could not keep up, so that Fengmo also had some shortcomings. The Tenglong 9 Steps could just make up for this shortcoming and make Fengmo more perfect. Crazy, Tamrin, a perfect match. Immediately, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated, and his mind fell directly on the martial arts inheritance monument of Tenglong Jubu. Buzz. A ray of colorful light suddenly emerged from the martial arts inheritance monument, and Ye Bufan's merits were instantly consumed, and the scene in front of him also changed. Endless universe, vast starry sky. At this moment, Ye Bufan seemed to have left the mountain cave, left the monster battlefield, and even left the Shenwu continent, and was now in the galaxy. The sudden change made Ye Bufan slightly stunned. The next second, before Ye Bufan could think or look any further, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of him, standing proudly among the sea of stars. The white clothes rustled and the long hair danced lightly. A peerless beauty, neither sad nor happy. Ye Bufan still looked like she was out of touch with the world, but that couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Even if she was just an image in front of one's eyes, it was enough to make people obsessed and fall in love with her. The soaring dragon has 9 steps. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke slowly. 1 step on the ground, 2 steps to ascend to the sky, 3 steps to seal the spirit, 4 steps to suppress the void. When you reach the 9th step, shock the gods, abandon the devil, turn into a dragon and escape from heaven and earth. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Bufan took a step forward. Buzz. At this moment, this minute, this second, the heaven and earth were silent, and the entire sea of stars seemed to tremble. Yin. A dragon roar came. Fuck. Ye Bufan exclaimed, his eyes widened, and above Ye Bufan image, a shadow of a dragon appeared in his sight. There was no doubt that Ye Bufan had definitely cultivated this martial art to the realm of artistic conception. Call out. The next second, she landed 1,000 miles away. Ye Bufan was so excited and his blood was boiling. He could travel 1,000 miles in 1 step. Even a Jodian realm warrior might not be able to do that. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. She took 1 step, then another, calmly, gracefully, and easily. Buzz. The next second, Ye Bufan's heart trembled inexplicably. It's like a kind of traction. It's like a calling. A wonderful feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. The sea of stars disappeared. The world disappeared. Myself disappeared. At this moment, Ye Bufan was the only one left in the world. Ye Bufan even felt that she was himself and he was her. The two seemed to have merged into one. Bang! In the cave in the mountain, Ye Bufan closed his eyes tightly, but took a step forward, silently and breathlessly, all by instinct. Martial Arts Inheritance Monument, Sudden Enlightenment. The Demon Battlefield, the Northern Mountains. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the monsters came running at full speed, with their hooves clattering and the earth shaking and dust flying wherever they passed. The noise was extremely loud. 100,000 monsters are attacking. Buzz. At the entrance to the mountain, the army came to a standstill. In front of the army, a man in a purple robe stood up, with 8 purple lines clearly visible on his cheeks. If Ye Bufan saw this man in a purple robe, he would recognize him at a glance. This was the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King. However, the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King's condition at the moment was obviously very bad. Even though he had transformed into a human body, his right arm was still drooping limply. On that day, Old Master Yi's angry blow directly shattered his right wing. Afterwards, he was framed by Ye Bufan in the ancient forest. Not only did he not get the 9th level treasure, he was also chased by a group of beast kings to the demon battlefield. In the end, his life was saved, but his right wing was completely useless, and his cultivation level regressed. He was originally at the peak of the Demon King, but now he is only equivalent to the human race's 7-star Divine Essence realm, and there is no hope for him to advance to the Demon Emperor in this lifetime. All this is thanks to Ye Bufan. All this is thanks to Mr. Yi. If we meet again, we will fight to the death. The Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King did not know that his mortal enemy was right in the northern mountains before him, and that he was the person that the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor had specifically requested to capture alive. Brush. Suddenly, looking at the northern mountains in front of him, the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor waved his hand and shouted in a cold voice, Lord Purple Emperor Demon Emperor has ordered that all Transcendent Realm humans in the northern mountains be captured alive. The rest of the humans, not a single one should be spared. Action. Chapter 195 Human Race, Take the Bait. Lord Purple Emperor Demon Emperor has ordered that all Transcendent Realm humans in the northern mountains be captured alive. All other humans, not a single one should be spared. Action. The Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King roared loudly, and his cold voice shook all directions. Behind him, 100,000 demon beasts roared to the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, 100,000 monsters scattered and divided into tens of thousands of small teams, charging towards the northern mountains in front of them. They were connected end to end, and each team was no more than 100 meters apart. Once one team encountered a situation, the other monster teams around them would be able to reinforce them at the first time. Moreover, the 100,000 monster army and tens of thousands of monster teams lined up in a row to intercept the rapid advance of the entire northern mountain area. The demon clan would never allow any fish to slip through the net, not even one. Their carpet-style search was airtight, leaving no escape or avoidance. Wherever he passed, no matter whether they were humans, wild beasts, or members of the demon clan, any living creature currently in the northern mountains would be able to escape. If you are a demon, join the army and cooperate with its actions. If it is a human or barbarian tribe. Human race, transcendent realm, captured alive. The human race, above the mortal realm, kill. Savage beast, kill. An army of 100,000 demons swept across the entire northern mountains, trampling everything with the force of thunder, and would rather kill the innocent than let them go. Seeing the 100,000 demon army entering the northern mountains, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King did not hesitate. He rose into the air, and his deep, cold eyes swept across the entire northern mountains. The next second, he rushed into the northern mountains alone. Killing took place in the northern mountains. An hour later. Bang, bang, bang. A huge human team came rushing over from afar, with no less than 100,000 people. Wherever they passed, the earth shook and dust flew. The pieces of silver armor were connected into one piece, flashing a cold metallic light under the sunlight. Cold, solemn, and filled with murderous intent. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing golden armor, riding on a monster beast, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. His eyes were dark and bottomless, like a pool of deep water, making people feel as if they had nowhere to breathe. War Department, 4-star General. At this moment, he glanced across the northern mountains. Brush. The next second, the man raised his arms and shouted. Kill. One word explains everything. On the battlefield of monsters and barbarians, the three races, the human race, the monster race, and the wild beasts, are as hostile as water and fire. It's either you die or I die. Today, we must not only slay demons, but also save people. He killed 4 demon kings and wiped out 5,000 demon generals in the transcendent realm. Even though he was a 4-star general of the War Department, he, who was in the high-level divine origin realm, found it incredible. He wanted to meet this human hero even more. Rub, rub, rub. 100,000 warriors drew their swords. Kill. The next second, 100,000 soldiers, holding swords, advanced towards the northern mountains. Every one of them had a stern expression and carried an unparalleled murderous intent. Monster Clan, come and fight. The army advanced, and in the blink of an eye, the remaining members of the 4-star general's battle team were less than 10,000. However, the energy, spirit, and spirit of each of these less than 10,000 people were incomparable to those of other members of the battle team. Many of them even rode on monster beasts. Among them, there are many generals who have returned to the origin. Qin Yao was also among them. Suddenly, the 4-star general glanced at the less than 10,000 people in front of him and said, "You are all the elites of the major battle camps under my command, and there are many generals among you. Today, you only have one mission, to save people." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4-star general instinctively straightened his body, like a sharp sword, and changed the subject, saying solemnly, "The general has ordered that in the northern mountains, today, even if all of our 100,000 men are buried here, not a single human being in the transcendent realm will be allowed to die." Boom. As soon as the 4-star general finished speaking, everyone's soul was shocked. The atmosphere was dead silent. The 4-star general did not hesitate and gave the order directly. "Military order, among you, Gui Yuan will lead the team, with 100 people in a group, and you can enter the northern mountains now. Don't pay attention to the members of the demon race, and search for the transcendent realm humans among them. Once found, take them away from the northern mountains at all costs. Implement." As soon as the 4-star general finished speaking, nearly 10,000 people in front of him divided into nearly 100 teams without any hesitation, and each team was led by a Guiyuan realm master. Well trained. The next second, nearly 100 teams scattered again, rushed into the northern mountains, and headed straight for the human race's transcendent realm. Save lives at all costs. No reason or cause is needed, military orders are as strong as a mountain. Seeing that all the members of the combat department had already started to move, the 4-star general did not hesitate at all. He soared into the air and rushed directly into the northern mountains. As the commander-in-chief, how can I stay out of it? There must be some unknown reason why the human race in the transcendent realm was able to kill the 4 demon kings and 5,000 demon generals. Although the War Department does not know the reason yet, such a person is definitely a strategic talent for the entire War Department and the entire human race. Must save. The human race and the demon race are about to fight. In the northern mountains of the demon battlefield, the situation has changed drastically because of Ye Bufan and Tan Tai Tieni. However, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The northern mountains are thousands of miles away. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a team of hundreds of thousands of demons stepped on the ground and rushed rapidly towards the northern mountains. Wherever they passed, the earth shook and dust flew. 30 meters ahead was a dense forest, with no birds or insects chirping, a dead silence that was faintly filled with murderous intent. However, the demon team hurried along, with no intention of waiting or stopping. 30 meters, in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. An army of 100,000 monsters rushed directly into the dense forest. Call out. Suddenly, a sharp arrow came through the air, carrying with it an immense murderous intent, and with a puff sound it shot directly into the body of a monster. Bang! The monster staggered and fell to the ground in an instant. Roar! Then another painful scream was heard. The demons were shocked. There's an ambush. The leading demon king paused for a moment, shouted loudly, and glanced at the surrounding dense forest with cold eyes, but an evil smile appeared on his face. The demon army also stopped instantly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, thousands of sharp arrows broke through the air, forming a rain of arrows and attacking the camp of 100,000 demons. With a fierce murderous intent. Puff, puff, puff. Sharp arrows pierced the monster's body, leaving streaks of blood. The monster's painful and angry roars were heard one after another. The army was in chaos. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrows in the sky never stopped, sweeping in from all directions. Although the arrow is sharp, it is not fatal. Compared with humans, the advantage of monsters is their huge bodies. A sharp arrow piercing their bodies is absolutely fatal to humans. Even if it is not fatal, it will cause serious injuries. But this is not the case for monsters. The sharp arrows can only cause them a little pain. In the dense forest, the sky was filled with arrows. However, the demon army did not even find the shadow of a human being, as if these arrows appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, the demon king's spiritual sense swept across. Hiss! In just a moment, he took a breath of cold air. With his divine sense, the demon king clearly saw that in this dense forest, members of the human race wearing silver battle armor were perched on tree branches. There were a large number of them, no less than 200,000. They bent their bows, put arrows on them, pulled the strings, and shot arrows. There were no less than 200,000 people, all dressed neatly in silver armor, undoubtedly members of the combat unit. But he was not surprised but happy. Then, the demon king shouted again, "All members of the human race hide in the trees and attack with all your strength." Roar, roar, roar. Hearing this, the monsters became furious, and then they madly crashed into the big trees around them. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy voices were heard. Oh! Watching this scene, the demon king sneered, and then roared, "The Lord Demon Emperor has ordered a fight to the death. No human will be left alive." Roar. The monster's roar suddenly became louder. Call out. The demon king did not hesitate at all. He flashed and rushed into the air in an instant, then broke through the air and flew away into the distance. The human race took the bait. In this way, his mission has been completed and there is no need to stay here any longer. Moreover, he must bring back the news from here as soon as possible. Call out. Not long after the demon king left, a man in golden armor appeared at the place where the demon king was before. He stood in the air, looking at the direction where the demon king was leaving with a teasing look, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he looked towards the dense forest in front of him and said sternly, "Although you are not members of my combat team, as a member of the human race, it is the responsibility of each of you to slay demons and barbarians. The general has ordered that today, no matter who it is, anyone who kills a monster will be rewarded. Afterwards, they can go to the various camps of the War Department to exchange for rewards and return the armor. 10 gold coins for each monster head, regardless of cultivation level." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in golden armor shouted again, "Kill! Kill! 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 Kill!" In the dense forest, deafening shouts of killing suddenly rang out. Bang! 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 One by one, the human members jumped down from the trees, and without any hesitation, they rushed towards the demon members in front of them with swords in hand. They are as fierce as wolves and tigers. They are full of murderous intent. One demon tribe, 10 gold coins. This time, the rewards offered by the War Department were quite a lot, even astonishing. The most important thing was that all these monsters were only 2-star, 3-star, or at most 4-star. 100,000 troops. Kill it like killing a chicken. Kill. In the dense forest, countless humans came from all directions to attack. The 100,000 strong demon army saw this scene but showed no intention of retreating. The Demon King has ordered us to fight to the death. Oh. Watching the fight between the human and demon races, the man in golden armor stood proudly in the void, took a look, and then flew away. There is no suspense in this battle. The human race and the demon race, the battlefield this time is not here, but in the major bases of the human race. The demon clan designs are coming. Human race, use their own tactics to defeat them, surround and kill them. Chapter 196 Shocking Changes. On the battlefield, life is worthless. The human race, the wild beasts, and the demon race have been fighting for more than 100,000 years. The casualties among the three parties are countless, and some have even suffered serious injuries. Therefore, although there have been many small-scale clashes and clashes between the three tribes over the years, there have been no large-scale battles. It cannot be compared with the time when the war between the three tribes just broke out. The battlefield at that time was called a battlefield. Bloody and cruel. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood could be seen everywhere. But now, the three parties are recuperating and accumulating strength. If the son of Purple Emperor Demon Emperor had not been killed this time, Purple Emperor Demon Emperor would never have planned such a battle with a total force of 5 million on both sides. This is anger, but also revenge. However, since the demons want to fight, what should humans be afraid of? War. The 10 demon kings and a million-strong army turned into bait. Zi Qinhao made arrangements as soon as he learned of the plan of the demon emperor Zhuang. His nearly 2.5 million troops remained on standby and set up ambushes in various human settlements, waiting for the demon army to attack. At the same time, he ordered the major generals to issue bounties in various battlefield towns, and the free warriors of the human race would deal with the 1 million, no, it should be 900,000 baits of the demon race. After all, the team of the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King was not cannon fodder. 1 demon tribe, 10 gold coins. 900,000 demons equals 9 million gold coins. This time, the War Department spent a huge amount of money, but the effect was very significant. 10 gold coins for 1 monster, who could resist such an offer? What's more, they are dealing with some 3-star and 4-star monsters. Who wouldn't? How many people are there in Luoxian town? Hundreds of thousands of warriors. On the battlefield, in the territory under the jurisdiction of Zi Qinhao, how many battlefield towns like Luoxian town are there? With a huge reward, the War Department recruited nearly 2 million warriors in the shortest time, including many at the Guiyuan realm. With twice the number of people and absolute military suppression, there is no suspense in this battle. The 9 teams and 900,000 troops of the Demon Clan are bound to be defeated, and it may even be possible to annihilate them all. Zi Qinhao no longer paid attention to the 900,000 strong demon army, but focused on dealing with the attacking elite demons. A trap. A sneak attack. This time, your demon clan will lose not only the wife but also the army. Tianfeng Combat Unit, under the command of Qinhao. Now, in the territory governed by Zi Qinhao, the major garrisons seemed to be poorly defended, with only a portion of the soldiers remaining in the garrison while the rest were deployed. But in fact, the garrison soldiers did not leave, some of them hid in the garrison and did not show up, while the others were lying in ambush far away from the garrison. All the stations were in dead silence. Under the deadly silence, there is an infinite killing intent, just waiting for the demons to attack, and then, attack from both inside and outside, severely injure, or even annihilate them all. Time passes by every second. The demon clan had 10 demon kings and 10 armies. Now, except for the team led by the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King, the other 9 armies were all intercepted and surrounded. The flames of war broke out instantly. Outside the dense forest. After seeing the ambush and sneak attack by the human race's combat troops, the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King left an order to fight to the death and return to the demon race's base. But he had been gone for only 5 minutes when his figure suddenly stopped. Dujiao, why are you here? Looking at the demon kings in front of him rushing towards them with an army of more than 100,000 demons, the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King came to the front of the team and asked one of the demon kings. "Have you already started the action?" The one-horned golden python demon king asked in a deep voice after taking a look at the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King. "That's right." The Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King responded and said, "The War Department has nearly 200,000 troops ambushing us. I'm afraid that the 100,000 of our clansmen won't be able to come back this time. However, using their deaths to exchange for a chance to severely injure Zi Qinhao is worth it." "Bastards, those are not from the War Department." Upon hearing this, the one-horned golden python demon king roared angrily. "What?" The Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King was shocked. "How is it possible? If they are not from the War Department, then who are they? I saw their unified human War Department armor, and there are even some people in the human return to origin realm among them. Where did you encounter the ambush?" Upon hearing this, the one-horned golden python demon king did not answer the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King, but asked back. The Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King was stunned, pointed to the back, and said, "It's in a dense forest not far away. With my speed, 5 minutes is enough. Everyone charge quickly and reinforce as quickly as possible." As soon as the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King finished speaking, the one-horned golden python demon king shouted loudly. Bang, bang, bang. The hundreds of thousands of demon army rushed out without any hesitation and rushed towards the dense forest ahead. The Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King was slightly stunned when he saw this. "One horn. Demon Kings, let's go first." Just as Nether Black Tiger was about to speak, the one-horned golden python demon king said in a stern voice. Then, he glanced at the Nether Black Tiger Demon King and said, "Nether, you follow too. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, the one-horned golden python demon king rushed away. His speed was so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Swoosh, swoosh. The other two demon kings followed closely. Seeing this scene, the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King was slightly stunned. He was unable to react for a moment as to what was happening, but he still followed. Unicorn, what's going on? According to the orders of the Demon Emperor, shouldn't you be attacking the human settlement? Why are you running here? In just a breath, the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon Emperor caught up with the other three Demon Emperors. Looking at the Unicorn Golden Python Demon Emperor running fast beside him, he couldn't help but ask. Sneak attack, what the hell? The one-horned golden python demon king shouted angrily. The demon king's plan has been exposed, and the human race has long been prepared. What? Hearing this, the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King exclaimed in surprise and said incredulously, "How is this possible?" Impossible. The one-horned golden python demon king sneered, his voice filled with endless anger as he said, "If the demon king's plan had not been leaked, why were the people who ambushed ordinary warriors of the human race instead of the people from the War Department? And they had to pretend to be people from the War Department." The Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King hesitated and was speechless. The one-horned golden python demon king continued, "Right now, the human race has already set up ambushes in the major bases of the human race's War Department, waiting for us to come to their doorstep. How do you know all this?" Upon hearing this, the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King couldn't help but ask instinctively. That's what the Demon Emperor said. The Demon Emperor said so. How did he know? Kindness. Suddenly, the one-horned golden python demon king paused, glanced at the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King, and said in a cold voice, "How dare you question the Demon King?" Ah! The Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King suddenly exclaimed, I dare not, how dare I question the Demon Emperor?" Snort. The one-horned golden python demon king snorted coldly, "It's better this way." Then, his voice became calmer and he said, "As for how the demon king knew this, you ask me, who should I ask? Besides, these are not what we should ask." Yes. The Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King responded repeatedly and said, "Then let's go to the dense forest now." Is this the order of the Demon King? Nonsense. The one-horned golden python demon king shouted angrily, "How dare we mobilize troops without the order of the Demon King? Do you think we are all the same as that idiot purple flame black eagle?" After softening his tone, the one-horned golden python demon king added, "The Demon King has already ordered to change all previous deployments, abandon the raid on the human race's War Department, and instead massacre those warriors of the human race who are pretending to be members of the War Department. Hey hey. Suddenly, the netherworld Black Tiger Demon King smiled evilly. With our strength, it will only take half an hour to slaughter those 200,000 people, or even less than half an hour. During this time, Zi Qinhao is still waiting for us to fall into his ambush in the fortress. If he knew that we changed our plan and slaughtered his 200,000 people, I wonder how he would feel. That expression must be very interesting. No, it's more than 200,000. According to what you said, the demon kings in other garrisons have also been dispatched. There are 9 teams, each with nearly 200,000 people, which means nearly 1.8 million people. Tisk tisk, 1.8 million people. I'm afraid Zi Qinhao's position as the general of the war department will not be kept. Half an hour. As the netherworld Black Tiger Demon King spoke, the one-horned golden python sneered, we only have 5 minutes, at best 10. The netherworld Black Tiger Demon King was stunned and asked in surprise, why? Do you think that since Zi Qinhao can become a general of the war department, he would be a reckless man? What's more, humans are inherently cunning. As early as when our plan was leaked and he began to lay out, he had already dispatched human warriors in the Divine Yuan realm to secretly target our various bases. If it weren't for the reminder from the Demon Emperor, we wouldn't have known about it. As the one-horned golden python spoke, there was a hint of uncontrollable anger in his words. For him, he didn't even know he was being monitored, which was a great shame and humiliation. After a pause, the one-horned golden python said angrily, although we found him because of the Demon Emperor's reminder, we were unable to capture him. Moreover, he followed us all the way and just left before we met you. Now, Zi Qinhao must have known all this. Tell me, how can we have so much time? The netherworld Black Tiger Demon King was stunned when he heard this. The human race is truly shameless. Before he could speak, the one-horned golden python Demon King continued, moreover, the Demon King has given orders in advance to rescue the 900,000 of our fellows and kill some of the humans. Then, immediately return to the base, and, all the Demon Kings will go to the northern mountains to support Ziyan. Before the humans are aware of it, sweep across the northern mountains and capture the human who killed the Demon King's son alive. What? Suddenly, the netherworld Black Tiger Demon King cried out in surprise. The state of mind and the trembling spirit. All the Demon Kings headed to the northern mountains. Chapter 197. 5 minutes later, attacked from front and back. The Demon Emperor has ordered that the plan be changed. In each of the demon tribe's settlements, the elite demon tribe members who had been left behind to attack the human tribe's settlements came out in full force and rushed forward to reinforce the 10 teams that had been previously regarded as bait and cannon fodder, in order to catch the human tribe off guard. Before the more than 100,000 elite demon tribe members who were accompanying them arrived, the 4 demon kings, including the one-horned golden python, had already arrived outside the dense forest where the 2 tribes were fighting. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood wafted from the dense forest, filled with murderous intent and dead silence, making people shudder. Kill, kill, kill. The human men took up their swords and slew the monsters, with the sound of killing shaking the sky. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of monsters also came one after another. Angry, but also terrified. The human race has nearly 200,000 warriors, including many in the condensation and return to origin realms. On the other hand, on their side, the 4th order monster is already the strongest. How to fight? On what basis? There was a huge gap in strength between the 2 sides, like the difference between heaven and earth. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the fight began, and nearly half of the 100,000 monster army had been killed by humans. Moreover, the remaining monster members were also more or less injured. The human race is large in number and powerful. Now, as members of the demon clan are constantly being killed, the gap between them is getting bigger and bigger. Scenes of 3 or 4 humans attacking a demon beast can be seen everywhere. The situation is extremely unfavorable for the demon clan. If it weren't for the Demon Emperor's order, all the monsters would have escaped long ago. At this moment, we can only fight to the death. However, in the dense forest, on the battlefield, it is often 3 or 4 humans attacking a monster together, or at least 2 people surrounding it. Moreover, the strength of the monsters is weak. According to the strength of the human race, there is not even a warrior in the refining realm among these 100,000 monsters. How to fight? The demons wanted to fight back, but they could only be slaughtered. The 4 demon kings came flying in the sky, standing proudly in the void, their spiritual consciousness covering the entire dense forest, and the bloody fight before them was clearly visible. Although they already knew that they were no match for the enemy, after all, these 100,000 monsters were just cannon fodder, but when they saw the bloody scene before them and the miserable situation of their own monster clan, the 4 demon kings could not help but get furious. Roar, 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 roar. Suddenly, 4 roars rang out. The demon king roared towards the sky, and the heaven and earth shook. Buzz. In the dense forest, amidst the fighting, both humans and monsters were shocked and stunned by the sudden earth-shaking roar. The fighting instinct stagnates. Swish, swish, swish. Whether they were humans or monsters, they all looked up and looked in the direction of the sound. Through the dense forest, one could clearly see the 4 demon kings standing in the air in the void. The terrifying murderous intent around them and the icy coldness in their eyes made every human member present tremble in their hearts and stand tall in horror. The world was dead silent and extremely strange. It's the demon king. Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard from the dense forest. Boom! The bodies of all human members shook again. Wake up instantly. Fuck, the 4 demon kings, what's going on? Didn't the War Department say that there would only be 3rd and 4th level monsters this time? How come even the 8th level Divine Origin Realm demon kings are here, and 4 of them? The human race was terrified. The demon clan was overjoyed. Roar, roar, roar. One by one, the monsters roared towards the sky, emitting hearty roars, sweeping away the previous fear and terror, leaving only endless excitement and murderous intent. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. At this time, bursts of thunderous sounds were heard in the distance, the earth was shaking, and the space was trembling. More than 100,000 elite demons came to attack. Buzz. Following the sound, they saw a swarm of monsters rushing towards the dense forest, and all the human eyes couldn't help but shrink. Run. Suddenly, a word emerged in the minds of all the human beings present, decisively and resolutely. The 4 demon kings, more than 100,000 elite demons, plus the more than 70,000 demon beasts left, such a demon force is simply not something they can contend with. Kill. Before the human race could think about it, an angry roar sounded in the void. Just one word, full of murderous intent. Roar, roar, roar. The bloodthirsty roars of monsters were heard one after another. Kill. Suddenly, more than 100,000 elite demons who had just arrived outside the dense forest rushed into the dense forest without any hesitation. The previous demon cannon fodder also counterattacked instantly. The situation is reversed. The overwhelming roar of monsters rang out, shaking the entire space, and all members of the human race felt a chill instantly sweep through their bodies. The warriors turned around and ran without stopping. You want to run? Do you think you can escape? In the void, the cold eyes of the one-horned golden python demon king swept across the dense forest, seeing everything, kill all the human races, leave no one alive. 3 of you, time is running out, let's take action too. Then, the one-horned golden python demon king looked at the 3 demon kings around him and said. Good. The 3 demon kings responded. Call out. Before the 4 demon kings could take any action, a figure came running towards them from a distance. The speed was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. One-horned golden python, your opponent is me. Suddenly, a fierce shout came from the figure's mouth again. The murderous intent and anger shook the earth. Buzz. The huge bodies of the 4 demon kings were suddenly shaken. Call out. A figure has appeared in front of the demon king. Protected by purple golden armor and with long hair dancing in the wind, the middle-aged man came in front of the one-horned golden python, and before the python could react, he struck it with a thunderous punch. Murderous intent, anger, the earth and heaven shook. The one-horned golden python demon king was shocked. Call out. His long golden tail swept out with the force of thunder and struck directly at the man in purple gold armor. Boom. In the void, the man in purple gold armor punched the giant tail of the one-horned golden python demon king in an instant. A sonic boom sounded, and with terrifying energy as the center, it swept across the surrounding world madly, as if to devour everything. The 3 demon kings retreated 3 meters. In the dense forest, no matter whether they were human or demon, all members had a buzzing sound in their ears, as if they had suddenly lost their hearing. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. Swish, swish, swish. Pairs of horrified eyes couldn't help but look up at the sky, and even the original fighting came to a sudden halt. In the void, a man in purple gold armor stood proudly, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. his long hair dancing in the wind, staring directly at the one-horned golden python demon king in front of him. Feng Buping. Suddenly, the one-horned golden python demon king let out a loud roar, with a hint of disbelief and deep shock in his voice. The people from the War Department came too quickly. In the dense forest, all the human members who were originally planning to evacuate were stunned after hearing the fierce roar of the one-horned golden python demon king. His eyes were fixed on the man in the purple gold armor. Unfair ceiling. Tianfeng Combat Department, under the command of General Zi Qinhao, one of the 3 5-star generals. The human race members were overjoyed. One-horned golden python, I didn't expect that your demon clan would change the plan and give up the sneak attack on my human base, and instead surround and kill my human members. Unfortunately, you are destined to fail. Looking at the shocked one-horned golden python demon king, Feng Buping said coldly. The one-horned golden python demon king woke up instantly. So what? He looked at Feng Buping in front of him, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Now that you come alone, we can kill you. Compared to a 5-star general of the War Department, what does a sneak attack on the War Department count for? As soon as the words fell, the one-horned golden python demon king shouted, "Kill him!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The other 3 demon kings did not hesitate at all, and instantly appeared beside Feng Buping in a flash. In the void, the 4 demon kings surrounded each other with murderous intent, turning the sky upside down, as if they wanted to purify the world. Oh! Feng Buping sneered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the distance, 3 figures were running towards them and arrived in the blink of an eye. One-horned golden python, stop dreaming there. 3 figures stood proudly in the void, each locking onto a demon king. One of them glanced at the one-horned golden python demon king and said with a sneer. You. The unicorn golden python suddenly became furious. The atmosphere was dead silent. The 4 demon kings of the demon race and the 4 gods of the human race are equally powerful, and it is difficult to kill any of them. The battle between Shen Yuan and the demon king is difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. On the human side, the only woman among the 4 divine Yuan realm warriors did not hesitate at all. She stood proudly in the void, her deep eyes sweeping over the dense forest, and said in a deep voice, "From now on, the mission of all humans present will be changed. You don't need to kill them, you just need to delay them for 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, my War Department's 200,000 troops will surely arrive. At that time, we will attack from both sides and annihilate all the monsters present, not a single one will be left alive." The voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. Boom! All members present, whether they were human or demon, trembled in fear, even the 4 demon kings were no exception. 5 minutes later, attacked from both sides. Before anyone could think about it, the female warrior shouted again. Also, the general has ordered that all rewards will be doubled today. Never stop until your words are shocking. All members of the human race were shocked instantly. Double the reward. The reward of 10 gold coins for a monster is already very generous, and now it is doubled, that is, 20 gold coins. 20 gold coins is not a small amount. Why did they come to the battlefield? Money. Now, the opportunity is here. Furthermore, this was only the reward for level 5 and below monsters. According to the previous rules of the War Department, the rewards for level 6 condensation and level 7 return to origin would definitely be even more generous. Most importantly, the War Department's 200,000 troops would arrive in just 5 minutes. The War Department has an army of 200,000. Now the human race has 200,000, which means 400,000. The demon race, including the elite that came later, has only more than 200,000. Why fear? Kill. Suddenly, the sound of killing started again. Opportunities are rare and will never come back again. Human race, get excited. Chapter 198 Kill. Kill. The human race was excited, but the demon race was shocked. 5 minutes. The 4 demon kings looked at each other. The speed of the human race's reinforcements was beyond their imagination. It was too fast. How long had it been since the divine Yuan realm who had been monitoring them left? In theory, the human race army could not have come to reinforce so quickly unless they had already noticed it in advance. However, at this moment, the 4 demon kings of the demon race have no time to think too much. If they are really surrounded by humans and attacked from both inside and outside, although they will not be completely wiped out by humans, they will also suffer heavy losses. Withdraw. Immediately, the one-horned golden python demon king shouted loudly. You want to leave, can you leave? Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Buping flashed and appeared in front of the one-horned golden python monster king. With a long sword in his hand, he drew it out of its sheath with a swoosh sound, and slashed at the one-horned golden python monster king head-on, while shouting, "Today, all the monsters will be wiped out. No one will be left alive. Hold them back for me." Yes. After Feng Buping finished speaking, the other 3 Divine Yuan Realm Masters responded. Kill. In an instant, they attacked the other 3 Demon Kings. In the dense forest. Kill. The free warriors of the human race did not hesitate at all. They wielded weapons and madly attacked the demon members in front of them. Fearless and fearless. Even if you are defeated, it will only take 5 minutes. Just hold on and it will pass. 5 minutes later, the war army will arrive. At that time, the 2 armies will merge and attack from the front and back, leaving your demon clan dead without a burial place. The human race was excited, but the demon race was frightened. Damn it! Facing Feng Buping's relentless struggle, the one-horned golden python shouted angrily. It had just blocked Feng Buping's sword, and then it roared to the sky, "All demons, listen up, no more fighting, retreat, retreat, retreat at full speed." Roar. In the dense forest, the roar of monsters suddenly sounded. No more hesitation, no more stopping. Withdraw. Bang, bang, bang. The demon members and monster beasts no longer paid attention to the human members who were pestering them. They turned around and ran away. More than 200,000 demon troops evacuated collectively, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Kill. The demons want to run away, but the humans naturally don't want to. Seeing the demons in front of him trying to escape, the human warriors didn't think twice and picked up the weapons in their hands and attacked them. The fight turned into a chase. The monster was huge in size and could be easily chopped down with a single blow. Moreover, at this moment the monster didn't dodge or evade at all and just wanted to run away. Puff, puff, puff. The blade cut through the flesh, blood splattered, and the demons were seriously injured. Worse still, some human warriors directly rode on the monsters, and then swung the weapons in their hands at the monsters frantically. Sharp cries were heard, and soon the monsters fell to the ground and died. The demons ran and the humans chased them, and the scene was extremely chaotic. However, the huge size of the monsters is both their disadvantage and their advantage. If it were a human, after being chopped a few times like this, even if they didn't die, they would lose the ability to move, but the monsters would not. If the monster is determined to escape, there is really no way to stop it without absolute military suppression. Soon, the demon army rushed out of the dense forest. Asshole! Feeling the demon army rushing out of the dense forest, Feng Buping roared angrily. His expression was ferocious and angry, and then he roared coldly, "After today's battle, there will be no more demons in this area. Opportunities are rare, so are you just going to let them leave like this? If you are still a member of my human race, if you are not trash, you will keep them for me at all costs. It will only take 5 minutes." Hysterical roars. 5 minutes, the War Department only needs 5 minutes, I am afraid there will never be such an opportunity again. Feng Buping roared, and the human race members became furious. Want to run? Keep them. In an instant, nearly 200,000 human warriors stopped stopping and rushed out to chase after the demon army in front of them, wanting to stop them. Unfortunately, the intention is there but the strength is not enough. The demon beasts were so huge and charged so fast that the human warriors were completely helpless. Because of helplessness, all the anger. Because of unwillingness, all the anger. Just let these, defeated, monsters run away. Asshole. In the human camp that was chasing after him, a warrior watched the monster he had locked onto running farther and farther away, and immediately let out an angry curse. In a rage, he threw the long knife in his hand away. Call out. The long sword turned into a cold light and attacked the monster in front. Puff. As luck would have it, the sharp long knife instantly pierced the monster's right leg, and a stream of blood spurted out. Ah! The monster howled in pain. At the same time, his right leg was injured, causing his huge body to stagger. After a rapid charge, the monster's body fell to the ground with a bang and slid several meters. At this time, human warriors flocked to the news. Kill. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, dozens of warriors attacked together, slashing the monster with the sharp blades in their hands. The monster didn't even have a chance to react or struggle, and died instantly. Second kill. Take your bows and shoot their feet. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the crowd, and the sound shook the entire space. Everyone woke up. Want to run? If you hurt your leg, let's see how you run. Immediately, the warriors who were carrying bows and arrows on their backs no longer hesitated. They took off the bows and arrows on their backs while running. They used them to ambush and launch a surprise attack on the demon tribe in the dense forest. At this moment, bend the bow, nod the arrow, pull the string, release. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp arrows shot out one after another, and the rain of arrows hit the monster's limbs. Many arrows were destined to miss, and many arrows only hit the bodies of the monsters, but quite a few arrows also hit the limbs of the monsters. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, one monster after another fell to the ground. Human warriors flocked in. Kill. Countless attacks from the cold blades and gun tips hit the fallen monsters directly. In just a breath, the monsters didn't even have a chance to resist and were directly attacked and killed by dozens of warriors. Unfortunately, the monsters at the rear of the monster army were obviously of lower levels or were seriously injured. Some 6th and 7th level monsters were all running in the front and could do nothing to them. But so what? Kill as many as you can. The human warriors who were in a frenzy and excitement seemed to have forgotten that the order Feng Buping gave them was to hold them back, not to kill them one by one. However, the human warriors were also helpless because they wanted to stay, but they simply couldn't. You can only kill one at a time. A crazy chase, in one word, chaos. The demon race is in chaos, and the human race is also in chaos. In the void, the 4 demon kings faced the 4 gods of the human race. They fought and retreated, closely following the armies of the demon and human races. Oh. Feeling the situation of the demon army below, the one-horned golden python demon king sneered. Although the demon clan seemed to have suffered heavy losses, the sacrifices were only some low-level demon beasts, which were not worth mentioning. Immediately, the one-horned golden python demon king looked at Feng Buping and sneered, "Feng Buping, you human trash think you can keep my demon clan's elite division. That's just a foolish dream. From today on, you can just wait for my demon clan's crazy revenge." It is a mockery and also a provocation. The one-horned golden python demon king knew very well that the direction they were evacuating was the direction of the demon tribe's base, which was just the opposite of the direction of the human race's base, and even farther away. In this case, they would not encounter the reinforcements from the War Department at all. On the contrary, if the human race continued to pursue them, they would enter the range of the demon tribe's base. Although there are no demon troops stationed in the base, just like the human race, there are also many demon members in the base. Once they enter, it will not be the human race that encircles his demon race, but his demon race that encircles and kills the nearly 200,000 human members. Asshole. Hearing this, Feng Buping roared, his eyes full of unwillingness. He glanced at the demon army and shouted angrily, "Since you can't keep them, kill as many as you can." The angry Feng Buping seemed to have lost his mind. The one-horned golden python demon king sneered. Chase. That's exactly what he wanted. However, he pretended to lower his voice and roared angrily, "Feng Buping, don't bully the monster too much." "What if I bully you?" Feng Buping said in a cold voice, and attacked the one-horned golden python demon king directly. Boom. The two men collided with each other and their bodies exploded backwards at the same time. After his body stabilized, the one-horned golden python demon king looked anxious and angry, and was filled with deep helplessness and unwillingness. Feng Buping attacked again. Time passed by minute, and the demon army was still fleeing. The human warriors continued to pursue them. Wherever they passed, there were scattered corpses of demon beasts, bloody and hideous. The two teams were getting closer and closer to the demon base. Roar. Suddenly, a beast roar was heard in front of the demon army, and the charging and fleeing demon army suddenly stopped. What's going on? The human warriors who were chasing after them were all stunned. Kindness. The same is true for the 4 demon kings. Swish, swish, swish. They instantly looked ahead towards the demon army. Boom. With just one glance, the 4 demon kings' pupils shrank and their bodies trembled. The one-horned golden python demon king even looked directly at Feng Buping. In one word, shock and anger. At this moment, 30 meters in front of the demon army, a silver light flashed under the eyes, and the 200,000-strong army of the War Department stopped here. Those pairs of teasing and playful eyes looked at the demon army in front of them. Hee hee. Feng Buping smiled calmly. Then, he He looked at the one-horned golden python demon king and sneered. One-horned golden python, you are pretending very well. Do you want to lure us into your demon tribe's base? Unfortunately, I am no worse than you. How about it, did you not expect it? Reinforce the jungle. You are stupid, but I am not. By the time my army arrives, I am afraid that more than half of my 200,000 fellow humans will have been slaughtered by you. It is better to scare you away like we are doing now, and then wait for you to tire yourself out before your demon tribe's camp. How do you feel? Boom. Upon hearing this, the one-horned golden python demon king's soul trembled. Got fooled. Feng Buping ignored him and swung the long sword in his hand. Kill. As soon as the word sounded, there was boundless murderous intent. Kill. The 200,000 soldiers of the War Department shouted in unison and charged out with swords drawn. The bleak wind and the fighting started again. Chapter 199 Qin Yao, Danger. Kill. The 200,000 soldiers of the War Department shouted in unison. The thunderous sound shook the heaven and earth, and the boundless murderous intent made the temperature around them drop. The demon clan's previous army of 100,000, plus more than 100,000 elite troops later, a total of more than 200,000 troops were hunted down by human warriors all the way, and suffered repeated losses. Now there are less than 200,000 troops, not even 180,000. The most important thing is that they ran all the way here, and the huge physical consumption made them all exhausted, and many of them were injured. On the other hand, the War Department has an army of 200,000. They had been waiting here in advance and for some time, and their energy, spirit and mind were all in the most perfect and peak state. Take time to prepare for hard work. 200,000 troops charged forward. 30 meters, just a moment. Kill. In the blink of an eye, the 200,000-strong army of the War Department rushed directly into the demon camp, waving their long swords and attacking frantically. Soldiers fight against soldiers, generals fight against generals, and the battle returns to the origin. Boundless murderous intent swept across the battlefield. The demons were shocked and fought back. Kill. Behind the demon army, nearly 200,000 human warriors were suddenly awakened. They no longer hesitated and rushed out with swords in hand. The two armies joined forces and attacked from the front and back. Yes, the two armies joined forces and attacked from the front and back, but not in the dense forest but outside the demon clan's base. The five-star general had already made plans. The fighting started instantly. The War Department, the human warriors, the two sides have a total of nearly 400,000 troops, while the demon tribe has less than 180,000 troops. The strength gap is huge. Although this battle has just begun, the outcome is already determined. The face of the one-horned golden python demon king suddenly became ugly and ferocious to the extreme, and the terrifying murderous intent around him seemed to freeze the heaven and earth clean. Feng Buping, do you really want to kill us all? Suddenly, he stared at Feng Buping and roared hysterically. Kill them all. So what? Feng Buping said in a cold voice, with a determined look on his face. You. The one-horned golden python demon king was furious. Feng Buping continued, the human race, the demon race, you and I, have always been fighting to the death. Now that I have the opportunity, how can I let it go? Kill. You. The huge body of the one-horned golden python demon king was shaking. He was extremely angry and furious. He stared at Feng Buping with cold eyes, filled with boundless anger and murderous intent, but he never made a move. This was because he knew very well that he and Feng Buping were equally strong, and even if he made a move, it would be hard to tell who would win. The one-horned golden python demon king knew it, and Feng Buping naturally knew it too, so he just watched and did not take any action. This is a battle between two armies. As the main general, under the current situation, Feng Buping only needs to restrain the one-horned golden python demon king. The demon clan is doomed to fail. A bunch of idiots. Suddenly, the one-horned golden python demon king roared again. He ignored Feng Buping and looked at the fighting below. He roared angrily, don't fight, the base is just ahead. Charge out and you will survive. Fighting no longer has any meaning. Breaking through and saving your life is the key. Roar. Suddenly, countless monsters roared angrily. Charge and break through. Oh. Seeing this scene and listening to the roar of the one-horned golden python demon king, Feng Buping and the other three human race warriors in the Divine Yuan realm smiled indifferently. Just because the monsters were able to run away before doesn't mean they can run away now. An army of 400,000 is twice the strength of the demon clan, and they are attacking from the front and back and encircling them. What's more, the demon clan is exhausted, while the 200,000 troops of the human clan are all in peak condition. Where to run? How to run? Of course, Feng Buping also knew that it was impossible and unrealistic to annihilate all 180,000 monsters here. However, at least half of them should be left behind, or even more, to inflict the greatest damage to the monsters. Kill with all your strength. Immediately, Feng Buping shouted 4 words. Snort. The one-horned golden python demon king snorted angrily. He no longer paid attention to the battle below because he could no longer influence the situation. He immediately looked at Feng Buping and sneered angrily. Feng Buping, do you think that your race really won this battle? Kindness. Suddenly, Feng Buping was stunned and frowned. What do you mean? Looking at the one-horned golden python demon king, he was full of suspicion. What do you mean? The one-horned golden python demon king sneered. You will know the answer soon, don't worry. Kindness. Feng Buping frowned, his expression becoming more solemn. Could it be that the demon clan has other deployments? Northern Mountains. On the demon battlefield, the armies of Zi Qinhao and Zi Huang demon emperor were fighting each other. In the Northern Mountains, a confrontation between 100,000 human armies and 100,000 demon armies had also begun. However, compared to the 9 battles in other places, the battles between the 2 armies in the Northern Mountains were unusually scattered, even spread throughout the mountains. Moreover, both the human race and the demon race suffered losses, and the odds of victory and defeat were 50-50. The Northern Mountains, where Ye Bufan is located. At this moment, nearly 1,000 monsters gathered at the foot of the mountain, not because they discovered Ye Bufan hiding there, but because of the dozens of humans in front of them. Among the human race, Qin Yao is the leader. At this moment, Qin Yao's face and armor were stained with my blood, but not a single drop belonged to her, all of it came from the demon clan. Even so, the situation is not optimistic. In the previous battle, all the 100-man team led by Qin Yao who were below the condensation realm died in the battle, and now the remaining 40-odd people were all at the condensation realm level. However, compared to Qin Yao, their situation was much worse. Even very bad. There were more than 40 people in the condensation realm, and each of them was covered in blood and had injuries. Some of them even had their arms missing, and the bright red blood from the wounds had already dyed their clothes red. Even so, they still held the weapon with their remaining hand, gritted their teeth, endured the pain, and stared at the monster in front of them with vigilant eyes. The atmosphere was dead silent and tense. Suddenly, the 7th-ranked demon king, who was at the forefront of the demon camp, looked at Qin Yao and pointed at the 2 humans guarding behind her. He said in a deep voice, "Human, leave these 2 transcendent realm warriors behind and we will let you go. How about that?" Buzz. Suddenly, the pupils of the 2 human transcendent realm warriors who were being guarded by the combat team members shrank and their bodies trembled. Afterwards, they looked at each other, and then at Qin Yao's back. One of them said in a trembling voice, General Zan, you should just leave us to them. The cultivation base of the 2 people in the transcendent realm is not weak, both are at the organ refining realm level, but they are already in their 30s, and at this age level they are only at the transcendent realm, which is really not that good. In fact, until now, both of them were in a state of confusion and had no idea what had happened. Previously, a group of 7 of them came to the Northern Mountains together, but were inexplicably attacked by demons. Of course, the human race and the demon race have always been at war to the death, so it was normal for the demon race to attack them. However, the demon race killed everyone else and only left the 2 of them, which made them confused. That's not all. Just as they were captured by the demons, Qin Yao and others appeared and rescued them from the demons. They were just feeling lucky to be saved, but who would have thought that more and more monsters would come to surround and kill them? The combat team originally had a total of 100 people, including Qin Yao, but now there are only about 40 people left, and they are all injured, and many of them even died in the hands of the monsters to protect the 2 of them. At present, there are only more than 40 people on our side, while the demon clan has nearly 1,000 demon beasts. In this situation, our side has no power to fight at all. Although they didn't know what was happening, they knew clearly that if this continued, none of the people in the war department would survive and they would eventually fall into the hands of the demon clan. Instead of doing this, it would be better to hand them over directly to the demon clan. At least, the remaining 40 or so people in the war department can save their lives. Shut up. Hearing this, Qin Yao shouted angrily. How can we, the sons of the human race, compromise with the demon race? A cold voice sounded, and Qin Yao pointed the 8 silver dragon pattern spear in his hand at the Demon King in front of him and said, "You want someone? Sure, first ask the spear in my hand if it agrees." The Demon King was suddenly furious and speechless. He took another look at the 8 treasure silver silk dragon pattern spear in Qin Yao's hand, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Guiyuan realm, ground soldiers with long spears. Previously, there were 2 other Demon Kings in their group besides him, but now those 2 Demon Kings were killed by these Earth Soldier level weapons, and he saw it with his own eyes. Otherwise, he would have taken action long ago. At this moment, the Demon King felt that he was in a dilemma. 2 humans in the Transcendent Realm were right in front of him. As long as he could capture them alive, it would be a great achievement. But he didn't want to die even more. The Demon King hesitated and Qin Yao remained silent. However, Qin Yao was still very happy to see this situation. At least she could take the opportunity to slowly recover from her previous consumption. Qin Yao was like this, and so were the other soldiers in the combat unit. "You are a cowardly fool." Suddenly, a mocking voice with a hint of anger rang out from behind the demon team. "Don't you realize that they are stalling for time? They must be restoring the human race's energy. When they recover, it will be the time for you to die, fool." Buzz. The sudden sound made the Demon King in front of him tremble, his pupils shrank, and he suddenly woke up. Qin Yao and others were also shocked. Their hands holding their weapons also tightened instinctively. No choice, fight. Chapter 200 Senior, help me. Dead silent space, depressing atmosphere. Qin Yao and the others held their weapons tightly, their nerves tense. In their sight, behind the nearly 1,000 monsters, more than 200 monsters instantly expanded the monster tribe. A tiger monster passed through the monster team and came to the front of the bear monster king. "Waste!" The tiger demon shouted angrily as he swept away the bear demon king. The bear demon was furious, but had nothing to say. The tiger demon king ignored the bear demon and turned to look at Qin Yao and his group. There was a fierce murderous intent flashing in his cold eyes. Qin Yao and others were slightly shocked. "Kill!" The tiger demon king did not hesitate at all, and a loud shout rang out instantly. "Roar!" The demon beasts received the order and roared loudly, shaking the earth. Then, more than 1,000 demon beasts rushed towards Qin Yao and her group without any hesitation. Qin Yao shook the spear in his hand and shouted, "Mao Yan, Chu Xin, you 2 take them up the mountain and evacuate from the other side. The others, follow me to intercept and fight to the death." Fight to the death. More than 40 people from the combat unit shouted in unison, long swords in their hands, with determination in their eyes. "As men of our generation, we have no reason to fear life or death." War. Buzz. In the crowd, 2 members of the combat unit trembled. Mao Yan and Chu Xin were the least injured besides Qin Yao. At this moment, their eyes were hazy and full of tears, and their sights were all on Qin Yao. "Commander." A trembling voice followed. "This is a military order, retreat." Qin Yao shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of monsters in front of them had already charged towards the group. Qin Yao took a step forward and stabbed out with the 8 treasure silver silk dragon pattern spear in his hand. With a puff, a spear directly pierced through the head of a monster in front of him. The spear was pulled back, a stream of blood spurted out, and the monster fell to the ground and died instantly. "Kill with 1 shot. Withdraw." Then, Qin Yao shouted again. The demon army charged forward. "Kill." The more than 40 wounded soldiers of the combat unit did not hesitate at all. They rushed forward with swords in hand and together with Qin Yao, they intercepted the army of monsters in front of them. The fight broke out instantly. More than 40 people were resisting 1,000 monsters, and there were 2 monster kings watching them covetously on the side. It was simply a pipe dream to want to win or survive. This battle is doomed to fail. This battle will lead to death. "Commander." Watching the battle of Qin Yao and his group in front of them, Mao Yan and Chu Xin's trembling and hoarse voices rang out again, and the tears in the corners of their eyes could no longer be held back and fell. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when their love is deep. "Withdraw." The next second, Mao Yan gritted his teeth and uttered a word with difficulty. Since he had made the decision, he did not hesitate at all. He grabbed a Transcendent Realm warrior beside him, turned around and ran towards the mountain. Chu Xin did not hesitate either. He pulled up the remaining person and turned back up the mountain. "You want to run? Can you run away?" Seeing this, the tiger demon sneered and said, stop them for me and capture the two Transcendent Realm humans alive. Roar. A group of monsters roared instantly. Don't even think about it. Qin Yao shouted angrily, and swept the 8 treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear in his hand across. A cold light flashed, blood splattered, and dozens of monsters were forced to retreat. The soldiers of the combat unit also fought desperately. More than 40 people actually prevented more than 1,000 monsters from taking a single step forward. The 2 demon kings were furious. Intercept from both sides. Then, the tiger demon shouted again. There were only more than 40 people on the human side, while there were thousands of monsters on his side. Although there was a high mountain in front of them, the terrain was open. The human side could not stop them even if they wanted to. Suddenly, some monsters rushed forward from both sides. Qin Yao's face changed drastically. Brush. She charged and came to the left in an instant. Without any hesitation, she swept out with the 8 treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear in her hand. With 2 puffs, the 2 monsters fell to the ground instantly. Then, Qin Yao shouted again, "Stop them. Commander." The helpless voices of the soldiers in the combat department were heard. The intention is there, but the strength is not enough. They wanted to intercept, but they were too busy to do so. Roar, roar, roar. Without the interception of the combat soldiers, the monsters easily charged up from the right side of the mountain and rushed towards Mao Yan, Chu Xin and the other 3. Feeling this scene, Qin Yao's heart trembled. Human warrior, it's useless. You can't stop us with just these few people. Today, you all must die. Outside the battle circle, the tiger demon looked at Qin Yao and said in a teasing voice. Qin Yao was angry, but helpless. The game is over. Now, they have tried their best, but there is nothing they can do. Kill. Then, Qin Yao shouted again. Since saving people doesn't work, then kill the monster. With cold eyes and sharp murderous intent, Qin Yao held the Earth Soldier 8 treasures silver dragon pattern spear in his hand, as if he had turned into a god of death. Wherever he passed, the monsters bleed, fall to the ground and die. With such a powerful momentum, no monster can stop it. This scene made the 2 demon kings' scalps tingle. However, the more than 40 soldiers in the combat department seemed to be infected by Qin Yao. They were filled with murderous intent. They forgot about time, space, and even the pain. Kill, kill, kill. The only thought left in their minds was killing. Persistent and resolute. Unfortunately, the demon clan was too powerful, and they were not able to contend with more than 1,000 demon beasts. If they hurt 1,000 enemies, they would lose 800 of their own, not to mention that they were already injured. The last gasp of a dying force. Since there is no way to survive, let's die together. Commander, I will go ahead. Brothers, in the next life, we will join hands to fight against the monsters and barbarians again. Suddenly, in the fight, a soldier with a broken arm shouted loudly. His armor was in tatters, with scratches, bite marks, and blood. With a loud shout, he charged forward. He used up the last bit of his strength, wielding the last knife of his life. The long knife turned into a cold light, carrying an incomparable murderous intent, and fell on the monster in front of him. With a crack, the long knife in his hand shattered, and the monster's head was broken open. Puff! A stream of bright red blood also spurted out from the monster's head. Bang! The monster fell to the ground and died. Oh! A faint smile appeared on the face of the combat soldier. I have tried my best and have no regrets in this life. Bang! The next second, he fell to the ground and died. Buzz! The sudden scene made Qin Yao and the soldiers participating in the battle tremble, but they were all silent and did not say anything. Grief turned into murderous intent. Anger turns to murderous intent. Thousands of words, all in one word, kill. On top of the mountains, Mao Yan and Chu Xin were running for their lives with 2 humans in the Transcendent Realm. At the foot of the mountain, a group of monsters were chasing them, which made their faces change drastically. Mao Yan, they are catching up with us, what should we do? Looking behind him, Chu Xin couldn't help but ask. What should I do? Chu Xin's expression became fierce, and he gritted his teeth and said, what else can I do? Run, run as fast as you can, even if you break your legs, you have to run out. Senior, you'd better hand us over to the demon clan. At this time, a human in the Transcendent Realm couldn't help but speak. The previous scenes kept emerging in his mind, and the tragic scene was unbearable for him. Shut up. Chu Xin heard this and shouted, how can we humans compromise with the monsters? The 2 humans in the Transcendent Realm fell silent. Chu Xin continued to shout, but there was a trace of sadness and pain in his voice. If we hand you over to the demon race, how can we face our dead brothers? How can we face the commander? Do you know that Commander Qin is only 19 this year, but she is already a 5-star Guiyuan and a 1-star general. If it weren't for you, she would definitely be a strong man on our side in the future. But what about now? Are you doing this to her? Buzz. Suddenly, the two Transcendent Realm warriors were shocked and fell silent. Chu Xin had just finished speaking when he did not hesitate at all. He grabbed the Transcendent Realm warrior beside him and carried him on his shoulders, saying, "Unless the two of us die, the demon race will never dare to get involved with you too." Seeing this, Mao Yan also carried the Transcendent Realm warrior beside him. Run. Even if your legs break, you have to keep running. At the foot of the mountain, the demons that were chasing them were getting closer and closer. The expressions of Chu Xin and Mao Yan were becoming more and more solemn. At the same time, they were getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain. 10 meters from the top of the mountain, Chu Xin suddenly said, "Mao Yan, when we get to the top of the mountain, you and I will run separately. You go left, I go right. We will leave our lives to fate." "Good." Mao Yan shouted in one word. 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters, 2 meters. Climb to the top. Mao Yan and Chu Xin did not stop, and in the blink of an eye they ran several meters further. Chu Xin said anxiously, "Separate now, you left me." Before Chu Xin could utter the word, "right," the rocks under his feet suddenly loosened. Chu Xin was startled, his voice stopped, and his eyes suddenly looked down. Before he could think about it, the rocks under his feet suddenly collapsed. Swoosh, swoosh. Chu Xin and Mao Yan felt their feet drop into thin air. The sudden change did not even give them a chance to react. The four of them felt as if they were falling from a certain space. Bang, bang, bang. The rocks hit the ground with dull sounds, and Chu Xin and the other three fell to the ground instantly, crying out in pain and being shocked. What's going on? Where is this place? Chu Xin jumped up from the ground in an instant, looked around, and a vigilant voice rang out. The other three people were also shocked, but without any hesitation, they looked up and saw a circular pit with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters appearing in their sight. Light shone in from the entrance, illuminating the space in front of them. They couldn't help but look around at the environment they were in. The madman is born from the infinite, with form and intention as the secondary and heart as the mother. The speed is extreme, the power is at its peak, the form moves with the will, the intention moves with the heart, like crazy, like a madman, without moves, without form. Slow movement is also fast, fast movement is even faster. Ye Bufan closed his eyes and waved his fists. Inheritance and enlightenment. At this moment, his punches and palms all carried the force of swords, sharp, and extremely fast, so that people could only see an afterimage and could not catch a glimpse of his body at all. If you don't go crazy, you will become a demon. This. Looking at Ye Bufan in front of them, Mao Yan, Chu Xin and the other three were all shocked. Who is this? What kind of martial art is this? In their sight, every punch from Ye Bufan attracted their attention, and every palm strike seemed to shatter their souls. Master. 2 words instantly popped up in the four people's minds. Call. Suddenly, Ye Bufan swung a punch, and his movement suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly opened, and 2 cold rays like ice blades shot out. Chu Xin and the other three were shocked and their hearts were trembling. Who are you? Ye Bufan glanced at the 4 people and his cold voice rang out. Chu Xin and Mao Yan immediately looked at each other. Then, they both looked at Ye Bufan with burning eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, they both knelt on one knee with 2 bangs, facing Ye Bufan, clasped their fists, and said, "Senior, please help me." Chapter 201. If you dare to touch this girl, you are looking for death. Senior. After glancing at the 4 people in front of him, and then looking at Mao Yan and Chu Xin, Ye Bufan was stunned, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. The 4 people in front of him, 2 transcendent and 2 condensation, were not much different in strength from himself. How could 2 condensation called him a senior? And asked him to help? Ye Bufan was instantly confused. However, after only a moment, Ye Bufan was relieved. Previously, he was accepting the inheritance of martial arts and was in a state of enlightenment. Every move, every punch and every palm contained a part of the charm of Shi Feishuan, the peerless strong man. It was natural for the people in front of him to misunderstand him. Ye Bufan immediately looked at the 4 people with a stern expression and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Ye Bufan clearly remembered that he had sealed the cave entrance to prevent people from discovering and disturbing him. Now that these 4 people suddenly appeared here and in front of him, he naturally felt curious and even alert. Upon hearing this, Mao Yan and others were stunned. Replying to Senior, "We too belong to the War Department," Chu Xin said, and then paused and said, "We did not intend to disturb Senior's practice. It was only because the demon tribe chased us here that we accidentally fell from the cave entrance. If Senior wants to blame or punish us, we have no complaints. We just hope that Senior will consider that we are from the same tribe and help rescue our brothers and leaders in the War Department down the mountain." Hearing this, Ye Bufan cast a suspicious look at Chu Xin, frowned, and said, "Are you from the War Department?" "Yes, Senior," Chu Xin responded, but he did not dare to hide anything. He pointed at the 2 Transcendent Realm humans behind him and said, "However, they are not from my combat department, but they are the targets of our mission this time. Senior, please help." "Oh." Ye Bufan looked at the 2 Transcendent Realm cultivators with a little interest, then looked at Chu Xin and asked, "Who are they? Why does the War Department want to protect them?" As Ye Bufan spoke, the 2 Transcendent Realm warriors looked at Chu Xin and Mao Yan. In fact, they were also very confused as to why the Zan Department was risking their lives to protect them. "I don't know." Chu Xin shook his head. Ye Bufan frowned and said unhappily, "Are you kidding me? Why are you saving them if you don't know who they are?" This. Chu Xin hesitated slightly, and then said, "Senior, I dare not lie to you. I really don't know who they are. However, the order we received is that all the people in the Transcendent Realm in the Northern Mountains must be protected by our combat unit, even if we all die in battle." What? The 2 humans in the Transcendent Realm were suddenly shocked. All the Transcendent Realms. Previously they thought it was just the 2 of them, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Therefore, they are becoming more and more confused. Ye Bufan was shocked. Transcendental Realm. Wasn't he in the Transcendent Realm before? Moreover, Tantai Tianyi was also in the Transcendent Realm before. The most important thing was that the 2 of them had accidentally killed the Demon Emperor's son before. Now, the War Department is trying to rescue all the Transcendent Realm cultivators in the Northern Mountains at all costs, and it seems that the Demon Clan is hunting them down at all costs. Hiss. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but shudder in his heart, and then looked at Chu Xin and said in a deep voice, "What's the situation in the Northern Mountains now?" Reporting to the Senior, the Demon Clan, led by the Demon King himself, has 100,000 soldiers who entered the Northern Mountains before us to start searching. Now, my brothers in the War Department are probably already engaged in a battle with them. However, the 100 of us, led by a warrior from the Return to Origin Realm, have dispersed into the Northern Mountains to search for humans in the Transcendent Realm, so the specific situation is not clear. Chu Xin said without hiding anything. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched suddenly. 100,000 troops of the demon race and 100,000 troops of the human race entered the Northern Mountains at the same time, looking for human warriors who have reached the Transcendent Realm. Nima. Now, Ye Bufan was certain that all this was caused by him killing the son of the Demon Emperor. Whether it was the human race or the demon race, the human race in the Transcendent Realm they were looking for was him. However, they didn't know who it was, so they could only target all the Transcendent Realms. This is a big deal. You guys go away, I can't help you. Ye Bufan looked at the 4 people and said, shaking his hands. Come to the rescue. The combat team has 100 people, and is led by a Guiyuan realm expert. Even so, they are no match for the Demon Clan. How can I, a person in the Ningyuan realm, save them? What's more, the demons are looking for me all over the world now. I don't even have time to hide, so how could I be stupid enough to run to the demons and let them catch me? I killed the son of the Demon Emperor. If he fell into the hands of the Demon Emperor, what would happen? He would definitely die. Senior. Upon hearing this, Chu Xin and the other 3 were all stunned. Watch someone die without helping. Roar. At this moment, a beast roar suddenly sounded from the cave entrance above his head. Ye Bufan frowned. Chu Xin and the other 3 trembled. The demons are chasing us. Senior. Immediately, the 4 of them looked at Ye Bufan with helpless eyes. At this moment and place, in their opinion, Ye Bufan was their only hope. Ha ha ha. Before Ye Bufan could speak, a loud laugh rang out from the cave entrance. God really helps our demon clan. You foolish humans, you didn't expect there would be a cave here, did you? Now let's see where you can run. You, and you stay here to guard the cave entrance. Other members, follow me to report the situation here to the two demon kings, and attack from both sides to destroy those guys from the War Department. This. Chu Xin and Mao Yan suddenly became very anxious. Attack from front and back. Wouldn't that mean dozens of his brothers and commanders would be dead? Senior, I beg you to help me. I am willing to die as a token of my sin for disturbing your practice. Chu Xin looked at Ye Bufan with a resolute look. In his opinion, the reason why Ye Bufan was unwilling to help was because the four of them had rashly intruded into his practice place, thus angering him. However, at the moment Ye Bufan is like a life-saving straw, their last hope. He is willing to die in exchange for a chance for Ye Bufan to take action. His life saved a chance for dozens of his brothers, it was worth it. Senior, please help me. I am willing to die as an apology. Mao Yan said hurriedly without any hesitation. Ye Bufan frowned. Death as atonement. Ye Bufan was moved by the behavior of the two people from the combat department. However, Ye Bufan did not mean to blame them, nor did he stand by and watch them die. He was just truly helpless. After all, he was only at the condensation stage. You know, even 100 elite soldiers from the War Department cannot resist the monsters nearby, and the monster general said earlier that there are two monster kings at the foot of the mountain. Even if he takes action, he will be committing suicide. Of course, although he couldn't save the people from the War Department at the foot of the mountain, he could still save the four people in front of him. After all, this place had been discovered by the demon tribe, and he himself had to escape, so it was not impossible to take the four people with him. As for how to escape, Ye Bufan possesses the art of Tianyan Gai, which allows him to refine the surrounding rocks and evacuate from underground. The demons cannot discover him or stop him. Ye Bufan immediately looked at Chu Xin and said, I can take you away, but I can't do anything about the others. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Chu Xin and the other person trembled. They had no joy. In their opinion, since the senior in front of them could lead them away, he naturally had the ability to lead others away safely. Chu Xin immediately begged, Senior, please save our brothers down the mountain. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xin hit his head directly to the ground. Without any falsehood, blood instantly seeped out of his forehead. Bang! Suddenly, Mao Yan also knocked his head down and said, Senior, please save our brothers. Bang! Bang! Upon seeing this, the two Transcendent Realm warriors did not hesitate at all and knelt down in front of Ye Bufan, kowtowed and begged for help. Although they did not know those people from the War Department and had no relatives or friends with them, if it were not for the two of them, these people from the War Department would probably not have ended up in this situation. Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? Why? Seeing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but sighed and said, It's not that I don't want to save him, it's really I can't do anything. I'm just a 2-star condensed essence. What? Hearing this, the four people in front of him were all stunned. 2-star condensation. They all looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of suspicion in their eyes. See for yourself. There is no need for me to lie to you. Ye Bufan directly activated his martial arts skills, revealing his energy, and then said, However, I have a martial art that can devour and melt the surrounding rocks. This cave is the result of my martial art. It is not suitable to stay here for long. I will take you away now. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took action. Dig a hole. This. Mao Yan and Chu Xin were slightly stunned when they looked at Ye Bufan. Is it really just a 2-star condensed essence? Bang! Seeing this, Chu Xin collapsed to the ground. Although he was able to escape danger, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he blamed himself and said, Why was it me who left just now, and not Commander Qin? She is only 19 years old, but she is already a 5-star Guiyuan and a 1-star general. As long as she is given enough time, she will definitely be a strong person on the human race in the future. Why? Buzz. As Chu Xin was speaking, Ye Bufan's body trembled and his movements froze. Commander Qin, 19 years old. 5-star return to origin, 1-star general. Brush. Suddenly, Ye Bufan came directly in front of Chu Xin, grabbed his collar, lifted him up, looked straight into his eyes, and asked sternly, Is that Commander Qin a man or a woman? Senior. Faced with the sudden change, looking at Ye Bufan in front of him like a ferocious beast, Chu Xin was slightly stunned, his expression dull and stunned. The same was true for the other three. Answer me. Ye Bufan stared at Chu Xin and shouted loudly. His eyes were stern, as cold as a knife. Feeling the cold breath around Ye Bufan, Chu Xin's heart trembled, but he did not dare to hesitate at all, and said in a trembling voice, "Female, female. Is your name Qin Yao?" "Yes, it is. Does she have a purple Martian lion mount?" "Yes." "Fuck." Ye Bufan shouted angrily. Bang! He threw Chu Xin to the ground, suddenly raised his head, stared at the entrance of the cave with cold eyes, and flashed murderous intent. "You dare to touch my woman, you are looking for death." Chapter 202 I am a woman, who dares to kill me? If you let anyone of this girl move, I'll blow her to death. Ye Bufan's loud shout made Mao Yan and Chu Xin freeze in place for a moment. They looked at Ye Bufan with endless surprise and doubt in their eyes. "Your woman, Qin Yao, Commander Qin." As members of the War Department, under the command of Zi Qinhao, Mao Yan and Chu Xin knew Qin Yao. At the age of 19, she was in the Return to Origin realm and a one-star general. Although this was not uncommon before, it was rare. Qin Yao was definitely a legend in the Tianfeng War Department. Most importantly, she was the goddess in the hearts of countless soldiers and generals in the Tianfeng War Department. Unfortunately, Qin Yao has always been cold and arrogant, and she disdains anyone's pursuit, even the generals of the War Department. So he is still single. Now, the young man in front of them, whom they mistook for a senior, actually said that Qin Yao was his woman. How could they not be shocked? This is a relationship where two people are in love and have decided to spend their lives together. Or is it just wishful thinking and wishful thinking? In comparison, they believe more in the latter. Ye Bufan ignored all this, and he didn't have time to think about it. At this moment, there was only one word in his mind: anger. If it was someone else who was besieged, it would be fine, but who was Qin Yao? That was the woman Ye Bufan had chosen. As he had said to Tan Tai Tianyi before, a man should not let his beloved woman cry. A man should not allow anyone to bully his woman, let alone surround and kill her. This is a principle and also a bottom line. No matter whether you are human, monster or barbarian, anyone who touches me will be killed. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan went directly to the mountain wall on one side of the cave, pressed his hands on the stone wall, practiced martial arts, melted the rocks, and went all the way up. Mao Yan and Chu Xin were both awakened instantly. Looking at the scene in front of them, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other. They saw deep shock in each other's eyes. The same is true for the two Transcendent Realm warriors. Melting rocks. What kind of martial art is this? If Ye Bufan had said before that he could take them away from here, they would still have some doubts, but now, they believed it, and they firmly believed it. With such invincible martial arts, it would be no problem for them to leave here without being noticed. But now, Ye Bufan obviously had no intention of taking them away, and the four of them did not say anything. There was only endless silence and shock. Time disappears every second. Ye Bufan's speed of melting rocks was terrifying. In just a few minutes, he opened up a passage in the mountain wall, leading directly to the outside of the mountain. Ye Bufan stepped out. On the top of the mountain, beside the cave, there were only 4 monsters stationed here, 1 monster general and 3 monster soldiers. From the monsters' point of view, the cave in front of them was more than 10 meters deep, and the human race who fell into the cave would not be able to escape no matter what. Under the supervision of 4 monsters, humans cannot escape even if they have wings. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere several meters away from them. This scene startled the 4 monsters and they stood up suddenly. Human race. Ye Bufan ignored him, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Die. As the word fell, Ye Bufan took a step. Entry level, 9 steps of Tanglong. Call out. In just a breath, Ye Bufan appeared in front of the 4 monsters, holding a Xuanbing level long sword in his hand, flashing with a deep cold light. The 4 monsters were shocked. Kill him. The only demon general suddenly came back to his senses, roared, and rushed towards Ye Bufan with murderous intent. The 3 monsters also rushed forward to kill. Faced with 4-on-1, Ye Bufan was not afraid at all. Instead of retreating, he advanced, taking the Tanglong 9 steps. His figure was like a ghost, rushing into the 4 monsters. Shuttle back and forth, difficult to capture. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was dancing wildly. Minor success stage, madness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Cooperating with the 9 steps of Tanglong, Ye Bufan slashed out with his sword, each one more tricky and sharper than the last, and his speed was so fast that people could only see the sword beams flashing between the 4 monsters. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. A momentary confrontation. Call out. Ye Bufan took a step forward and passed through 4 monsters. He paused, turned his back to the 4 monsters, and held the long knife in his hand with the tip of the knife facing the ground. A pool of bloody liquid rolled down from the tip of the knife, dripped onto the rocks on the ground, and splashed a small blood flower. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 monsters fell to the ground and died instantly. Hiss. Seeing this scene and the wounds on the huge bodies of the 4 monsters in front of them, Mao Yan and the other 3 who followed Ye Bufan couldn't help but gasp. The world was silent, and they were all trembling in their spirits. The 4 monsters in front of him, without exception, had dozens of knife scars all over their bodies. The knife scars were hideous and bloody, each of which was deep enough to see the bone, and the bright red blood kept flowing out from the knife scars. The 4 monsters were covered in blood in the blink of an eye. The air was filled with blood. Gurgle. Chu Xin and the other 3 couldn't help swallowing. They looked at each other. Shocked, shocked. In a split second, they slashed nearly 100 times. What kind of speed was this? What kind of strength was this? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, if they hadn't seen the shocking knife marks on the 4 monsters, they wouldn't have believed it. But the facts were right before their eyes and they had no choice but to believe it. Senior. Suddenly coming back to his senses, Chu Xin called out, but found that at this moment, there was no trace of Ye Bufan in front of him. Chu Xin couldn't help but be stunned again. The world was dead silent. Under the mountain, Qin Yao led dozens of Condensation Realm warriors to fight against the demons, and one demon beast after another died in their hands. Unfortunately, the number of demons was too large, 30 times their number, and it seemed that they would never be able to kill them all. Injure 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. This way of fighting is obviously disadvantageous to Qin Yao's side. After all, the difference in numbers is too big. Qin Yao's side has only more than 40 people, and 1 less person dead is 1 less person. Reluctant, yet helpless. There is no other choice. After less than half an hour of fighting, more than 40 soldiers from the combat unit were killed, and hundreds of monsters from the demon clan were also killed, but there were still 700 or 800 monsters left. 700 or 800 monsters surrounded Qin Yao and rushed towards her one after another. The human warrior must be killed by the demon. Qin Yao picked up a gun and fought against 800 monsters alone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Earth Soldier 8 Treasure Silver Silk Dragon Pattern Spear danced wildly, and monsters were constantly killed in Qin Yao's hands. At this moment, even Qin Yao herself didn't know how many monsters she had killed. She had only one obsession in her heart: kill, kill, kill. Covered in bloodshot clothes, long hair dancing wildly. I want to transform myself into a demon and kill all the evil spirits. There was a crazy fight and a bloody scene, but the 2 demon kings were quietly entrenched on the outskirts of the battlefield, with no intention of taking action at all, as if everything in front of them had nothing to do with them. They just stared at Qin Yao with mocking eyes. War General. The human races return to the origin realm. Ground Soldier Spear. So what? A monster that is 100 times, or even nearly 1,000 times more powerful than you, is enough to drain you to death. When all your energy is exhausted, that is when you die. In fact, Qin Yao was indeed at the end of his strength at this time. Human warrior, you are the only one left on your side now. Defeat is inevitable. Surrender. As long as you are willing to submit to my demon clan and work for my demon clan, I can spare your life today. Suddenly, the tiger demon looked at Qin Yao and persuaded him to surrender. Puff. Qin Yao shot and killed a monster in front of him, and said angrily, as for the human race, they only fight to death and never surrender. Call out. Qin Yao shouted and thrust out with his spear. We are men who slay demons and slaughter barbarians. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. You. Upon hearing this, the tiger demon became furious. But he couldn't deny that, as Qin Yao said, the vast majority of human beings would rather die in battle than surrender. Of course, this was only the vast majority, and there would still be exceptions. Obviously, Qin Yao is not that exception. Snort. Immediately, the tiger demon shouted angrily, since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. Come together and tear her apart alive for me. Since you don't surrender, then kill you. Roar. Suddenly, the roars of monsters were heard. Qin Yao's heart trembled violently. Although the demons surrounded him before, they did not rush forward at once. They just attacked him one after another, which did not pose much threat to him. After all, they were facing a Guiyuan realm cultivator like him who was armed with earth soldiers. If they wanted to rush forward at once, they would have to have the ability to do so. But now it's different. After a series of fights, his energy had been almost completely depleted, and he was already at the end of his strength. If the demons rushed forward at this time, Qin Yao didn't dare to think about it. Fight to the death. Since we are going to die, we might as well die together. Call out. On the top of the mountain, a figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed, like a wolf or a tiger. Wherever he passed, the fierce murderous intent seemed to freeze the heaven and earth clean. I am a woman, who dares to kill me? Chapter 203 Because you are here, so I come. I am a woman, who dares to kill me? Thunder exploded between heaven and earth. Rage and murderous intent shook the entire space and echoed in the minds of all the monsters at the foot of the mountain, causing the original fight to strangely come to a halt. The fierce murderous intent surged in, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly, as if it was going to completely freeze this world. Qin Yao's delicate body trembled. This voice, she instinctively thought of the rogue, young master of Tianwang City. On the top of the mountain, Ye Bufan charged forward. Outside the fighting, 10 meters away, a barrel of kerosene instantly appeared in front of Ye Bufan, and he chopped it down with the Xuanbing level long sword in his hand without any hesitation. With a puff, the iron barrel was cut off in an instant, like paper, splashing a little bit of kerosene, and a pungent smell in the air was even more overwhelming. Ye Bufan kept walking. Bang! He kicked the kerosene in front of him. Oil barrels burst out. Clatter! Kerosene fell from the sky like a heavy rain, pouring on the monsters in front of them, and even Qin Yao was not spared. The sudden scene was completed in an instant. What? All the monsters were shocked. Qin Yao's body shook. Kerosene. In her mind, the scene when she first entered the demon battlefield reappeared. The demon army was burned by kerosene. Now, before Qin Yao could think about it, another barrel of kerosene fell from the sky. Countless kerosene fell on the monsters and her like a heavy rain. On both occasions, at least half of the monsters were covered in kerosene. Call out. Ye Bufan took a step forward and arrived at the periphery of the monster. The long sword in his hand disappeared instantly, and a silver spear appeared out of thin air. The sword is the king, the knife is the commander, and the spear is the king. The gun is both the king and the thief. In a melee, the spear is more powerful than a knife or a sword. It can be used for both attack and defense, has fast speed, and has many changes. It is an absolute weapon on the battlefield. Once the gun is fired, who can compete with it? Brush. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all. Before the monsters could react, he fired a shot towards them. Puff puff puff, streams of blood shot out. Qin Yao, come out and kill them. Then, Ye Bufan shouted again, like thunder. Martial arts, crazy. With one sound, the spear danced. Kill. Ye Bufan danced the spear in his hand at an extremely fast speed. The spear shadow flickered, and the speed doubled in the minor success realm. Who could stop him? Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dozens of monsters fell to the ground and died. Qin Yao woke up suddenly. Kill. She no longer hesitated, wielding the spear in her hand, and charging forward towards where Ye Bufan was. Qin Yao woke up in shock, and the demons also came back to their senses. Assholes, kill them. Suddenly, the tiger demon king roared. His eyes were filled with anger, murderous intent, and a hint of contempt. A person in the condensation realm wants to rescue people from 700 or 800 monsters. It's just a pipe dream. Since you are here, let's both stay. Ye Bufan didn't care about what the demon king was thinking, let alone care. At this moment, there was a murderous intent in his eyes, and he was dancing wildly with his spear in a mad manner. If anyone dares to move this girl, kill her. The monsters roared and charged, rushing towards him, full of momentum and murderous intent. However, the monsters soon found that they could not get close to Ye Bufan at all. With a 3-meter-long spear in his hand, he danced madly, his speed reaching an extreme speed. The shadow of the spear flickered, with Ye Bufan as the center. Within 1.5 meters, it was like the territory of a killing god. When gods come, kill gods. When demons come, kill demons. This scene not only shocked the two demon kings in the distance, but even Qin Yao, who was in the bloody battle, was shocked after taking a look. She sent the new recruits from Tianwang City to Luoxian town and then left. It had only been a few days and this rogue had actually advanced to the condensation stage. Moreover, judging by the fluctuations in his yuan force, he was more than just a 1-star condensation stage. The most important thing is, Ye Bufan's crazy offensive and killing moves were so powerful that even Qin Yao himself, a warrior at the Guiyuan realm, felt ashamed of himself. How not to be shocked, how not to be shocked. However, Qin Yao also knew that now was not the time to think about these things, so she no longer paid attention to Ye Bufan, but attacked frantically, moving closer to Ye Bufan. You can't become a demon without being crazy. Without anger, there is no madness. The monsters were simply unable to resist Ye Bufan's crazy offensive and killing moves. Even though there were 700 or 800 of them, Ye Bufan was still able to move forward as if he was in an empty space. In just a moment, he killed his way into the monsters and joined Qin Yao. Why are you here? Qin Yao couldn't help asking as she stood back to back with Ye Bufan, waving her spear. I came because you are here. Ye Bufan said with a smile. You. Qin Yao continued to attack, but she was furious. At this moment, in this situation, this guy is still in the mood to make jokes and say sweet words. He is really heartless. However, Qin Yao was still inexplicably moved. In this deadly situation, how many people could really stand up? After all, this was tantamount to coming to die. Then, she said with a lonely look, you shouldn't have come. What would you have done if I hadn't come? How could I allow others to bully my woman? Not only humans, but also monsters. Ye Bufan swept the spear in his hand and said sternly. Qin Yao was stunned and said, you are here to die. Ye Bufan's tone was calm and composed, with a hint of disdain, seeking death. Not necessarily, there are only a few hundred monsters, just kill them. Puff. As he spoke, he shot a monster to death on the ground. Qin Yao was speechless. Just a few hundred monsters, are we going to just kill them? Eat this. What? Ye Bufan suddenly spoke, and Qin Yao was stunned. He swept the spear in his hand, forcing back the monsters in front of him, then turned sideways and stuffed a essence pill into Qin Yao's mouth, then turned around and continued to face the monsters in front of him. What did you give me to eat? Qin Yao swallowed the essence pill that Ye Bufan stuffed into her mouth. Although she knew that Ye Bufan would not harm her, she still couldn't help asking. Essence pill. Essence pill. Qin Yao was stunned, but her body suddenly shook. This. Then, a hint of disbelief flashed across her face again. At this moment, she could clearly feel that her energy, which was about to be exhausted, was restored by more than half in an instant. Don't think, don't ask. Now, follow your husband and fight your way out. Our target is the top of the mountain. Before Qin Yao could think more, Ye Bufan suddenly shouted. Good. Qin Yao responded. Kill. Ye Bufan shouted loudly, took a step forward, and swept his spear across. In his madness, no one of his peers could compete with him. What's more, only a small number of these monsters were in the 6th level of the condensation realm, and most of them were in the 5th level and below the transcendent realm. How you come in, how you go out. 700 or 800 monsters surrounded them, as if they were in an empty place. What's more, with Qin Yao, who is at the Guiyuan realm, behind him, Ye Bufan has nothing to worry about. He launches offensive and killing moves with all his might. Asshole. Seeing that Ye Bufan and the other two were about to break out of the encirclement, the Tiger Demon King roared angrily and pointed at the Bear Demon King beside him and said, You, go and help. Why don't you go? Asked the Bear Demon King. If I tell you to go, you should go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Immediately, the Tiger Demon King roared. Roll. The Bear Demon King cursed angrily, you and I are both Demon Kings. Who are you to order me around? And why should I listen to you? If you want to go, go by yourself. I don't want to go and die. You. The Tiger Demon suddenly became furious. The bear monster is afraid of death, and he is also afraid of death. They had already witnessed the power and terror of Qin Yao, a human being in the Guiyuan realm. If any of them took action, Qin Yao would definitely attack them frantically. There would be only one result: whoever went forward would die. That was why they had not taken any action and just watched from the side. Moreover, in their opinion, Qin Yao would definitely die under the siege of 700 or 800 monsters. But who would have thought that Ye Bufan would suddenly appear? The combat power of a condensation realm cultivator is even stronger and more terrifying than that of a Guiyuan realm cultivator. How could they not be shocked and anxious? Bastards, are you all useless? Kill them for me. The Bear Demon King didn't dare to take action, and the Tiger Demon King could only roar at the group of monsters. Unfortunately, it doesn't help. The two levels of power of Shenwu Bawang. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ye Bufan fired several shots in an instant, knocking away several monsters in front of him, and a gap appeared in the originally airtight encirclement in an instant. Brush. Ye Bufan grabbed Qin Yao's left hand. Walk. As soon as the word rang out, he pulled Qin Yao fiercely and directly in front of him. Then he turned around and swept the spear in his hand, forcing back the monster that was chasing him. Qin Yao was suddenly pulled by Ye Bufan, and her steps were already unstable. At this moment, Ye Bufan swept her with his gun, then immediately turned around, retracted the spear in his hand, and grabbed Qin Yao's slender waist. Qin Yao was startled. What are you doing? Ye Bufan ignored her and lifted Qin Yao onto his shoulder with a whoosh, then pushed the ground with his right foot. 9 steps of the soaring dragon. Call out. In an instant, Ye Bufan quickly rushed towards the top of the mountain. In just one breath, he had created a distance of more than 10 meters between him and the monster chasing him from behind. Then, Ye Bufan shouted again, shoot. Chapter 204 Exposed. On the mountainside, Mao Yan and Chu Xin lay quietly behind a huge rock, staring intently at the situation below the mountain. The breeze blows by and the world is quiet. The 2 Transcendent Realm warriors had left at their strong request, but the other 2 did not continue to escort them. In their opinion, there was no difference between 4 people and 2 people. Once they encountered the demon team, they would all die. Instead of this, it is better to stay and fight with the brothers in the battle department in a vigorous battle and shed the last bit of blood. Although we were not together in life, we wish to be buried together after death. As for the 2 Transcendent Realm warriors, Mao Yan and Chu Xin could no longer care about so much. If they were lucky and did not encounter the demon team, or encountered the war team, then they would naturally have a chance to survive. If they were unlucky and encountered the demon team, then they could only consider it bad luck. In short, life and death are left to fate. It just so happened that Ye Bufan, who had originally left, turned back again and asked them for help. Naturally, the 2 of them would not refuse and went forward without hesitation. Now, they saw a scene that they would never forget. The warriors in the Ningyuan realm fought bloody battles in all directions and moved freely among 800 monsters. What kind of strength and combat power is this? They were frightened, shocked and excited. They were even more distracted by it. Release the arrow. Suddenly, Ye Bufan shouted loudly, like thunder, shaking all directions. Buzz. The 2 woke up instantly. Chu Xin held the longbow in his hand, put an arrow on it, and pulled the string. Mao Yan, light the fire. Without any hesitation, Mao Yan unscrewed the fire lighter in his hand, and the flame instantly touched the arrowhead of Chu Xin that was already on the string. However, the arrowhead was wrapped with oilcloth stained with kerosene. Whether it is the bow or the arrow, they all come from Ye Bufan. Boom! The flame touched the arrow and fire instantly ignited. Chu Xin's hand suddenly loosened. The arrow has left the bow. Break through the air. Call out. The rockets directly attacked the monster team. At the foot of the mountain, monsters roared and chased Ye Bufan and Qin Yao. Unfortunately, due to Ye Bufan's advantage of entering the Tenglong 9 steps, the 2 sides instantly opened up a distance of more than 10 meters. Call out. On the top of the mountain, rockets came and attacked the monster team directly. In an instant, the rocket landed on one of the monsters. There was no sharp arrow piercing the body, and no blood splashed. However, the moment the rocket collided with the monster's body, there was a boom sound, and a raging fire instantly burned on the monster's body. Roar, roar, roar. The sudden change and the pain of being burned by the fire made the monster let out long, shrill cries of pain. Bang! It fell to the ground in an instant, wailing and struggling. As the monster struggled, its body touched other monsters, and the kerosene that Ye Bufan had poured on their bodies was instantly ignited. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Boom! In an instant, a huge fire broke out among the monster team. The monsters wailed and struggled, and many of them stopped and retreated to the rear, with a hint of fear in their cold eyes. Continue. On the mountainside, Chu Xin shouted loudly. Call out. A rocket instantly rushed towards the retreating monsters. Fast, fierce and accurate. Boom! Rockets fell and fires started. The entire monster team instantly fell into chaos. Asshole! Suddenly coming back to his senses, looking at the scene in front of him, the Tiger Demon King shouted angrily, "Despicable human race, chase me!" Halfway up the mountain, brush! Ye Bufan stopped and put Qin Yao down instantly. Qin Yao was furious but also stunned. This Qin Yao was slightly dazed as she watched the flames rising to the sky at the foot of the mountain and the monsters struggling and roaring in pain in the sea of fire. Commander, Senior. At this time, Chu Xin and Mao Yan ran over. Why are you two still here? Qin Yao looked at the two people who came back to their senses in an instant. She was stunned at first, and then asked with a little dissatisfaction, where are the two transcendent realms? Reporting to the commander, I have asked them to leave. The two men lowered their heads when they heard this. Chu Xin said weakly, like a child who had done something wrong. Good job. Ye Bufan ignored all this, but glanced at Chu Xin and Mao Yan and praised them. As for the two transcendent realm humans, in Ye Bufan's opinion, life or death was not important at all, not to mention that the demon race was not targeting them. The next second, Ye Bufan looked down the mountain again. At this moment, at least some of the monsters were struggling in the flames, while the remaining half, under the command of the Tiger Monster King, charged towards the mountain again. Still chasing, Ye Bufan sneered, then I will send you to death. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a barrel of kerosene appeared out of thin air in front of Ye Bufan. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out his long knife, and with a puff, he instantly cut off the top part of the barrel. Bang! The tip of the knife was placed on the oil barrel, and with a push, the oil barrel was instantly overturned and rolled down the mountain. The kerosene contaminated the entire mountain wherever it passed. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. In this way, he pushed several barrels of kerosene down the mountain, so that the entire mountain was filled with the pungent smell of kerosene. The next second, a fire starter appeared out of thin air in his hand. Before leaving Tianwang City that day, he prepared 100,000 barrels of kerosene and naturally a lot of fire starters as well. Ye Bufan unscrewed the fire starter and threw it to the ground again. Calm and casual. Boom. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, instantly covering the entire mountain in front of them, causing the temperature around them to rise sharply. The monsters at the foot of the mountain were all shocked when they saw this scene. Run! They turned back and fled in an instant. Qin Yao was stunned. Mao Yan and Chu Xin were stunned. Is this possible? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Since the people had been rescued, they naturally couldn't stay here any longer. He immediately grabbed Qin Yao's hand and said softly, Yao Yao baby, let's go. Qin Yao's delicate body trembled and she suddenly woke up. You. A messy word sounded, and Qin Yao couldn't help but look at Mao Yan and Chu Xin again. Mao Yan and Chu Xin were both stunned. Swipe. Then, the two of them turned their heads away again, looking at the surrounding space as if nothing had happened, as if we saw and heard nothing. Qin Yao couldn't help but glare at Ye Bufan fiercely, but a blush appeared on her face again. Roar! Before Ye Bufan could respond, a deafening roar of a beast sounded from the foot of the mountain. Angry, long. The Tiger Demon King's cold eyes were staring at Ye Bufan with blazing fire in them. There was a mixture of murderous intent and anger in his eyes, as well as a hint of excitement. Chase, chase, chase. Chase him for me. Intercept him from both sides. Don't let that human get away. Immediately, the Tiger Demon King's earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded again. His voice was firm and resolute. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out with all four hooves. Call out! With its huge body, the Tiger Demon King bypassed the sea of fire and rushed towards the top of the mountain first. Its speed was so fast that only a residual image could be seen. The monsters did not dare to hesitate at all. The Bear Demon King also ran away. Something strange happened. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. While galloping at a rapid speed, the Tiger Demon King's earth-shaking roars were heard one after another, without any pause at all. The tiger's roar was like thunder. The tiger's roar shook the earth. The tiger's roar seemed to shake the sky and tear apart space. It spread out into the surrounding space with a kind of magical power, extending for thousands of miles and lasting for a long time. The ears of Ye Bufan and the other three were buzzing from the vibration, as if they were going to become deaf. The four of them could not help but look at each other, and Qin Yao's face changed instantly. No, he's asking for help. Ask for help. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Run. Call out. As soon as Ye Bufan finished his words, before they could take any action, the huge body of the Tiger Demon King rushed over and blocked the way behind the four people. So fast. All four of them were stunned. The Tiger Demon King ignored all this. His cold, bloodthirsty eyes stared at Ye Bufan, and the biting coldness from his body seemed to freeze the air. Human, it was you who killed the son of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, His Highness the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon. Suddenly, the Tiger Demon King asked again in a cold voice. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and a sharp, cold aura came towards him, locking onto Ye Bufan alone. Qin Yao, Mao Yan, and Chu Xin couldn't help but tremble, and they turned their heads away instinctively. Swish, swish, swish. The three people's eyes fell on Ye Bufan. Shocked and stunned, he killed the Demon Emperor's son. The world was dead silent and space was frozen. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Exposed. Chapter 205, Battle with the Demon King. Exposed. Looking at the cold eyes of the Tiger Demon King in front of him, Ye Bufan's heart was in a mess. He pretended to be confused and said, "What Purple Emperor Demon King? What Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon? I don't know what you are talking about. If you don't want to die, get out of here." Snort. Hearing this, the Tiger Demon King snorted coldly and said angrily, "Human, don't try to quibble." Before His Majesty Manlong died, he sent a message to the Demon Emperor. He was set up by two despicable human transcendent realm warriors and burned to death in a fire. Then, the Tiger Demon King pointed at the raging fire at the foot of the mountain and said sternly, "You still say it wasn't you who did it?" Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. My heart is in great confusion. Before, he was curious about how the demon clan knew that the transcendent realm warrior had taken action. It turned out that the Purple Lightning Savage Dragon had passed the message to the Demon Emperor through some unknown means before his death. Now, look what happened, you have betrayed yourself by setting yourself on fire. Nonsense. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to respond, Mao Yan shouted, "You also said that it was a transcendent realm who killed your damn Demon Emperor's son, but you are in the condensation realm, not a transcendent realm at all." Snort. The Tiger Demon King snorted coldly upon hearing this. He was at the condensation stage, but what about now? There is no fluctuation of yuan force on his body at all. He must have used some secret method to hide it, so your highness mistakenly thought that he was a transcendent stage warrior. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao and the other two were all stunned. Then, they couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan again. Although it was just a glance, it made their pupils shrink, they were shocked. Condensation state. At this moment, Ye Bufan is no longer in the nascent soul realm. There is not even a trace of yuan power in his body. He is undoubtedly a transcendent warrior. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. The secret of returning to oneness from the heavens. This unfortunate martial arts technique, now it's trying to show off and has brought disaster upon itself. Once the demons identify me as the real culprit who killed the Purple Lightning Dragon, I will never be able to live in peace again, and what awaits me will be the endless pursuit of the demons. Unless the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor dies. Brush. Ye Bufan didn't think any more. An ordinary iron spear instantly appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he raised the spear and took a step forward. The second level of Shenwu Bawang's strength, a force of 1,300 kilograms. A shot thrown. Call out. The spear turned into a cold light and attacked the Tiger Demon King directly. It came suddenly and extremely fast. Qin Yao and the other two did not expect Ye Bufan to suddenly attack, and the Tiger Demon King did not expect it either. When he saw the cold light of the spear coming towards him, his pupils shrank and he was shocked. This despicable human being. Without any hesitation, the Tiger Demon King dodged instantly. Unfortunately, he was still a step slow. Puff! Ye Bufan made a sudden attack with a spear in his hand that instantly pierced into the body of the Tiger Demon King. Fresh blood splattered out, and the entire spear was embedded in the Tiger Demon King's body for as much as 1 meter. Roar! The Tiger Demon King felt pain and let out a tiger roar. He was furious to the extreme. "You despicable human being, you!" Before the Tiger Demon King could think or say more, Ye Bufan had appeared in front of him without him knowing when, holding a Xuanbing-level silver spear in his hand. It's a life and death fight, there's no need for so much nonsense. Crazy demon kill. Swoosh, swoosh. Ye Bufan fired 2 shots in succession. Tricky and sharp. The Tiger Demon King did not hesitate at all. He took a step back in an instant and dodged Ye Bufan's 2 consecutive shots. However, the anger and murderous intent in his eyes reached the extreme. Ye Bufan's attack missed and he was secretly shocked. He was indeed a 7th-level Demon King with such a fast reaction speed according to his previous prediction, he should have stabbed him at least 2 more times. Unfortunately, he still dodged it. Everything happened in a flash. By the time Qin Yao and the other two reacted, Ye Bufan and the Tiger Demon King had already fought twice in a row. Hiss. Looking at the black iron spear that was more than 1 meter deep and pierced into the Tiger Demon King's body, and the bright red blood that kept flowing out of the wound, Qin Yao and the other two couldn't help but gasp. There was dead silence all around. Roar. The Tiger Demon King did not hesitate at all. He roared like a tiger, endured the pain from his wounds, and pounced towards Ye Bufan in an instant. "I'll help you," Qin Yao shouted loudly, shook the spear in her hand, and charged forward, attacking the Tiger Demon King head-on that was rushing towards Ye Bufan. Kill! Kill! Mao Yan and Chu Xin also rushed out with swords in hand. 9 steps of the soaring dragon. Ye Bufan dodged and retreated several meters. Boom! The Tiger Demon King's attack failed. Qin Yao and the other two attacked, and the Tiger Demon King did not dare to hesitate at all, and instantly dodged and retreated. At this time, Ye Bufan shouted, "Go quickly." Qin Yao and the other two were stunned and their offensive came to a halt. Ye Bufan continued to shout, "It's just a Demon King. If I want to leave, he can't stop me. You guys leave quickly. Only when you get away can I leave with peace of mind." Hearing this, Qin Yao and the other two hesitated slightly. "Go!" Ye Bufan shouted again. Roar. Suddenly, a beast roar suddenly sounded from one side of the forest. Ye Bufan was stunned. Finished. Qin Yao and the other two were also slightly surprised. Call out. A figure flashed by, and the Bear Demon King attacked, and instantly landed beside the Tiger Demon King. His cold eyes swept over Ye Bufan and his group of 4. "You want to leave, can you leave?" Roar, roar, roar. On both sides of the forest, the monsters that had escaped the previous disaster now rushed forward. Although their number had decreased a lot compared to before, there were still more than 100 of them. "Surround this king." The Tiger Demon King roared angrily, and more than 100 demon beasts surrounded Ye Bufan and his 3 companions without any hesitation. The atmosphere was dead silent, and the encirclement reappeared. The 2 demon kings stared at Ye Bufan with their cold eyes. The Tiger Demon King said, "Human, you can't run away." Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly. "I can kill the son of your demon emperor, the 3 demon kings, and 5,000 demon generals in an instant. I want to leave, can you stop me?" "You." Upon hearing this, the Tiger Demon King became furious. Qin Yao and the other two were shocked. Was it really him who killed the demon emperor's son, the purple lightning barbarian dragon? Moreover, according to Ye Bufan, he killed not only the son of the demon emperor, but also 3 demon kings and 5,000 demon generals. Hiss. The 3 of them couldn't help but gasp. Call out. Without waiting for everyone to think about it, Ye Bufan took a step forward. Madness. With the help of martial arts, Ye Bufan fired several shots in an instant. The gun shadows flashed, blood splattered, and several monsters fell to the ground. A gap appeared in the encirclement of the monster clan. Ye Bufan rushed out. 9 steps of the soaring dragon. With a flash, he was several meters away. The demon encirclement seemed to be non-existent to Ye Bufan. He escaped from it in an instant, without even giving them a chance to react or intercept. "I've told you, I want to leave and you can't stop me. Son of the demon emperor. The next one will be the son of your demon god. Goodbye." Standing proudly outside the encirclement of the demon clan, Ye Bufan said coldly, his voice full of disdain and ridicule. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took a step forward and ran away without stopping. In just a moment, he was more than 10 meters away. The sudden scene stunned both parties. "Leaving now." Swipe. Mao Yan and Chu Xin immediately looked at Qin Yao. Qin Yao frowned. "Asshole." Watching Ye Bufan fleeing away, the Tiger Demon King roared angrily, and looked at Qin Yao with cold eyes again. "Catch this woman for me." War. Qin Yao and the other two leaned together and shouted at the same time. In the distance, Ye Bufan paused, then he looked at the 2 demon kings and his mouth twitched. "Are you going to let me go just like that? Damn it, I killed the son of your demon emperor." Ye Bufan immediately looked at the 2 demon kings and sneered, "Trash is trash. I wonder what your demon emperor would think if he knew that you 2 watched the murderer of his son leave with your own eyes." Hee hee. Hearing this, the Tiger Demon King did not get angry but laughed instead. "Human, you don't need to provoke me." With a sneer, the Tiger Demon King looked at Qin Yao again and said with a smile, "I think this woman must be very important to you, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked your life to save her before. You also said that you want to leave and I can't stop you. In that case, I will let you go. I don't believe that you will not come to rescue her if she is in my hands. Your uncle. Hearing this, Ye Bufan cursed angrily. You are a demon king after all, how can you be so shameless? Same here. I learned this from you. The tiger demon king said with a smile. Ye Bufan was speechless for a moment. Originally, he thought that as long as he left, the two demon kings would definitely come after him, so Qin Yao and the other two could escape, and it would be even easier for him to escape. The artifact still had 2 chances of space teleportation, so even the demon emperor himself would not be able to stop him. But now it's different. Qin Yao and the other two were slightly stunned. He left earlier just to lure the monsters to chase after them, and then let the 3 of them leave and escape. Qin Yao immediately shouted, "Go away. Call out." Ye Bufan ignored them, took a step forward, did not flee but retreated, turned back in an instant, and came to the outside of the monster tribe's encirclement. He looked at Mao Yan and Qin Yao with his deep eyes, and said, "Just like you are unwilling to abandon your comrades and flee, I will not abandon you, because, you are my, Ye Bufan's, woman." Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qin Yao's body trembled. Kill. Then, Ye Bufan's words rang out, cold, stern and resolute. A word fell, a step was taken. Ye Bufan shook the spear in his hand and attacked the Tiger Demon King. Condensation Realm, fighting the Demon King. Chapter 206 The Demon King collapses. Ningyuan Realm, fighting the Demon King. Ye Bufan took a step forward, raised his spear and attacked the Tiger Demon King in front of him. There was a murderous intent all over his body, and he concentrated his energy to fight the Demon King without any fear. Kill. Suddenly coming back to her senses, Qin Yao shouted sternly. She knew exactly what Ye Bufan meant. With her 5-star return to the origin and the advantage of the ground soldiers, she might be able to escape if she wanted to. However, Mao Yan and Chu Xin were different. If they were the only 2 left, they would surely die. Qin Yao couldn't let it go and could only fight to the death. Call out. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged out with the spear in her hand. Kill. Mao Yan and Chu Xin did not stop either. The melee breaks out again. Court death. Seeing Ye Bufan coming towards him with a gun in his hand, a cold light flashed in the Tiger Demon King's eyes, and he let out an angry roar. Call out. He pounced directly at Ye Bufan and said, "Black Bear, this guy is very cunning. Let's join forces to take him down, and we'll each take half of the credit." Good. The Bear Demon King responded without any hesitation, and he also pounced on Ye Bufan. In an instant, 2 Demon Kings attacked. Your uncle. Ye Bufan cursed angrily, turned around, took the Tenglong 9 steps and ran away. His speed was so fast that he was more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. The 2 Demon Kings were chasing closely, and the distance between the 3 was getting closer and closer. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. 5 meters away, Ye Bufan suddenly turned around. Call out. A long spear shot out and attacked the oncoming Tiger Demon King. Just like before, it came suddenly and without any warning, and its speed was extremely fast. The Tiger Demon King was shocked. He flashed and immediately hid to the side. Call out. The spear burst past him. Call. The Tiger Demon King couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but cold sweat broke out all over his body. He could clearly feel the place where Ye Bufan had shot him before. Although the spear had been pulled out with the help of the Bear Demon King, it still hurt at this moment. This human race is too despicable and shameless. Careful. Before the Tiger Demon King could think about it, a loud shout suddenly sounded beside him. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air came. The Tiger Demon King was shocked. The Bear Demon King suddenly stood in front of the Tiger Demon King. He clenched his bare claws, and the spear trembled with a hum sound. The Tiger Demon King's pupils shrank. He clearly saw that the Bear Demon King was holding an iron spear in his hand, and the sharp tip of the spear was only a few millimeters away from him. If it were a step later. Hiss. Thinking of this, the Tiger Demon King couldn't help but shiver. Thanks. He instinctively glanced at the bear monster and said. Roar. As soon as the Tiger Demon King finished speaking, the Bear Demon King let out a sharp roar, and his huge body trembled. The Tiger Demon King was stunned and looked sideways. At this moment, a black iron spear directly pierced into the abdomen of the Bear Demon King, and the bright red blood flowed out gurglingly. Hiss. The Tiger Demon King couldn't help but gasp. This spear is not as sharp as an arrow. He had experienced it before. The pain was deep in the bone marrow and tore the heart and lungs. If the demon race's body was not strong, this spear would have crippled them if not killed. Roar. Suddenly, the bear demon king roared, his eyes were bloodshot, and his bear claws immediately grabbed the spear and pulled it out. With a puff sound, a stream of blood spurted out. Asshole. The bear demon cursed angrily and instantly looked at Ye Bufan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In front, several spears broke through the air, carrying with them cold light and murderous intent, and attacked the two demon kings head-on. The two demon kings' pupils trembled suddenly. Fuck you. This human being is so shameless. However, they did not dare to hesitate or slack off at all. The bear demon king immediately swung the spear in his hand, and a few clang, clang, clang sounds of metal collision were heard. The spears thrown by Ye Bufan were all shot down in an instant. Go to hell. The bear demon king roared and threw the spear in his hand out instantly. Call out. A shot broke through the air and hit Ye Bufan directly. As a 7th order Guiyuan level demon king, the bear demon's power is absolutely incomparable to Ye Bufan's. The speed of his shot is even faster than Ye Bufan's. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank. 9 steps of the soaring dragon. He dodged and his figure instantly flashed several meters away. Puff. The iron spear thrown by the bear demon king instantly pierced into the ground. Call out. Ye Bufan didn't care at all, and didn't even stop. Before his steps were steady, 2 swooshes sounded, and 2 spears shot out in an instant, attacking the bear monster king. 1 shot, 2 shots. All of a sudden, both the tiger demon and the bear demon, the two demon kings couldn't help but twitch their lips, and their hearts were so confused and crazy. What the hell is this human race? What the hell is this fight? How can you be so shameless? Also, why does he have so many iron spears on him? Suddenly, the tiger demon king roared, Human, if you have the guts, fight me head on, do you dare? Stupid. Ye Bufan directly gave him the words Tiger Demon King. You. The Tiger Demon King was furious. Call out. Ye Bufan threw another iron spear. The two demon kings were speechless and confused. The two demons dodged a shot, but the Tiger Demon King immediately shouted, change into human form. You go left, I go right. I don't believe this shameless bastard can have 3 heads and 6 arms. The monsters are too huge in size. In this situation, it is difficult for them to dodge and they are easily hit by Ye Bufan. Good. The Tiger Demon King responded with one word. Immediately, the two demon kings instantly transformed into 2 middle-aged men. Without any pause, they rushed towards Ye Bufan from the left and the right, at an extremely fast speed. This despicable guy will never be forgiven easily. Seeing the two demon kings transform into human forms and surround him on both sides, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank in shock. He did not dare to hesitate at all and turned around and ran. The 9 steps of Tenglong were used to the extreme. Unfortunately, the speed of the two demon kings was so fast that even if Ye Bufan pushed his speed to the extreme, the distance between the two sides was still getting closer. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Suddenly, Ye Bufan stopped. Swoosh, swoosh. The two demon kings ignored him and approached from the left and right in an instant. Go to hell, kid. The bear demon king was furious and roared like a raging storm. He slapped out with his palm and attacked Ye Bufan head on. Black bear, no. Seeing this, the tiger demon king said anxiously, he killed His Highness the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon. The demon emperor has ordered that he must be captured alive. Buzz. Hearing this, the bear demon king trembled and suddenly woke up. The killing moves were restrained and replaced with grappling moves. Call out. Seeing the two demon kings approaching, less than 2 meters apart, Ye Bufan's mouth curled up into an evil smile, and he threw the object in his hand high up. It was a barrel of kerosene. Bang! In an instant, Ye Bufan pushed off the ground with his feet and jumped up. A long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then, he chopped it down with a knife. Puff! The sharp sword directly split the kerosene barrel into 2 halves, and suddenly, kerosene fell from the air. Swoosh, swoosh. The two demon kings came running towards them. Everything seemed long, but it was only a moment. Ye Bufan jumped up and split the kerosene barrel. 2 demon kings arrived and kerosene spilled all over the sky. Clatter. The 4 points seemed to merge into one. In an instant, the kerosene in the oil barrel poured directly onto the 2 demon kings like a heavy rain. Bang! Bang! There were 2 dull thuds, and the oil barrel that was split in half fell to the ground, empty. With a bang, Ye Bufan also landed on the ground, but he pushed the ground with his right foot, and with the Tanglong 9 steps, his body instantly retreated several meters to create distance between him and the two demon kings. In an instant, everything was done. What? Feeling the pungent smell of the gunpowder splashed on his body, the bear demon king suddenly let out a loud shout, and his face changed in an instant. Fuck, it's human kerosene. It's the kerosene he used just now. Two exclamations were heard. Hiss. The two demon kings couldn't help but gasp. Swipe. They instinctively looked at Ye Bufan. 3 meters away, Ye Bufan stood proudly, looking directly at the two demon kings. He chuckled and held a fire starter in his hand, which had been unscrewed and was flickering with a finger-sized flame. Buzz. Suddenly, the two demon kings trembled again and their pupils shrank. They looked at each other. Run, run. Chapter 207 Demon Clan reinforcements are coming. Call. Seeing the two demon kings turn around and run away, Ye Bufan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew very well that although the two demon kings were doused with kerosene, it was impossible to burn them to death with just this ordinary flame. After all, Ye Bufan had seen this in Qingfang Valley. In the Qingfang Valley, he and Tan Tai Tianyi were able to burn the 4 demon kings alive because the entire Qingfang Valley was sealed off at that time, and the 4 demon kings had no way to escape. But the 2 demon kings in front of them were different. They could escape, and they were not in the deep sea of fire, so the little bit of kerosene could only injure them at most. Unfortunately, they still ran away. Undoubtedly, the previous scene had brought them a great shock. Of course, the most important reason was that these 2 demon kings were timid and afraid of death. Seeing the 2 demon kings fleeing, Ye Bufan did not chase them, but rushed towards the location of Qin Yao and the other 2. Saving lives is the priority. The 2 demon kings were stunned when they saw this. They stopped and looked in the direction where Ye Bufan left with surprised eyes. Confused, and even more angry. This shameless human is so despicable. No wonder His Highness the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon fell into his hands. It's really hateful. Immediately, the Tiger Demon King grabbed his body, looked at the kerosene stained on his hands, and said angrily in a cold voice. The Bear Demon King also nodded. He was still frightened, but he couldn't help but look at the Tiger Demon King and asked, "What should we do now?" "What to do?" The Tiger Demon King shouted coldly, his face grim as he said, "Of course I will follow him. I have already asked for help from the surrounding tribesmen. I believe they will come to reinforce us soon. As long as the Demon King arrives, this human will never escape again. He deserves to die." His voice was cold, confident and resolute. Just as the Tiger Demon King said, the nearby demons were indeed rushing towards them, and there were even some demon kings among them. But at the same time, his previous roar also attracted the attention of the human race, and at this moment, the people of the War Department were also gathering here. When the storm gathers, a war is inevitable. Good. The Bear Demon King responded. Immediately, the 2 demon kings chased after Ye Bufan. On the mountainside, Qin Yao and the other 2 fought a bloody battle with more than 100 monsters, but the situation was much better than before. After all, when they were at the foot of the mountain, Qin Yao faced 700 or 800 monsters alone. But now it is different. The number of monsters has been greatly reduced, and she has Mao Yan and Chu Xin by her side. One gains while the other loses. Kill. The 3 of them formed a triangle and were in the center of the battle circle. They attacked together and made it impossible for more than 100 monsters of the demon clan to get close. Some monsters even fell down from time to time. Qin Yao held a ground soldier's spear in his hand, his expression stern, like a killing god. There are more than 100 monsters, the highest rank among them is only at the 6th rank monster general level, and even most of them are only 5th, 4th, and 3rd rank monsters. When the 5 stars return to their origin, what monster can defeat them? Just as Ye Bufan said, the more than 100 monsters in front of them were not the 700 or 800 monsters before. If Qin Yao wanted to leave, the monster tribe might not be able to stop her. But she didn't leave. Mao Yan and Chu Xin had already withdrawn from the battle. They could have just left and their lives would have been safe, but they still turned back without hesitation. "If you don't abandon me, how can I ignore you? Fight together, retreat together. Kill." If Qin Yao takes action, a monster will definitely be killed. There were more than 100 monsters, but after Qin Yao's crazy slaughter, the number is now less than 80, and the number is still decreasing. Compared to Qin Yao, Chu Xin and Mao Yan are much inferior. Being in the condensation realm, they can only protect themselves when surrounded by a group of monsters. However, their existence also has a great significance. At least, the monsters in front of them cannot move forward at all. Therefore, under the triangle situation, Qinyao does not need to worry about the other two sides, but only needs to kill the monsters in front of him with all his strength. If this goes on, there will not be enough monsters for Qinyao to kill, and there will be only one outcome: the monster team will be wiped out. The situation is good. However, Qinyao did not show any joy at all. On the contrary, her brows were furrowed and her expression was solemn, with a hint of worry in her eyes. The two demon kings chased after Ye Bufan, but Ye Bufan was only a warrior in the condensation realm. This was definitely not a good thing for Ye Bufan, and it was even a situation where he was sure to die. She was nervous and she was worried. Surrounded by monsters, she was helpless. Can only pray. At the same time, Qinyao was also waiting. Previously, the Tiger Demon King's roars and requests for help would inevitably attract a large number of demons, but would also attract members of the War Department. Now it depends on whether the demon team will arrive first, or the members of the Human War Department will arrive first. This is a gamble, with a 50-50 chance of winning or losing. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, two shouts of killing were heard on the top of the mountain. Qinyao and the other two were all stunned. Two Transcendent Realm warriors came back and rushed towards the battle circle in front of them. Both of them had a look of determination on their faces. Why did the demons capture them? They don't know. But they knew that their two Transcendent Realm warriors were of no use to the demon race, and it would be meaningless even if they fell into the hands of the demon race. On the other hand, dozens of soldiers in the War Department were buried in the northern mountains because of them. How did they stay out of it? How did they ignore it? After some hesitation, struggle and consideration, the two of them chose to turn back. Perhaps they were wrong to do so. Perhaps their behavior would make the sacrifices of those previous soldiers in vain. But so what? Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? Draw your sword and examine your conscience. Don't ask to have no guilt, but ask to have no regrets. In just a moment, they rushed out of the encirclement of the monsters, slashing with the long swords in their hands without hesitation, killing. Good job. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, and Ye Bufan rushed over, instantly arriving in front of the two Transcendent Realm warriors, and stabbed out with the spear in his hand. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out, and a monster fell to the ground with a bang. Senior. Seeing Ye Bufan, the two Transcendent Realm warriors were stunned. How can you be distracted when killing the enemy? Ye Bufan shouted, the spear in his hand did not stop, still sweeping out, and at the same time said in a stern voice, today, if the two of you don't die, I will give you a chance. Buzz. The two Transcendent Realm warriors were suddenly startled. Kill. Then, they collected their minds, stopped thinking, drew their swords, and slew the monster. Call. Seeing Ye Bufan coming, Qinyao was stunned at first, then couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. However, it was only for a moment, and then Qinyao frowned again, looking stunned. Ye Bufan is back, but where are the two demon kings? Dead. Qinyao had the same idea, and Mao Yan and Chu Xin had the same idea. After all, they had seen with their own eyes the two demon kings chasing Ye Bufan away, but now only Ye Bufan came back, and the two demon kings were nowhere to be seen. If not being killed, then what? But how could he, a warrior in the condensation realm, kill the two demon kings? Roar! Roar! Before Qinyao and the other two could think about it, two angry beast roars sounded instantly, and the bear demon and the tiger demon, the two demon kings, chased after Ye Bufan. Stop! Without waiting for the two demon kings to speak, Ye Bufan shouted angrily, you two losers, if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill you. In an instant, the two demon kings stopped. You! The tiger demon king was furious. Despicable human, if you dare, fight me. The bear demon king roared, his cold eyes staring at Ye Bufan, burning with rage. This human is too shameless and despicable. Fight with you. Ye Bufan continued to attack, but he sneered again. I accept the challenge, do you dare to fight? Don't forget who was the one who ran away from the fight just now, it was you two losers. Demon King. Hee hee. You. Hearing this, the bear demon king was immediately furious, yet helpless. If they really fought with this despicable human, once he got close to them, the kerosene on the bodies of their two demon kings would probably be ignited by him. At that time they might end up with the same fate as His Majesty the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon. How to fight? Asshole. Hee hee. Seeing the two demon kings who were furious but dared not take a step forward, Ye Bufan smiled calmly, and then ignored them and madly attacked the demon beast in front of him, while shouting, "Attack with all your strength, and fight quickly and decisively. It's too late, I'm afraid reinforcements from the demon tribe will arrive." At the moment, Qin Yao, Mao Yan, and Chu Xin were stunned, and even the monster members around them were confused. The two demon kings don't dare to fight a human in the condensation realm. What's going on? However, after only a moment, Qin Yao and the other two came back to their senses. They stopped thinking too much and instead went all out to end the battle quickly. There was a gleam of light in the eyes of the two Transcendent Realm warriors. A senior is a senior. Even the two demon kings did not dare to take action because of the senior. But no matter what the reason was, it was a fact that the two demon kings stayed aside and did not dare to take action. The scene of Ye Bufan intimidating the two demon kings caused the demon clan's morale to drop to the extreme, and even many monsters were frightened and wanted to retreat. On the other hand, the human race was in great spirits. Kill. With the arrival of Ye Bufan, the battle situation seemed to have changed subtly. It was no longer the monsters surrounding Qin Yao and the other two, but Ye Bufan and Qin Yao were attacking the monsters from the front and back. With Mao Yan, Chu Xin and two Transcendent Realm warriors supporting them, the situation changed drastically. Kill, kill, kill. The monsters surrounded him but were killed. Blood, slaughter, and the loss of life. The number of monsters also decreased rapidly, 70, 60, 50, 40. The two demon kings who were watching from the side were furious. They wanted to take action, but did not dare to get close. Roar. Suddenly, a roar of beast was heard from the foot of the mountain. Buzz. No matter whether it was the human race or the demon race, the bodies of both sides couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Ha ha ha. Immediately, the two demon kings were overjoyed and laughed out loud. Ye Bufan frowned. Bang, bang, bang. Dense and heavy footsteps swept in from the bottom of the mountain, from far away to near, accompanied by earth-shaking roars of beasts. Demon clan reinforcements are coming. Chapter 208. In the next life, I will marry you. The demon tribe reinforcements arrived. Ye Bufan and his companions were shocked, but they did not dare to hesitate. They kept attacking and with a few bangs, the last few monsters around them fell to the ground and died. The monsters led by the two monster kings, the tiger monster and the bear monster, were completely wiped out. The demon clan was defeated. But for Ye Bufan and his companions, the situation before them was even more dangerous than before, because countless monsters were already running and charging down the mountain, with a number of no less than 2,000. Moreover, among such a large group of monsters, there must be a 7th-level monster king. There are even more and more monsters moving here. After all, the members of the human race's combat department have not yet appeared. The atmosphere was dead silent, depressing, and even solemn. You shameless man, this time, I'll see where you can run. Suddenly, the bear demon king below the few people stared at Ye Bufan with a mocking look and said in a cold voice. Stupid. Ye Bufan said with 2 words of contempt. What did you say? The bear demon king was immediately furious. Ye Bufan ignored him, retracted the spear in his hand, and waved his hand. Suddenly, barrels of kerosene appeared in front of him, lined up in a row, and in the space, the thick smell of blood instantly had a pungent smell. Seeing this scene, Qin Yao and the other 4 people, as well as the 2 demon kings, narrowed their eyes in shock. You. As soon as the word, bear demon king rang out, the long sword in Ye Bufan's hand suddenly appeared. Puff. He slashed down with his sword, directly slashing on the oil barrel, instantly splitting the barrel in half. Seeing the demon army charging and getting closer and closer to him, Ye Bufan was in no mood to talk nonsense with the bear demon king. After breaking the oil barrel, he kicked it down the mountain. Bang! With a dull thud, the oil barrel fell to the ground several meters away, and then rolled down the mountain. Wherever it passed, kerosene was everywhere. So what if you have 2,000 demon troops? If you want to go up the mountain to encircle us, that depends on whether I agree or not. Puff, puff, puff. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Bufan did not stop at all. He raced against time and split barrels of kerosene one after another, and then kicked them down the mountain. This goes on, at an extremely fast pace. In just a moment, the pungent smell in the air became stronger and stronger. The mountain was littered with fallen oil drums and scattered kerosene. The 2 demon kings were stunned, and Qin Yao and others were also stunned. Help! Suddenly, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Brush. He waved his hand and more than 100 barrels of kerosene appeared out of thin air. Qin Yao and others suddenly came back to their senses. Without any hesitation, they followed Ye Bufan's instructions and used the weapons in their hands to break the oil barrels open, then kicked them down the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Barrels of kerosene rolled down the mountain. The kerosene is spreading and a big fire is about to start. Seeing this scene, the two demon kings trembled and their pupils shrank. You despicable human. The bear demon king couldn't help but yelled angrily, his cold eyes seemed to want to eat Ye Bufan alive. Brush. Ye Bufan ignored him and immediately took out a fire starter and twisted it. Suddenly, a small flame started burning. Seeing this, the two demon kings' pupils couldn't help but shrink. Run, run. As soon as the word rang out, they turned and ran. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and threw the tinder in his hand out directly. With a swoosh sound, the tinder fell to the ground several meters away, and the flame touched the kerosene. Boom! In an instant, a fire broke out. The raging fire rushed down the mountain like an angry dragon. Wherever it passed, the temperature of the surroundings instantly rose. The monsters charging down the mountain were even more frightened. Without the slightest hesitation, they turned around and fled down the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Bufan and others still did not stop, and threw barrels of kerosene down the mountain, so that the fire in front of them spread madly to the surroundings. On the hillside, a raging fire was burning like a sea of fire, intercepting Ye Bufan and his 6 companions and the demon army at the foot of the mountain. Asshole, you despicable human, dare you be more shameless. Down the mountain, in front of the demon team, the bear demon king stared at Ye Bufan with a sea of fire, roaring angrily. At this moment, he had turned into a bear demon, but his bear hair was burned clean, turning into a real black bear, and there was a hint of burnt smell on his body. The same is true for the bear monster and the tiger monster. Black bear, black tiger. Ye Bufan and the other 6 did not stop but turned around and ran towards the mountain. The fire could stop the demons for a while but not forever, so they had to get out as soon as possible. Asshole. Seeing this, the bear demon king at the foot of the mountain roared angrily, chase him, go around the mountain, and intercept him from the other side. How dare you play tricks on me? I must not let this despicable human get away today. Chase him. Black bear, savage tiger, you two called us here just to fight with these defeated soldiers from the War Department. This is simply nonsense. Do you know what our mission this time is? As soon as the bear demon king finished speaking, a demon king in the demon team said dissatisfiedly. Shut up. Hearing this, the bear demon king was furious. Do you know who that despicable guy is? Who? The demon king asked instinctively. He is the human who killed His Highness the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon. What? Suddenly, the demon king was shocked. Chase. Then, the demon king shouted loudly. The top of the mountain. Ye Bufan, Qin Yao and 6 others were standing at the highest point of more than 500 meters, but they had already stopped. At a glance, the situation below the mountain was clear. But it made their faces full of bitterness and helplessness. Previously, they were on the mountainside and could only see one side of the mountain. However, now they found that the roar of the Tiger Demon King attracted not only the more than 2,000 demon beasts, but now the entire mountain has been surrounded by demon beasts, and many of them have even charged in groups. Escape. There is no way to escape, and there is no way to retreat. There is only one battle. However, at a glance, there were so densely packed monsters that there must be at least 8,000 of them, if not 10,000. In such a situation, how could a mere 6 people fight back? Rush out. It's even impossible. Qin Yao and the other 4 couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. Although Ye Bufan's cultivation was not the highest among them, if it weren't for him, they would have probably been killed by the monsters by now. Hee hee. Feeling the gazes of the 5 people looking at him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I am a human, not a god. In this situation I also want to fight my way out, but there is really no other way." Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then relieved. Yes, there are countless monsters in front of him, and Ye Bufan is only in the condensation realm. What can he do? This is a desperate situation. Sorry. Suddenly, Qin Yao spoke. Ye Bufan was stunned. Then, he looked at Qin Yao and said with a smile, "If anyone wants to say sorry, it should be me who should say sorry to you. If I hadn't killed the Demon Emperor's son, what happened today wouldn't have happened, and you wouldn't have ended up like this. No, just now. Qin Yao was about to say something but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. The demon tribe's target is me. Even if I can escape for a while, I can't escape forever. What's more, you are my woman, how can I abandon you? Hearing this, Qin Yao's body trembled. Ye Bufan continued, sighing, it's a pity that I will die at the hands of these beasts before I even marry you. I am unwilling to accept this. In the next life, I will marry you. Suddenly, 5 words came out of Qin Yao's mouth instinctively, and 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Next life. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and he hugged Qin Yao in his arms. Okay, in the next life, I will marry you. Brush. The next second, Ye Bufan raised his right hand suddenly. Marry you in the next life. I only seek this life and don't care about the afterlife. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's right hand turned into a knife and attacked Qin Yao's neck directly. It came suddenly and at an extremely fast speed. Pa! The blow landed on the back of Qin Yao's neck. Suddenly, Qin Yao's body shook and her breathing stagnated. You! She raised her head and looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment. Then her body went limp and she fainted. Asshole, what are you doing? The sudden change made the people who were in the midst of life and death come back to their senses instantly. Mao Yan and Chu Xin glared at Ye Bufan and shouted. Shut up! Ye Bufan shouted loudly. You! Mao Yan and others were stunned and furious. Ye Bufan ignored them and gently put Qin Yao on the ground. Then he looked at the 4 people and said in a deep voice, now, all of you listen to me. Take Qin Yao and hide in the cave we came from before. After 10 minutes, evacuate from the side we came up from before. There will be no monsters guarding there. Besides, the fire will be extinguished in 10 minutes. Understand? Hearing this, the 4 of them were stunned, but quickly came back to their senses. At this moment, they didn't know what Ye Bufan was going to do. Senior, what about you? Immediately, a transcendent realm warrior looked at Ye Bufan and couldn't help but ask, and the other 3 people looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of worry in their eyes. Mind yourselves. Ye Bufan shouted, if I want to leave, let alone less than 10,000 monsters, even if there are 100,000, 1 million, or 10 million monsters, even if the monster emperor himself comes, I will not be able to stay. Boom. Hearing this, the 4 of them trembled. Even the demon emperor can't keep you. How is that possible? Ye Bufan ignored him, and did not explain, but warned him sternly, the demon tribe will come up soon, you should act quickly. Although the people from the War Department have not appeared yet, they should be not far from here. You will be safe as long as you find them. Remember, if you dare to abandon Qin Yao and escape alone, I guarantee that even if you don't die today, there will be no place for you in the Shenwu continent in the future. If the artifact could teleport without being able to carry people, Ye Bufan would have taken Qin Yao away long ago. He wouldn't care about the lives of others. Hiss. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 4 of them shuddered violently. The murderous intent in their mind made their souls tremble. Action. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. With the spear in his hand, he rushed down the mountain in one step, like a wolf or a tiger, and attacked the demon team directly. Use yourself as bait and fight. Chapter 209. Martial Arts, Enlightenment, Kill. The wind is howling. Yishui is cold. The warrior left. Never return. Although Ye Bufan said that even the demon emperor himself could not stop him, Mao Yan, Chu Xin, and the other 2 transcendent realm warriors did not believe it at all. How can a person in the condensation realm escape from nearly 10,000 monsters? It's impossible. This is a suicide mission, there is no chance of survival. In their opinion, what Ye Bufan said was just to comfort them. He was using his own life to buy them a glimmer of hope, or to find a glimmer of hope for Qin Yao. After all, from just now to now, they could see that everything Ye Bufan did was for Qin Yao. As members of the War Department, Mao Yan and Chu Xin knew Qin Yao's situation best. In the War Department, Qin Yao had many admirers and pursuers, and even they themselves had admiration for Qin Yao. However, they believed that there were probably not many people in the entire War Department who could do what Ye Bufan did, or even no one. It is easy to find priceless treasures, but hard to find true love. With such true love, what else could I ask for in this life? For some reason, the 4 of them had slightly moist eyes. What should we do now? Then, a transcendent realm warrior suddenly spoke, his voice a little hoarse. What to do? The other 3 were stunned and looked at each other. Do as he says. Suddenly, Chu Xin said with a determined look, if not for ourselves, then for Commander Qin, act. Ye Bufan had no idea about the misunderstanding in the minds of Chushin and the other three, and he would not pay attention to it. At this moment, he rushed all the way and headed straight for the demon clan team. A head-on battle. If possible, Ye Bufan would never do that. Unfortunately, he had no choice. Now that the monsters were surrounding them, they had nowhere to retreat and could only fight. However, once they were surrounded by nearly 10,000 monsters, no one would survive the bloody battle. Of course, there was another possibility, that is, after Ye Bufan and his team had held out for a while, the people from the War Department would arrive. But how long can they last? Besides, what if the people from the War Department don't arrive soon? Ye Bufan couldn't afford to gamble, nor did he dare to gamble. Instead of relying on others, it is better to take destiny into your own hands. Compared to waiting for reinforcements from the War Department, Ye Bufan believes in himself more. Running all the way, charging forward. Soon, Ye Bufan encountered a team of hundreds of monsters, but after just a glance, Ye Bufan turned around and ran without any hesitation. Seeing this, the demons naturally would not let go easily and chased after them. One chasing, one fleeing. On the barren mountain, although Ye Bufan rushed towards the demon team again and again, he never fought with the demon team. He only did so to attract the demon's attention. Use yourself as bait to attract all monsters. The more the better. You useless people of the demon race, listen to me carefully. If you dare to hunt me down, you can expect my crazy revenge. If I don't die today, the one who dies in the future will not be the son of your demon emperor, but the son of your demon god. That's not enough. Demon king, demon emperor, demon god, every one of you, I will kill you all one by one sooner or later. I will exterminate your entire clan. The demon race will be expelled from the Shenwu continent from now on. No, that's a shame. It should be kill all the men and let all the women warm my bed. That's not right. I'm a human. How can I let a beast warm my bed? Well, except for all the female monsters who have reached the transformation stage, kill all other monsters. Ye Bufan shuttled through the barren mountains, running wildly and roaring all the way. His deafening voice echoed throughout the entire space. He provoked people wantonly and spread hatred all over the mountains. Monsters, hate. The monsters are angry. This human race deserves to die. They chased him madly, trying to kill Ye Bufan. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan didn't give them any chance to attack. As soon as they saw the shadow of the monster, they turned around and ran, using the 9 steps of the Tenglong, coming and going freely, and the monsters were unable to intercept them. Under the mountains. At this moment, 9 demon kings gathered together, including the bear demon and the tiger demon. Ye Bufan's angry and provocative voice rang in their ears again and again, making them furious. Their cold eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. This human is so despicable. He even dared to insult the demon god and wanted to kill my entire demon clan. If I don't kill him, it will be difficult to vent my hatred. That's right. Although the demon emperor has ordered us to capture him alive, we cannot kill him, but we can make him suffer a fate worse than death. If we join forces to capture him, I don't believe that we can't catch him, a human in the condensation realm. Do it, etc. Among the 9 demon kings, the tiger demon king suddenly spoke. He glanced at the other 8 demon kings in front of him and said in a deep voice again, this king feels something is wrong. What's wrong? Previously, the human race had not only this shameless guy, but also several others, especially a woman. Moreover, if it weren't for this woman, this shameless guy would have run away long ago, but what about now? After a pause, the Tiger Demon King continued, those people are gone. Only this shameless guy is running all over the mountains. Moreover, he looks like he is doing it on purpose. I think he must be trying to attract our attention and let the others escape. We can't fall for his trick. We should focus on hunting down the other humans, especially that woman. Stupid. Idiot. Idiot. Waste. As soon as the Tiger Demon King finished speaking, except for the Bear Demon King, the other Demon Kings all looked down on him. The Tiger Demon King was stunned and said angrily, what do you mean? What's the meaning? Immediately, a Demon King sneered and said, in my opinion, you have been confused by that human kid. You. The Tiger Demon King became angry again. The Demon King had already spoken. What do you mean by, you? I want to ask you, who killed the only son of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, His Highness the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon? Nonsense, of course it's this guy, he has already admitted it himself. Then I will ask you again, who did the Demon Emperor ask us to capture? Of course it's him too. Then I'll ask you again, why did you capture that woman? You are talking nonsense. I captured that woman in order to capture this guy. Could it be that I am also coveting the beauty of the human race? In that case, this human kid is right in front of us. Why don't we just capture him directly, instead of making it as complicated as you said? Don't you think that's just a waste of time? Besides, do you know where that woman is now? If we split up our forces to search for that woman, what if this kid runs away? Forehead. The Tiger Demon King was stunned and speechless. Yes, since this guy is right in front of us, why should we bother with that woman? We wanted to catch that woman just now because this guy wanted to run away, but in the current situation, this guy can't run away at all. In this case, why bother? You still say you're not an idiot. You still say you're not a moron. You still say you're not an idiot. The Tiger Demon King had just figured it out when the 7 Demon Kings looked at him with contempt again. The Tiger Demon King suddenly went crazy. On the barren mountain, nearly 10,000 monsters, without exception, all surrounded Ye Bufan. Although they could not catch Ye Bufan, his range of activities was getting smaller and smaller. In less than 5 minutes, Ye Bufan was surrounded by nearly 10,000 monsters. At a glance, the surroundings were filled with monsters. Ye Bufan paused. The 9 Demon Kings arrived late. You shameless man, run away, why don't you run away? This time, I will see where you can run. Behind the army of monsters, the Tiger Monster King looked at Ye Bufan who was surrounded. His expression was cold, but with a hint of mockery. Oh, Ye Bufan sneered, you are a bunch of idiots and trash. From today on, you demons can just wait for my crazy revenge. Snort. The Tiger Demon King snorted coldly. After today, do you think you still have a chance? Today, you can't escape even if you have wings. Ye Bufan ignored the Tiger Demon King and looked at the top of the mountain. It has only been about 5 minutes since he took action. Qin Yao and his party may not have taken action yet. Even if they start to act, it will take some time. If he escapes now, the demons will definitely search the mountain, and Qin Yao and his party will definitely be doomed. Ye Bufan immediately looked at the Tiger Demon King and the other 8 Demon Kings and sneered, you guys think you can capture me? You are just dreaming. Brush. The next second, the spear in Ye Bufan's hand shook. It just so happens that I am still 50,000 merit points away from becoming a 1-star general. Since you have come to my door, there is no reason for me not to accept you. Today, I will let you see what true madness is. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan's mind instantly entered the artifact space and locked onto the madness in the 4 martial arts inheritance tablets. Earlier, Ye Bufan had made an amazing discovery while practicing martial arts in a cave on the top of a mountain. That is, by visualizing Shi Feishuan practicing martial arts, he could enter a very wonderful state, which could be called enlightenment, but it was very different from enlightenment. Whenever you have an epiphany, the thing you fear most is being interrupted. However, when Shi Feishuan was practicing the martial arts inheritance, she was not afraid of being interrupted at all. Moreover, Ye Bufan was able to clearly perceive everything around him from beginning to end. This made Ye Bufan come to the conclusion that this kind of epiphany could be used in combat. Not only that, because the martial arts inheritance and enlightenment were accompanied by some of Shi Feishuan's charm, although the power of the martial arts could not reach her level, it could also increase the power of Ye Bufan's own martial arts. An absolute killer move. Now that he was ready to take action, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. 1000 merits, martial arts visualization. Call out. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's momentum changed. Martial arts, madness. Visualize, realize kill. Chapter 210. If you don't go crazy, you will become a demon. Inheritance and enlightenment. A familiar feeling came over him, and Ye Bufan was instantly immersed in Shi Feishuan's martial arts practice, as if he had merged with her. At this moment, Shi Feishuan was him, and he was Shi Feishuan. His aura suddenly changed, as if he had merged with the world, and as if he had turned into a magical weapon, emitting a chilling cold light. Upon seeing this, the monsters instinctively stepped back. The pupils of the 9 Demon Kings shrank, and they looked at each other, all seeing a trace of confusion and shock in each other's eyes. Suddenly, the Tiger Demon King shouted, "Catch him for me." The sound was deafening and echoed for thousands of miles. The Demon King has given an order and we dare not disobey. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar of beasts was heard. Although the monsters were somewhat afraid of Ye Bufan's aura, they did not dare to disobey the orders of the Monster King. One after another, the monsters rushed towards Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan did not retreat but advanced instead. Bang! He took a step forward and instantly rushed towards the group of monsters. We have no reason to fear a mere tribe of demons. The monsters surrounded Ye Bufan, but before they could attack him, he was the first to attack the monster on one side of the encirclement. You are surrounded by my demon army and you still want to break out. It's just a pipe dream. Seeing this scene, the bear demon king among the 9 demon kings who were watching couldn't help but sneer. The other 8 demon kings also sneered. Rush out. Dream. Oh. A sneer appeared on Ye Bufan's lips. Rush out. I only fight, I don't run away. With his eyes closed, he sensed everything around him, yet he was in a state of wonderful feeling, forgetting time, things, and himself. Call out. A shot swept out. Fast, fierce and violent. The moment Ye Bufan took action, the spear in his hand seemed to disappear, turning into a cold light and attacking the monster in front of him. Puff! A gunshot slid across the monster's huge body. There was no blood, no death, only the monster's steps suddenly stopped. Ye Bufan fired another shot. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One shot after another, each one faster and more fiercer than the last. The madman is extremely fast and powerful. In one word, fast. A cold light flashed, and dozens of shots were fired in a breath. Cunning and sharp. Dozens of monsters had already come to within 1 meter of Ye Bufan. They surrounded him, greatly reducing his range of movement. However, they did not attack Ye Bufan, but instead paused strangely and stopped moving. Puff, puff, puff. Streams of blood shot out. In front of Ye Bufan, bloodstains slowly appeared on the bodies of dozens of monsters around him. Then these bloodstains rapidly expanded. The shocking wounds and the bloody red blood gushed out like a flood. Even white bones could be seen in the blood. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of monsters fell to the ground and died at the same time. Everything seemed long, but it was only a moment. Front, back, left, and right, without missing a single place, were all places where Ye Bufan attacked. Dozens of monsters, without exception, were killed instantly with one shot. Call. A cold wind blew, and the world became silent. The monsters' movements froze. Ye Bufan continued to attack. In the world of martial arts, the only way to be broken is speed. The strongest defense is always attack. If you don't take action, I will. Bang! He took a step forward, stepping on the corpse of the monster. The spear in his hand flashed with a cold light, and with great murderous intent, he swept out again. In today's bloody battle, we will not retreat, flee or avoid. The inheritance of martial arts, the charm of madness, the form moves with the will, the intention moves with the heart, no moves, no form, everything follows the heart, wherever the spear points, no monster can defeat it, kill, kill, kill. Outside the battle circle, the 9 demon kings suddenly regained their composure. They looked at each other. Gurgle. Afterwards, the 9 demon kings couldn't help swallowing their saliva, shocked and stunned, especially the tiger demon and the bear demon among them, they looked confused and stunned. Is this the shameless guy? At this moment, they actually felt a hint of threat from Ye Bufan. That is a god of death. No, these are illusions. Roar. In the battle circle, the monsters also came back to their senses instantly. They looked up to the sky and roared, and rushed towards Ye Bufan again. Unfortunately, even though there were nearly 10,000 of them, at this moment, only the monsters in the center could really attack Ye Bufan. What's more, Ye Bufan didn't give them any chance to attack. The spear swept across. Fast, fast, fast. There was an incomparable murderous intent in the spear's light. Once the spear was fired, it would definitely take a life. Once the spear was fired, a monster would definitely fall down. 1 meter radius, the god of killing area. No matter whether you are a monster or a god, anyone who enters my territory will be killed. Weird atmosphere, bloody scenes. Surrounded by nearly 10,000 monsters, they could only stay 1 meter away from Ye Bufan and could not get any closer. On the other hand, Ye Bufan raised his gun and slaughtered, reaping the lives of the monsters wantonly. Kill, kill, kill. When the gun is fired and blood is seen, the demon will be killed. We have nothing to fear from slaughtering people. As time passed, more and more monsters died tragically at Ye Bufan's hands, and the number of monster corpses around Ye Bufan also increased. Gradually, the monster corpses piled up into a small hill, and Ye Bufan stood on the top of the hill, holding his spear. He is Shira, reaping lives. He is a god of death, destroying all life. I held my spear in my hand and laughed at the sky, killing all the monsters and barbarians so that they could not form an army. The world was dead silent. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. Blood, death. Under the mountain of corpses, nearly 10,000 monsters surrounded them, but they did not continue to charge and kill, but instead stepped back slightly. Those cold and wild eyes looked at Ye Bufan with a little fear and dread. The 9 demon kings were shocked and even more angry. Nearly 10,000 demons were no match for a human being in the condensation stage. The shame of the demon race. On top of the corpse, Ye Bufan held a gun and stood facing the wind. He had awakened from the inheritance. After all, the monsters were no longer attacking, so he would not be stupid enough to waste his own energy. He looked at the demon army that was about to retreat under the mountain of corpses with contempt and ridicule, and then looked at the 9 demon kings. The demon race is nothing more than this. You. The 9 demon kings were instantly enraged. This is a provocation. A provocation from a human being in the condensation realm. He is simply looking for death. However, looking at the pile of corpses at Ye Bufan's feet, their pupils could not help shrinking slightly, and their expressions were fearful. No one could guarantee that if they went forward to fight at this time, they would not die tragically at the hands of this human in the condensation realm. He is Ning Yuan, but cannot be treated with common sense. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Going forward might mean death. No one wants to. Me what? Looking at the 9 extremely angry demon kings, Ye Bufan sneered, in my opinion, you are just a bunch of trash. One person challenges nearly 10,000 monsters, what is there to be afraid of? Hearing Ye Bufan's provocative voice, not only the 9 demon kings were extremely angry, but all the monsters were also furious, but they did not dare to take a step forward. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and glanced at the top of the mountain again. Qin Yao, I don't know if you have escaped, but I can still buy you some more time. Not to mention, killing monsters is practicing. Merit means strength. The current situation is the best opportunity to earn merit. The 9 demon kings are frightened and afraid to take action. The demon emperor has not shown up. With their crazy martial arts, the army of nearly 10,000 demon beasts in front of them is no match for them. They are meritorious. They are strength. In that case, kill. Brush. Suddenly, the smile on Ye Bufan's face faded, his expression became stern, and murderous intent flashed across his face. Since you dare not take action, let me take action first. Remember, my name is Ye Bufan, Ye Bufan. From now on, I will be the nightmare of you demons. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan's mind entered the artifact space again. Inheritance and enlightenment. Bang! He kicked with his right foot and leapt up, plundering and falling in the air, and landed directly in the middle of the monster team with a bang. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding monsters retreated instinctively. Kill. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He shouted loudly, and the spear in his hand turned into a cold light and attacked again. Martial arts madness. Today, if I don't go crazy, I will turn into a demon and kill. Bastard, kill him for me. Suddenly, among the 9 demon kings, the tiger demon king looked stern and shouted loudly. His voice was filled with endless anger and murderous intent. Swish, swish, swish. Hearing this, the other 8 demon kings were stunned, and their astonished eyes fell on the tiger demon king. The tiger demon king took a deep breath and said, it's impossible to capture him alive. What's more, the people from the War Department may arrive at any time. Then. Buzz. The 8 demon kings' bodies trembled suddenly and they woke up suddenly. Kill, kill, kill. The next second, the 8 demon kings shouted in unison. If you can't capture him alive, then kill him. Stupid. Ye Bufan said with 2 words of contempt. There are nearly 10,000 monsters, but they can't even get close to me, and yet they want to kill me. It's simply a pipe dream. In the end, who will kill whom? Kill. Ye Bufan continued to attack and kill crazily. Blood, death, reappearance. On the other side of the mountain, the fire had gone out, leaving only a charred area, and the cave on the top of the mountain had long been empty. Hundreds of meters away from the mountain, Chu Xin carried Qin Yao, who was knocked unconscious by Ye Bufan, and ran for his life with the other 3 people. At this moment, they were out of danger. However, whether it was Chu Xin, Mao Yan, or the other 2 Transcendent Realm warriors, they all had no joy on their faces, instead they all had a trace of grief and determination. They didn't know Ye Bufan's situation, but they knew that they had to get out today. Not for myself, but for Qin Yao. Suddenly, a soft moan sounded behind Chu Xin. Qin Yao woke up leisurely. Chapter 211 The Demon King is coming, Ye Bufan, you bastard. Blood was flowing and corpses were everywhere. The area around Ye Bufan had become a death purgatory, and he was the killer who created this purgatory. With the crazy slaughter, even Ye Bufan himself didn't know how many monsters he had killed. 100, 200, 300, maybe more. Moreover, the fighting is still going on. In fact, this is not a fight at all, but a one-sided massacre. The madness under the inheritance of martial arts is simply terrifying. Invincible in group battles among opponents of the same level. If the Demon King doesn't move, who can fight him? Kill, kill, kill. There was no guilt, no sympathy, and even less mercy, only excitement, pleasure, and endless slaughter, because Ye Bufan knew that his merits were skyrocketing. Merit means strength. Time passed, lives perished, and more monsters died at Ye Bufan's hands. The faces of the 9 monster kings were cold enough to freeze the heaven and earth. They were angry, they were furious, they wished they could tear Ye Bufan to pieces. But they didn't dare. Why? Because of fear. Ye Bufan's fighting power was too strong and too amazing, it was beyond their imagination. Even if they were facing nearly 10,000 monsters, they would have been dead. But Ye Bufan faced nearly 10,000 monsters and not only came and went freely, but also killed the monster army and routed it. Even they could not do this. Bloody, crazy, and unprecedented impact. One gains while the other loses. Under such circumstances, Ye Bufan's combat effectiveness and the fear in the hearts of the Demon Kings were both infinitely magnified, to the point that the 9 Demon Kings all overlooked a fact. Ye Bufan is only at the condensation stage. Level 7, Guiyuan, the Demon King. If the 9 Demon Kings joined forces and surrounded Ye Bufan with all their strength, I'm afraid Ye Bufan wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Unfortunately they didn't. Call out. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from afar, extremely fast, and in just a blink of an eye, it had landed in front of the 9 Demon Kings. Immediately, the person swept the 9 Demon Kings again and shouted angrily, "Assholes, what are you all doing here?" Buzz. Suddenly, the 9 Demon Kings trembled. Master Demon King. Master Demon King. Master Demon King. Looking at the middle-aged man who had transformed into a human form in front of them, the 9 Demon Kings did not, nor did they dare to, hesitate at all. They all spoke respectfully. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King ignored them and swept away the fighting in front of him. Suddenly, his face became even more angry. "A bunch of trash, you can't even deal with a human in the condensation realm. And you made my demon race lose soldiers and generals, what do you do for a living?" Hearing this, the 9 Demon Kings were horrified. The Tiger Demon King said in a trembling voice, Master Demon King, it's not that we don't want to, it's really that this human race is too strong, we fart. As soon as the Tiger Demon King finished speaking, the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King cursed angrily, he is just a human in the condensation realm. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Under the suppression of his realm, can he be a match for you 9 Demon Kings? This emperor thinks you are greedy for life and afraid of death. The 9 Demon Kings were stunned when they heard this. The Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King continued to curse, also, don't you know why we came to the northern mountains this time? We are here to search and capture the beast that killed the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon. But you, the 9 Demon Kings gathered together, are actually wasting time here with a condensed Yuan human. When we go back, you will be punished. My Lord Demon King, this guy is one of the murderers who killed His Majesty the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Demon King said hurriedly. What? The Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King was shocked. Brush. He glanced at the Tiger Demon King, then looked at Ye Bufan in the distance. Really, yes, he admitted it himself. Asshole. Hearing this, the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King was not happy but angry. If that's the case, why don't you take action? Don't you know that the people from the human race's war department have already arrived in the northern mountains? The Tiger Demon King was speechless. Call out. The Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King did not continue to pay attention to the Tiger Demon King. He dodged and instantly appeared above the fight. The Demon King's momentum exploded and he shouted, "Stop it all." Buzz. All of a sudden, all the monsters trembled and they retreated one after another, leaving an open space around Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was also stunned. The next second, he came out of the state of enlightenment and looked towards the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King in the direction of the sound. Coincidentally, at this moment the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was also looking at Ye Bufan. In an instant, their eyes met. "It's you." The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King cried out in surprise. Boom. In an instant, the murderous intent emanating from his body could not be suppressed and burst out, causing the entire space to tremble. The temperature around him dropped rapidly, as if it was going to freeze the heaven and earth into ice. Angry, angry, angry. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King will never forget the human being in front of him, and will never admit his mistake. Ye Bufan's appearance has long been deeply engraved in his mind, deep in his memory. This is the person he hates the most, no one else. Because of him, I lost one of my wings. Because of him, he was chased for thousands of miles by several beast kings including Manshong. He finally escaped into the demon fortress in the demon battlefield and saved his life, but he also lost all his face. It was because of him that not only did he fail in his attempt to become the demon emperor, his cultivation level regressed from the peak of 9-star divine essence to 7-star divine essence level. Moreover, he would never be able to make any further progress in his life. Becoming the demon emperor had become a luxury that would never be possible. Who among the demon race doesn't want to become an emperor? It was just one step away, but now it is a lifetime of hopelessness. All this is thanks to him. Kill him. 3 words instantly rang in the mind of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. No, then he immediately rejected it. Killing him would be too easy for him. Capture him alive, torture him, make him live a life worse than death, otherwise it would be hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Feeling the boundless anger and murderous intent of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, Ye Bufan frowned. He seemed to have seen this man before, but he couldn't remember where. He couldn't help but ask, "Do we know each other? Do we know each other?" The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was stunned, his anger and murderous intent became even greater. "Because of you, I am in this situation today. You actually don't know me. This is really abominable." Boom. Feeling the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's rapidly rising anger and murderous intent, Ye Bufan's body suddenly trembled, and some past scenes flashed through his mind, waking him up suddenly. "It's you, that big stupid bird. Big stupid bird." The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was extremely angry. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, looking at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King with a teasing expression. "Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you. No wonder you looked at me as if you saw someone who wanted to steal your wife. But you're pretty lucky, aren't you? You didn't die in the ancient forest. It seems that I overestimated those wild beasts of Manshong." Purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. He wanted to kill Ye Bufan, and Ye Bufan also wanted to kill him. However, Ye Bufan was very clear and self-aware that the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King in front of him was not someone he could contend with at his current level. Of course, although it is impossible to kill him, he can still provoke him and anger the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, just as if he were collecting some interest. Anyway, Qinyao and the others have escaped now, so he no longer has any worries. With the magic weapon in hand, he can leave at any time. "Boy, don't be so complacent. Today you can't escape even if you have wings. But I won't kill you. I will imprison you, torture you, and make you live a life worse than death." Ye Bufan was thinking in his heart, but the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King said in a cold voice. "Kill me." Ye Bufan sneered. "I killed your stupid dragon prince. He was the one your demon emperor specifically asked to be captured alive. Even if you wanted to kill him, do you dare to do it? You don't dare. Tisk tisk, that's the demon emperor, the supreme being. Even though he's only 1 level higher than you, he's still 1 level higher in rank and he's going to crush the demons to death. By the way, didn't you also want to challenge the demon emperor?" Ye Bufan smiled and looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor, saying, "Have you advanced?" Boom. Upon hearing this, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's body trembled. "Asshole!" he roared instantly. "Advanced to Demon Emperor." Ye Bufan was simply rubbing salt into his wounds. Forehead. Ye Bufan pretended to be stunned. "Looking at you, could it be that you failed to advance? But it doesn't matter, it's just one failure. We humans often say that failure is success. If it doesn't work once, try it twice. If it doesn't work twice, try it 3 times. By the way, I have 3 9th level Earth treasures here, maybe they can help you." Ye Bufan took out a purple rhythm dragon king ginseng from the artifact space, held it in his hand, and presented it to the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Tisk tisk, this is a good thing. I took a big risk to get it from the ancient forest. Then, Ye Bufan put the purple cloud dragon King Ginseng in front of his nose and sniffed it gently, and the treasure is worthy of being a treasure. Smelling it makes you feel refreshed and energetic. How about it, do you want it? If you want it, it's very simple. As long as you kneel before me, kowtow to me 3 times, and call me Grandpa 3 times, I will give it to you. Grandpa, your uncle. This human race cannot be tolerated. This king will kill you. Immediately, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King stared at Ye Bufan with his fiery eyes, and an angry roar sounded, and the fierce murderous intent completely erupted and leaned towards him. Seeing this, the 9 demon kings blocked Ye Bufan's way. The Tiger Demon King looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King and said anxiously, Master Demon King, you can't kill him. He is the one that Master Demon Emperor specifically asked to capture alive. Kill him, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Yes, Lord Demon King. Other Demon Kings also responded and advised. Shut up. Hearing this, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King cursed angrily, and looked at Ye Bufan with a frosty face and his body trembling with anger. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands and said, See, I told you that you didn't dare to kill me. Tisk tisk, Demon Emperor, you'll be scared to death. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was furious. Ye Bufan continued, well, there is a long way to go. We have plenty of time. I won't tease you today. Goodbye. Want to leave? Can you leave? Immediately, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King shouted angrily, and his aura instantly locked onto Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan smiled and said, have you forgotten? Back then in the ancient forest, more than a dozen beast kings and demon kings failed to keep me here. Just relying on you, a crippled demon king, and this bunch of trash, you still want to keep me here. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was suddenly shocked. Ye Bufan ignored him and prepared to leave. Again. However, just as he said a word, before he said the word, see, a frustrated sobbing sound suddenly sounded in the distance. Ye Bufan, you bastard. Buzz. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank. Qin Yao. Chapter 212. No one from the demon clan will be spared. Ye Bufan, you bastard. The sudden sound echoed throughout the mountains and forests, and instantly put an end to Ye Bufan's idea of using the magic weapon to escape. The beauty is crying, which makes people confused. Following the sound, Ye Bufan saw Qin Yao running and rushing down from the top of the mountain. He could even clearly see the tears rolling down her eyes. Those tears are crystal clear. Those tears were crystal clear. Those tears are heartbreaking and make people feel pity. Tears, colorless blood. Is this what they call never leaving each other, and relying on each other through life and death? Ye Bufan didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Qin Yao's return disrupted all his plans and made all his previous efforts go to waste. It is impossible to escape unless you give up Qin Yao. But, is that possible? Impossible. Since you don't leave, I will never abandon you. In just a moment, Qin Yao had arrived outside the encirclement of monsters. The coldness on her face was gone, replaced by traces of tears. In the face of life and death, all pretense disappears. Across the army of monsters, Qin Yao stared directly at Ye Bufan, as if the monsters in front of her didn't exist at all. Her tears could not stop flowing, her voice was full of reproach, but also reluctance, crying, Ye Bufan, you bastard, how could you do this? If you die, what should I do? I was moved and confused. Qin Yao's words made Ye Bufan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was speechless. What could he say? What should he say? Should I tell Qin Yao that you shouldn't have come back? If you hadn't come back, I would have already left and escaped from danger. This makes no sense. What's more, was Qin Yao wrong? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, 4 figures came running towards them from the distance. Mao Yan and Chu Xin, 2 Transcendent Realm warriors, came behind Qin Yao in a moment, breathing heavily. Chu Xin looked at Ye Bufan, who was surrounded by monsters, and said with guilt, Senior, I'm sorry, we failed to stop the commander. Ye Bufan smiled bitterly again. This cannot be blamed on Chu Xin and the others. If anyone has to blame someone, it should be Ye Bufan himself. He underestimated the Guiyuan realm and did not expect that Qin Yao would wake up so quickly after his move. Of course, there is no point in saying this now. At this moment, there was dead silence all around. Qin Yao's sudden arrival made Ye Bufan helpless, and also stunned the purple flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor and the 9 Demon Kings, but it was only for a moment. After coming to his senses, the Tiger Demon King immediately looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King and said happily, "Master Demon King, it is this woman. If it weren't for her, this human kid would have escaped long ago. Although I don't know how this kid escaped from you in the first place, I am sure that as long as we catch this woman, this kid will definitely not be able to escape." Oh. Hearing this, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King looked at Qin Yao with great interest. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Tiger Demon King. Damn it, I should have killed him at all costs. Buzz. Qin Yao and the other 4 couldn't help but tremble, and there was a hint of surprise and confusion in their eyes. Did Ye Bufan escape from the Demon King? Swipe. Then, they instinctively looked around. Just one glance and Qin Yao and the other 4 were stunned. Everywhere he looked, there were bloody corpses, but they all had only one wound, no doubt they were killed instantly. Especially the small pile of monster corpses nearby, it was even more shocking and extremely hideous. Looking at Ye Bufan again, he was unharmed. Qin Yao and the other 4 were instantly shocked. Suddenly, an ominous premonition emerged from their hearts, like a raging storm, and it could not be shaken off in just a moment. Ye Bufan alone resisted the monster and bought them time to leave. I am afraid that he was not here to die, but he really had a way to escape and leave. Mao Yan, Chu Xin and the other 3 couldn't help but think of what Ye Bufan had said before, "If I want to leave, even the Demon Emperor can't stop me." This is not groundless. This is not intended to appease. This is a fact. But what about now? Ha ha ha. Before Qin Yao and the other 4 could think about it, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's rampant laughter suddenly sounded. He looked at Ye Bufan with a teasing look and said playfully, "So your name is Ye Bufan. This king will remember it. You are from the human race, Ye Bufan. Very good, very good." As soon as he finished speaking, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's face darkened again, and he said sternly, "Ye Bufan, aren't you a very good runner? Run the fucking way, try to outrun me and see." Snort. "If you dare to run, I will kill her. No, I will give her to my subordinates. I believe that my subordinates are willing to taste the flavor of human women." "You dare." Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. "See if I dare." The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King had a cold look on his face, and his words were no joke. Ye Bufan was furious, but he didn't say anything. It seemed that he and the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King were stuck in a stalemate, confronting each other and neither would give in. At the side, Qin Yao's body trembled slightly. At this moment, she understood clearly that Ye Bufan really had a way to escape, but her sudden arrival became a hindrance to him and even made him subject to the demon clan. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in Qin Yao's hand. Brush. Her expression was determined, and the hand holding the dagger moved instantly, and suddenly, the sharp blade was placed directly on her neck. "Sorry." 3 words rang out from her mouth. Self-blame and guilt. The sudden change shocked Chu Xin and the other 3 beside Qin Yao. "Commander, what are you doing? Stop it." The purple flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor frowned, and even the 9 Demon Kings did the same. They understood what Qin Yao was going to do. "Qin Yao, you dare." Ye Bufan was also shocked, but he shouted angrily and said in a cold voice, "Qin Yao, if you dare to commit suicide in front of me today, I will massacre the 10 countries and cities of the human race in the future, and let billions of lives be buried with you. Remember, it's not the demon race, not the wild beast, but the human race." "Mr. Ben, I will keep my word." The resolute voice carried a hint of murderous intent. 10 countries, tens of thousands of cities, and billions of lives. If you dare to commit suicide, I will let them be buried with you. Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Yao's body trembled. Call out. In the mid-air, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King stood proudly without the slightest hesitation. He seized the moment when Qin Yao was distracted and appeared in front of Qin Yao in a flash. He struck with lightning speed. Brush. He snatched the dagger from Qin Yao's hand at an extremely fast speed. Although Qin Yao had no chance to resist, a blood mark was left on her neck. However, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King obviously didn't care about this. He threw the dagger in his hand and directly grabbed Qin Yao's neck. Want to die? Did the Emperor agree? No one expected such a sudden change. Call. Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least it was impossible for Qin Yao to commit suicide. He immediately looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King and said, "Let her go. I will go with you." Woo woo woo. Qin Yao struggled and wanted to speak, but she couldn't utter a word because the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was pinching her neck. Oh. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King ignored him and sneered. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, "I have seen your methods in the ancient forest. Do you think I will trust you? If I let him go, who can keep you? Then what do you want?" Ye Bufan shouted in a deep voice. "It's very simple. Abandon your own cultivation, cut off your own legs and feet. As long as I am sure that you cannot escape, I will naturally let her go." The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King said with a sneer. "Impossible." Ye Bufan's 3 words rang out, and he looked directly at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King with cold eyes. "Do you think I will believe you? If you go back on your word, what should I do? You don't have a choice. You." Ye Bufan suddenly became furious. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King ignored him and sneered, "I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. After 1 minute, either you surrender, or she dies." 1 minute. Ye Bufan was furious. Not to mention 1 minute, even if it was a year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years or even 10,000 years, his answer would be the same. It's not that Ye Bufan doesn't care about Qin Yao, but he knows very well that the words of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King are not credible at all. No matter what choice he makes, he will not let Qin Yao go. The human race and the demon race will fight to the death. This is a dead end, there is no solution. Brush. Suddenly, a trace of murderous intent flashed in Ye Bufan's eyes. He looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King and said coldly, "I will also give you 2 choices." The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was slightly stunned. Ye Bufan continued, "First, let her go, and then get out of here immediately. I will spare your life. Second, I will massacre an area of 1 million miles in radius." After a pause, Ye Bufan's murderous intent suddenly increased sharply, causing the temperature around him to drop sharply. It seemed that the world was about to freeze. Then, 8 words rang out in a cold voice, "No one from the demon clan will be spared." Hiss. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the people and monsters around him all took a deep breath, and their bodies and even their minds trembled. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was also stunned, and then sneered, "Just you. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it." Ye Bufan ignored him and said resolutely with a stern look, "Do you really want to watch her die in front of you?" As he spoke, anger flashed in the eyes of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor, and he slightly tightened his hand that was pinching Qin Yao's neck. In an instant, a trace of bloody liquid flowed out of Qin Yao's mouth. Commander. Mao Yan and others were very anxious. Ye Bufan ignored it. 3, 2, you. Seeing Ye Bufan's disregard, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King became furious. 1. As soon as the word was spoken, heaven and earth fell silent. Ye Bufan suddenly closed his eyes. Forehead. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was stunned. This scene made Mao Yan and his 4 companions, as well as the 9 demon kings and other demon beasts around them all stunned. They didn't know what Ye Bufan was going to do. However, after just a moment, Ye Bufan opened his eyes again. He looked at Qin Yao with no anger or murderous intent, only infinite calmness. 1 glance seems like eternity. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "Qin Yao, if you die, I swear that today is just the beginning. In the future, I will slaughter all the monsters to accompany you in death." Paw. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp sound came from Ye Bufan's hand. Black Command Arrow, broken. Chapter 213. Angry Rebuke to the Human Race's War Department, get out. Paw. Although the sudden sound was not loud, in the dead silence, Chushin and the other 4 people, as well as the other monsters present, heard it clearly. The look in their eyes when they looked at Ye Bufan changed slightly, and their hearts tightened suddenly. Black Command Arrow, what is that? Curious, surprised, and alert. Even the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King frowned. Ye Bufan ignored him. He stared at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King with cold eyes, and the murderous intent in his eyes became colder and colder. 3 command arrows. Linglong Pavilion took action 3 times. Cyan, the 1st level of Jodian Realm. Purple, 5th level of the Jodian Realm. Black, the president of Linglong Pavilion took action personally. If Ye Bufan crushes the Black Command Arrow, he will definitely attract the president of Linglong Pavilion. Today, no matter what the outcome is, no matter whether Qin Yao is alive or dead, he will massacre the northern mountains and leave no demon alive. Dead silent space, depressing atmosphere. Time passed by slowly, yet it seemed to be very fast. In just 1 minute, the crowd and the monsters felt like they had spent tens of millions of years. They were all tense and thought something would happen, but everything remained the same. Boy, are you kidding me? Suddenly, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King roared angrily. Ye Bufan ignored it. You. Suddenly, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was furious and gnashed his teeth. Boy, do you really think that I dare not kill her? Call out. As soon as the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly took a step forward, then rushed directly towards the monster in front of him, with the spear in his hand reappearing. Inheritance, madness, killing. Puff, puff, puff. The spear swept across, and at just a glance, 3 blood arrows flew out, followed by 3 bangs, and the 3 monsters fell to the ground. Asshole. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King cursed angrily. This is a provocation. This is a demonstration. This human race is too arrogant and totally disrespectful to all evildoers. Brush. Suddenly, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's cold eyes fell on Qin Yao, and a sharp murderous intent flashed across his eyes, but in the end he gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to kill. Now he had no idea what Ye Bufan was thinking, but at least Ye Bufan was still here and had not escaped. If he killed Qin Yao directly, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King could not guarantee whether Ye Bufan would escape or not. It would be better if I didn't run away. What if he escaped? He didn't dare to gamble. Catch him for me. Immediately, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King stared at Ye Bufan with cold eyes and roared angrily. In fact, he didn't need to say it, the army of monsters had already taken action. After all, they would not allow Ye Bufan to slaughter them without fighting back. Unfortunately, their counterattack was just as meaningless as before, because they couldn't even get close to Ye Bufan. Under the madness of inheritance, one monster after another died tragically in Ye Bufan's hands, falling under his spear. If he doesn't go crazy, he will turn into a demon. With a gun in hand, I can kill all those who oppose me. Kill, blood splatters. Kill, death invades. This scene shocked Chu Xin, Mao Yan and the other 4, and even stunned the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. But it was only for a moment, and then he came back to his senses, looked at the 9 demon kings, and said angrily, "What are you guys still doing? Come to this emperor." Roar. The 9 demon kings suddenly roared. The demon king has given an order and we dare not disobey. Call out. In midair, a figure suddenly rushed over from a distance. Purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Hearing this, the 9 demon kings stopped in their tracks, and the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was also slightly stunned. He looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a golden man standing in the air. Human warrior, divine warrior. Kill. As soon as the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King finished speaking, deafening shouts of killing swept in from the bottom of the mountain, wave after wave, and soldiers from the War Department rushed over from all over the mountain. Reinforcements from the combat unit arrived later. Chu Xin and the other 3 were overjoyed upon seeing this, and without the slightest hesitation, they looked at the general in the air and said anxiously, "General, please save Commander Qin," and then he pointed to Ye Bufan in the circle of monsters and said, "This senior is the one the monsters are looking for. He is the one who killed His Highness the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon of the monsters." Buzz. Suddenly, the general's body trembled and his pupils shrank. Brush. He looked directly at Ye Bufan. Very shocked. 2-star condensation realm. This is consistent with the intelligence they got, but it is not important. What is important is the fighting power shown by Ye Bufan at this moment, the crazy slaughter, which makes him, a 4-star general in the Divine Yuan realm, feel extremely frightened. Is this Ning Yuan? At least he thought that he could never do that when he was in the condensation realm. And it wasn't just him. He believed that in the entire human race, there wouldn't be many people in the condensation realm who possessed such terrifying combat power, or maybe even none at all. Genius, monster. 4 words instantly emerged from his mind. Save people. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. Firm and resolute. If the demons need to be captured, the humans naturally need to rescue them. What's more, he was the hero who killed the son of the demon emperor. In addition, Ye Bufan's fighting ability also deeply attracted him. Such a genius, such a monster, once he grows up, he will definitely be a strong man of the human race and a nightmare of the demon race. Must save. Save at all costs. At the same time, the general was secretly glad. They had naturally heard the Tiger Demon King's request for help, and knew that something big had happened here. However, they did not act rashly, but instead gathered a certain amount of troops in the distance before rushing over. That's why they didn't show up for a long time. But now that he knew what happened here and knew Ye Bufan's identity, the general couldn't help but feel a little scared. If they had come a step later. He didn't dare to think about it. Fortunately, it's not too late. At the command of the general, the members of the combat unit who were charging down the mountain did not hesitate anymore, and they rushed towards the monster in front of them one by one. 100 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. The distance between the two sides is getting closer. The general ignored him and looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, and then glanced at Qin Yao. At this moment, Qin Yao was pinched by the purple flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor for a long time. Her face turned pale, as if she was about to suffocate. The general frowned and said sternly, "Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor, you are a demon emperor in the Divine Origin Realm, but you actually held a return to Origin Realm general of my human race hostage. Aren't you ashamed? Let him go, and I will fight you." Oh. Upon hearing this, the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King sneered. "Ignore it. Fight. Fight your sister. General, he is afraid that you will escape, so he held Commander Qin hostage." Upon seeing this, Chu Xin immediately looked at the 4-star general and said. The 4-star general frowned immediately. Holding Qin Yao hostage is to prevent Ye Bufan from escaping. What's the reason for this? As if he understood the confusion in the 4-star general's heart, Chu Xin immediately explained, "General, Commander Qin is someone you like. If Commander Qin had not fallen into the hands of the Demon King, you would have left long ago and the Demon King would not have been able to keep him." The 4-star general was stunned again. A condensation realm wanted to leave, but even a Demon King of the Divine Realm couldn't stop him. How was that possible? However, looking at the scene before him, this explanation seemed very reasonable. If not, why would the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King hold Qin Yao hostage? Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor, I think the more you live, the more you go backwards. As a dignified demon emperor, you are holding a Guiyuan realm person hostage and threatening my human race's Ningyuan realm person. Do you still have any shame? Immediately, the 4-star general looked at the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor and shouted angrily. The Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King ignored it. "You can ridicule me, provoke me, it's all useless. Today, I only want Ye Bufan. What's more, I have already lost all faith in the demon clan." Brush. The next second, the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King looked directly at Ye Bufan. He frowned. At this moment, the human soldiers at the foot of the mountain were constantly approaching. 20 meters, 10 meters they were about to rush behind the demons. It could be said that the situation was extremely unfavorable for the demons. Roll. But at this moment, Ye Bufan, in the center of the monster team, roared angrily. The sound shook the 9 heavens and the earth. Puff. He killed a monster with one shot and shouted again, "All the people in the War Department, get out of here. You don't need to interfere in my affairs." The sudden sound made everyone in the War Department pause, and the monsters were also stunned. They didn't need the War Department to rescue them. In an instant, the world was dead silent. In a moment, the battle came to a strange halt. "Little brother, we are here to save you." In the void, the 4-star general stood in the air, looking at Ye Bufan who was surrounded by monsters, and couldn't help but whispered. "Roll." Ye Bufan said angrily. "Save your sister. You bunch of useless people from the War Department, why did you come at this time instead of earlier or later? Don't you see that Qin Yao is still in the hands of the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King? Encirclement and strangulation. If the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King is forced into a corner and kills Qin Yao directly, or even escapes with Qin Yao, what should I do?" Ye Bufan's rage had reached its peak after his deployments were repeatedly disrupted. Without waiting for the 4-star general to answer, he said again in a cold voice, "I'll say it again, this is my own business, and I don't need outsiders to interfere. If you dare to meddle in my business again, don't blame me for being rude. Today, I will kill you all. Remember, I always keep my word." The cold voice, with murderous intent, was firm and resolute. The 4-star general was slightly stunned. He was dumbfounded. The soldiers of the War Department were angry. The Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King smiled. "This kid is sick." Chapter 214. Master Qian makes millions of dollars every minute. I'll say it again, this is my business, no outsiders need to interfere. If you dare to meddle in my business again, don't blame me for being rude. Today, I will kill every one of you. A cold voice, a resolute tone, an eerie atmosphere, the world seemed to be dead silent. Regardless of whether they were humans or monsters, both sides were filled with confusion. Ye Bufan ignored it. How about the human race? What about the War Department? Young men, we are wild men, and anyone who goes against us will be killed. Little brother. In the void, the 4-star general came back to his senses from his confused mood, looked at Ye Bufan and couldn't help but open his mouth to persuade him. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan didn't give him any chance at all. Roll. Ye Bufan interrupted the 4-star general with a word of rage, and looked at him with cold eyes. If you think your soldiers have lived long enough, just let them come up and die. Let me remind you that my madness attacks indiscriminately. Anyone who is around me, whether you are a demon or a human, I will kill you without mercy. Also, once you start, even if it's out of good intentions, from now on, we will fight to the death. Every one of these soldiers under your command, even if they don't die today, I will hunt them down to the ends of the earth. If the Zon department dares to stop me, I will destroy them. Cold and resolute. Never stop until your words are shocking. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present, whether human or demon, could not help but tremble in their hearts and even their souls. Young and frivolous. This kid is simply too crazy. The War Department was also destroyed. Just you, who is only at the condensation stage. Also, you are a member of the human race after all, and most importantly, we are not here to harm you, but to save you. All the soldiers in the War Department were confused and angry. The 4-star general couldn't help but twitch his lips. The general ordered the War Department to send 100,000 troops into the northern mountains, and rescue Ye Bufan at all costs, even if the 100,000 troops were buried in the northern mountains. But now, the person has been found and seen, but he refuses to let you rescue him. The most important thing is, the 4-star general looked at the determined murderous intent in Ye Bufan's eyes, and he didn't think Ye Bufan was joking at all. To save or not to save? The 4-star general was extremely confused for a moment and was in a dilemma. Hee. At the side, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King looked at the human 4-star warrior and smiled calmly. It seems that you have come here for nothing. Take care, I won't see you off. You. Suddenly, the 4-star general became furious. Hee. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King smiled again, and no longer paid attention to the human warrior in front of him, but looked at Ye Bufan in the distance. Of course, he was still on guard in his heart, and would never give the human 4-star warrior a chance to suddenly take action and rescue Qin Yao. Boy, you are responsible and capable, and this emperor likes you. Don't worry, as long as the people from the War Department don't move, this emperor will never make things difficult for your woman. Then, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King said with a smile. In his opinion, Ye Bufan's abnormal behavior could only be because of the woman in his hands. Buzz. When the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King finished speaking, all the human beings present were stunned. Because of Qin Yao, they woke up suddenly. After taking one look at Qin Yao who was being held hostage by the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, and then taking another look at Ye Bufan, the dissatisfaction and anger in their hearts instantly disappeared, and were replaced by admiration. The 4-star general was also slightly stunned. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King ignored all this and continued, now, as long as you follow me, I promise I will never make things difficult for her. Stupid. After the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked down on him. What did you say? The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was furious. I say you're an idiot. Ye Bufan roared, pointing his spear at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Have you forgotten what I told you before? If you want to kill someone, just kill him. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't do it, I will look down on you. Also, today, none of you demons will leave here alive. I didn't let the people from the War Department take action because this is my own business. I will kill you with my own hands. Otherwise, it will be difficult to dispel the hatred in my heart. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed out. Inheritance, madness, killing. You. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King suddenly became furious. Ye Bufan. This human was simply sick. He didn't play by the rules at all. His behavior and thoughts made it difficult for the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King to understand him. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King had already seen Ye Bufan's ability in the ancient forest. Although he still hadn't figured out what was going on, if he wanted to leave, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King believed that he would never be able to stop him. And the reason why he hadn't escaped yet was because of the human woman in his hand. However, he did not compromise because of this. Not only did he not compromise, but he kept provoking himself. Wasn't he afraid that he would kill this woman? It's contradictory. Too contradictory. Let's talk about rescue. In fact, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King had also thought of this possibility, but he stopped them when the people from the War Department came. Moreover, this woman was in his hands now. It could be said that with his own cultivation, he could kill her with just a little effort, and there was no way to rescue her. Also, if he really wanted to rescue, he should delay time and comfort himself instead of stimulating himself like he is now. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was confused and mad. I can't figure it out. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was like this, and so were the other humans and demon beasts present. There was only one word in their minds at this moment: chaos. Ye Bufan ignored it. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, he was filled with murderous intent, like a god of death. He kept waving the Xuanbing-level spear in his hand, reaping the lives of monsters. The gun kills, I am arrogant. Killing to vent hatred. A deadly atmosphere, a bloody massacre, and a one-person stage. Kill. Looking at Ye Bufan surrounded by monsters and his crazy killing, the combat members behind the monster army stood there in a daze. They were shocked, they were stunned. What is massacre? That's it. Bloody, violent, and deadly. This is what we should do as men. The heart is beating, the blood is not cold. Under the influence of Ye Bufan, this atmosphere spread wildly. All the soldiers holding their weapons tightened their hands. They raised their heads and looked at the 4-star general standing in the air with burning eyes. They were firm and resolute, they requested to fight. The 4-star general hesitated slightly. War. The human race and the demon race are always at war, and when they meet on the battlefield, they will fight to the death. Moreover, they came here today to save people. But he couldn't help but glance at Ye Bufan and frowned. Ye Bufan's previous words still kept echoing in his mind. He knew that this was no joke once his side took action. What? You can't help it. As if sensing the mood of the 4-star warrior at the moment, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King chuckled and said, you better think it over. Once you make a move, I will kill this woman. Then tisk tisk. You. Upon hearing this, the 4-star general became furious. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King immediately looked at the 9 demon kings and shouted angrily, what are you still standing there for? Capture him for me. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the 9 demon kings rushed out. Buzz. The 4-star warrior's pupils shrank instantly and his body trembled violently. Brush. The next second, he looked at Qin Yao, gritted his teeth, and said, Qin Yao, I'm sorry, the general has ordered that this man we must save him, even if it means that 100,000 of our soldiers will be buried here today. Hearing this, Qin Yao did not hesitate at all. She nodded with difficulty, then closed her eyes and 2 lines of tears slowly fell. Tears, farewell. No complaints, no regrets, just because we are not destined to be together in this life. Asshole, have you forgotten what he just said? The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was very anxious, and a roar of anger rang out instantly. We are only here to save people. If he wants to kill us afterwards, we will let him kill us. We will not hide, escape, or resist. A resolute and resolute voice sounded. As soon as the 4-star general finished speaking, he looked at the soldiers of the combat unit below. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he raised his arm and shouted, kill. One word, filled with murderous intent. Kill. The soldiers of the combat unit no longer hesitated and rushed towards the monster in front of them. Like a wolf, like a tiger, a bloody battle. Asshole. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King roared angrily. Buzz. During the fight, Ye Bufan's body trembled violently. You uncle. An angry curse rang out in his mind. Damn the War Department, damn the military orders. Purple flame Black Eagle, as you wish, I will cut off my own legs and feet, abandon my own cultivation, and go with you. Then, he roared and growled again. Buzz. Qin Yao's delicate body trembled violently. What? The 4-star general was shocked, and the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was also stunned. The world was dead silent. The battle came to a strange, hasty halt. The wind blows, and it feels desolate. Fuck, Ye family kid, are you teasing your Uncle Qian? Suddenly, an extremely inopportune voice sounded from high above. Confusion, madness, and dissatisfaction. Forehead. The sudden sound startled everyone, and made the already dead silent and eerie atmosphere even deader and eerier. Then, every pair of eyes couldn't help but look up and look towards the sky in the direction of the sound, no matter if they were humans or demons, without exception. Before I saw the person, the voice sounded again, crying, because of you, Master Qian, I didn't negotiate any business, didn't make any money, and left such a big deal to rush here in a hurry. I thought you were being hunted by a group of wealthy people in the divine martial realm and wanted to make a fortune. But in the end you are just 2 or 3 poor ghosts. Do you know that I am very busy? Millions of dollars are spent every minute. In just a short while, how much money must I have lost? Money, my money. Chapter 215, Money is Life. A middle-aged man in a golden robe. A fat man appeared in his sight. His robe was extremely shining and eye-catching. It was made entirely of tiny golden threads. It shone brightly under the sunlight. A dragon pattern could be seen faintly on the robe. There was also a golden belt around his waist, which was inlaid with gems the size of dragon eyes. 10 fingers, 12 gold rings. Wealth and heroism. He seemed to be afraid that others didn't know he was rich. At this moment, his pair of small eyes were squinting. Although he was fat in a handsome and suave way. Perhaps it was because of his temperament, looking at him made people feel a little obsessed. There was dead silence all around. It seemed as if he was the only one left in the world. Whether they were from the human race or the demon race, all pairs of astonished eyes were staring at the fat man in the golden robe, with expressions of astonishment and curiosity, not knowing who this fat man was. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitching his lips. President of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. This outfit was extremely vulgar, and it was completely different from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce president that Ye Bufan had imagined. However, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He pointed at Qin Yao, who was being held hostage by the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, and shouted, "Save her." 2 words, earth-shaking. Black Command Arrow, President Shenwu. The reason why Ye Bufan crushed the Black Arrow was because he was furious. As he said before, today, he would slaughter the northern mountains with blood and kill all the monsters. But the more important thing was to rescue Qin Yao. 1 revolution of the heavenly cycle. 5 revolutions of the heavenly cycle. Although it would be easy for them to kill the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, but if they wanted to rescue Qin Yao, who was held hostage by the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, and make sure that Qin Yao was unharmed, Ye Bufan could not guarantee it, and he was even more unsure whether it could be done with the Jodian realm alone. You only have 1 chance. He doesn't want to gamble, nor does he dare to gamble. Therefore, he simply crushed the Black Command Arrow, and he could only crush the Black Command Arrow, and let the president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, who might be at the divine martial realm, take action personally. Decisive and resolute. Just for now, this moment. Put all one's eggs in one basket. Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present, whether they were humans or demons, trembled. They suddenly came to their senses and their eyes instinctively fell on Ye Bufan. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was even more shocked. As soon as he spoke, his expression was ferocious, as if he was extremely angry. Even the hand that was pinching Qin Yao's neck tightened instinctively. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. The world was dead silent and eerie. Save people. In the void, the fat man in the golden robe was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Ye Bufan, rubbed his hands, and said with a chuckle, "Young man from the Ye family, give Mr. Qian the appearance fee first. 1 billion gold coins, no bargaining." Forehead. The words of the man in golden robe startled everyone present, including the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Hiss. Then, all the human beings and all the monsters couldn't help but take a deep breath. 1 billion gold, no bargaining. This is simply taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Ye Bufan was furious, his eyes were blazing, and even his body was shaking. If he had not had to, he would not have shouted, "Save her." After all, Qin Yao was in the hands of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, and he could kill her at any time. The unexpected is the way to go. But now, because of helplessness, the first opportunity has been lost, and the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King has already been prepared. But even so, this fat guy didn't make a move, but instead raised the price and asked for money. It's really abominable. As if sensing Ye Bufan's thoughts, the fat man in the golden robe smiled and said, "Young man from the Ye family, don't worry. Master Qian is here, and no one can hurt your little lover in the slightest." Forehead. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. "Asshole, what did you do to me?" Suddenly, the purple flame black eagle demon king roared, and the voice was even trembling. Why can't I move?" Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned again. In an instant, he looked directly at the purple flame black eagle demon king. "I can't move either." "Me too. What on earth is going on?" Before Ye Bufan could think more, voices of surprise and fear rang out one after another around him. At this moment, except for Ye Bufan, no matter whether they were human or demon, everyone present, without exception, could still speak, but their bodies could no longer move at all. This scene made everyone terrified. "Shut up." In the void, the fat man in the golden robe shouted angrily, "Whoever says one more word and disturbs Master Qian from talking about business, Master Qian will kill him." Hiss. Suddenly, the whole place fell into dead silence. The fat man in the golden robe ignored him and looked directly at Ye Bufan, saying with a smile, "Young man from the Ye family, how about we talk now? An appearance fee of 1 billion gold is really not too much for someone of Mr. Qian's status. Besides, Mr. Qian has already given you a discount, 10% off." Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips. A 10% discount and still 1 billion. Damn, this fat guy is simply a robber. Call. Ye Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, at least Xin Yao's life is no longer in danger, but the 10 billion gold makes Ye Bufan feel confused. He immediately looked at the fat man in the golden robe and said in a deep voice, "Back then, you gave me 3 orders and promised to help me 3 times. What does this mean now?" "Haha, I agree to help you 3 times. That's a favor. But favors are favors, and the appearance fee still needs to be collected. After all, it's not easy for us, we can't work for nothing, right?" The fat man in the golden robe said with an embarrassed smile. "Fuck you." Ye Bufan cursed in his heart. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as this. When he gave me the 3 orders, he didn't ask for any more fees, but now this guy is simply raising the price and taking advantage of the situation. 1 billion gold. Ye Bufan immediately said in a cold voice, "I have no money." Forehead. The fat man in golden robe was stunned. In the distance, the purple flame black eagle demon king's eyes lit up, and he said anxiously, "Senior, this king, no, I have money." The sudden sound stunned everyone in the audience. Brush. The fat man in the golden robe looked directly at the purple flame black eagle demon king and asked excitedly, "You have money? 1 billion gold coins?" Yes. The purple flame black eagle demon king responded repeatedly, "As long as Senior helps me capture that kid, my demon clan will give me 1 billion gold coins with both hands." At this moment, whether it was the purple flame black eagle demon king or the other humans and demon beasts present, they could see that the fat man in the golden robe was not familiar with Ye Bufan at all. Moreover, this guy was the kind of person who would not recognize anyone in front of others. Really? Hearing this, the fat man in golden robe was overjoyed. Really? The purple flame black eagle demon king said in surprise. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. President of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. This fat guy is obsessed with money. Looking at his expression, he might really switch sides and join the side of the purple flame black eagle demon king. Ye Bufan immediately said in a deep voice, 1 billion gold, I will give it to you, and it will be deducted directly from my dividends. Forehead. The fat man in the golden robe was stunned. Hey. Then, he smiled and looked at the purple flame black eagle demon king, and said, the Ye family kid also gave 1 billion. However, everything has a first come first served. After all, I, Master Qian, came for him, so Master Qian can only help him, but... Senior, I'll give you 2 billion. Immediately, the purple flame black eagle demon king shouted immediately. He understood what the fat man in the golden robe meant. He will help whoever gives more money. Gold. This is the currency of the human race. Although the demon race has seized a lot on the battlefield, it is completely useless, let alone 2 billion, even 10 billion will do. 2 billion. The fat man in the golden robe murmured, then looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, young man from the Ye family, the demon king has offered 2 billion. Look at you. I will withdraw my shares. Ye Bufan said these 4 words in a deep voice. Forehead. Upon hearing this, all the humans and demons present were stunned. They looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment. What does it mean to withdraw shares? The fat man in the golden robe shuddered. You purple flame black eagle, you dare to take money to bully Master Qian. Who do you think Master Qian is? Then, the fat man pointed at the purple flame black eagle demon king and roared angrily. He spoke righteously and looked angry, as if the purple flame black eagle demon king had humiliated him. Why don't you go and ask around? I, Qian Duoduo, value friendship the most. How could I be tempted by money? The purple flame black eagle demon king was speechless. All the people present, whether human or demon, twitched their lips. Their hearts felt like 1,000 alpaca horses galloping, extremely confused. The speed at which he changes his attitude is faster than turning the pages of a book. Hey hey. The fat man smiled slightly, and came directly in front of Ye Bufan with a whoosh sound, nodded and bowed. Young Master Yi, it's just a joke, we are no strangers, how could I take your money? Tell me, what do you want me to do, and I will go through fire and water to help you get it all. Upon hearing this, all the people and monsters fled in panic. Save people. Ye Bufan ignored him and said 2 words coldly. Young Master Yi, look at what you are talking about. Your woman is my sister-in-law, Fatty. What are you talking about? Whoever dares to touch my sister-in-law who has a lot of money, Fatty, I will kill him. Whoosh. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Qinyao appeared in front of Ye Bufan. Her speed was so fast that no one present, whether human or demon, could see clearly what was happening. Flutter. Qinyao took a quick step and threw herself into Ye Bufan's arms. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Chapter 216 Robbery. Holding Qinyao in his arms, Ye Bufan smiled knowingly. Although the process was thrilling and made him furious, the ending was good. It was enough to have the beauty return to his heart. Silence is better than words at this time. A hug that seems to last forever. After a while, Ye Bufan let go of Qinyao, and Qinyao did the same. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Ye Bufan gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, put his hands on her shoulders, and said softly, okay, everything is over. Qinyao responded weakly. At this moment, she was no longer the cold and arrogant Commander Qin of the War Department who was decisive and ruthless. She was just a 19-year-old girl who had just experienced life and death and no longer concealed her feelings. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Wait for me here. Then, he whispered another sentence, then withdrew his hands from Qinyao's shoulders. He turned his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the purple flame black eagle demon king in the distance. The smile on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by endless coldness and murderous intent. 1 second, he was an angel. At this moment, he is the devil. Take a step forward. Suddenly, a chill emanated from Ye Bufan's body and spread wildly around him at a terrifying speed. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. In just a moment, Ye Bufan had arrived in front of the purple flame black eagle demon king. There was no anger, no roar, only a simple sentence, do you remember what I said before? Buzz. Upon hearing this, the purple flame black eagle demon king's pupils shrank, his body trembled, and he was shocked. I gave you 2 choices, but you chose the latter, Ye Bufan said coldly, ignoring the purple flame black eagle demon king. Then, he shouted angrily, since you don't want to leave, then stay here forever. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, a spear suddenly appeared in Ye Bufan's hand. Call out. He stabbed out with a gun. Puff. In an instant, the spear pierced through the right shoulder of the purple flame black eagle demon king, and a stream of blood spurted out. Roar. The purple flame black eagle demon king let out a painful roar. He was angry, he was hateful, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. He wanted to slap Ye Bufan to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free at this moment, so he roared, boy, I'm unlucky to fall into your hands today. If you have the guts, kill me. Kill you. Ye Bufan sneered. Puff. He instantly pulled the spear out from the right shoulder of the purple flame black eagle demon king, and a stream of blood shot out. Ye Bufan said angrily in a cold voice, as you said before, if I kill you like this, wouldn't it be too easy for you? Purple flame black eagle demon king, congratulations, you have successfully angered me. Therefore, today, no demon from the northern mountains will be able to escape. They will all join you in venting their hatred on me. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan stabbed out again. Puff. A bullet went straight through the left shoulder of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Roar! The purple flame Black Eagle Demon Emperor roared angrily, his expression ferocious. Ye Bufan, don't be complacent, the purple Emperor Demon Emperor will not let you go. Demon Emperor, do you think I'm afraid of him? Ye Bufan sneered, and then shouted, that day, the old man broke your right wing, today I will break your left wing first. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's pupils shrank. Call out! Ye Bufan fired a shot. Puff! The sharp tip of the spear cut directly off the left shoulder of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. A stream of bloody red blood spurted out, and the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's left arm was cut off in an instant. Roar! A painful roar was heard, and the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was in excruciating pain. Unfortunately, his body was unable to move at all, and at this moment he couldn't even struggle. The pain went deep into my bones. The pain went straight into the soul. Heart-wrenching and lung-breaking. Ye Bufan! A howl was heard, full of pain and anger. Call out! Ye Bufan ignored him and stabbed again. Since my arms are useless, what's the point of keeping my legs? Puff! A stream of blood spurted out. Call out! One shot was pulled back, and then another was fired. In the blink of an eye, both legs of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King were broken. With a bang, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. It can only bark but not move. It's boring. Looking at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King in front of him, Ye Bufan sneered, Fatty, make him move. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's body began to struggle frantically on the ground, making dull sounds. Unfortunately, even though he was at the level of a Demon King, his legs and feet were completely disabled at this moment, and he was no longer able to resist, let alone escape. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled evilly. That's fun. The world was in dead silence. This was a demon. No matter whether they were humans or monsters, everyone present was terrified when they heard the painful howls of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Especially the monsters, their eyes were filled with endless fear and trembling. Young Master Yi, please don't be anxious. Can you give this stuff to me first? At this time, Qian Duoduo suddenly came to Ye Bufan and said with a smile. Ye Bufan frowned. Don't worry, he will be yours in a while. Looking at Ye Bufan's expression, Qian Duoduo immediately added with a smile. Ye Bufan didn't say anything more and immediately took a step back. Thank you very much. Qian Duoduo responded and smiled at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. That smile made the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's soul tremble, and even Ye Bufan felt the same way. Qian Duoduo did not hesitate at all, and looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King and said, you have 1 billion gold on you. Forehead. Qian Duoduo's words stunned all the humans and demons present. This guy, is he still thinking about gold coins? The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was also stunned, and then immediately said, Senior, as long as you let me go, I am willing to give you 1 billion gold, no, 10 billion gold. Bang! As soon as the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King finished speaking, Qian Duoduo kicked him directly and said angrily, why are you talking nonsense? Master Qian is asking if you have 1 billion gold coins on you. No, I haven't, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King said in a trembling voice. Bang! Qian Duoduo kicked him again, are you kidding me? Tell me, how much money do you have on you? I don't know. There should be several million. These were all seized from the human race. But gold coins are useless to us demon race, so I haven't counted them. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King said with a painful look on his face, and he looked like he was about to cry. Bang! Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo kicked the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King again, millions of gold coins. You are a demon king after all, why do you have so few gold coins? What the hell do you do for a living? There are so many humans on this demon battlefield, why don't you kill them or rob them? As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, all the humans and demons present couldn't help but twitch their lips, especially the demons. A human being asked the demons to kill and rob a human. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing in such a person. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was in tears. Bang! Qian Duoduo kicked out and said, what do you mean by, I? Hurry up and take out all the gold coins on you and all the other things on you. If you dare to hide anything, I will skin you alive. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Skinning. This guy is so cruel. Ye Bufan frowned, he looked at Qian Duoduo with curiosity, then looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King has millions of gold coins and other items on him. Where did he put them? After all, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King does not have items like the Sumeru ring on him. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King hesitated for a moment, and then said in a trembling voice, Senior, as long as you let me go, I am willing to give all the things I have to you with both hands. What if Mr. Qian doesn't let you go? Qian Duoduo asked coldly. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King only said one word, but his meaning was very clear. If you don't let me go, you won't get a single gold coin. You're a fucking bastard. Bang! Qian Duoduo cursed angrily and slapped the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King directly. Roar! The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King let out a painful wail, and his humanoid form instantly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the purple flame Black Eagle's true form, a giant purple eagle more than 3 meters long. Bang! Qian Duoduo took a step forward, leapt up, and jumped directly onto the back of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon Queen. Then he stretched out his hands and grabbed her. Suddenly, he grabbed the purple feathers on the back of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon Queen in his hands, and then exerted force with both hands and plucked out the 2 clusters of feathers in an instant. Roar! The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King let out a painful howl instantly. The body is shaking violently. The feathers were plucked out with the flesh attached. It was so painful. Even Ye Bufan couldn't help but shiver, but Qian Duoduo didn't hesitate at all. His hands turned into 2 afterimages. Together, one falls. Puff, puff, puff. He kept plucking the feathers from the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, leaving spots of blood. Do you fucking think that Master Qian is negotiating a deal with you? And bargaining? Qian Duoduo's expression was grim, and with endless anger, he shouted, Master Qian is fucking robbing you. Do you understand robbery? Fuck. Chapter 217. Monster Clan, Destiny Space. Purple feathers were flying all over the sky, and the world was dead silent. The only sound left was the heart-wrenching and painful roar of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Painful, desolate, and a life worse than death. No matter whether it was the human or the demon around, even Ye Bufan, no one made any sound, just stared at the scene in front of them quietly and blankly. Qian Duoduo is too cruel. Suddenly, a 7-foot golden knife appeared in Qian Duoduo's hand. He jumped down from the purple flame Black Eagle Demon Queen's back, landed in front of the right wing, and chopped it off again. With a puff, a stream of blood spurted out, and the tip of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's right wing was instantly chopped off. Roar! With a roar, the heaven and earth shook. Bang, bang, bang. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King continued to struggle and tremble. His body hit the ground again and again, making silent sounds. He was in pain and he was afraid. Qian Duoduo ignored him. He retracted his golden sword and stretched out his right hand to the wound on the broken wing of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. A tug and a pull. The speed was extremely fast. Suddenly, he caught a blue vein in his hand and pulled it out from the right wing of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King with a trace of bright red blood. Roar! The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King roared in pain, struggled, and twitched. After just a moment, with a bang, his huge body collapsed to the ground. That kind of pain is unbearable. The Demon King fainted. The world was dead silent. Gurgle. All the humans present couldn't help swallowing their saliva, while the demons present were shaking and trembling constantly. Broken wings and cramps. This devil. Qian Duoduo ignored him and directly pulled out a 3-meter-long vein from the broken wing of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. Looking at the unconscious purple flame Black Eagle Demon King in front of him, he snorted coldly, "Damn it, you dare to pretend to be dead." Bang! Then, he kicked out again. Roar! The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King felt pain and let out a mournful cry. He suddenly woke up, his body shaking and trembling continuously. He was scared, really scared. This fat man was simply a demon. "Senior, I'll give it to you." Snort. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo snorted coldly, "Now you know to give it to me. What the hell were you doing before? Didn't you know that your Master Qian could be worth millions of gold in a minute?" Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo kicked the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King on the wound of the broken wing again, without any sympathy or mercy. "What are you still standing there for? Take it out." Yes, yes, yes. The purple flame black eagle demon king responded repeatedly. The next second, a purple vortex appeared in the space 1 meter above his head, and gold coins fell from the vortex like a heavy rain, shining with golden light under the sunlight. At the same time, in addition to the gold coins, there were also some other miscellaneous things, such as some weapons, some human armor, and some local treasures. There were a dazzling array of items, and in just a moment they piled up into a small mountain in front of the purple flame black eagle demon king. Gold coins accounted for the largest portion of them. After all, millions of gold coins were not a small number. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Purple swirl. What is that? A hint of curiosity flashed across his astonished eyes. Qian Duoduo ignored him. He looked at the pile of items in front of him, then looked at the purple flame black eagle demon king and said, "No more." The purple flame black eagle demon king's body trembled suddenly. "No, senior is gone." "Really? You didn't lie to me. You have to think it over carefully. Master Qian hates being lied to the most. If you dare to lie to me, Master Qian will extract your soul. Do you believe it?" Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo looked at the purple flame black eagle demon king with cold eyes. Buzz. The purple flame black eagle demon king's body trembled again, and he said anxiously, "Senior, I really didn't lie to you, everything is here." Bang. As soon as the purple flame black eagle demon king finished speaking, Qian Duoduo kicked him without even thinking. "How dare you say you have nothing? You are a demon king after all, look at all the junk you have on you. The Tianfeng War Department has so many black soldiers, earth soldiers, and 3 heavenly soldiers, why the hell are you grabbing these ordinary soldiers for?" The purple flame black eagle demon king suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. Earthly soldiers, heavenly soldiers. He does want to snatch it, but he also needs the opportunity and ability. However, at this moment, the purple flame black eagle demon king did not hesitate at all, and hurriedly said, "Senior, I will definitely rob more treasures from the human race in the future, and then use them all to honor you, senior, as long as you, senior, let me go." Oh. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up. Really? The purple flame black eagle demon king was overjoyed. He endured the heart-wrenching pain from his wounds and body and said repeatedly, "It's true. It's absolutely true. I dare not lie to anyone. I swear, as long as you let me go today, I will rob money for you in the future." Later. Do you have a later? Without waiting for Qian Duoduo to answer, Ye Bufan's cold voice suddenly sounded. He was really worried that Qian Duoduo had agreed to the purple flame black eagle demon king. Buzz. The purple flame black eagle demon king's body suddenly trembled. You. Looking at Ye Bufan, the anger in his eyes emerged uncontrollably. Bang. At this time, Qian Duoduo kicked the purple flame black eagle demon king directly and said angrily, "Who the hell do you think Master Qian is? Master Qian is a human, so how could he let you, a demon, rob my people? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Upon hearing this, the purple flame black eagle demon king was confused, as were the other humans and demons. Even Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "Lots of money. That's who you are." Qian Duoduo ignored him. He waved his hand and the pile of items in front of him disappeared without a trace. Then, he looked at Ye Bufan again and said, "Young Master Yi, he is yours." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked directly at the demon army. All the demons trembled immediately. Qian Duoduo shouted, "All demon generals and demon kings, take out everything in your life space and give it to Master Qian honestly. Remember, this is robbery. Don't even think about hiding it, and don't even think about committing suicide. Master Qian won't let you die, and you can't die even if you want to." Suddenly, all the demon generals and demon kings present trembled in fear. This robber, this devil, they were angry but did not dare to resist. They had seen the experience of the purple flame black eagle demon king before. It was horrible and unbearable. Even the demon king couldn't resist, so how could the demon generals and demon kings dare to resist? Immediately, colorful whirlpools appeared above the heads of the demon generals and demon kings, and items fell from these whirlpools. Ye Bufan, however, was stunned. Natal space. What is this thing? He looked at Qian Duoduo in surprise and couldn't help asking. Qian Duoduo was stunned. "You don't know." "Know what?" Qian Duoduo was speechless. Then, he said with infinite contempt, "Young man from the Yi family, this is common sense, how could you not know it? Regardless of whether they are demons or wild beasts, as long as they reach the level of 6th rank demon general or wild general, they will have a life space in their bodies. This life space is just like the Sumeru space of our human race, which allows demons and wild beasts to store items. Fuck, is there such a thing? Ye Bufan exclaimed suddenly. What do you think? Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes, and then said, but don't even think about taking over the demon race and the wild beast's natal space. Ye Bufan was stunned. Why? Whether it's the demons or wild beasts, their life spaces can only be opened by themselves. Once they die, their life spaces will automatically disappear. After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, with your current cultivation level, you can only run away when you meet a demon king. Do you still want to take over their life spaces? Besides, most demons and wild beasts would rather die than compromise with humans. Unless you are like me, Master Qian, who can control their life and death, and make them live or die if you want them to. Remember, robbery is an art, and it requires strength. Robbery is an art, and it requires strength. Although Ye Bufan was speechless, he had to admit that this was the fact. Just as Qian Duoduo said, the demon race, human race, and wild beast race are fighting to the death, and no one side will compromise with the other two races. Without compromise, there will be no possibility of capturing them alive, and without capturing them alive, it is naturally impossible to force them to open their life space. Unless you have absolute strength to crush the opponent. But if he really had such strength, who would care about the other party's little property? For example, a strong man in the Jodian realm of the human race would care about the property of a demon general. Would he personally take action to rob a demon general? Impossible. Disdainful and not rare. Of course, Qian Duoduo is an exception. He is a weirdo who is obsessed with money and a money slave. The next second, Qian Duoduo said nothing more. He waved his hand and collected all the items that the demon generals and demon kings had taken out. He looked at Ye Bufan again and said, okay, they are all yours. Kill them if you want, but their bodies must belong to me. Finally, he added, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Although their level is a little low, they can still be sold for some money. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. All the humans present were in chaos. The demons were angry. You son of a bitch, I've given you all the money and property, and now you want to kill the demon and silence us. And you want to sell us out. Qian Duoduo ignored it. Brush. He took a step forward and walked towards the human 4-star general. In just a moment, he came in front of the 4-star general and smiled. Hiss. The 4-star warrior's body trembled instinctively. Creepy. Chapter 218. The Demon Emperor has ordered a bloodbath in the northern mountains. Senior, the 4-star general said weakly as he looked at Qian Duoduo in front of him. An ominous feeling suddenly emerged in his heart. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly and said, why call me senior? That seems so formal. Just call me Master Qian. Qian, Mr. Qian. The 4-star general smiled bitterly. That's right, it makes us look closer. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly, patted the 4-star general again, and said solemnly, 4-star general, not bad, you killed a lot of monsters, right? The 4-star general was stunned. Qian Duoduo continued, as long as we are human, we should kill demons and savages. He paused, then frowned again, by the way, Master Qian doesn't even know your name. Replying to Master Qian, my name is Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan. Qian Duoduo glanced at Wang Xuan and said, not bad, a good name. Then, he held Wang Xuan's shoulder and said hesitantly, well, Wang Xuan, Master Qian came all the way here and saved your life. How do you plan to thank Master Qian? Hearing this, Wang Xuan's mouth twitched. The same goes for others. Without waiting for Wang Xuan to speak, Qian Duoduo said again, you don't know, Master Qian doesn't like to eat, wear, or have women. He likes to count gold coins when he has nothing to do. But Master Qian is poor, and every time he counts, he only counts the same gold coins. What do you think we should do? The implication is that Mr. Qian is short of money and needs money. Wang Xuan gave a bitter smile, and immediately stretched out his right hand, took out a purse and handed it to Qian Duoduo. Master Qian, I happen to have some gold coins here. Although I can't help you much, it is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Master Qian. Qian Duoduo glanced at the purse, then looked at Wang Xuan, isn't this bad? As he spoke, he had already grabbed the purse. Wang Xuan smiled bitterly again. It's just a little token of my appreciation, it's just a little less, I hope Mr. Qian won't despise it. No, no, how could Master Qian despise it? Qian Duoduo put away his money bag and said to Wang Xuan, by the way, you are a 4-star general and a strong man in the divine origin realm. How come you only have 173 gold, 26 silver, and 3 bronze? Forehead. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan was stunned. 173 gold, 26 silver, and 3 bronze. Although he didn't know how much money was in his purse, it was about this number. He couldn't help but take a look at Qian Duoduo. How did he know? Just now, Qian Duoduo didn't seem to open the purse, nor did he count the number of coins in the purse, but he knew the number of coins on the other side better than himself. Shocked and curious, Wang Xuan said directly, well, Mr. Qian, in addition to exchanging merits for cultivation resources, we also use coins to buy some resources from some merchants in the battlefield town, so. Oh. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo responded, that's right. After all, at your level, the resources consumed in cultivation are also a problem. It is indeed a problem to rely on yourself without support. Otherwise, why don't you follow Master Qian? Forehead. Hearing this, Wang Xuan looked at Qian Duoduo in surprise. Qian Duoduo did not hesitate at all and continued, although Master Qian is a little poor and he will not pay you if you follow him, he can guarantee that if you follow him, you will definitely have enough cultivation resources. What do you think? Consider it. Fuck. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, everyone present exclaimed in their hearts, as if 1,000 horses were galloping, and their eyes changed slightly when they looked at Qian Duoduo. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched as well. Damn, this guy first robbed people of their money and now he wants to poach them. After Wang Xuan came to his senses, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Qian Duoduo and smiled bitterly. I appreciate Mr. Qian's kindness, but I think the War Department is pretty good. Don't you want to give Mr. Qian face? Forget it. Since you don't want to, Master Qian won't force you. You're the one who'll suffer anyway. Shaking his head, Qian Duoduo looked at the soldiers in the War Department again. Are these your soldiers? Wang Xuan was stunned instinctively. Yes. Why don't they look like Mr. Qian? You, as the commander, have taken out all your belongings to thank Mr. Qian for saving your life, but they don't show any gratitude at all. Qian Duoduo frowned and said suspiciously, especially the 4 words, all belongings, which he emphasized. In an instant, everyone in the audience was speechless, confused, and crazy. This guy, he wants to take over both humans and monsters. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He no longer paid attention to Qian Duoduo, but instead set his sights on the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was angry and even more frightened. An evil smile appeared on Ye Bufan's lips. He ignored the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King and walked directly towards the demon army under his angry gaze. At this moment, no one knew what Qian Duoduo had done. Nearly 10,000 monsters stopped where they were, as if they were imprisoned and could not move at all. Even the monster generals and monster kings were the same. Except for Qian Duoduo asking them to open their own life space, they were still unable to move. Ye Bufan stepped forward and came in front of the demon army. Brush. A long knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Call out. A knife cut out. Puff. A stream of blood spurted out, and the monster roared in pain, but his body was imprisoned and he couldn't break free, let alone move. Ye Bufan ignored it and slashed with his sword several times in a row, killing the monster in an instant. Roar. A roar of beasts was heard, the monsters were angry but helpless. Being at the mercy of others is just like this. Ye Bufan never stopped. In the northern mountains, all the demons will be killed today. He was already filled with anger, and what's more, these monsters could provide him with a large amount of merit and quickly improve his strength, so how could he let them go? Kill. The cold long sword and the sharp murderous intent. Wherever the long sword passed, blood spurted. One after another, the monsters died tragically under Ye Bufan's knife. They didn't even have the chance to resist or struggle and could only be slaughtered by him. The world was dead silent and the atmosphere was depressing. It's okay for the dead monsters, but for the living monsters, this is simply a shame and torture, making them furious and in agony. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's eyes were filled with rage, and he roared angrily, Ye Bufan, you will not die well. If you have the guts, kill me. Kill you. Ye Bufan paused and sneered, Don't worry, among those who are killing you in the north today, no one from the demon clan will survive, including you. But I promise you that you will definitely be the last demon king to die under my sword. Before that, just watch quietly for me. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan slashed out with his sword. Puff! A monster died with blood gushing out. Kill the demon and destroy its heart. You! The purple flame black eagle demon king's eyes were bloodshot and he was extremely angry. He wanted to tear Ye Bufan apart alive, but he could only watch, powerless to change what was before his eyes. There is a kind of life that is worse than death. There is a kind of death where you cannot die even though you want to. At this moment, the purple flame black eagle demon king is like this. Ye Bufan ignored him. He swung his sword and slaughtered the monsters at will. Blood splattered and lives disappeared. One monster after another fell to the ground and died. The blood-dancing sky is never lonely, and the flying killings descend upon the world. When the enemy suffers, I feel happy. Kill. On the side, members of the War Department lined up in a long queue. Qian Duoduo stood at the front of the queue, holding a gold silk bag more than 1 meter high in his hand, with the bag mouth open. One by one, the soldiers of the War Department came to Qian Duoduo and put the coins on their bodies into the gold silk bag. Naked robbery. But the soldiers of the combat unit didn't care about all this at all. Their eyes were fixed on Ye Bufan, watching the long sword dancing in his hand and watching the monsters fall one after another. Excited, thrilled. The demon clan deserves to be killed. All members of the demon clan listen up. Lord Purple Emperor Demon Emperor has ordered a bloodbath in the northern mountains. Today, no human being in the northern mountains will be left alive. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out between heaven and earth, shaking the heavens and earth and resounding in all directions. Forehead. The sudden sound startled all the combat members in the team in front of Qian Duoduo, even Ye Bufan who was slaughtering monsters. The demon emperor has given an order. In the northern mountains, not a single mortal being will be left alive. The demons were also confused. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before they could think or look more, a number of demon kings rushed towards them from the void at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the sky where Ye Bufan and others were. The terrifying pressure seemed to tear the heaven and earth apart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13. A total of 13 demon kings. Overwhelming. Suddenly, the 13 demon kings stopped above the high mountain in front of them. The strong smell of blood could not help but attract their attention. Swish, swish, swish. Their cold gazes were all directed downwards. The mountains were filled with corpses of demons. Boom. The 13 demon kings were instantly enraged. Asshole. An angry curse was rang out, and the corpses of demons scattered all over the mountains instantly pushed the anger in the hearts of the 13 demon kings to the extreme. Human race, you are seeking death. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, the 13 demon kings rushed towards the battlefield on the mountain. Their cold murderous intent seemed to freeze the heaven and earth clean. The world was in dead silence. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing the 13 demon kings charging towards them, high up in the mountains, whether they were humans or demons, their eyes instinctively fell on Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo looked at the 13 demon kings with his eyes shining. Mr. Qian is going to get rich. Suddenly coming back to his senses, the purple flame black eagle demon king's pupils shrank, and his wounded body couldn't help but tremble. He didn't dare to think too much, and immediately roared in 2 words. Run. Chapter 219 Mr. Qian borrows money. Run. Seeing the 13 demon kings in the void, the purple flame black eagle demon king's eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious. If it was any other time, he would not be like this, but now, the purple flame black eagle demon king knew very well that in front of Qian Duoduo, the peerless powerhouse of the human race, the demon king was simply vulnerable, let alone 13 demon kings. Even if there were 130 demon kings, what would happen? In the face of absolute strength, numbers are completely meaningless. What's more, in the eyes of the purple flame black eagle demon emperor, even if the purple emperor demon emperor came in person, he would not be Qian Duoduo's opponent. Because, even in front of the purple emperor demon emperor, he, the purple flame black eagle demon emperor, had the strength to fight, but in front of Qian Duoduo, he was helpless. Qian Duoduo was like an insurmountable mountain, pressing the purple flame black eagle demon emperor so hard that he couldn't breathe. They are not on the same level at all. If you stay, you will only die. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King roared, and the 13 demon kings who were rushing towards him couldn't help but tremble. Their bodies also trembled violently, and they all looked at the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King in astonishment. The sight of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King with broken wings, feathers removed, and blood dripping all over the place made the 13 demon kings shrink their pupils. Previously, they only paid attention to Ye Bufan, who was slaughtering the demons, and didn't care about anything else, but now seeing the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, their anger grew even stronger. Purple flame Black Eagle, who hurt you like this? Immediately, one of the 13 demon kings roared angrily, and his cold eyes swept across all the human beings. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are you an idiot? Don't you know that although my cultivation has regressed, I am still at the level of the 7-star Divine Yuan realm, no worse than you. I was injured like this, and I have no power to fight back. I can't fight back, but you can compete with me. However, despite his thoughts, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King did not hesitate at all, and immediately roared again, "Asshole, run, there are strong men in the divine martial realm here. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave." Boom! The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King roared, and the bodies of the 13 demon kings trembled violently, and a roar sounded in their minds. Human race, the divine martial lord. Brush. The 13 demon kings instinctively looked towards the human camp. Unfortunately, at this moment, the human race had no fear at all towards the 13 demon kings. On the contrary, each of them had an evil and playful smile on their face, as if the 13 demon kings were just a joke in their eyes. The strange scene stunned the 13 demon kings. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King was about to cry. How could there be such an idiot in the demon race? He couldn't help but roar again, "Fuck you, run away." Boom! The bodies of the 13 demon kings trembled suddenly. Their pupils shrank in shock. Run! A word rang in their minds, firm and resolute, and then they turned around and ran without the slightest hesitation. From the arrival of the 13 demon kings to their awakening and attempts to escape, everything seemed long, but it was only a matter of seconds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 13 demon kings rushed away into the distance. "Did Master Qian let you go?" Suddenly, a dissatisfied voice sounded in the void. The voice seemed to have no starting point and came from all directions. Ong! The sudden sound caused the 13 demon kings to tremble again. The thoughts in their hearts became more and more firm. Run, run quickly. However, they soon discovered that their bodies seemed to be imprisoned, stuck in midair and unable to move at all, as if their bodies were no longer under their control. This unexpected change made the faces of the 13 demon kings change drastically, and endless fear swept over their hearts. Human race, the divine and martial lord. 6 words emerged in their minds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, 13 demon kings fell from the void one after another. With a loud bang, they landed at the same time not far from the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. The purple flame Black Eagle Demon King's heart trembled violently. Finished. The same was true for the other monsters. They all let out earth-shaking, grief-stricken roars. Today, God wanted to destroy our monster clan. On the other hand, the faces of the human race's members were filled with endless joy and excitement. Even Wang Xuan, a 4-star general in the divine origin realm, was no exception. Of course, as a 4-star general, Wang Xuan obviously thought much more than the other members of the War Department. These were 13 demon kings, plus the previous purple flame Black Eagle Demon King, a total of 14 demon kings. How many demon kings are there under the command of the purple emperor demon? Around 40. The loss of 14 demon kings at once is equivalent to the top forces under the purple emperor demon emperor being weakened by 1/3. One gains while the other loses. At this time, if the human race's war department gathered its forces and launched a large-scale attack on the demon race, what kind of situation would that be? Bang, bang, bang. Thinking of this, Wang Xuan's heart was beating violently, and even his breathing became unusually rapid. For the war department, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If handled properly, it would not be impossible to destroy the purple emperor demon emperor. How could Wang Xuan know that before the 13 demon kings came to the northern mountains, the demon army under the purple emperor demon emperor had already been severely damaged by the human race? If they lost 14 demon kings at this time, it would be a disaster for the demon race. Although he didn't know these, it didn't matter anymore. Thinking of the fate of the 13 demon kings in front of him, Wang Xuan couldn't help but look at Qian Duoduo. Robbers and bandits. Even though he was a robber and a bandit, Wang Xuan didn't care at all. He even hoped that Qian Duoduo would come to rob him every day. Compared with the 14 demon kings, those gold coins and those mere possessions were nothing. Qian Duoduo had no idea what Wang Xuan was thinking, and he didn't even look at him. At this moment, he squinted his eyes and looked at the 13 demon kings in front of him with excitement. 13 demon kings. No, these are 13 purses. Although his cultivation was a little inferior and he was a little poor, he was still a demon king after all, and definitely richer than those demon generals and demon kings. Moreover, since he had come here by himself, it was the same whether he robbed one or two. In this case, he might as well rob all 13 of them at once. After all, they came to him by themselves, so it would be a waste if he didn't rob them. Call out. Thinking of this, Qian Duoduo flashed and appeared directly in front of a demon king. The evil smile on his chubby face made the demon feel even more creepy. Who are you? The Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King gritted his teeth, looked at Qian Duoduo and let out a loud shout. Not only the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King, the other 12 demon kings had also recovered from the sudden change. They looked at Qian Duoduo with cold eyes, filled with shock, fear, and even indignation. Previously, the demon clan learned that their plan had been leaked, so they temporarily changed the plan. First, they pulled back 900,000 baits and cannon fodder, and then, before the humans noticed, they sneaked into the northern mountains, slaughtered the northern mountains, and killed all the humans. Of course, the most important thing was to search for and capture the murderer who killed the purple lightning barbarian dragon. But who could have thought that the demon race changed their plan, and the human race did the same, letting the demon race fall into the trap they designed, suffering heavy casualties and losses. Now, the 13 demon kings entered the northern mountains. Before they could take any action, they encountered a powerful human being in the divine martial realm and immediately lost their ability to move. How not to be shocked, how not to be outraged. It seems that even God is hostile to the demons. It's so frustrating. Just call me Master Qian. Looking at the grinning Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King, Qian Duoduo smiled and said. Mr. Qian. The Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King was stunned at first, and then roared at Qian Duoduo, you are not from the War Department, who are you? What do you want to do? Mr. Qian is certainly not from the War Department. You don't need to know who Mr. Qian is. As for what Mr. Qian wants to do, Qian Duoduo hesitated for a moment, then looked at the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King, rubbed his hands, and said with a hee-hee smile, Mr. Qian is short of money recently, and I want to borrow some money from you. Do you think it's okay? The Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King was stunned. Borrow money. Not only the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King, but the other 12 demon kings also looked at Qian Duoduo in surprise. The Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King simply closed his eyes. It's all death anyway, he's too lazy to remind them. That's right, do you want to lend it to me? Qian Duoduo said with a smile. The corner of the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King's mouth twitched slightly, and his anger surged wildly. He felt that Qian Duoduo was simply playing tricks on him. A human divine martial realm expert ran to the demonic battlefield to ask a demon king for money. Who would believe it? Immediately, the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King roared angrily, you are a human, and I am a demon. You, a human, are asking me, a demon, to borrow money. Are you sick? Kindness. Qian Duoduo frowned immediately, a hint of sternness flashed across his face, and even his voice turned slightly colder, so, you don't plan to lend it. I'll borrow your paralysis, if you want to kill me, just kill me, stop talking nonsense. Immediately, the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King roared. Ong! In an instant, the sound of a sword was heard, and the golden sword in Qian Duoduo's hand appeared again. He slashed down with the sword, and a golden light flashed. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out. Roar! The Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King let out a long cry of pain, and only 3 of his original 4 legs were left. You! Looking at Qian Duoduo, the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, with a ferocious and angry look on his face, and his eyes seemed as if he wanted to eat Qian Duoduo alive. Qian Duoduo ignored him and shouted angrily, damn it, do you know that Master Qian is very busy? He spends tens of millions of dollars every minute. I'm talking to you nicely, but you don't want to listen, right? You have to force Master Qian to do something hard to you, right? Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, the golden long sword in Qian Duoduo's hand was directly placed on the neck of the netherworld black tiger, and the golden long sword flashed with a cold light. Qian Duoduo threw the ground and said loudly, "Robbery." Chapter 220, I can't beat your father, so I can't beat you. I want to borrow from you, and if you don't lend, then I'll rob you. When the two words, Qian Duoduo, came out, the surrounding members of the human race's combat team and the demon race's members couldn't help but twitch their lips, and said in their hearts, as expected. The 13 demon kings were stunned. Borrow money, rob. The change was too fast and too sudden, and they couldn't react for a while. Qian Duoduo didn't give them a chance to think. He patted the head of the netherworld black tiger demon king with the golden long sword in his hand, pointed at the purple flame black eagle demon king and said, "Did you see that guy?" Master Qian asked him for money, but he refused. As a result, Master Qian cut off one of his wings, plucked his feathers, and pulled out one of his tendons. In the end, he still gave it to him obediently. Why, do you want to learn from him? Upon hearing this, the purple flame black eagle demon king couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The 13 demon kings were stunned. They couldn't help but secretly glance at the purple flame black eagle demon king with astonished eyes. Just one glance and the 13 demon kings couldn't help but tremble. Before, they were curious about who had injured the purple flame black eagle demon king so badly. Now they knew and understood that this was not an injury at all, but rather the result of being abused. What do you think? Have you thought about it? Should we give it to him or give it to him? At this time, Qian Duoduo's cold voice sounded again. The 13 demon kings trembled. The netherworld black tiger demon king looked at Qian Duoduo, gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Human, you should not bully the demons too much." "Haha, so what if I bully you?" Qian Duoduo said with a smile. "You the netherworld black tiger demon king was furious. We came here on the orders of Lord Purple Emperor Demon King. If you dare to attack us, Lord Purple Emperor Demon King will not let you go." Forehead. After the netherworld black tiger demon king finished speaking, except for him, all the other human members and demon members present, even the other dozen or so demon kings, were stunned. Hee. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. Stupid. In the distance, Ye Bufan sneered and stopped watching Qian Duoduo robbing the demon kings. Instead, he focused on slaughtering the demon members in front of him. Merit is yours only when you get it. Did you hear what Master Yi said? Qian Duoduo chuckled at the netherworld black tiger demon king. His smile was filled with absolute contempt. He added, "A mere demon king, do you think Master Qian is afraid of him? How about this, Master Qian will give you a chance. You bring him to Master Qian." Buzz. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the body of the netherworld black tiger demon king trembled. Suddenly woke up. Yes, the fat man in front of him is a powerful man in the divine martial realm of the human race. The demon emperor is no match for him at all, so how could he be afraid of him? For a moment, the netherworld black tiger demon king was extremely confused. What, you have nothing to say? If you have nothing to say, then it's Master Qian's turn to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of coldness suddenly emerged on Qian Duoduo's chubby face, and he changed the subject. "I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. Master Qian robbed you because he thinks highly of you. Not only do you not thank Master Qian, you even dare to blackmail Master Qian." Suddenly, thunder roared. "Do you really think Mr. Qian is teasing you?" Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo looked at the stern face of the netherworld black tiger demon king, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. There was a flash of golden light in his eyes. The golden light was dazzling and enchanting, and disappeared without a trace in just a moment. Boom. The body of the netherworld black tiger demon king shook violently. His pupils shrank. Roar. The next second, he let out a roar. Painful and miserable. Bang. Then, the netherworld black tiger fell directly to the ground again. His body kept hitting the ground. He struggled and twitched, looking as if he was in excruciating pain. You, roar. What did you do to me? Roar. Human, if you have the guts to kill me, roar. This. The sudden change of the netherworld black tiger demon king stunned all the humans and demons present. The painful howls resounded in everyone's ears, making everyone tremble in their hearts, as if the netherworld black tiger demon king at this moment was themselves. Bang. In just a moment, the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King collapsed to the ground. His body was shaking. His body was twitching. What did you just do to me? Looking at Qian Duoduo with horrified eyes, the trembling and weak voice of the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King sounded. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone looked at Qian Duoduo. Hee. Qian Duoduo smiled calmly and looked at the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King. He touched the golden ring on his left index finger with his right hand and said, "It's nothing. Master Qian just attacked your soul. How is it? Is it comfortable? Do you want to do it again?" Buzz. Qian Duoduo spoke calmly, but the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King's two joints contracted, and his originally weak and twitching body trembled violently. The same goes for others. The soul is an illusory existence that cannot be seen or touched. Of course, this is only before the Divine Martial Realm. Once you enter the Divine Martial Realm, the soul is no longer an illusory existence, but will condense a life infant and forge a divine soul. But no matter what, whether it is before or after the Shenwu, the soul or the spirit is the foundation of life and the most fragile part of the entire living body. Once the soul or the spirit is annihilated, the sound will also disappear. At the same time, as the most fundamental existence of living things, the perception of the soul and the spirit is more than 100 times that of the physical body. Even a light touch will cause immense pain, not to mention that Qian Duoduo directly attacked the soul of the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King. Just now, the pain that the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King endured was definitely more than 100 times that of cramping and skinning. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain that was. As a fellow Demon King, the Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King was only plucked a little hair and pulled a tendon by Qian Duoduo before he compromised. But now, the pain endured by the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King was more than 100 times that of the previous Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King. It was a fortunate thing that the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King did not die and collapse immediately. Qian Duoduo is too cruel. However, Qian Duoduo didn't care at all, and he wouldn't care. Before the Nether Black Tiger Demon King and other humans and demons could react, his face changed, and he kicked the Nether Black Tiger Demon King with a bang, and shouted, "What the hell, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take out everything you have on you for Master Qian. Don't you want to try it again?" Buzz. The body of the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King suddenly trembled. Again, it was enough to experience that kind of pain once. If it happened again, he would definitely die, and die in agony. I'll give it. Immediately, the anxious and trembling voice of the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King sounded. A vortex appeared above his head, and items fell to the ground one by one. Brush. Qian Duoduo waved his hand and collected all the items. It's a bitch. Looking at the Netherworld Black Tiger Demon King, he scolded him harshly, then looked at the other 12 Demon Kings and said coldly, "What about you? Do you want to rob Master Qian again?" Buzz. Hearing this, the 12 Demon Kings all trembled. They saw the previous scene clearly, but even just watching it made them feel extremely painful, let alone experiencing it themselves. The most important thing is that they have no choice now. They are at the mercy of others and have to agree to the other party's conditions in the end. Instead of doing this, it is better to compromise directly, at least not to endure the heart-wrenching pain. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, all 12 Demon Kings opened their natal spaces and took out all the items one by one, in front of Qian Duoduo. Hee. Seeing this scene, Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. You're smart. Call. Upon hearing this, the 12 Demon Kings couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Bang. In the distance, Ye Bufan stabbed out with a spear and then retracted it. The last Tiger Demon King among the 9 Demon Kings also fell down. Nearly 10,000 demon troops were wiped out. However, Ye Bufan was clearly not satisfied yet. He held up the bloody spear and looked at Qian Duoduo. He shouted, "Fatty, have you finished robbing? If you have, capture all the monsters in the northern mountains for me. Don't let any of them go." Ye Bufan's loud shout instantly attracted everyone's attention, and their eyes turned from Qian Duoduo to him. Hiss. Looking at the bloody corpses around Ye Bufan, all the members of the combat unit couldn't help but gasp. The only 14 remaining Demon Kings of the Demon Clan were furious. The Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King roared angrily, "Ye Bufan, don't go too far. Everything should be done in moderation. If you have anything to do with me, I will kill you or chop you up." What kind of ability do you have to rely on your human race's powerful divine power to slaughter members of my demon race? Ye Bufan sneered, I am relying on the divine martial venerable to bully and slaughter your demon clan. What can you do to me? Don't accept it. If you don't accept it, you can invite the demon god of your demon clan to come. You. Upon hearing this, the purple flame black eagle demon king became furious. He is just a demon king who doesn't even know where the demon god is. How can he ask others to save him? What's more, others may not necessarily pay attention to him. What? Can't do it. If you can't do it, then shut up. Ye Bufan shouted, the winner is the queen and the loser is the bandit. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Enough is enough. As long as I am alive, you all must die. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan set his sights on Qian Duoduo. Fatty, what are you still standing there for? Go ahead and catch the monster. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo did not take action, but curled his lips and said, young man from the Ye family, do you really think that Master Qian is your subordinate? Also, this northern mountain area is so big, who knows how many monsters there are, how long will it take Master Qian to catch them? Do you know that Master Qian can make tens of millions of gold in a minute? So are you going to catch it or not? No. Then Mr. Ben will withdraw his shares. You. To catch, or not to catch? Fuck, you're still excited, aren't you? Blackmailing Master Qian. Qian Duoduo suddenly shouted angrily, staring at Ye Bufan and rolling up his sleeves. Young man from the Ye family, don't think that Master Qian won't dare to beat you just because your father is Ye Tianshang. Mr. Qian can't beat him, so he can't beat you. Chapter 221 I do not agree. Young man from the Ye family, don't think that just because your father is Ye Tianshang, Master Qian won't dare to beat you. Mr. Qian can't beat him, so he can't beat you. Qian Duoduo's words echoed in Ye Bufan's mind again and again, causing Ye Bufan to stare at him in a daze, with his mind going blank. Ye Tianshang. My dad. Ye Bufan received a lot of information from his predecessor's memory, but there was no information about his parents. Not only was there no information about his parents, but also about his second uncle and third uncle. In short, the second generation of the Ye family seemed to be non-existent. This has always been the biggest confusion in Ye Bufan's heart, but no one could answer it for him. After all, the Ye family moved to Tianwang City 10 years ago, and it can be said that people around him knew nothing about the Ye family's affairs before that. The only one is Mr. Ye. Unfortunately, Mr. Ye's poison has erupted and he has been frozen in the martial arts academy, so there is no way to get any information from him, and Ye Bufan cannot go to the martial arts academy for the time being. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan doesn't even know his parents' names, so he can't find out even if he wants to. But now it's different. Ye Tianshang. Judging from Qian Duoduo's appearance, he seems to know his father, and he looks very familiar with him. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was startled again. When he was in Tianwang City, he sold the formula of replenishing qi and blood to Linglong Chamber of Commerce in exchange for 10% of Linglong Chamber of Commerce's shares. However, the president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, who had a lot of money in front of him, not only did he not lower the price, but also directly increased it by 20%, giving himself 30% of the shares. Ye Bufan also asked the reason at that time, but unfortunately Tang Feng and Tang Yun, the two elders of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, said that they didn't know why Qian Duoduo made such a decision. They just said that Qian Duoduo personally went to Tianwang City and it turned out like this. Ye Bufan couldn't figure it out before. But now, if his biological father knew Qian Duoduo, then everything would be explained, and the relationship between them must be complicated, otherwise with Qian Duoduo's money-obsessed nature, would he directly give himself 30% of the shares? That would be like eating his flesh and drinking his blood, which is simply impossible. Hey, kid, you're not scared silly again, are you? You must not do that. If that bastard Ye Tianshang knew that his son was not stupid anymore, but was scared silly by me, Qian, he would kill me. Seeing Ye Bufan's dazed look, Qian Duoduo suddenly pushed him gently and said, "Get lost, you are the stupid one." Ye Bufan yelled angrily. Forehead. Qian Duoduo was stunned. "I'm not stupid. You scared me to death." Qian Duoduo patted his chest as he said this, looking like he was very frightened. "Do you know him?" Ye Bufan ignored him and asked suddenly. "Who?" Ye Tianshang. "Nonsense, Mr. Qian not only knows him, he is extremely familiar with him." Tisk tisk, if he hadn't snatched away my fiancée, your mother, on the day of my wedding, you wouldn't exist now. Qian Duoduo said with a smile. Forehead. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned. Not only Ye Bufan, but also Qin Yao and others present were all stunned where they were, especially the 14 demon kings, who all had their eyes wide open with disbelief on their faces. Is this fat guy sick? Someone stole your fiancé, and you can still laugh. After coming to his senses, Ye Bufan frowned, pointed at Qian Duoduo again, glared at him and said angrily, Fatty, are you kidding me? Playing tricks on you. Qian Duoduo was stunned and asked, how did Master Qian fool you? You said my father stole your fiancé, my mother. If that's the case, then you should hate him very much, right? But what do you mean now? You. Wait. As Ye Bufan was talking, Qian Duoduo hurriedly stopped him and scratched his head again, saying, Master Qian, you have confused me. Why should I hate him? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he hypothetically asked, if I robbed your wife now, would you hate me? Nonsense, I'm going to kill you. Qian Duoduo said angrily. That's it. Hearing this, Ye Bufan shrugged his shoulders, you still say you are not playing tricks on me. Tell me, what do you want to do? Suddenly, Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched, how can a wife and a fiancé be the same? Besides, it was me who asked Yi Tianchong to snatch the bride away. Why should I blame him? Hate him. I can't thank him enough. You asked someone to rob you. Ye Bufan's eyes widened and he just stood there in a daze. Not only Ye Bufan, Qin Yao, Wang Xuan, all the human beings and 14 demon kings around were all dumbfounded, even more so than before. Of course. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. Why? A man lets another man snatch away his fiancée, and on their wedding day, Ye Bufan simply cannot understand or comprehend it with his normal thinking. Little kid, why are you asking so many questions? Qian Duoduo glared at Ye Bufan and added, if you have nothing else to do, kill these demon kings right away. Master Qian is really busy and is in a hurry to go back and make money. Ye Bufan ignored him, but narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, is everything you said true? You didn't lie to me. Boy, you have neither the strength nor the money. Why would Master Qian lie to you? It would be better to lie to those monsters than to lie to you. Qian Duoduo said contemptuously. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Qian Duoduo actually compared him to a demon beast. However, Ye Bufan ignored all this and continued to ask, so, you gave him the 30% stake to thank him. Thanks A.S.T. Forehead. Qian Duoduo's answer made Ye Bufan stunned, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes, isn't it because of him? Is it because my formula is worth this price? Ye Bufan sneered again, do you think I will believe it? With your personality, you will only take advantage of others, and you will not let others take advantage of you. You're dreaming. With your formula, you still want 30% of Qianyi's shares. Qian Duoduo immediately scolded him angrily, and then said, I'm telling you, that's my daughter's dowry. What? Ye Bufan screamed immediately, his eyes widened, and he looked at Qian Duoduo in disbelief, your daughter's dowry. What the hell are you going to give me with your daughter's dowry? Are you sick? Nonsense, Mr. Qian plans to marry her to you in the future, who else should he give the dowry to if not you? Qian Duoduo said as a matter of course. Marry me. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he secretly glanced at Qin Yao again. Fortunately, Qin Yao was just a little surprised at the moment. Ye Bufan breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Qian Duoduo angrily and said, Fatty, when did I agree to marry your daughter? I'll just say yes. Ye Bufan was speechless. Should I marry or should you marry? He looked at Qian Duoduo again, and said with a twitch of his mouth, then you should ask your daughter, right? She listens to my parents' orders. You're awesome. Ye Bufan was completely convinced, and then a trace of determination flashed across his face. He said sternly, it's useless for you to agree. I won't agree. Damn, Qian Duoduo looks like this, how can his daughter be any better? Even if there was a small accident, and Qian Duoduo gave birth to a daughter who was pretty, or even a peerless beauty, then there would be many suitors. Qian Duoduo valued money more than anything else, and he would choose me if he didn't choose carefully. Also, does Qian Duoduo need to do this? He hasn't even met the person yet, but he's already given the dowry. Ye Bufan has never heard of such a thing. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. Ye Bufan never believed that there was such a thing as pie falling from the sky in this world. Qian Duoduo must have his reasons for doing so. This must not be agreed to. Chapter 222, Flying Dragon Commander, Ye Tianshang. No. Seeing Ye Bufan's resolute expression, Qian Duoduo smiled evilly. Young man from the Ye family, your words don't count in this matter. You. As soon as Ye Bufan said a word, Qian Duoduo ignored him and interrupted with a smile, stop talking about you and me. Just be happy that my daughter can marry you. If it weren't for the sake of that bastard Ye Tianshang, you don't even think about marrying my daughter, Qian Duoduo, in this life, or in the next life or the next. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched suddenly. In this case, shouldn't I thank you? Qian Duoduo shook his hands and continued, okay, I'll talk to that bastard Ye Tianshang about this matter, so you don't have to worry about it. Ye Bufan was speechless and stunned again. He looked at Qian Duoduo in astonishment and said, you went to talk to him in person. Do you know where he is? Nonsense. Qian Duoduo shouted angrily. Where? Ye Bufan asked. Forehead. Qian Duoduo was stunned for a moment, and looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment. You don't know. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to answer, he said with relief, yes, you were a fool before, and it's normal that you don't know the situation of the Ye family. After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, since you don't know anything, then Master Qian won't say much, so that's it. Fuck. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Ye Bufan was furious in his heart. It was not easy to meet someone who knew the situation of the Ye family, so how could he let him go so easily? He pointed at Qian Duoduo and shouted, Fatty, I'm asking you to tell me because I know nothing. If I knew everything, why would I ask you to tell me? Tell me now. Qian Duoduo curled his lips and said, I'm telling you, kid, are you annoying? Do you know that Master Qian spends tens of millions of dollars every minute? How can he have the time to? Feeling the atmosphere around him suddenly change, Qian Duoduo paused, looking at Ye Bufan's cold and resolute eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, well, if you want to find Ye Tianshang, the bastard, then go to the Martial Arts Academy. Martial Academy. Ye Bufan was stunned. He is in the Martial Arts Academy. No. Nima, we're not in the Martial Arts Academy, you let. Stop. Ye Bufan was talking, but was stopped by Qian Duoduo, although he is not in the Martial Arts Academy, as long as you go to the Martial Arts Academy, you can find him. Moreover, if you want to find him, you can only go to the Martial Arts Academy, not other places. Ye Bufan was stunned. Which one from the three major martial arts academies? Any one will do. Kid, don't look at me like that. More than 10 years ago, Ye Tianshang, that bastard, had a great reputation. You can find out by just asking around in the Martial Arts Academy. Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned. Real. Looking at Qian Duoduo, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. However, in the crowd, the moment Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the pupils of two people shrank and their bodies trembled violently. Qin Yao, Wang Xuan. They looked at Ye Bufan, and then at Qian Duoduo. Qin Yao said, the Ye Tianshang that the senior is talking about is the number one on the list of the three martial arts academies 11 years ago, the Flying Dragon Commander Ye Tianshang. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned and looked at Qin Yao with suspicion. Qian Duoduo also said, is the little girl from the Martial Arts Academy. That's right. Qin Yao responded, and then looked at Qian Duoduo and clasped his fists and said, I am from the Kangchong Martial Academy. Ha ha. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly, and then smiled calmly. In this case, do you think there is another Ye Tianshang in the three major martial arts academies? The second Ye Tianshang? No. Qian Duoduo's words directly confirmed Qin Yao's guess. The Ye Tianshang he mentioned was the number one on the list of the three major martial arts academies 11 years ago, the Beidou Martial Arts Academy, the Flying Dragon Commander, Ye Tianshang. Boom boom boom. In an instant, countless people present were shocked. The number one person on the list of the three martial arts academies. The people in the War Department naturally didn't know these. After all, they didn't belong to the Martial Academy, but they knew what the Flying Dragon Commander was. He was the youngest, most domineering, and most powerful commander of the 81st War Department in the past 1,000 years. He was also the only iron-blooded commander who led his War Department to defeat the Monster Tribe's defense line, entered the Monster Mountain Range several times, and massacred the Monster Tribe's base camp. Throughout the millennium, there has been no exception among the 81 war tribes. Ye Tianxiang first joined the War Department at the age of 16, starting as a 9th-class private. Over the course of 4 years, his military rank soared, becoming a 2-star general at the age of 17, a 5-star general at the age of 18, a general of the War Department at the age of 19, and the youngest commander in the history of the War Department at the age of 20. At the age of 22, he left the War Department. The journey to the War Department was full of blood. In just 6 years, countless demons and wild beasts died at the hands of Ye Tianxiang and his Flying Dragon Division. It was a bloody period, but it was also the most glorious period for the human division in the past 1,000 years. But it was a nightmare for the demons and wild beasts. Wherever the Flying Dragon passes, the monsters and barbarians avoid it. That is the myth of the War Department. He is the idol in the hearts of everyone in the War Department. Suddenly, the huge bodies of the 14 demon kings trembled violently, and they all looked at Ye Bufan with terrified eyes. The purple flame black eagle demon king was horrified and asked in a trembling voice, You are that god of killing, the son of god of killing. A man's fame is like the shadow of a tree. Even though more than 10 years have passed, the 3 words, Ye Tianxiang, can never be forgotten by the demons and the wild beasts. It is their biggest nightmare, their greatest shame, and the biggest enemy of the 2 tribes, without a doubt, for thousands of years. Suddenly, everyone on the war side looked at Ye Bufan. Son of a flying dragon. Just 4 words were enough to win their respect. Qin Yao looked stunned. Ye Bufan, Ye Tianxiang. When he was in Tianwang City, he sent people to investigate Ye Bufan and the Ye family. Unfortunately, the situation of the Ye family only stayed in the past 10 years. The things that happened 10 years ago were like a blank sheet of paper. There was nothing to investigate and nothing to ask. Now, she didn't expect that Ye Bufan was actually Ye Tianxiang's son. Who is Ye Tianxiang? That is also Qin Yao's idol. Others may not know, but Qin Yao herself knows very well that her 3 conditions are actually related to Ye Tianxiang. In Qin Yao's view, even if her future husband cannot be compared with Ye Tianxiang, he cannot be too worse than Ye Tianxiang. Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Yao's body trembled, and her face turned pale as she looked at Ye Bufan. 10 years ago, in the ancient land of barrenness, Ye Tianxiang fell. Ye Bufan didn't know all this. At this moment, feeling the strange atmosphere in front of him and looking at the pairs of eyes staring at him, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. What are you looking at? Pa. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo slapped his head and said, Look at my memory. I almost forgot that Ye Tianxiang was the commander of the War Department before he entered the Martial Academy. You don't even need to go to the Martial Academy. You can just ask someone in the War Department and you'll know. Tisk tisk, at the age of 20, he is the youngest commander in the War Department in 1,000 years. Back then, so many women were obsessed with him. But it's a pity that he only took 1 scoop from the 3,000 weak waters. He has broken many girls' hearts. Boy, you are far worse than your father. Forehead. Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. 20 years old, commander-in-chief. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, Qian Duoduo spoke again. Okay, Master Qian has millions of gold every minute, so I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. If you want to find Ye Tianxiang, the bastard, go to the Martial Arts Academy. As for his deeds. As he spoke, Qian Duoduo looked at Qin Yao and said with a smile, Your wife is from the War Department and is from the Martial Academy. If you want to know anything, just ask her. Hearing this, Qin Yao's body trembled violently. Ask her. Should she tell Ye Bufan in person that his father, the former Flying Dragon commander, had died in the ancient wild land 10 years ago? Isn't this too cruel? Can Ye Bufan accept it? Senior. Qin Yao couldn't help but look at Qian Duoduo, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Rumors are just rumors. Don't take them seriously. Qian Duoduo narrowed his eyes, as if he knew what Qin Yao was thinking. He smiled and said meaningfully. Qin Yao was stunned for a moment. Rumors are just rumors, they can't be taken seriously. Could it be that Ye Tianxiang is not dead? Ye Bufan also raised his eyebrows. Rumor. What's the meaning? Qian Duoduo did not hesitate at all. He took a step forward and his eyes fell on the 14 demon kings in front of him. He said dissatisfiedly, They are just a few demon kings. I asked you to kill them all after a long time. It's a waste of Mr. Qian's time. If you don't do it, I will. Ye Bufan suddenly woke up. Wait. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, it's too late. In an instant, 14 demon kings, including the purple smoke Black Eagle Demon King, fell to the ground without even having the chance to react, and were dead. The Demon King fell. They don't even know how they died. Your uncle. Seeing this, Ye Bufan cursed angrily. 14 demon kings, that's 14,000 merits, can be visualized 14 times. Moreover, killing them like this is simply too easy for them. The most important thing is, looking at Qian Duoduo's expression, he has no intention of continuing to take action. Without him, how can they kill all the monsters in the northern mountains? This is also true. Help you kill all the monsters in the northern mountains. Damn, those are all demon kings and demon generals, all of them are poor, robbing them. If I had this much time, Mr. Qian would have already made tens or hundreds of times the profit. What a waste of time. Call out. Thinking of this, Qian Duoduo took a step forward. Brush. He waved his hand. The next second, nearly 10,000 corpses of monsters scattered all over the mountains, including the 14 monster kings, disappeared without a trace. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. These are the rewards for Mr. Qian's actions. Also, Mr. Qian's appearance fee will be deducted from your dividends. Don't worry, it will not be counted as interest. See you next time, etc. Call out. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo disappeared. Your uncle. Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse angrily. Between heaven and earth, Qian Duoduo's voice came from all directions again. Boy, hurry up and try to enter the martial arts academy as soon as possible. Master Qian's daughter has many suitors in the academy. Although Master Qian can guarantee that she will marry you, Master Qian cannot guarantee that she will not cheat on you before that. Girls' feelings, you know. Chapter 223, Promise Yourself. A sudden change. Girlish feelings, you know. Understand your sister. Looking at Qian Duoduo who had disappeared, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched slightly. The same is true for others. Nearly 10,000 monsters and 14 monster kings. Although Qian Duoduo stayed for less than half an hour, he left an indelible impression on everyone present. This fat man valued money as his life. Most importantly, he also showed everyone what a truly strong person is. Turn your hand and it becomes clouds, turn your hand back and it becomes rain. Dominate destiny and decide life and death. A truly strong person can destroy everything with a snap of his fingers. Time seemed to have stopped, space seemed to have solidified, there was a dead silence between heaven and earth, and halfway up the mountain, nearly 10,000 members of the War Department stared blankly into space, not saying a word for a long time. Fatty, just wait for me. Suddenly, Ye Bufan pointed to the sky and shouted angrily, 1 billion gold coins for the appearance fee, he just left like that. You uncle. Everyone woke up in shock and was speechless. The person who challenged the supreme god of war is probably Ye Bufan. Here, or even in the entire demon battlefield, he is probably the only one who can challenge the supreme god of war. Being young and frivolous is just like that. Wang Xuan stood aside, looking at Ye Bufan with a wry smile on his face. Previously, Ye Bufan didn't let them take action and even threatened them with words. He thought that Ye Bufan was worried that the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King would become desperate and kill Qin Yao. This is also true. However, in addition to being concerned about Qin Yao's safety and worrying that the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King would become desperate and kill her, Ye Bufan was more afraid that he was trying to delay time. Wrath and bloody battle. Under the circumstances at that time, if the War Department did not move, Ye Bufan would be able to win against the demon army for a while, but he would be defeated sooner or later. This gave the demons hope. No matter whether they were human or demon, as long as there was hope, they would not gamble everything. Kill Qin Yao. This was probably done intentionally by Ye Bufan. Reverse thinking. The more Ye Bufan acted like this, the more suspicious and worried the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King would become, and the less he would dare to kill Qin Yao. And all this is to wait for Qian Duoduo's arrival. Compared with the limited manpower of the War Department, Qian Duoduo is undoubtedly more reliable and has a greater chance of winning. The power of one person is enough to change the world. Thinking about how he couldn't help but take action before, which almost ruined Ye Bufan's plan and almost caused Qin Yao to die, Wang Xuan felt embarrassed and guilty. However, he thought he had a clear conscience. No one dares to disobey the general's orders. Fortunately, Qian Duoduo arrived in time and everything went smoothly. Otherwise, based on his understanding of Ye Bufan at this moment, he was afraid that he would really turn against the War Department. The most important thing is that Qian Duoduo actually revealed such shocking news that Ye Bufan was actually the son of Yi Tianshang, the former commander of the Flying Dragon Army. Who is Yi Tianshang? The legend of the War Department is also the idol in Wang Xuan's heart. A good father will have a good son. Looking at Ye Bufan, Wang Xuan seemed to see the birth of another Yi Tianshang, as if the bloody years more than 10 years ago were about to be staged again. Excited, thrilled, Master Yi. Thinking of this, Wang Xuan walked up to Ye Bufan. Roll. Ye Bufan scolded angrily. This bastard actually ignored his reminders and threats and almost killed Qin Yao. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. No matter you are kind or well-intentioned, I don't need it. Wang Xuan was stunned for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. Ye Bufan ignored him and walked towards Qin Yao. Watching Ye Bufan walking towards her step by step, Qin Yao felt inexplicably flustered and nervous. She lowered her head slightly, grasping the corners of her clothes with both hands, not daring to look directly at Ye Bufan, looking like a shy little woman. This scene shocked all the soldiers present in the combat department. Many soldiers even rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen it wrong. Is this still Qin Yao? That cold and arrogant Commander Qin who doesn't allow strangers to approach him. In just a moment, Ye Bufan came in front of Qin Yao. He stretched out his right hand, dragged Qin Yao's chin with his index finger, and lifted her head slightly. In an instant, their eyes met. Qin Yao's body trembled, her eyes avoided. Ye Bufan smiled evilly, instantly breaking the dead silence, weird, and ambiguous atmosphere in front of him. My dear, for you, I invited the godly warriors, and was cheated out of 1 billion gold by that fat guy, and even almost lost my life. So, have you thought about how to repay me? Will you pledge your love to me, or will you pledge your love to me? Forehead. Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone. The nervousness and panic in Qin Yao's heart disappeared without a trace in an instant, but she couldn't help but give Ye Bufan a fierce look. This guy is not a good person. Even so, when Qin Yao thought of all that had happened before, her heart was filled with sweetness and touching. What was wrong with him giving himself to her? Ye Bufan smiled, hee. After this battle, the beauty returned to his heart. If there weren't so many people from the War Department present, in this desolate mountain and wilderness, even if he wanted to eat Qin Yao would not resist too much. What a pity. However, Ye Bufan was not in a hurry at this moment. How could the cooked duck fly away? Master Yi. Suddenly, Wang Xuan spoke. What? Ye Bufan glanced at him and scolded. Wang Xuan smiled bitterly. Although he knew it was inappropriate to disturb Ye Bufan and Qin Yao at this time, he still couldn't help but said, Young Master Yi, although the demon tribe has been temporarily defeated, it is not advisable to stay here for long. Let's leave as soon as possible. Let's go. As soon as Wang Xuan finished speaking, without waiting for Ye Bufan to speak, Qin Yao pulled his clothes and said softly. Just as Wang Xuan said, although the demon clan was temporarily defeated, the northern mountains are still unsafe. Who can guarantee whether the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor has other arrangements and deployments? It is better to leave as soon as possible, sooner rather than later. All right. Qin Yao had said so Ye Bufan naturally wouldn't refuse. Besides, he had already achieved his goal of leaving the war camp this time, so he secretly checked the War Department's soul ring. 226,109 342,109. The accumulated merits exceeded 300,000, which had already reached the level of a 1-star general. There are more than 220,000 expendable merits left, which is just enough to unlock the seal of Guiyuan realm. However, Ye Bufan has no such plan. First, the cultivation base is not high enough to unlock the divine weapon. Second, Ye Bufan planned to use these available merits to improve his martial arts level. After all, martial arts is also an aspect of combat effectiveness. Martial arts can be quickly improved through inheritance, but cultivation is different. Cultivation can only be achieved through slow practice by oneself. Through previous attempts, Ye Bufan has come to a preliminary conclusion that visualizing a martial art once can get one directly into the door, and visualizing it 10 times can lead to minor success. Based on this calculation, in Ye Bufan's opinion, visualizing a martial art 100 times can lead to major success. Each time you visualize martial arts, 1,000 merit points are consumed. More than 200,000 merits could only allow the 2 martial arts to reach the great success stage. As for the perfection stage, Ye Bufan didn't dare to think about it for the time being. But that's enough. There is still more than a month until July 7th. During this time, Ye Bufan plans to focus on improving his cultivation in martial arts to enhance his combat effectiveness. On July 7th, he defeated the general and gained military power. Call. Hearing Ye Bufan's agreement, Wang Xuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really worried that because of the previous incident, Ye Bufan would directly reject him. But it's okay now. The purpose of their coming to the northern mountains this time was to find Ye Bufan. Now that they had found him, they could naturally leave. Most importantly, Wang Xuan knew that he had to report the news here back to the War Department as soon as possible. 14 demon kings died here. This was no small matter for either the demon race or the human race. These 14 demon kings had even shaken the foundation of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. The demon king fell, and one rose while the other fell. At this time, if the human race could seize the opportunity and launch a massive attack before the demon race is aware of or prepared for it, they would surely achieve considerable results. Let's go. Then, Wang Xuan raised his hand and said with a smile. Ye Bufan ignored her and held Qin Yao's hand. Qin Yao was stunned at first, then acquiesced. Too many things happened today, and Qin Yao didn't plan to cover it up anymore. Moreover, it would be useless even if she covered it up. After all, the soldiers in the War Department saw everything that happened before clearly. It wouldn't be long before everyone in the War Department would know about it. Cover up. It's impossible to cover up. As for trouble, Qin Yao couldn't help but glance at Ye Bufan. When enemies come, we will stop them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. Moreover, Qin Yao discovered that Ye Bufan was not afraid of trouble at all. In fact, he would go and cause trouble for others even without others causing trouble for him. The group did not stay any longer and prepared to evacuate. Want to leave? Can you leave? Suddenly, under the mountains, a roar came from far away and roared closer and closer. Bang, bang, bang. Then, there came a dense sound of footsteps, running and rushing. The demon tribe is coming, and something strange is happening. Chapter 224 The Weird Wolf King. The sudden sound startled Ye Bufan and other human members. They paused as they were about to leave and looked in the direction of the sound. In the sight, monsters were running towards us from the foot of the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, the earth shook and dust flew. In just a moment, a group of monsters appeared in front of people. However, looking at the demon army charging towards them, nearly 10,000 soldiers of the combat unit, led by Wang Xuan, did not hesitate at all and were instinctively stunned. Ye Bufan and Qin Yao looked at each other. Afterwards, Ye Bufan looked at the demon tribe team blocking the mountain, locked onto the snow-white snow wolf demon beast in the front, and said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Puff. Hearing this, Qin Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. All the soldiers in the War Department were also happy and laughed out loud. It was not for any other reason, but because the demon army that was rushing towards them and surrounding the human race only had less than 100 demon beasts. What's worse, the leader is just a demon king. Surrounded. On the human side, Wang Xuan, as a 4-star general, was a strong man at the Divine Origin realm. Moreover, there were many generals at the Return Origin realm in the War Department camp around him. It is clear at a glance who is strong and who is weak. Who surrounded whom? Humans, stop being so arrogant. Seeing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King in front seemed to be unafraid and shouted angrily, "Today, as long as I am here, none of you can escape. Keep an eye on them for me, my king." Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, one monster after another roared angrily. Court death. Wang Xuan shouted angrily, his divine aura bursting out. He looked at the demon clan team in front of him with cold eyes, raised his arms and shouted, "Destroy them all for me." Buzz. Suddenly, the Snow Wolf Demon King's body trembled. Oh my god, it's a powerful human in the Divine Yuan realm. Run then. Without waiting for the soldiers of the War Department to take action, the Snow Wolf Demon King cried out again. Call out. The next second, he turned and ran. Bang, bang, bang. The monster teams also turned around and ran for their lives. The speed is extremely fast. The sudden scene stunned Ye Bufan and his group again. Even the soldiers who were originally preparing to charge out had a look of confusion on their faces. Is this guy here to make people laugh? The demons were running all the way, at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, at the foot of the mountain a few dozen meters away, the Snow Wolf Demon King paused, and dozens of demon beasts also suddenly stopped. The Snow Wolf Demon King turned around, looked at Wang Xuan and sneered. Human Demon King, don't be complacent. With me here today, you can't escape. Let me tell you, the Demon Emperor has sent 13 Demon Kings to reinforce you. Together with our noble and powerful Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King, you can't escape. Surrender. Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan and his group's mouth twitched. 13 Demon Kings. The noble and powerful Lord Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King. Poor Snow Wolf Demon King, he still doesn't know that the 13 Demon Kings he mentioned and the noble and powerful Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King have been packed up and taken away by Qian Duoduo. What? Are you scared? Looking at the reaction of the human race, the Snow Wolf Demon King sneered and raised his proud head. It's too late to tell you. With me here, none of you can escape. Everyone's mouth twitched. Wang Xuan shouted angrily, he talks too much nonsense. Kill him. Swoosh, swoosh. In the human camp, several figures rushed out in an instant. Without exception, all of them were at the Guiyuan realm level, and they didn't care whether you were here to make people laugh or for any other purpose. The demon clan, kill them. Spread out, run. Seeing several Guiyuan realm warriors just charging out, the Snow Wolf Demon King's pupils shrank and a loud shout rang out, as expected, decisively. The next second, he turned around and ran again. Dozens of monsters also fled in panic and scattered in all directions. Upon seeing this, several human warriors' mouths twitched and their steps suddenly stopped. Dozens of meters away, the Snow Wolf Demon King stopped moving again. He looked at several human warriors at the return to Origin realm with contempt and complacency, and sneered, "Foolish humans, do you think you can kill me? Dream on. I am a very intelligent person, so how could I give you a chance?" Then, he roared at the monsters, "Little guys, tell these stupid humans what our slogan is. Follow the Wolf King, eat meat and drink wine, fight the enemy, save your life is the most important thing. When he advances, I retreat, when he stops, I harass, when he gets tired, I beat him, when he retreats, I chase him. I annoy him to death, annoy him to death, annoy him to death." Several demon generals shouted in unison at once. Neat and solemn. Roar, roar, roar. The monsters under the demon general also roared in unison. On the human side, everyone's mouth twitched. Snow Wolf Demon King. Where the hell did this weirdo come from? Still slogans. Good. At this time, the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke up and shouted, "That's it. Remember this. However, the enemies in front of us are too powerful, especially the one at the Demon King level. Therefore, we must keep a distance from them. Be careful, and be careful again. Also, today's situation is different from the past. Our goal is to keep a close eye on them. As long as the 13 Demon Kings arrive, none of them will be able to escape. They will all die. Moreover, you followed me today and intercepted so many humans at once. You have made an invaluable contribution. Afterwards, the Demon Emperor will definitely reward you handsomely. Opportunities are rare and never come back. This time, we have 14 Demon Kings backing us up. This mere human race is nothing. Hold on, eat him. Roar, roar, roar." As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, a group of demon beasts suddenly roared. Excitement, thrill, joy. On the human side, everyone's mouth twitched again. Completely convinced. At this time, the Snow Wolf Demon King raised his proud head again, looked at Wang Xuan and said with a smile, "Human Demon King, did you hear? Did you see? You can't escape if I target you. Of course you can ask me to let you go if you want." Forehead. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What does this guy want to do? The Snow Wolf Demon King bared his fangs and smiled evilly. "Brothers, you follow me, not for anything else, just to make a living. As long as you take out some yuanxi or natural treasures to honor me, I will take you away immediately and pretend that I didn't see anything. How about that?" Suddenly, everyone's mouth frowned again. Messy and crazy. Is this guy trying to blackmail me? Call out. At this moment, a cold light suddenly shot out from the top of the mountain, heading straight for the Snow Wolf King. Fuck. Seeing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily. Call out. He stepped back quickly. In an instant, the Snow Wolf Demon King retreated several meters away. A ball of anger emerged in his eyes, and he stared directly at the battle camp on the hilltop. "You despicable human race, how dare you sneak attack me? I will never let you go. Look carefully at what that is. Just as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Ye Bufan on the top of the mountain looked at him and smiled. Forehead. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Brush. He instantly looked towards the place where he was before, and his eyes lit up. Yuanshi. When the two words sounded, he ran back directly. It's really a Yuanshi. Looking at the crystal clear Yuanshi in front of him, the Snow Wolf Demon King was delighted, then he lowered his head and took a bite, swallowing it directly into his stomach. He then looked up at the mountain and said unhappily, "Human, you want to bribe me with just a Yuanshi? Do you think I'm a beggar? At least $1,000. Forehead. Everyone was stunned again. This Snow Wolf Demon King is really greedy. 1,000 yuan stones. How dare he speak? However, everyone ignored him and looked at Ye Bufan, who threw out the Yuanshi. There was a hint of suspicion and confusion in each of their eyes. Ye Bufan ignored them and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said with a smile, "Wolf King, right. You think too much. Do you really think that I am trying to bribe you with this Yuanshi to let you leave? Don't you think that if we want to leave, can you stop us?" The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered, "Humph, of course I can't stop you all by myself, but this time the Demon Emperor has sent 13 Demon Kings, plus our noble and powerful Purple Flame Black Eagle Demon King, that's a total of 14 Demon Kings. As soon as the Demon Kings arrive, none of you will be able to escape. Haha, what if I tell you that your 14 Demon Kings are dead?" Ye Bufan said with a smile. Forehead. Suddenly, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned, and then he said angrily, "Bullshit, human boy, the 14 Demon Kings are extremely powerful, how could they die? Don't lie to me. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Shrugging, Ye Bufan continued, "However, just now, they did die here. This is a fact." Fart. The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily, "Human, don't say anything. I won't believe you. Do you think you can deceive a talented king like me? Ridiculous. Hee hee." Ye Bufan smiled calmly, no longer entangled with the Snow Wolf Demon King, but said with a smile, "Okay, let's not talk about this, how about we discuss a deal?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took out a piece of Yuanshi. The Snow Wolf Demon King's eyes lit up. Then he said in a very firm tone, "Human, 1 piece is too little. If you give me 1,000 pieces of this kind of Yuanshi, I will let you go." Ye Bufan smiled calmly, 1,000 yuan. Too little. How about I give you 10,000 yuan? If it's not enough, 100,000 yuan will also be fine. Forehead. Suddenly, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Not only the Snow Wolf Demon King, but everyone else present was like this as well. "What are you doing?" Qin Yao couldn't help but push Ye Bufan. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly and ignored Qin Yao. He continued to look at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, "How about it? The Yuanshi is in my hand. 10,000 is fine, 100,000 is fine too. As long as you follow me in the future, I will give you enough Yuanshi." Buzz. All of a sudden, everyone's body trembled, and their eyes couldn't help but fall on Ye Bufan, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. The Snow Wolf Demon King was also stunned. "Follow you?" "That's right." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Snow Wolf Demon King. This weirdo not only can shout slogans, but also knows how to blackmail. Most importantly, this guy is despicable and cunning. He is a rare talent, no, a monster. It is easy to get money, but it is hard to find a general. Bribe him with 10,000 yuan. Value. Chapter 225 Golden Scale Dragon Armor Python, Surprise Attack. In an instant, all eyes fell on Ye Bufan, staring at him straight, whether they were humans or demons, without exception. The world was dead silent, and you could hear the sound of a pin drop. Asshole. Suddenly, the Snow Wolf Demon King cursed, breaking the dead silence in front of him, staring at Ye Bufan and said, "Human boy, what do you think I am? You want me to follow you for just 10,000 yuan stones? How can I, who am noble as I am, submit to a mere transcendent human like you?" Ye Bufan smiled calmly, 1,000,000 yuan stone. The Snow Wolf Demon King's mouth twitched slightly, and his bright eyes glanced at Ye Bufan, then he raised his head again. "Humph, as noble as I am, how could I surrender so easily?" Ye Bufan ignored him. 10,000,000 yuan. You have so many yuan stones. The Snow Wolf Demon King's pupils shrank, and he looked at Ye Bufan in surprise and asked in disbelief. The Snow Wolf Demon King was like this, and so were the others present. 10,000,000 yuan stones. This is not a small amount of money. Ye Bufan ignored him and said with a smile, Whether I have it or not is my business. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will not lose a single yuanshi out of 10 million yuanshi. What do you think? You have to think it through. If you rely on yourself alone, you will never be able to get so many yuanshi in your lifetime. This is 10 million yuanshi. If we put them together, I'm afraid they can be piled into a small mountain. Wow, it's exciting just to think about it. The Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly became furious. This human being, is he blatantly attacking me? Snort. Then, the Snow Wolf Demon King snorted again. Human boy, it's useless. You can't defeat me, Fuck. The Snow Wolf Demon King had just said half of his words when he suddenly cried out in surprise. His pupils shrank as he stared at the thing Ye Bufan suddenly took out of his hand. He said in shock and confusion, is this a 9th level treasure, the purple rhythm dragon, or the Dragon King Ginseng? At this moment, not only the Snow Wolf Demon King, but also Wang Xuan, Qin Yao and others were shocked. They looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment, or rather, at the purple cloud Dragon King Ginseng in Ye Bufan's hand. This is a 9th level treasure. What do you think? As long as you follow me, this 9th level treasure will be yours. Ye Bufan looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said with an evil smile. Gurgle. The Snow Wolf Demon King swallowed. 9th level treasure. Even the Demon King could not resist, let alone him, a mere Demon King. At this time, Qin Yao could no longer bear it. She gently pushed Ye Bufan and said, "Are you crazy? He is just a Demon King, but you actually bribed him with a 9th level Earth treasure. Besides, aren't you afraid that he will take the Earth treasure and run away when you are not paying attention?" After Qin Yao finished speaking, everyone else present couldn't help but nodded. Using a 9th level Earth treasure to bribe a Demon King, this guy is simply a madman and a prodigal. Ye Bufan was stunned. Why is he running? Hearing this, Qin Yao was speechless for a moment, and said in a messy voice, "He is a demon, and you are a human. How could he possibly submit to you? But what's wrong with your little lion?" Ye Bufan was puzzled. "I used my own blood to feed Zaihuo and he grew up. I have some blood connection with him. How can they be the same?" After a pause, Qin Yao continued, "It's not just me. All the monster mounts of the human race are like this. Adult monsters can't be subdued at all." "That's not necessarily true," Ye Bufan said with a wicked smile. "Have you forgotten that the little lion is closer to me now than to you?" Forehead. Hearing this, Qin Yao was stunned. Then, the corner of her mouth twitched again and she was speechless. If Ye Bufan hadn't reminded her, Qin Yao would have almost forgotten that her purple Mars lion had rebelled after meeting Ye Bufan in Tianwang City. Ye Bufan said nothing more and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King again. "How about it, have you thought it over? I have all the yuanshi you want, all the natural materials you want, and all the earthly treasures you want. Following me is much better than following your demon emperor." The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated slightly. Following this human being in front of him was indeed much better than following that stingy guy Ziyan Zanying, not to mention that guy was already dead. But, thinking in his heart, a trace of determination flashed in the eyes of the Snow Wolf Demon King. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Human boy, it's useless. I will not give in. Noble, your uncle." Before the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Ye Bufan roared angrily. Brush. He put away the purple cloud Dragon King Ginseng in his hand, glared at the Snow Wolf Demon King, and angrily said in a cold voice, "Shame on you. Do you think that if you don't submit to me, I can't do anything to you? If you don't drink the toast, you will have to drink the penalty wine." Then, Ye Bufan looked at Wang Xuan again, pointed at the Snow Wolf Demon King in the distance, and said sternly, "Wang Xuan, capture him alive for me. The previous matter is over now." Buzz. In the distance, the Snow Wolf Demon King's body trembled. Brush. There was a gleam of light in Wang Xuan's eyes. He was just worried that he had no way to resolve Ye Bufan's previous dissatisfaction with him. Coincidentally, the opportunity was right in front of him, so how could Wang Xuan let it go easily? Good. As soon as the word rang out, Wang Xuan's figure rushed out. Buzz. The Snow Wolf Demon King's body trembled again. "Oh my god, run." With 3 words and a cry of surprise, the Snow Wolf Demon King instantly spread out his 4 legs, turned around and ran away. His speed was extremely fast, like a gust of wind. This guy is definitely well trained. This guy is an absolute escape expert. Wang Xuan was originally 20 to 30 meters away from the Snow Wolf Demon King. Now, He chased more than 100 meters in a breath, but he still kept a distance of 20 to 30 meters between him and the Snow Wolf Demon King. Not a bit more, not a bit less, there is no doubt that the Snow Wolf Demon King is not slower than Wang Xuan. Looking at the scene in the distance, everyone was slightly stunned. The same is true for Ye Bufan. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain where Ye Bufan and his group were located shook violently, as if the entire mountain was about to collapse in an instant. What's going on? The sudden change left everyone stunned. The members of the combat department looked at each other in bewilderment. Bang! The next second, rocks flew everywhere. An array of golden light broke through the rocks in the mountain. In the blink of an eye, a golden python more than 30 meters long appeared in everyone's sight. Its body was covered with golden scales like dragon scales, sparkling in the sunlight. Its bloody tongue kept swallowing and its bloodthirsty eyes were fixed on Ye Bufan. Demon King, Golden Scale Dragon Armor Python. A cry of surprise was heard. Everyone's pupils shrank and their souls trembled. Wang Xuan was chasing after the Snow Wolf Demon King. For a moment, he was stunned by the terrifying aura that suddenly swept over him from behind, and his steps suddenly stopped. Looking back suddenly, buzz! Wang Xuan's pupils shrank. Under the command of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, the Demon Emperor Golden Scale Dragon Armor Python. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. 5 words instantly emerged from Wang Xuan's mind, like a tide, stirring up huge waves in his heart that could never be shaken off. The Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Wang Xuan, who was looking shocked. He sneered, "Foolish human, you didn't expect that. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to provoke a human demon king like you? You've been fooled, idiot. You." Suddenly, Wang Xuan gritted his teeth and became furious. This beast. He wanted to tear out the tendons and skin of the Snow Wolf Demon King in front of him, but Wang Xuan knew that the timing was not right. Compared with Ye Bufan's safety, a Wolf King was nothing. He immediately ran towards the mountain without any hesitation. Hee. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled indifferently. Looking at Wang Xuan, who was rushing back to help, he sneered again. This king is very intelligent and has made every possible effort. It's too late for you to come back to help. This time, I suggest that Lord Golden Scale Dragon Armor Python Demon King capture the murderer who killed His Majesty Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon. It will definitely be a great achievement. If this king brings the wolf cubs to join him at this time, tisk tisk. Done, Flash Monster. After these 4 words were spoken, the Snow Wolf Demon King ran away. High Mountain Place. The golden scaled dragon armored python suddenly broke out from the rocks in the mountain. No one expected it, and he did not hesitate at all. His bloodthirsty eyes locked onto Ye Bufan. Call out. In a breath, the golden-scaled dragon-armored python suddenly pounced towards Ye Bufan. The speed is extremely fast. Careful. Qin Yao screamed and tried to push Ye Bufan away. Unfortunately, as fast as he was, there were people who were faster than her. The golden-scaled dragon-armored python was over 30 meters long and had a huge body. He suddenly opened his bloody mouth without hesitation or pause. In a flash, he swallowed Ye Bufan and Qin Yao in one gulp. How dare you, you evil creature! In the distance, Wang Xuan's eyes were bloodshot and an angry roar came belatedly. The golden-scaled dragon-armored python ignored it. Roar. A long roar similar to a dragon's roar sounded, and the next second, the golden-scaled dragon-armored python lowered its huge head and crashed directly into the mountain. Bang! The mountain broke open and rocks flew everywhere. The huge body of the golden-scaled dragon-armored python, which was more than 30 meters long, instantly rushed into the mountain. Call out. In the distance, Wang Xuan's figure rushed over. The blink of an eye has arrived. If you want to run, stay with me. He roared angrily, and the spear appeared in his hand. He fired a sharp, domineering, and extremely fast shot directly at the golden-scaled dragon armor python. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The huge body of the golden-scaled dragon-armored python, which was more than 30 meters long, was completely submerged in the mountain in just a moment and disappeared. Wang Xuan's shot missed. Bang, bang, bang. On the mountain, the cave that was originally broken open by the golden-scaled dragon-armored python was scattered with pieces of rubble as the golden-scaled dragon-armored python escaped, instantly blocking the original cave tightly, as if nothing had happened, making Wang Xuan unable to pursue it. It came suddenly and extremely fast. Everything seems long, but it is only a short moment. Asshole. Halfway up the mountain, the spear in Wang Xuan's hand pierced into the mountain with a bang. He gritted his teeth, his hair stood on end, and roared like a wild beast. Angry, unwilling, self-blaming, and shouting at the top of one's lungs. Ye Bufan, captured. Chapter 226. Please send the generals and soldiers to the demon tribe. Tianfeng War Department, Sky Fortress. At this moment, in the huge general hall, Zi Qinhao was sitting upright in the deepest part of the hall. In front of him, on both sides stood the generals of the War Department wearing armor. There weren't many of them, only 11. 8 boys and 3 girls. Without exception, these 11 warriors are all 4-star and 5-star rank, and each of them is a high-level divine realm powerhouse above 6 stars. 11 generals report the results of the battle. In today's battle, the 900,000 baits and cannon fodder of the demon clan were almost wiped out, and even the elite demon clan sent later suffered heavy losses. On the contrary, the casualties of the human race were almost negligible, and the only loss was the gold coins spent on hiring those free warriors. However, compared with the casualties of the demon race, the loss of a mere money was nothing. It can be said that the War Department won a great victory in this battle. Moreover, there hadn't been a battle as large-scale as this one for many years, not to mention a complete victory. As a result, every general present had an irrepressible smile of joy on his face, and they felt comfortable and happy in their hearts. All the generals were like this, and Zi Qinhao was no exception. As one of the 3 generals of the Tianfeng War Department, he was also very happy and even eager to see such a victory. However, the generals present did not notice that there was a hint of coldness hidden under Zi Qinhao's smile, and even murderous intent in his eyes. But no one noticed. Of course, he wouldn't be discovered. A resounding victory. Yes, the War Department did defeat the demon tribe this time, but this was not what Zi Qinhao wanted. If the original plan was followed, not only would the 900,000 cannon fodder of the demon tribe be annihilated, but even the elite of the demon tribe would be wiped out. But what is the result? The demon race suddenly changed its plan. If Zi Qinhao had not sent people to keep an eye on the demon race's base, if the divine Yuan realm had not reported in time, if the War Department had not made a timely response, this time, let alone a complete victory, perhaps no more than half of the nearly 2 million human free warriors hired would have survived. Millions of people died. Who will take responsibility? At that time, he, Zi Qinhao, will become a sinner of the human race and will be unable to escape blame. Of course, Zi Qinhao's anger and murderous intent were not because of these. Compared with the gains and losses of the human race, what did personal honor and disgrace matter? What he cared about and was angry about was why the demon tribe suddenly changed their plans. There is no luck on the battlefield. There is no suddenness on the battlefield. As one of the 3 generals of the Tianfeng War Department, Zi Qinhao knew very well that the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, who was furious and almost lost his mind, would not suddenly change his plan. Now, the only explanation for his sudden change of the original deployment was that someone in the War Department leaked the secret. Moreover, it is among these 11 people in front of him. Although Zi Qinhao had an army of more than 2 million under his command, according to the situation and time at the time, the other soldiers and generals had no chance to inform the demon clan at all, except for the 11 4-star and 5-star generals in front of him. Zi Qinhao's eyes, as warm as a spring breeze, swept over everyone present. He was angry, furious even. However, he would not say it out loud, let alone show it. He would only watch from the sidelines and investigate secretly. This was also a helpless move. After all, even if he announced on the spot that some of the 11 people in front of him had betrayed the human race and become spies of the demon race, what would be the point? It's meaningless. Not only is it meaningless, it will also alert the enemy and disrupt the morale of the troops. Xuanyuan Dragon. Suddenly, Zi Qinhao spoke. Among the 11 people, a man in silver armor immediately stood up and came to the center of the hall. He stood in front of Zi Qinhao, clasped his fists and said, "I am here. Have the divine Yuan realm troops that I asked you to dispatch to various camps set off?" Zi Qinhao asked directly without any hesitation, looking at Xuanyuan Long. Forehead. After Zi Qinhao finished speaking, all the generals present were stunned. Send out the divine Yuan realm. Do what? They all looked at Zi Qinhao in astonishment, and couldn't help but look at Xuanyuan Long in the center of the hall. Xuanyuan Long clasped his fists and said, reporting to the general. According to the general's instructions, in addition to a part of the Shenyuan realm who continue to guard the garrison, each camp has already dispatched 20 Shenyuan realm soldiers to secretly go to the northern mountains to fully assist Wang Xuan. What? As soon as Xuanyuan Long finished speaking, the other generals were shocked, and they couldn't help but look at Zi Qinhao again. 20 people in the Divine Yuan realm rushed to the northern mountains. What are you doing? Zi Qinhao instantly glanced at the reactions of everyone present. Nothing unusual. Immediately, Zi Qinhao smiled calmly again and said softly, "Don't you wonder why the demon race suddenly made such a big move?" Forehead. Everyone was stunned. Yes, this is something they have never been able to figure out. Over the years, there have been constant small battles between the human, demon and barbarian tribes, but there has never been such a high-profile and large-scale action as the one taken by the demon tribe this time. Zi Qinhao suddenly said, "The purple lightning barbarian dragon is dead." What? Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. The purple emperor demon emperor's little bastard is dead. Good death. General, is it because of this that the demon tribe suddenly launched such a large-scale action? But, that's not right. If this is true, the demon tribe should have launched a large-scale attack on the northern mountains. Swish, swish, swish. A series of surprised eyes immediately fell on Zi Qinhao. Hee. Zi Qinhao smiled slightly. You certainly can't imagine that the one who killed the purple lightning barbarian dragon was just a warrior of my human race in the transcendent realm. Buzz. Suddenly, all the warriors' pupils shrank and their bodies trembled. The transcendent warrior killed the purple lightning dragon. That is the demon king of Guiyuan realm. How is that possible? Zi Qinhao ignored him and continued, this general also thought this was impossible at first, but it is true. After a pause, Zi Qinhao continued, that's why the purple emperor didn't launch a large-scale attack on the northern mountains. He attacked the human settlement just for revenge and to vent his hatred. Of course, he also sent 100,000 monsters to the northern mountains. Wang Xuan had already led his troops there before. However, in order to prevent any unexpected events, this general asked Xuanyuan Long to dispatch 20 soldiers from the divine origin realm to go there. Because the only goal of the demon race from the beginning to the end was this transcendent realm warrior of our human race, and the real battlefield is also in the northern mountains. While speaking, Zi Qinhao had been observing the expressions and demeanor of everyone present, even Xuanyuan Long who was executing orders was no exception. Boom. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, the 11 generals trembled. They woke up suddenly. The real battlefield, the northern mountains. Report. Suddenly, an urgent voice sounded outside the general's hall. Call out. The next second, a figure came running towards them. Bang. In the center of the general's hall, Wang Xuan knelt on one knee. Wang Xuan. Everyone was stunned when they saw the person coming. Wang Xuan did not hesitate at all. He looked at Zi Qinhao, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and blamed himself. General, I failed in my duty. My goal is to be captured. What? Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. The atmosphere became silent. Brush. Zi Qinhao suddenly stood up and looked at Wang Xuan with a serious expression. What's going on? The demon clan has an army of 100,000, and the human clan also has an army of 100,000. What's more, he has also sent out 20 gods in the divine Yuan realm. It will not be so easy for the demon clan to take people away. The most important thing is Wang Xuan's appearance at the moment shows no signs of participating in the battle. Reporting to the general, it was all because of my negligence and carelessness that the golden-scaled dragon-armored python took advantage of me. Wang Xuan said, his face full of self-blame and guilt. Under such circumstances at the time, if he was by Ye Bufan's side, the golden-scaled purple-armored python would have no chance to succeed. Although this was Ye Bufan's intention, it was still his negligence. However, Wang Xuan knew more clearly that there was no point in saying this now. Wang Xuan immediately clasped his hands together and said with a determined look, my crime cannot be redeemed by death. His hands together and said with a determined look, my crime cannot be redeemed by death. But I beg the general to give me a chance. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xuan hit his head directly to the ground. Forehead. The sudden scene made everyone stunned. Wang Xuan, what are you doing? Zi Qinhao frowned and said, get up first and tell me, what happened in the northern mountains? No. Wang Xuan said resolutely, the situation is urgent. I beg the general to mobilize